Chapter 1 The Northern Xia Dynasty. Young Master, Yumistant. Please wake up quickly. Woo-woo-woo, young master. If Floor discovers this, you will be punished. In a courtyard that exuded an ancient charm, Chief Ing lay in peaceful slumber beside him, a flustered young maid, appearing nolder than 13 or 14, was anxious prodding him herch hubby fis irradiated goodness, and Chief Ing groggily opened his eyes. In a witwasia, Chief Ing lightly tapped Nyan Kaya shed in annoyance. He, young master, you should refrain from visiting Thuan Hua Tower for drinks in the future. Oral seeth Madam Wilserly beep set, Nyan Q pouted, chattering incessantly, much to Chief Ing's expiration. Calm down. What's there to be upset about? Immerly indulged in a bite oaf. What respectable person goes to Thuan Hua Tower for drinks? Nyan Kyo mumbled her breath. Chief Ing Shothran irritated glance among the respectable could be found during such establishments. Surely, it was a place for revelry and amusement. It must be said, the wine from last night was exceptionally potent, leading him to consummate woe dish in all jars. See Zaya has already prepared breakfast. Young master you should hurry to, Madam instructed him. The Ranth Lord immediately afterward there appears stobe significant, Nasathan, saw him misstep betardy. That's collective Ingamil. How many times must I say this? Chief Ing wavidishan dismissively, Nyan Kyu hastily brought him his long-robed Chief Ing deneditant, stifling gan, stepped out toth the room. Indeed, a sonomythe of Ezermized, Chief Ing just a transmigrator, thought perhaps not in the traditional sense, for Haj Ronupin Thisri place sit, might beset Hadgering his reincarnation. The Ming Posuffid failed to work, allowing him to retin memory as of his past life. Having resided in these world for 50 years, one shouldn't underestimate him Asmerl Yacheld and Thizera, boysera considerate adults at 14, while a girl sureligible for marriage at 13. Duetto his rigorous martial training from me engage, he peers not different from me out of 18 or 19. As she's idle dathid and inctable, sees I approachal Chief Ing felt a twingiofolt Cisia, a the tenderage of 17, had cared for him in Ketchildhood, akin to an elder sister, unlike Ninchio, how Osmerlia 13-year-old shadow. Nyan Kyu was found bim a thea goftwo, which naturally fostered a close bond between him. Among them, sees I ice consider it his warmed maid, and logically, she should have been taken as his concubine upon his coming gafage however, despite beingly 15. Chief Ing's intellectan perspective a fair execution in his eyes, any own below eatinus demeanor. As for his lineage, it is quite remarkable hericide synth Northern Xia Dynasty, and his father, Chishilua, commands the 30,000 Black Dragon Guards, each capable of taking on 10 opponents. Although their princess command army is nearing 100,000, his father maintains a position of undeniable superiority. Rivalidonly by dragon blood warrior son of her intemperate. His father has 3 legitimate wives and 4 concubines, with that total of 13 offspring, off which highs Thesevinth. His mother is a secondary wife, not the primary one in Thycera. The primary wife holds a higher status than the secondary wives, and the third wife surpasses the concubines however. His mother and resistors get along with well, devoid of the backstabbing Goftin depicted in dramas, which may be attributed to Fink's relationship with his older sister. Thoth his father has Marethanoner woman, Chief Ing arbors Norzitman towards him, acknowledging the difference says in time Sancustoms. In Thizera, Min Rivera martial prowess, and Walith Jiang was divide among various factions, none of them concerned the princes, as royal offspringer prohibited from joining Ghana's exemeasure employed by Emperor to keep the 5 Sinkek. Regardless of the cultivation methods practiced, there exists sonified realm divide into 13 levels, each further subdivide into 9 tiers. Chief Inks, Sfathri Superiorless Expert at the 30-year-old Heaton Flavel, Wiley Only the leader saw first Tretesect Santoancient figures within the dynasty Kankatin with him. Chief Ong, lacking exceptional talent, has diligent lie trained for 50 years, Yethison Lyriac had the 9th year of Heaton Flavel, which fills him with aim. Hepa's Esesna system however, his innate potential is astonishing, yet, the level he displays externally is a merely the 3rd year of to 4th level, placing him squarely among the Virgil Fisk contemporaries. In truth, Chief Ing's greatest asset lies in his comprehension and the mysterious Forskull's myriad manifestations power. His understanding surpasses even his inherent capabilities. The cultivation method ha practiced heavenly grade superior Shura battle technique, Thesamish's fathers, and do noft hemist formidable Badar Finman tech, ni casinth the Northernexia dynasty and lie the heavenly greatest superior or dragong odin destructible body. The Shura battle technica consists of 13 layers, and Kai Feng has current le master epithelata stay Jeefta 9th layer is father hasten lyriac epithelata stay Jeefta 9th layer raise will theories in Ki Feng, despite being Gatha Sama level, is the hassle sa practiceth, heavenly grade intermediate technique, the indestructible Vajra skill from Shaolin Temple, now a theorized stay Jeeft Heaton layer. Among these of Intai Twaltima test skill soft Shaolin Temple, Chi Feng has mastered Marethan Hof, with 3-finger technique case sand lightness skills reaching an unparalleled level. Now, Chi Feng Sigurto Aquareth Dragon God indestructible body within Thepolis, anticipating Gadro Madison Yansman strength. This brings us to his physique his son certain of its nature however, during his cultivation, an invisible, colorless force manifests within him, which has named myriad manifestations power. This power ride shine in practicing Gana technique. With the support of myriad manifestations power, he can swiftly alleviate an newly learned technique though, a high level currently, he has amassed a tremendous reservoir of this power should he obtained. He dragon god indestructible body technique. Chi Feng is confident the could cultivate to theorize stay Jeeft Heaton layer in Neffel swoop. There ace in here frames from using Jitto enhance. His Shura battle technique is that breaking through to Thayanth layer would create a significant commotion. One a thought would inevitable this father top reserve his leisure lila festile. Chi Feng has largely see his training Shura battle technique, as practicing thin destructible Vajra skill suffices. After finishing breakfast, Asha turned a corner, heckleted with a 5-8-year-old girl named Chia, his 11th sister. Yair, why are you running so fast? But more careful. Chi Feng crouch head down and pinchep the little girl chic. Hee, brother. Why did you encapsulate? How do I oik know I just woke up? Hemph, I can't. You drank again, and soon father will scald ya. Chia clung to Chi Feng slegan slowly climmy danto him with Nikois. Chi Feng carried her to the main hall. Among his father's 13 offspring, Chia's the closest to him. Hissican little Shido however, since she still young, Chi Feng refrained from taking her to listen to music, lest their mother scold him. Chapter 2 War. Impossible. Up and entering the main hall, Adeliunman smiled upon seeing Chi Feng. Brother, when did you return? Chi Feng was momentarily taken aback. I read back last night I hard thadio wintoth want what tower again. I just the day few drinks has so mething happened? Yes, the southern barbarian dynasty has been stirring up trouble at borders, and Emperor's ice preparing to take action against them, Chi Wuchen whispered, and Chi Feng's expression turned serious ties was trivial matter. The southern barbarian dynasty is not tweaker thanth northern Xia dynasty, and in fact, may have in beslight lie stronger thetwa power shave maintained peace large lijuato thean domita bla presentioft black dragon guards under others command. That was black dragon guards most brutal battle upon the return. Only 20,000 out of 50,000 remained the current 30,000 black dragon guards included several Talon of vanilla trained. Thoth Nicomer Shave joined. The remaining 20,000 seasoned warriors remain formidable, as Thyre experience season thought conflict favorable to improvements in the realm. Are we going to war? She asked innocently. Indeed, and if we're defeated, bad people might come and take you away, Chi Feng said, playful pinching her little nose. Entering the main hall, a gentlewoman looked at Chi Feng with a hint of reproach in your eyes, as if to see he had misbehaved again. Another woman in her dress, exuding gay fierce and vigor roused the former was his mother, Xiaowan, while the latter was Chi Feng's second sister, Shi Hong Yu. Both women merrily shot Chi Feng gaddis approving he chuckled, realizing that Themeter was behind him. His motherdo tessinum, and disfadero fin turns a blind eye as long gashido as in causing an image or troubles, he's son like Latofus a punishment. Thishus always be in the case, not merely due to Chi Feng's talent sand strengths, but after discovering his potential, Chi's Ielu has grown a vin funderofum. Taking Hisiot, Chi Feng found Ciziac kneeling beside him, while Chi is settled next to her mother. Ash's third, fourth, fifth brothers, sixth sister, eighth brother, and ninth sister arrived in succession, Theelbecca Melovely. Ascensio Funia grip Chi Feng kud Theretra Libower the horizon? Today, Thagathering seem adunajuli large his elder brother Anskin sister typically stationed at the borders really appeared, and it's amed that their presence su, smiria fakada for achievements in reality, it was Emperor Zaya, apprehension toward Shis father that led to their assignments. Rendringit lit li different from exilol thought tizarix a bit sap pronounced, preference for males over females, sukas the anthi humba bodhisafkam and villagers in their household, however. Thesikin's sister holds supposition off considerable esteem. Secondonladithil dist brother despite her gender. Her martial prowess ishuk that fielder brother would like cliff find himself at a disadvantage on her presence. Chi Feng status her passes of in thatoff tielder brother and Thesikin's sister, which is a significant reason for their mothers comfortable if each sibling excel synthi own right, and naturally, shall want standing is also elevated duator familialities. What accounts for the elevated status of Tisa 3? As substantial factor leads into fact, that Chi Feng and disabling shavial cultivateth a jura battletech, a martial art imbued with a fiercean murderous spirit that is beyond the grasp of ordinary practitioners, whose meridian scanneth withstand the overpowering azure true energy. Among the 14 offspring of Chi Xiuluo, Onla fielder brother Chi Wuchen, Theskin's sister Chi Hongyu, and Kai Feng possess the resilient meridians necessary to practice this for a battle technique hitus noteworthy that fielder brother is not the biology, Xiayun Yen, buttreth the progeny of T secondary consort, Shangguanyu. Chi Feng do esno tad hirito thelo calcusdom sofa dressing so union as mother while referring to his biological mother as concubine instead, apart from his own mother, headdress is solother saisant. He wasn't kept punished for thistamine convention, yet Chi Feng remained steadfast, enduring a month of confinement without yielding ultimately, Chi Xiolua had Nikoi Sputterland. Chi Feng is Chi Xiolua's most cherished child, bearing a striking resemblance to his father Sayang herself, which is Wikiktiulu oisla stringent with him while Chi Feng himself may not perceiveth this leniency, it I in toothers, contributing to a harmonious atmosphere despite multitude family members. Ironically, as the favordone, he remains oblivious to thevalries among theather concubines however, such conflicts were lesser face overtly otherwise, Thurathoff Chi Xiolao ald before a formidable former concubinist to withstand. As a formidable middle league Edmund entered, an immediate hush envelop had Themane Hall, a testamento Chi Xiolua's commanding presence upon his arrival, began to scan for Chi Feng's whereabouts. Have heard thought he win dulge din revelry athwan what tower last night? Oh, father, it wasn't revelry persimerly went for a couple of drinks next time, it shall bring you along. Chi Feng chuckled, on Latosi Chi Xiolua's expression darkened these impudent boy ways increasing regarding him. Rascal! Chi Xioluawas about to unleash his fury when Hanada a significant brain eye through in Chi Feng's cultivation, causing a sanger to dissipate immediately however, Chi Feng's advancements were not meant for public knowledge, leading Chi Xiolu to decided to speak with him privately on said Heathers first. Very well, do I know I have Essamanidio all here? Chi Xiolua's whiffed lishift the topic, his ability to kanja demi nor remarkable, prompting Azio Frilia from Shao. Assel and Cephal over the gathering is Chi Feng maintainitifa? Adiof indifference, feigning the demeanor of a wooden figure. Have calladu back not on la four matters concerning, those southern barbarians, but for nother significant tissue finger, doyo havian idia? Could it be related to the corruption case involving Flef Chancellor? Precisely during the investigation into the corruption case, Thurgeon Way discovered that a left Chancellor has connections to the Northern Liang King and the Ping Nan King Thijinyi why can no longer proceed with. Emperor Zaya Hasamondio back, father it cannot be the wishes for auto take over the corruption case? That is unlikely I suspect the corruption case seismero pretext, the emperor's ulterior motives hemi intend to target several princes with Meeb sent from the military, that 30,000 black dragon guards are left without a leadership. The emperor say miscertainly not act against black dragon guards, for acidophromia, father, even heck cannot mobilize it unless something were to happen toy. A glance exchanged among Thegru previal theorist punishment, while Chi Feng to pendered implications would the told man, Xiaju, dare to act against this father at such a critical juncture? You worry over thin king this emperor would not dare to provoke the Kai familianth black dragon guards I suspect tine tons to their instruments of his designs. Area suggesting that had emperor wishes to eliminateth northern Liang King and Ping Nan King by employing your hand? Indeed, both the northern Liang King and the Ping Nan King have entered the capital, yet emperor lacks the courage to act directly. If the emperor seeks to eliminate these trois princes boot can attack themselves and cannot compel you, then he may very well have a fielder brother take charge of the corruption case, there be forcing Gimp to confront the power soft to northern Liang King and the Ping Nan King the would inevitably draw theme tire kifamaliente. Indeed, as the emperor's, his suspicion stored sus 5 princes grow over more pronounced. Father, Given io year-long stand in genmity with Ping and King, why not simplien with emperors, wishes sans iseth the opportunity to eliminatium, thereby taking contraloft Ping an army? Your than king is rather optimistikifitor indeed possible tolminatithin king without a trace. The emperor would Hovden salongajo the Ping and King strength, while a certain mean, would still require a substantial effort to confront, and that wo ancientmans, stirs within the palasir formidabes furthermore. We cannot ascertain whether Theather 4 princes are colluding against us, the emperor Sixto assestetru a strength sanguinus asoft T5 eophus. In other words, he wishes to see if Hecken win over on Ort wa princesto eliminate tethermaningans, with our kifamala falling within ye sights by having Fielder brother taken the corruption case, he's effective la forcinga sinto opposition with Ether princes. Chapter 3. The matchmaker, however, in light of the current invasion by the southern barbarians, removing the prince at this juncture would significantly undermine the strength of the dynasty. Perhaps it is the growing power of the princes that has compelled Emperor Xia to take such a perilous gamble. Fenger, what is your perspective? Naturally, one must observe with one's eyes. Given the current instability, our focus should not be on speculating their intentions, but rather on determining our own course of action, in my view. A conflict is unlikely, rest assured, with the present uncertainty. Even if Emperor Xia had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to instigate a dispute at this moment. Our duty is to diligently investigate the corruption case, regardless of which prince's subordinates are implicated. Those deserving of death shall be executed, and those worthy of exile shall be exiled. By the way, elder brother, the third princess has long harbored feelings for you. If you do not marry her soon, given her age, she may be sent away for a political marriage. Since our father has returned, why not resolve your lifelong affair? Qi Wuchen appeared hesitant, while Qi Shilua was somewhat puzzled as to why Fenger would bring up the marriage between Wuchen and the third princess at this time. Fenger, have you been in contact with the third princess? Indeed, she is my friend. Among the 9 princesses, the third princess possesses both talent and beauty, and you, elder brother, also seem to have an interest in her. Why not facilitate a harmonious union? With our Qi family standing, could we truly be unable to win the heart of a single princess? Wuchen, do you wish to marry the third princess? I do. Very well, prepare the betrothal gifts within 3 days, and 3 days. I shall go to the palace to propose. Qi Shilua did not linger, lest he be looked down upon by this mischievous brat. Qi Feng, father is impressive. All right, you all may leave. Fenger, stay behind. Once the others departed, Qi Shilua swiftly checked Qi Feng's cultivation. Strange, Fenger, what realm are you currently in? I cannot discern it. I am at the 3rd layer of the 7th realm. What, when I left, you were merely at the 5th layer of the 6th realm, were you not? It's only been half a year. Is it not normal to have made some progress? Qi Feng shot a glance at his somewhat foolish father. For in his eyes, his father was indeed a bit simple-minded, and the Shura technique. It's at the late stage of the 6th layer. Qi Feng's vital energy surged, and a formidable Shura avatar rapidly coalesced behind him. Upon closer inspection, Qi Shilua was astonished to find that the visage of the Shura avatar bore a striking resemblance to Qi Feng, late stage of the 6th layer, and to condense the Shura avatar to such an extent, this rivals the avatar I had at the mid-stage of the 7th layer. Good, good, good. Qi Shilua's smile widened. It seems we have all underestimated you. Perhaps it won't be long before you become the new Shura king. Alas, I am still quite young. I have no aspirations to be a Shura king. Let that title belong to elder brother. I aspire to be a carefree and unrestrained prince, enjoying a leisurely life. Very well, I shall not press you. That divine-grade elixir you provided me was truly remarkable. It enabled me to break through to the 6th layer of the 10th realm. Divine-grade elixirs are exceedingly difficult to concoct. Over the past half-year, I have attempted to refine 6 batches. With only 2 successes. In truth, there are more, but the other divine-grade elixirs I have set aside for my own use. I cannot simply give them all to Qi Shilua, and moreover, the others may not be suitable for him. What? Qi Shilua was once again bewildered. Is this even humanly possible? Alchemists regard the ability to create divine-grade elixirs as the highest honor. Fenger, you are so young and have already produced 2 divine-grade elixirs. You may take these 2. I cannot currently withstand the potency of divine-grade elixirs. Very well. If you find yourself short on funds, simply go to the treasury to claim what you need. I have good items to give you. Qi Shilua chuckled, handing Qi Feng a tome of techniques. Qi Feng's expression shifted in surprise. One of the three supreme techniques of the Buddhist sect, the heavenly grade supreme Arhat true body. But wait, why is it not the complete version? Father, what have you done to earn the Buddha's willingness to lend you the Arhat true body? The complete version has been lost to time. I made them a promise. If the Buddhist sect ever finds itself in peril, the Qi family will lend them our unwavering support. I see. Then they do not come away empty-handed. I shall begin my cultivation now. Qi Feng swiftly departed, for the Arhat true body was a body-refining technique that rivaled the dragon god's indestructible body, though the Arhat true body was lacking the last two layers, preventing it from contending with the dragon god's indestructible body. Nevertheless, even the 11th layer of the Arhat true body would be an incredibly formidable existence. Qi Feng did not hesitate, immediately beginning to expend his myriad energies to cultivate the Arhat true body. Although the myriad energies are unfathomably profound, mastering the Arhat true body to above the 10th layer would still require 5 to 6 months of dedicated effort. 3 days later, Qi Feng emerged from seclusion, seeking knowledge of his elder brother's impending marriage to the third princess. Upon learning that the wedding would take place in 3 months, Qi Feng returned to seclusion, but not before secretly slipping away to the Wanhualu, intending to enjoy a drink before resuming his retreat. However, this excursion nearly cost him dearly. Qi Feng admonished himself, recognizing that as a young man, he must prioritize his safety. Encountering a formidable female rogue could indeed spell disaster. Upon reaching the 5th floor, just as he was about to find his drinking companion, Yuliang, he pushed open the door, only to find a masked figure in a black robe seated upon the bed. Detecting his presence, the robed figure slowly opened their eyes, and in the next moment, lunged towards him. Though startled, Qi Feng remained composed. This black-robed individual was a peerless master at the 10th realm. He raised his arm to deflect the attack, only to be taken aback when the figure was not there to assault him, but rather to embrace him. A soft, supple body pressed against Qi Feng, rubbing against him incessantly. Realizing something was amiss, he swiftly extended his right hand and, with precision, grasped the masked figure's mask, pulling it away to reveal an incredibly beautiful woman. Having witnessed many breathtaking beauties since arriving in this world, none could compare to the woman before him. At that moment, Qi Feng truly understood the meaning of the phrases stunningly beautiful and a beauty that could bring ruin to a nation. However, it appeared this woman had been drugged, not with a common aphrodisiac, but rather with a powerful concoction known as celestial chaos, an exquisite drug that even a peerless master at the 10th realm would find impossible to dispel. If one could not engage in intimate relations with a man within a certain time frame after being afflicted, their meridians would be severed, leading to their demise. Chapter 4. Coaxing and Deception. Help me! The woman suddenly regained a flicker of consciousness and, struggling, uttered a plea before leaning in to offer her crimson lips. Caught off guard, Qi Feng was unexpectedly kissed. What the? He had not been paying attention. It was not that he intended to engage with her, but rather that the woman was overwhelmingly dominant. As a mere 15-year-old, he was unable to resist if she were to force herself upon him. What a seductress! Were it not for my current predicament, I would have certainly taken you right here. Qi Feng bit down on the woman's lip in irritation, channeling his Shura true energy to envelop them both, isolating them from the outside world. With a determined gaze, he tore the woman's garments apart and struck her abdomen with his palm. While a 10th realm master could not dispel the effects of celestial chaos, Qi Feng had mastered 3 techniques and, in truth, had transcended the limits of the 10th realm. Coupled with his proficiency in alchemy, refining the drug's potency was not a daunting task. An hour later, the woman let out a soft moan and collapsed in Qi Feng's embrace. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Qi Feng gazed at the disheveled beauty in his arms, offering a wry smile as he deduced her identity. Most likely the leader of the 7-Kill Pavilion. Yuliang was an informant from the 7-Kill Pavilion stationed in the Imperial City. 6 months prior, Qi Feng had unknowingly met Yuliang while listening to music, and she had sought to recruit him, sharing some basic information about the 7-Kill Pavilion. The 7-Kill Pavilion was a killer organization composed entirely of female assassins, opposed by another group, the Deadly Tower, whose assassins were all male. The two factions held a mutual disdain for one another, each striving to annihilate the other and become the singular dominant assassin organization in the realm. Although Qi Feng was aware of the 7-kill pavilion, he had never encountered its leader. Given the strength of the woman in his arms, it was all but certain she was indeed the leader. With both hands, Qi Feng began to tidy her attire. Earlier, to facilitate the flow of true energy into her body, he had to ensure direct contact between their skin for maximum efficacy. However, her constant writhing had resulted in her clothing being nearly stripped away. Just as he was halfway through tidying her up, the woman regained consciousness. Seeing a pair of hands working to unfasten her garments, Yin Mo's expression turned cold, and she instinctively raised her hand to strike, only to find herself utterly devoid of strength. "You've awakened, rogue. Release me at once." Yin Mo struggled, but her meager strength was disregarded by Qi Feng. "You call me a rogue? Was it not you who attempted to force yourself upon me?" "A blossoming youth?" Qi Feng retorted indignantly. "What nonsense are you spouting? Reflect on what transpired just now. I came seeking Yuliang, and as soon as I entered, you lunged at me, kissing and biting, while pleading for me to take you." Upon hearing this, Yin Mo was taken aback, her thoughts racing as fragmented memories resurfaced in her mind. Indeed, it had been her who initiated the advance. Have you recalled? You are the leader of the 7-kill pavilion. Are you not? So what if I am? I owe you my life, young master. I shall grant you any reward you desire. Can you release me now? Not a chance. You took advantage of me and ruined my purity. You must take responsibility. What is your name? Qi Feng not only did not release her, but rather tightened his embrace. Little girl Yin Mo, what exactly do you want? Yin Mo asked helplessly, feeling as though Qi Feng was toying with her. At that moment, she found herself unable to retaliate or articulate her thoughts, especially since Qi Feng had indeed been her savior, and she had taken considerable advantage of him. The memory of how she had sought his assistance to dispel the effects of the potion made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Not much, but you must take responsibility for me. Though you know who I am? I do. I've seen the portrait sent by Yunyang, but I never expected the young master Qi Feng to possess such formidable strength at such a tender age. Just call me Qi Feng. Have you thought about how you will take responsibility for me? Young master, please do not jest. I am unworthy of you. Disobedient? Qi Feng's hand, which was wrapped around her waist, moved slightly, almost reaching its target, prompting Yin Mo to hastily grasp his hand. Let me be direct. I want you to be my woman, not merely because of the yin-yang holy essence, but simply because I am drawn to you as a person. I could have claimed you earlier, but I chose not to. For that reason alone, you cannot refuse me. Otherwise, you would be ungrateful. Qi Feng stated unabashedly, admitting that he was indeed captivated. This woman was extraordinarily beautiful. And having had such intimate contact with her, he was unwilling to see Yin Mo seek companionship with another man, a primal instinct of possessiveness inherent in any man. Qi Feng, we have only just met. Right? I am grateful for your rescue, but I have my own mission to fulfill. I cannot remain by your side as your woman. Since I can discern the yin-yang holy essence, I can also surmise your identity. If you become my woman, I can assist you. I realize that asking you to be my woman upon our first meeting is rather rash, but I am merely concerned you might flee. Regardless, you must take responsibility for me. Isn't it customary to repay a life-saving grace with one's body? Qi Feng continued to provoke Yin Mo, the effects of the potion still lingering. Feeling Qi Feng's breath against her ear ignited a wave of heat within her. Agree to be my woman. Given your current condition, you are still unable to resist the residual effects of the potion. If you refuse, I assure you, I will not let you off easily this time. Qi Feng began to intimidate Yin Mo, though he had no intention of claiming her today. Yin Mo ground her teeth, waves of heat assaulting her rationality. Due to her unique constitution, such aphrodisiacs had a multiplied effect on her, making her acutely aware that Qi Feng's threats were not empty. The residual effects of the potion were indeed insurmountable. Before losing her sanity completely, Yin Mo had no choice but to vow to her inner demons that she would become Qi Feng's woman, dedicating her heart solely to him. Qi Feng smiled warmly. Done. To pledge to your inner demons is to stake your martial path. Should you break that vow, inner demons will arise, and you may find yourself unable to progress in life. Or worse, have your foundation utterly destroyed. After helping Yenemo dispel the remaining effects of the potion, she shot him a resentful glance, hoping that he would honor his word. I know you won't believe anything I say now. Let time prove everything. Rest assured, I will not claim you until you reach the 12th realm. As for whether you will offer yourself to me after the Yin Yang Holy Essence is perfected, we shall discuss that later. Perhaps by then, you will be eager to bestow the Yin Yang Holy Essence upon me. You seem quite confident in yourself. Just average. Now, tell me, how did you end up under the influence of the heavenly immortal potion? Yenmo's expression darkened as she recounted the events. She had been in search of a specific elixir and, after much inquiry, finally received a lead. However, she did not anticipate that the master of the assassination tower would set a trap before her, aiming to seize her body and her Yin Yang Holy Essence her first time. The Yin Yang Holy Essence is a tremendous boon for warriors, capable of dramatically enhancing their cultivation, especially considering Yenmo's beauty. Akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Naturally, the master of the assassination tower desired both her essence and her form, but regrettably, his strength was inferior to hers, allowing her to escape. Yenemo practiced a technique known as the Yin-Yang Destiny Formula, and through an inexplicable connection, sensed a glimmer of hope in the Imperial City, leading her to the Orchid Pavilion, where she encountered Qifeng. Qifeng clicked his tongue in admiration, affirming that the Yin-Yang Destiny Formula truly possessed extraordinary profundity. Chapter 5. The 9 Curves Floating Life Pill. Unfortunately, I was unable to procure the 9 Curves Floating Life Pill. Isn't it just the 9 Curves Floating Life Pill? It's of no use. What I seek is the Supreme 9 Curves Floating Life Pill that I am, referring to the Supreme One. Qifeng chuckled. Considering himself fortunate to have crossed paths with her, he could refine not only supreme but even divine-grade pills. You have the Supreme 9 Curves Floating Life Pill? Yenmo's eyes widened in astonishment. Not at the moment, but if you kiss me and call me husband, I shall reveal a secret. What secret? You must do as I say first. Yenemo bit her lip. The matter of the 9 Curves Floating Life Pill was too significant for her to hesitate. After all, she was already Qifeng's woman. She leaned in and offered her lips, and Qifeng supported her head, deepening the kiss. After a long moment, they parted, and Yenmo's breath was slightly disordered. Her cheeks flushed, appearing exceedingly alluring. Now that we've kissed, it's time to call me husband. Husband, very good. It sounds delightful. The secret is that I can refine the Supreme 9 Curves Floating Life Pill. What? You are a supreme alchemist? What? Does it not seem plausible? Being my woman is hardly a loss, Qifeng remarked, amused by Yenmo's astonishment, before planting a couple more kisses on her. You must be joking. How could you possibly be a supreme alchemist at such a young age? And I am a 10th realm warrior, about to break through to the 11th realm. Have you ever seen a 16-year-old at the 11th realm? Never. You truly can refine the 9 Curves Floating Life Pill. Can't you? Indeed, I have already ensnared you. Why would I need to deceive you further? Deceive me? Yenemo looked puzzled, prompting Qifeng to explain his situation regarding his inability to act. She fumed and playfully punched him. This is not my fault. I warned you from the start, yet you were too busy taking advantage of me to hear my words. If you must blame someone, blame yourself. Fine. I have come to terms with it. Being with someone as extraordinary as you does indeed feel like a boon. That's good. Gather the medicinal materials, and once I finish my seclusion, I shall help you refine the 9 Curves Floating Life Pill. Qifeng indulged in a tender moment with Yenemo before, under the cover of night, he visited the North Liang princes and the Pingnan princes' residences, warning both princes that should they continue to protect corrupt officials, he would annihilate them. Neither the North Liang prince nor the Pingnan prince slept that night, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura Qifeng had exuded, a pressure that transcended realms. Naturally, Qifeng had disguised himself and donned a mask, leaving them oblivious to his true identity. Upon returning to the Qi residence, Qifeng entered seclusion for 2.5 months, refining his Buddha-like form to the mid-8th layer. Tio reached the 9th layer would likely take another month, while breaking through to the 10th layer would require 3 to 4 more months. Having consumed about 30% of his myriad manifestations of power, He believed the remaining amount would suffice to elevate his Buddha-like form to the 10th layer. Young master, more than 10 days ago, someone sent a message to you. Xia presented a small wooden tube. Upon opening it, Qi Feng discovered it was a message from Yanemo, informing him that she had gathered a batch of medicinal materials. Xia, prepare 2 horse-drawn carriages. I will go collect some medicinal materials. Understood. Madam has been inquiring about you, young master. Would you like to pay her a visit first? That would be good. Qi Feng retrieved 2 superior beauty-enhancing pills from the alchemy room and went to find Xiao Wan, only to discover that many were present. His elder brother, sister, and Yair were all there. 7th brother. Upon seeing Qi Feng, Yair rushed over, and he affectionately embraced her, bringing her to Xiao Wan's side. Mother, what secret meeting are you all holding? You arrived just in time. Winter is approaching. I need to measure your and Hong Yu sizes to make 2 coats for each of you. Your heights change every year, and last year's coats no longer fit. How fortuitous that I came at just the right time, Qi Feng said, releasing Yair and obediently standing before his mother to have his measurements taken. As for why Xiao Wan insisted on making the clothes herself, it was her hobby, and Qi Feng was more than willing to indulge her. Once Xiao Wan finished measuring, Qi Feng handed her the beauty-enhancing pills. What about mine? Qi Hongyu appeared as if she had teleported to stand behind Qi Feng. I came to see our mother today and had no idea you were here, so you can go to the alchemy room and fetch 2 for yourself. Now that sounds reasonable, brother. What realm are you at now? I can't see through you at all. If even father cannot see through me, you think you can? As for my realm, that's a secret. Am I an outsider to you? This is father's order. You can ask him yourself. Perhaps I shall pass on that. Come, spar with me. I wish to see your current strength. Hongyu, don't act recklessly. Xiao Wan admonished. No worries. I shall merely exchange a few moves with my sister. We can do it right here. Come on, let's see what you've got. Qi Feng waved his hand dismissively, adopting an expression that suggested he did not regard Qi Hongyu as a threat. Qi Hongyu gritted her teeth, determined to teach this little brat a lesson today, especially since their father was present. Prepare yourself. Qi Hongyu threw a punch without fear of injuring Qi Feng. For a practitioner of the Shura battle technique, possesses an exceptionally robust physique, naturally making them remarkably resilient to blows. Sister, did you not have lunch? Qi Feng grasped Qi Hongyu's fist with one hand and tilted his head with a playful grin. You little rascal, I'll make you pay. Qi Hongyu's entire being surged with vitality as another punch came crashing down. This time imbued with a layer of blood-colored energy, a manifestation of the Shura true power she had activated within herself. Qi Feng remained unfazed, countering with a punch that sent Qi Hongyu sprawling. As Qi Hongyu landed and regained her balance, she gazed incredulously at Qi Feng, and even her elder brother and Xiao Wan shared her astonishment, utterly unprepared for the sheer terror of Qi Feng's strength. Xiao Feng, your Shura battle technique? Late stage of the 6th layer. Remember to keep it a secret, Qi Hongyu exclaimed, puzzled by how one at the late stage of the 6th layer could be so formidable. Qi Feng sighed. The Shura Law avatar had coalesced, imposing its aura, yet his control over its power was now so adept that the others did not perceive its true menacing force. The Shura Law avatar. Both Qi Hongyu and Qi Wuchan gasped, having only just begun to grasp the threshold of forming the Shura Law avatar themselves, completely unprepared for Qi Feng's advanced mastery. Keep it under wraps, or else father will tan your hides. Xiao Wan lovingly patted Qi Feng's cheek, fully aware of the significance of the Shura Law avatar. The Shura Law avatar is a divine ability that one can comprehend only upon reaching the 7th layer of the Shura battle technique. To put it simply, 2 individuals who have both cultivated the Shura battle technique to the 7th layer can overpower 10 practitioners who have not yet formed the Shura Law avatar. That is the disparity. This Shura Law avatar is not merely a means of intimidating foes. If Qi Feng channels the Shura Law avatar, it will merge with him, resulting in an explosive increase in his power. Mother, no matter how much I grow, I will always be your SON. Is the winter outing coming soon? I will accompany you for shopping then. All right, you said it. If I can't find you then, I won't let it slide. Rest assured, my elder brother is getting married, so I will be staying home during this time and won't be going anywhere. By the way, is your investigation into the corruption case going well? Smoothly. Some of those corrupt officials have even come to confess to me. I wonder what the 2 princes said to them. As long as it's going well, who cares what they said? young master. The carriage is ready, Xixia announced as she approached. The carriage? Yes, I need to fetch some medicinal herbs. Medicinal herbs? Why not send someone to get them? These aren't herbs procured by our Qi family. They belong to a friend of mine that I see. Then you may go to be careful. Xiao Wan did not press further, trusting that if Qi Feng wished to share more, he would do so of his own accord. Qi Feng leaped onto the carriage, and Xixia skillfully drove it toward the Wanhua Tower, demonstrating her proficiency as a coachman. This was certainly not her first time. Chapter 6. What is humility? Young master, wait for me. As the carriage had not traveled far, a voice called out from behind. Nian Xiu, the little shadow, scampered up, and Qi Feng extended a hand to pull her onto the carriage, playfully flicking her forehead. Ouch, young master, you're mean. You went out to play without taking Nian Xiu. Nian Xiu sat beside Qi Feng, her little face etched with grievance. I'm attending to serious matters, not merely frolicking about. I want to see how your Tianfeng technique is progressing, Qi Feng said, taking hold of Nian Xiu's small hand and probing her inner energy with his consciousness. After nearly 3 years of cultivation, you're only at the mid-stage of the 4th layer. If I were you, I'd rather find a block of tofu to throw myself against, Qi Feng teased as he poked her little nose. The Tianfeng technique is a top-tier earth-grade martial art that Qi Feng had specifically acquired for Nian Xiu. Training is too grueling. Nian Xiu doesn't want to cultivate. She just wants to stay by young master's side. She pouted. Precisely because you want to be by my side, you must strive to cultivate. Otherwise, when you grow old, I may still be in my prime. Ugh. Nian Xiu froze for a moment, envisioning herself as an elderly woman while the young master remained youthful. No. Nian Xiu will definitely cultivate diligently from now on. Now that's more like it. If you don't put in the effort, I might just abandon you. No. Nian Xiu realizes her mistake. Young master, please don't abandon me. She clutched Qi Feng's sleeve tightly, on the verge of tears. All right, I was just teasing you, Xixia. How is your Tian Shuang demon technique progressing? It's at the late stage of the 5th layer. Not bad, not bad. Once you break through to the 6th layer, I will reward you. Qi Feng nodded in satisfaction. The Tian Shuang demon technique is a low-grade heavenly martial art, even more formidable than the Tianfeng technique, and is one of the treasures of the Qi family. However, a practitioner of the Tianfeng technique who consumes a fire attribute treasure can transform it into the supreme divine version, the Shenfeng technique. Yet, no one has managed to achieve the Shenfeng technique in hundreds of years, and Qi Feng was uncertain if he could find such a treasure for Nian Xiu. Thank you, young master. The usually composed and mature Xixia could not suppress her joy. Receiving a reward from the young master was naturally exhilarating. The carriage entered a bustling street, with a river over 6 meters wide running through its center, flanked by roads over 3 meters wide. Alongside the road stood ancient buildings, mostly 3 or 4 stories tall. At the center of the street rose a 6-story ancient tower adorned with red silk fluttering at the corners. This was the Wanhua Tower. To acquire such a grand establishment in this precious land of the imperial city must have cost an astronomical sum. Of course, this expense was trivial compared to the profits generated by the Wanhua Tower. However, the proprietor of the Wanhua Tower had yet to reveal themselves, and Qi Feng had never encountered them. He had inquired with Yin Mo, who informed him that the Wanhua Tower belonged to another faction, and she could not disclose any information without incurring trouble. She also cautioned Qi Feng not to probe too deeply into the Wanhua Tower's affairs. Regardless, those who dared to cause trouble at the Wanhua Tower, whether renowned martial artists or powerful officials of the current dynasty, never met with a favorable outcome. Over time, no one dared to stir up trouble there. As Xixia parked the carriage, the eyes of 2 young masters on the 3rd floor of the Wanhua Tower lit up. They were Qi Feng's friends he had met at the Wanhua Tower and recognized Xixia as his attendant. Qi brother, where have you been? Do you know how we've been these past 2 months without you? They lamented, leaping down from the 3rd floor to Qi Feng's window. My apologies. My father forced me into seclusion, and I had no choice. Qi Feng jumped down from the carriage and embraced the 2. Nian Xiu leaped off the carriage, glaring at them with discontent, blaming these 2 idlers for leading the young master astray. In truth, it was Qi Feng who couldn't find anyone to drink with, which led to his acquaintance with them, but their relationship remained that of ordinary drinking buddies. Come on, let us go drinking. We won't return until we're drunk, forget it. I have serious business today, or I wouldn't have taken the carriage. You two go drink. Just put the bill on my account. That won't do. It's all right, Xiao Shi. Bring them 2 jars of the finest Zuishi wine. Yes, young Master Lin, young Master Ouyang. This way, please. A smiling attendant from the Wanhua Tower led them away. After sending them off, Yin Xiao waved her small fist in the direction they departed. Qi Feng smiled gently and led the 2 girls straight to the 5th floor, while Lin Xiang and Ouyang Feng could only remain on the 3rd. With each ascending floor of the Wanhua Tower, the quality of the singers and dancers improved significantly. The 5th floor was reserved for the courtesans, meaning that any woman in the private rooms there was a courtesan. A new courtesan is selected every 6 months, and there aren't many courtesans on the 5th floor, as most have been taken away by those in power and influence. It is said that countless heroes have sacrificed treasures and vast fortunes to win over a courtesan they desired. Yunyang was also a courtesan and a drinking companion of Qi Feng's, though her primary duties were to pour wine and engage in conversation with him. Stepping into the largest private room on the 5th floor, Yunyang stood respectfully beside a figure clad in black robes. This black-robed individual was none other than Yin Mo, who favored this attire. It's been a while. You've grown considerably stronger, Yin Mo remarked, her voice tinged with surprise. One must understand that as one progresses in realm and technique, breakthroughs become increasingly challenging. Even a genius may require a year or 2 for a minor breakthrough after reaching the 10th realm. Yet, her instincts told her that Qi Feng had achieved a qualitative leap in strength, a stroke of luck. Where are the goods? Since Yin Mo wished to put on a show, Qi Feng played along. In the box. May I have a word? Certainly. Si Xian Yin Xiao, you both step outside. Once Yunyang and the 2 girls exited, Qi Feng pounced like a hungry dog, pinning Yin Mo onto the jade bed. Don't do anything reckless. They'll find out. What? Am I such a disgraceful man that I must hide when I'm with you? Shouldn't you be punished for this? Qi Feng kissed Yin Mo, his gaze deep and lingering. If I can't have the meat, a taste of the soup will suffice. More than 10 minutes later, Yin Mo adjusted her attire and shot Qi Feng a glare. Little rascal, always bullying me. What can I say? It's because my Mo is so beautiful. Stop the sweet talk. Hurry and check the medicinal herbs to see if they meet your requirements. I'm tired. If you kiss me for a bit, I'll have the energy to check the herbs. You, faced with exasperation, Yin Mo had no choice but to present her alluring red lips once more. Qi Feng expressed that mere kisses were insufficient. Relishing in teasing Yin Mo, finding her flustered demeanor particularly amusing. After a substantial duration of kissing, Qi Feng finally released her, and Yin Mo, panting heavily, inquired about the situation. Qi Feng nodded, opening a box filled with medicinal vials, inspecting them one by one. Fortunately, a staggering 99% of the materials met his standards. These ingredients would suffice for 3 attempts at alchemy, yet he held no absolute confidence in successfully concocting the 9 of 5 patterns or more. Qi Feng remarked earnestly that while his confidence was not flawless, it was still quite high. In truth, achieving a 9 of 5 patterns or above was nearly a certainty. He aspired to create a divine grade 9. However, given the significant implications of divine grade elixirs, and since Yin Mo only required a superb 9, there was no need for him to reveal his identity as a divine grade alchemist. Chapter 7. Alchemy. No worries if I fail, consider this practice for you. The next batch of materials should arrive in 6 months. You lack confidence in me. Have you already prepared a backup? It's not a matter of lacking confidence in you. As you mentioned, you have never crafted a 9 before. If you could produce a superb elixir in just 3 attempts, it would be quite extraordinary. Yin Mo evidently regarded Qi Feng as merely an ordinary superb alchemist. Many alchemists, through sheer luck, might produce a superb elixir once, yet could struggle for dozens of attempts thereafter without success. Well, as long as you're prepared for that. What do you need the 9 for? To save someone? Indeed, to rescue the daughter of an old acquaintance. All right, I'll take my leave then. My elder brother's wedding is in half a month, and I have little time for alchemy. Qi Feng effortlessly lifted the box, summoning a surge of power to place it securely onto the carriage. The collection comprised 5 large chests of materials, most of which were intended to warm up Qi Feng's skills, as he couldn't immediately use precious ingredients for crafting divine-grade elixirs. He planned to refine his technique before attempting to create divine-grade potions with superior materials. Upon returning home, Qi Feng immersed himself in the alchemical chamber, emerging 3 days later. Regrettably, he had not succeeded in crafting the divine grade 9. Yet he had produced a superb 9 pattern 9, which would undoubtedly suffice for Yinamo elixirs are categorized into various grades: mundane, inferior, medium, superior, and superb, with only superb elixirs manifesting patterns. The greater the number of patterns, the higher the quality of the elixir. When the patterns reach 12, the elixir's potency undergoes a qualitative transformation, thus classifying it as a divine grade elixir in the current martial world, let alone divine grade elixirs. Even those capable of crafting superb elixirs are exceedingly rare, often being revered by prestigious sects and seldom appearing publicly. Thus, producing a 9-pattern superb elixir was not a loss. Should such an elixir appear in the martial world, it would likely incite a wave of bloodshed. After refreshing himself with a bath, Qi Feng first visited the Wanhua Tower, presenting the elixir to Yinamo. Upon receiving it, Yinamo was utterly astounded. "You actually managed to produce this so quickly? If it weren't for the tangible elixir in my hands, I might have doubted your honesty. Qi Feng, you've truly given me a tremendous surprise. With this elixir, restoring Yinner to normal should be feasible. It's a pity that no one today can concoct a divine grade 9. Otherwise, I would spare no expense to procure one for her. However, with this 9 pattern 9, at least she can return to being an ordinary person, albeit her innate talents are regrettable. By the way, is 9 patterns the limit? Can you produce a 10 pattern or 11 pattern 9? Is Yenner's soul truly so gravely injured that a superb 9 cannot fully restore it? The backlash of her cultivation technique and the reversal of true energy have severely harmed her soul. Were it not for her mother exhausting her life's power to save her, Yenner would have perished long ago. It is a pity for her talent. She is the most gifted child I have ever encountered." "How old are you?" Qi Feng inquired with curiosity. 29. "What's wrong? Do you think I'm too old? Not at all. Even men in their 200s or 300s take girls in their 20s as concubines. The age gap between us is merely a little over 10 years, not too much," Qi Feng quickly countered, aware that a woman's age is a sensitive topic. "Given your cultivation level, who would guess you were merely a teenager?" Yinamo rolled her eyes. "Is this Yenner particularly important to you? Her mother saved my life, and thus I owe her." "Why do you ask? Can you perhaps concoct a 9 of superior quality?" Yinamo queried, her exquisite visage leaning closer to Qi Feng as she scrutinized his expression. Qi Feng blinked and unexpectedly kissed her. "As long as you keep me comfortable, I could certainly concoct a divine grade 9. Qi Feng teased with a mischievous grin. Yinamo, momentarily stunned, processed his claim. Could he truly create divine grade elixirs? Is that for real? You can actually craft divine grade 9. Just observe my performance. Divine grade elixirs are notoriously challenging to create. What do you intend to do? Did you not say you would wait until I reach the 12th level before claiming my yin-yang sacred essence? True, but we can indulge in other activities. You've taken advantage of me? Yinamo bit her lip, sealing off external energies with her power. An hour later, Qi Feng departed contentedly, leaving Yinamo reclining on the jade bed, a lingering blush on her cheeks. They had engaged in everything except the final act. Qi Feng, though reluctant to leave, knew he had to attend the winter festival the next day, where the family would gather for a meal. Upon entering, he spotted Nianxiu anxiously pacing at the door. Upon seeing Qi Feng, the two women sighed in relief and hurriedly ushered him towards the evening banquet. The winter festival was an exceedingly significant occasion, akin to the spring festival of his previous life, with hundreds of maids and servants within the Wangfu also celebrating. As Qi Feng passed, the servants respectfully bowed, grateful for the occasional low-grade elixirs he generously bestowed upon them. Upon reaching the banquet area, Qi Feng, accompanied by Xixia and Nianxiu, headed straight for the main feast. "Has Fenger not arrived yet? Madam, please refrain from being upset," Qixu Luo said, patting Xiao Wan's hand upon seeing Qi Feng. Qi Feng scratched his head, recalling that according to custom, they were also expected to shop today for various snacks, as the following day would be more aimless wandering. "Mother, please don't be upset. I am so busy I can barely find my bearings. Indeed, Sister Wan, please don't be angry. Xiao Feng didn't mean it." Yu Yin chimed in, as the manner of addressing Qi Feng was indeed significant. Xiao Luo's legitimate wife and concubines could refer to him as Fenger, while the three minor wives could only call him Xiaofeng, similar to how his elder brother and second sister addressed him. Humph, I don't wish to converse with him. Xiao Wan glared at Qi Feng, who could only smile helplessly. Tomorrow, we won't go anywhere. We'll accompany mother shopping. Is that all right? Are you no longer upset? Mother! Qi Feng clung to Xiao Wan's arm, swaying it gently, and the others were accustomed to the scene. All right, stop swaying. It's making me dizzy. You promised, so no sleeping in tomorrow. Rest assured, I will rise before dawn. Such a glib tongue. Fenger, sit beside me. It has been ages since we shared a drink. Let us seize this opportunity to indulge in a few cups. Xiao Luo began, but upon noticing Xiao Wan's disapproving glare, hastily amended, I meant just a few small sips. All right, father, have you hidden away the Wanxian brew? Shouldn't it be time to bring it out? I've already sent someone to fetch it. It will be here shortly. As the banquet commenced, Xiao Luo spoke a few words. This was not like the Blue Star, where a loudspeaker was needed. He merely sat at the head of the table, yet his voice resonated clearly even for those far away. All right, the banquet has begun. Everyone, enjoy yourselves. Two servants carefully approached, carrying a wine vat that towered over them. Despite its size, the contents were rather meager. Xiao Luo waved his hand, and the crimson energy of the Shura enveloped the Wanxian brew. As the vat was unsealed, the azure-hued brew flowed gracefully into the cups of favored daughters, a ritual known as bestowing wine. Fortunately, Xiao Luo was impartial, ensuring even the somewhat naive Yer received her share. Generally, as long as one did not err and displease Xiao Luo, they would be granted a cup. Chapter 8. Shopping and an Attack. Once the wine had been bestowed, Xiao Luo raised his cup. Prompting everyone below to do the same, Qi Feng downed his drink in one go. Truly exquisite, this superb quality Wanxian brew. Father, you still have 4 vats, right? What are you scheming? Xiao Luo inquired suspiciously, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance. You don't mean to be stingy, do you? Qi Feng rubbed his fingers together, grinning mischievously. Xiao Luo, resigned, realized he could not escape this. Fine, I'll give you 2 vats, whenever you wish to drink. Just help yourself. After all, you know where I hide my liquor. Ha. Cheers to you, father. As Qi Feng poured a glass of wine for Xiao Luo, a smile finally graced Xiao Luo's face. Witnessing Qi Feng's favored status, the expressions of his elder brothers and sisters, along with his younger siblings, were filled solely with envy and admiration. After all, to engage in light-hearted banter with Xiao Luo was a privilege they yearned for but could not attain. In his presence, they were left with nothing but reverence and restraint. Qi Feng, however, could not comprehend this. What was there to fear about this simpleton father of his? Even in his childhood, when he was unable to best him, he never felt fear. Perhaps having lived 2 lives allowed him to perceive that Xiao Luo harbored a genuine affection for them, albeit he was not one for eloquence. Coupled with his elevated status, an aura of unspoken authority surrounded him, rendering him seemingly stern. After the banquet, Xia carried Qi Feng back to sleep. Qi Feng playfully pinched Xia's small ear, eliciting a soft whimper from her. Xia, you must be nearing 18, are you not? Yes, just over a month until I turn 18, Xia replied, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks, for she felt it was high time she devoted herself to Qi Feng. Yet, he had previously declined her advances, citing her age. Fear not, I shall not make any moves on you for now. Does the young master not like Xia? Not at all. I merely fear that once you lose your maidenhood, it may impede my cultivation. I see. But young master, isn't it true that the technique you practice requires one to be a virgin? My cultivation, a Shaolin technique, has such stipulations. Oh, I understand now. Very well then. After a restful night, Qi Feng was roused early the next day by Nian Xiao, for he had promised to accompany Xiao Wan on a shopping expedition. Thus, with bleary eyes, he accompanied Xiao Wan to the streets, exhibiting a languid demeanor throughout. Whenever Xiao Wan discovered delectable treats, she would share them with Qi Feng. As they strolled through the marketplace, Qi Feng suddenly became alert. It seemed a few unseen rats had infiltrated the royal city. Under normal circumstances, he would have paid them no mind, but today was different. He sensed that this group had their sights set on him, or more precisely on the Qi family. Yet, this band had clearly underestimated the Qi family's depth, sending only one master of the 8th realm, 9th heaven. Even without Qi Feng's intervention, the 9th realm, 3rd heaven protector accompanying Xiao Wan could easily dispatch him. Upon reaching the end of the street, the sound of shattering glass rang out as lanterns were struck, flames erupting in a shower. However, the crowd remained composed. Those above the 4th realm could project their true energy outward, and many of the maids were of the 4th or 5th realm, easily deflecting the incoming sparks with a mere flick of their wrists. The accompanying protector, not daring to relax, positioned herself before Qi Feng and the others, erecting a protective shield of true energy. She understood that within the royal city, these ruffians would not dare engage in a protracted battle. Thus, she could afford to disregard her energy expenditure, knowing reinforcements would soon arrive. A pale purple needle-shaped hidden weapon effortlessly breached the protective shield. Continuing its trajectory to pierce the protector's chest, Qi Feng's pupils constricted. This was the Ju Ingwang needle. This needle was forged from a special meteorite, possessing a singular characteristic. It was immune to true energy. Of course, it wasn't a complete immunity. As long as the protective shield was sufficiently robust, it could still block the Ju Ingwang needle, but that required a minimum of the 10th realm. 5th heaven. The current protector fell far short of that standard, and thus her shield was almost instantly compromised. Most crucially, the needle was poisoned. Qi Feng seized the Ju Ingwang needle, stowing it away, then pressed a palm against the protector's back, channeling a torrent of true energy into her body, expelling the poison before its effects could spread. The leading assassin, undeterred, hurled another Ju Ingwang needle, prompting Qi Feng to chuckle. It was rumored that only 72 of these needles existed, yet this assassin seemed rather affluent to still possess one. What transpired next sent a chill down the assassin's spine. Qi Feng effortlessly pinched the Ju Ingwang needle between two fingers. Retreat! This situation has gone awry. Qi Feng made no move to pursue. This group would not escape. Qi Luo and the accompanying protectors were already en route. Qi Feng marked these assassins with his true energy, allowing Qi Luo to directly sense his marking and apprehend them. Chapter 9. Gift-giving young protector, are you unharmed? I am fine, thank you, young master, for your timely assistance. This group possesses considerable audacity, daring to commit murder within the royal city, particularly against our Qi family, madam. I shall escort you back to the estate. Very well, let us go. Upon Qi Luo's return and hearing that all the assassins had taken poison to end their lives, Qi Feng furrowed his brow. What faction possessed the audacity to attempt an assassination against the Qi family? In the days that followed, Qi Feng dutifully remained at home, as the Qi estate grew increasingly lively. After all, the eldest son of the king of Shura was to wed the current dynasty's third princess, a matter of considerable significance for the entire Northern Xia Empire. Each day, aside from meditating for 6 hours, Qi Feng devoted his remaining time to practicing the 72 ultimate techniques. When the day of Qi Wuchen's wedding arrived, Qi Feng stealthily procured a treasure, intending to present it as a congratulatory gift for his elder brother and the third princess. The wedding festivities lasted 3 days, with expenses reaching a staggering 100,000 taels of silver, leaving the attending ministers in awe of the king of Shura's extravagance. Those seeking to curry favor with the Qi family presented gifts of remarkable quality, resulting in Qi Feng acquiring numerous precious medicinal herbs. Once the guests had departed, Qi Wuchen led Xia Shi back to the bridal chamber, eager to share a tender moment with her. However, Xia Shi halted him. Wait, I have yet to open the gift Qi Feng sent me. I wish to see what it is. A gift from Xiao Feng. Qi Wuchen's interest piqued. Xia Shi produced the iron box gifted by Qi Feng, who had instructed her to ensure no one else saw it, waiting until only she and Qi Wuchen were present to unveil it. As she opened the black iron box, a jade box emerged, emanating a chilling aura that felt starkly cold in her palm, though the iron box had insulated it. The ice spirit breaking pulse pill. So many pill patterns, Xia Shi exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment. Counting the patterns on the pill, both were momentarily stunned. 12 pill patterns. This is a divine grade ice spirit breaking pulse pill. How is this possible? I have never heard of anyone refining a divine-grade ice spirit-breaking pulse pill. Where did Qi Feng acquire this? She felt a shiver run down her spine, for the existence of this divine-grade ice spirit-breaking pulse pill was exceedingly formidable. For those who practiced ice attribute techniques, it represented the pinnacle of elixirs. Consuming it would not only significantly widen one's internal meridians, but also enhance their resilience, doubling the capacity for true energy while allowing them to compress it boldly without fear of rupturing their meridians. It is essential to understand that the bottlenecks encountered by martial artists are often due to the constraints of their internal meridians. Upon reaching the ninth heaven, breaking through requires a forceful clash of true energy against the barrier to progress to the next realm. However, those with lesser talent find their meridians unable to accommodate much true energy, and the quality of their true energy insufficient, rendering them incapable of shattering the barrier, thus becoming ensnared in a bottleneck. The higher the realm, the more formidable the bottlenecks encountered. Upon reaching the eighth realm, the barrier becomes akin to an insurmountable mountain. This explains why, although there are a few martial artists in the eighth and ninth realms, the number of extraordinary 10th realm powerhouses is exceedingly rare, with an empire producing only a handful, including those ancient figures from prestigious sections. According to Qi Xiu Luo, Qi Feng's grandfather had suffered severe backlash while attempting to break through to the 11th realm, resulting in ruptured meridians. Yet, unwilling to accept defeat, he attempted a second breakthrough before fully recovering, ultimately leading to the complete destruction of his meridians and, shortly thereafter, his demise. Thus, attempting to breach a realm's barrier is not something to be taken lightly. One must be thoroughly prepared. The technique she practiced was indeed of the ice attribute, indicating that Qi Feng had deliberately chosen this pill as a gift for her. Now possessing this divine-grade ice spirit-breaking pulse pill, she felt assured that her breakthrough to the 10th realm was all but guaranteed. Should word of this pill's existence spread, it would incite a storm of bloodshed within the Qi family. Do not mistake this for exaggeration. If Xia Zhu were to announce he possessed a divine-grade ice spirit-breaking pulse pill, those masters of the 8th and 9th realms who practiced ice attributes would go to great lengths to steal it. They would care little for one's status. The allure of a divine-grade ice spirit-breaking pulse pill could compel them to disregard all risks. After all, once a divine-grade ice spirit-breaking pulse pill is consumed, any martial artist with decent talent could find a secluded spot to evade pursuit and, after decades of cultivation, rise to the status of an extraordinary 10th realm powerhouse. Who would dare confront them? Come, let us go meet Xiao Feng. All right. The two made their way to Qi Feng's courtyard, where he sat atop the roof with Xia, enjoying wine and moonlight, while Nian Xiu, thoroughly intoxicated, had been sent back to her room by Qi Feng. Elder brother and sister-in-law have arrived. Xia, you should return to your room. Very well, but you mustn't sneak off to the Wanhua Tower, or I shall inform Madam. Understood, understood. I shall chat with elder brother and then retire for the night. I promise not to go to the Wanhua Tower, with a sense of helplessness, Qi Feng assured, and only then did Xia feel satisfied enough to return to her room to rest. Xiao Feng, the elixir you gifted is far too precious. Indeed, I cannot accept it, Xiaxi said. Extending the iron box, Qi Feng smiled wryly. He had anticipated that the two would come to seek him after witnessing the divine ice spirit-breaking pulse elixir. Third princess, or rather, I should now refer to you as sister-in-law, this ice spirit-breaking pulse elixir was specially prepared for you. Please accept it. Oh, you remember what I said during our previous drinking session? I do remember, but this gift is far too valuable. Even selling me wouldn't suffice to repay it. Since it is a gift, its value is irrelevant. Moreover, for me, acquiring this elixir is not a challenge. Once you break through to the 7th realm, you may consume it, and the effects will be optimal at that time. Well, since it is Xiao Feng's goodwill, I shall accept it. Very well. Xiao Feng, does your father know about this elixir? No, this is a personal gift to my sister-in-law, unrelated to the Qi family. Thank you. No need for thanks. You should return now. I too must retire for the night, lest I struggle to rise in the morning. And my mother scolds me again. Qi Feng leaped down from the roof and entered his room. Qi Wuchen nodded, leading Xiaxi away. Since Qi Feng preferred to keep the origins of the elixir to himself, they felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Have you known Xiao Feng for a long time? Qi Wuchen asked curiously, feeling as though he could not fully comprehend Qi Feng. Not for very long. But it has been a while, around 3 years. I believed it was during his visit to Tianmu Winery for wine when he forgot to bring money, and I ended up covering for him. Since then, we often met at Wanhua Tower to drink together. You went to Wanhua Tower for drinks? Qi Wuchen exclaimed in surprise. What are you thinking? If there's a place where gentlemen gather, it must be Wanhua Tower. Aside from those frivolous young masters seeking romance, individuals like Xiao Feng and I go there purely to appreciate the scenery. Haven't you heard the saying? What saying? Fine wine intoxicates, but beautiful scenery is even more intoxicating. The mountains and rivers, along with the unparalleled dancing maidens, are sights to behold, Xia Shi haughtily declared. The reason she fell for Qi Wuchen was that he had once saved her life, leading to her instant infatuation with him. In the future, I'll take you out for drinks. Indulging in intoxication can enhance one's understanding of the profound, aiding in cultivation. All right, I shall heed your advice. After drinking to excess, Qi Feng sprawled out in a drunken slumber. Perceiving Xia Shi as a confidant, during their drinking sessions at Wanhua Tower, they had shared many aspirations for the future. He had also listened to Xia Shi lament her desire to become an extraordinary powerhouse. Lamenting her somewhat lacking talent, given her innate abilities, merely breaking through to the 9th realm would be a commendable feat. Such talent was already quite impressive, qualifying her as a genius. Thus, Qi Feng took it upon himself to refine the divine ice spirit-breaking pulse elixir. His first divine-grade elixir, fully aware of Xia Shi's character and certain she would never disclose the matter of the elixir to the court. Otherwise, he would not have presented her with such a grand gift. Chapter 10. Yin-Yang Enchantress Qi Feng once again entered seclusion, this time intending to exert himself fully to cultivate the Arhat true body to the pinnacle of the 9th layer. When he emerged, he planned to find a remote location to simultaneously break through both the Shura battle technique and the Arhat true body to the 10th layer, anticipating his cultivation level to ascend to the 11th realm's 3rd heaven. Upon exiting seclusion, 5 months had passed. The first thing Qi Feng sought was wine. He stealthily departed the Qi Manor, heading to Wanhua Tower to drink with Yin Mo, calculating that it was time to collect the second batch of medicinal materials. He had now half-stepped into the 11th realm but was in no rush to break through. Cultivation could not be hurried. Upon seeing Qi Feng, Yin Mo instructed Yun Yang to watch the door. Once she departed, Yin Mo removed her mask, revealing a faint smile. Could it be that Mo has been waiting specifically for me? Qi Feng lifted a jug of strong liquor and took a hearty swig. What do you think? Have you made a breakthrough? Yin Mo asked, astonished. Qi Feng nonchalantly nodded. For a genius like us, achieving a slight breakthrough is quite normal, isn't it, freak? So, would you like me to concoct a Yin-Yang attributed elixir for you? You can actually concoct Yin-Yang attributed elixirs. There are very few recipes for Yin-Yang elixirs. I only know of 2 that might benefit you. The Yin-Yang Sacred Pearl Elixir and the 9 Yin Heaven Sun Elixir. However, one of the primary ingredients for the Yin-Yang Sacred Pearl Elixir has gone extinct, likely requiring a venture into the miasma-laden deep mountains to procure it. Haven't the recipes for these 2 elixirs been lost for ages? Do you possess the Dan Shenxing Dian? Yin Mo was even more astounded now. The Dan Shenxing Dian had disappeared a millennium ago, with descendants searching for traces for 1,000 years without success. No, the Dan Shenxing Dian was likely destroyed. I merely stumbled upon a few fragments of it. Qi Feng did not entirely deny it, knowing that neither were fools, and outright denial would only raise suspicion. In truth, he possessed the complete Dan Shenxing Dian, a legacy passed down through the Qi family, known only to the family heads of each generation. After recognizing Qi Feng's terrifying talent, Qi Xiu Luo had entrusted the Dan Shenxing Dian to him. I see. Are you willing to help me concoct the Yin-Yang Sacred Elixir and the 9 Yin Heaven Sun Elixir? You are already mine. Enhancing your strength benefits me as well, doesn't it? Moreover, I wish for you to swiftly break through to the 12th realm. Qi Feng embraced Yin Mo, letting out a contented sigh. You're being so good to me. It seems a bit unreasonable if I don't offer you the Yin-Yang Sacred Essence. That's right. Remember to be proactive when the time comes. Understood, you little rascal. Hee. The little rascal hasn't done anything mischievous yet. Her physique was known as the Yin-Yang Enchantress. With her strength combined with this unique body, ordinary untrained individuals could not withstand Yin Mo's allure. It could be said that with a mere beckoning, She could have a multitude of men hopelessly enamored with her. This physique also bore another name: the dual cultivation sacred body. The Yin-Yang Enchantress was an exceptional dual cultivation physique, particularly during the initial union, when the Yin-Yang sacred essence within Yinamo would transform into the purest true energy for both parties to absorb, boasting effects comparable to divine-grade elixirs specifically designed for enhancing cultivation. Join me for a drink. After months of seclusion, my palate has grown rather bland. Chi Feng leaned against the window with Yinamo, sipping wine while admiring the beautiful scenery outside. The young masters on the street could only cast envious glances. Enjoying life on the 5th floor was a lifelong dream for them. Don't be foolish. We might be seen. I wouldn't dream of letting others see you, Chi Feng said, gesturing to the flowing red silk outside that shielded them from prying eyes. Yin Mo exhaled in relief, leaning in to kiss Chi Feng. She was unaccustomed to having her true appearance exposed to others. After indulging in their drinks, Chi Feng stealthily returned to the manor, dissipating the scent of alcohol and feigning the demeanor of someone who had just emerged from seclusion, relishing in the attentive service from Si Xia and Yin Xiu. Their attentions consisted merely of massages and care. With nothing inappropriate occurring, Si Xia, prepare 10 carriages tomorrow. Accompany me to the apothecary to collect some medicinal materials. Understood. Yin Xiu, what are you doing? Why do you look unhappy? She's waiting for the young master to praise her. Oh? Has Yin Xiu been diligently cultivating these past 2 months? Indeed. I have also been in seclusion for my cultivation. Yin Xiu pouted. Chi Feng assessed her progress, noting that she had reached the initial stage of the 5th layer of the Tianfeng Ju, achieving the 5th level of the 5th realm. Very good, Yin Xiu. Your dedication has led to impressive progress. He chuckled as he gently rubbed her little face. If he didn't offer her some praise, the little one might burst into tears. Hee. Thank you for the compliment, young master. Si Xia's Tian Shuang demon art had also advanced to the initial stage of the 6th layer. As promised, here's your reward. Chi Feng produced a divine-grade elixir, the Ice Spirit Breaking Pulse Elixir. What is this elixir? Oh, it bears elixir patterns. It's a supreme elixir. 1, 2, 3. 12 elixir patterns, divine-grade elixir. The two girls gazed in wonder, utterly bewildered by the sight before them. I must have miscounted a pattern. Let me count again. No need to count. It is indeed a divine-grade elixir, the Ice Spirit Breaking Pulse Elixir. You've heard of it, right? Given that Tian Shuang demon art was also an ice attribute technique, the Ice Spirit Breaking Pulse Elixir would be effective for Si Xia as well. What? The Ice Spirit Breaking Pulse Elixir? No, this is far too precious. Young master, Si Xia cannot accept this. Please, you must take it back. Si Xia, suddenly anxious, began addressing Chi Feng formally, which was a significant taboo, as he disliked being addressed that way. Thus, Si Xia and Yin Xiu were always cautious. Chi Feng directly placed the elixir into Si Xia's mouth, urging her to swallow it. He then pressed his palm against her back, channeling a surge of true energy into her body to assist in refining the divine-grade elixir. Otherwise, with Si Xia's current cultivation at the 4th layer of the 6th realm, she would have risked a fatal explosion. Ultimately, she managed to refine only 20%, while the remaining 80% of the elixir's potency was sealed within her body, gradually unlocking as her strength increased. Thank you, young master. No need for thanks. I can see your envy. Once you break through the Tianfeng Ju to the 6th layer, there will be a reward awaiting you. Chi Feng playfully pinched Yin Xiu's cheek, causing her eyes to brighten with a singular thought: to diligently cultivate and swiftly elevate her skills to the 6th layer. Chapter 11. Zombies? Corpse puppets. After enjoying the company of the two ladies, night had fallen. Chi Feng accompanied Xiao Wan and Qi Xiu Luo for dinner. Learning that everyone else had returned to the border, even his elder brother had departed, leaving only Xia Shi alone at the Qi residence. As for Qi Xiu Luo, Xia Zhu had yet to permit his return to the Black Dragon Guards. It was unclear what mischief was afoot. Xia Shi directly entered seclusion, armed with the elixirs provided by Chi Feng. Her only task was to immerse herself in her cultivation. The next day, Chi Feng reluctantly arose from bed only after the sun had fully risen, allowing Yin Xiu to assist him in dressing. One might wonder how a peerless powerhouse could feel fatigued. Chi Feng felt compelled to express that no matter how much one cultivates, one remains human. he believed that one should not become overly conceited, as abstaining from basic needs for months might result in losing something vital. In any case, Qi Feng found his current state quite satisfactory, akin to that of an ordinary mortal, albeit he was not entirely unclothed. As he did not possess a penchant for exhibitionism, he merely required assistance with certain garments and ornaments, which Nian Xiu graciously provided. After breakfast, Qi Feng and Nian Xiu rode in a carriage to a local apothecary. Yanemo had already delivered the medicinal materials, allowing Qi Feng to transport them back to the Qi residence without drawing undue attention. Onlookers would perceive it as a routine delivery. Previously, when the quantity of materials was modest, and with affluent youths often transporting carts of goods to the Wanhua Tower in exchange for exquisite beauties, Qi Feng had felt little need to conceal their activities, for unless the boxes were opened, no one would know what he was transporting. Upon returning to the Qi residence, Qi Feng immediately entered seclusion to refine elixirs. After half a month, he successfully concocted 1 divine-grade Juju floating life pill and 3 11-pattern pills. Along with 5 10-patterned ones, he gifted the divine-grade Juju floating life pill to Yin Mo, keeping the remainder as his reward for hard work. After a refreshing bath, he sought out Yin Mo, presenting her with the elixir, which left her utterly astonished once again. A divine-grade Juju floating life pill. Although she had suspected Qi Feng might create such a treasure, the moment she laid eyes upon it, her shock was palpable. A youth so young was indeed a divine alchemist. If this news were to spread, not only would the Qi family be affected, but even the Beixia dynasty might find it challenging to protect Qi Feng. Those ancient monsters from first-rate sects would likely converge, seeking his elixirs, which could lead to 2 potential scenarios. Qi Feng would either be celebrated by all-powerful figures, or some extreme old-timers might wish to eliminate him, adhering to the notion that if they could not possess him, then no one else should. Thank you, my husband. With this elixir, Yin Heir can begin her cultivation, and no need for thanks. What do you intend to do with this Yin Heir? To keep her by your side for guidance? No, I have already charted her path. She cannot accompany me, as it would be perilous. Very well, I shall defer to your judgment. Please assist me in gathering some medicinal materials. If funds are insufficient, do not hesitate to come to me. Qi Feng prepared a list of medicinal ingredients, many of which were rare. The reason for not utilizing the Qi family's resources to gather these materials was due to the numerous eyes watching the family. Collecting too many would attract unwanted attention. Prioritize gathering the top dozen or so ingredients. They are of utmost urgency for me. Understood, Mo. May I have a kiss? Ah, woo-woo. Before Yinemo could finish her words, Qi Feng silenced her with a kiss, parting only after a long moment, leaving him quite satisfied as he licked his lips. You little rascal, you always know how to bully me. Hee. I simply cannot help myself. Cannot help yourself? How can that be? Mo. Do you not realize how alluring you are? Qi Feng teased, gently nibbling on her earlobe, causing Yinemo to weaken and lean into his embrace. Mo. With me around, none of our enemies will escape. No need. I wish to avenge myself with my own strength. Very well, I will respect your wishes. Your cultivation speed is remarkable. Have you consumed divine-grade elixirs? You are mistaken. I have not ingested any divine-grade elixirs. Otherwise, I would already be a peerless powerhouse at the 11th realm. To cultivate so swiftly without elixirs is simply monstrous. I allow you to seek your revenge. But I must remind you that the Yin-Yang clan was once at the peak of power, boasting a powerhouse of the 11th realm among them. Those who obliterated the Yin-Yang clan are certainly not weak. Until you reach the 12th realm, do not act recklessly, understood? Yes, I understand. Revenge is essential, but one must possess sufficient strength. Good, for otherwise, the family rule shall be enforced. Qi Feng embraced her tenderly for a while before returning to the residence, while Yinemo immediately gathered personnel to begin collecting the medicinal materials. Upon returning to the Qi residence, a peculiar aura permeated the air, causing Qi Feng to pause. What was the palace's elder eunuch doing here? One should not underestimate this elder. He was a formidable expert in the palace, possessing strength at the 5th layer of the 9th realm. Yet, given his age, without a significant stroke of fortune, he would likely remain stagnant for life, let alone breaking through. With the passage of time, Merely maintaining his cultivation would be an impressive feat. The imperial decree has arrived. Please accept it. Qixio Luo hurried over, slightly bowing, and deftly received the decree. I take my leave. The elder eunuch was well aware that the Qi family was not to be trifled with. Hence he disregarded Qixio Luo's rudeness. Upon reading the contents of the decree, Qixio Luo furrowed his brow. During dinner that evening, Qi Feng curiously inquired about the decree's contents. Summoning the heir to the palace. It seems they wish to take the heir as a hostage. Clearly, Xia Zhu is dissatisfied with the handling of the previous embezzlement case. What would satisfy him? If we were to clash with the other two princes, would that please him? However, this time it is not about you serving as a hostage. Have you heard about the incident in Feiyun City? What incident? Qi Feng asked, intrigued, as he had been in seclusion and thus cut off from current events. The reports are about a zombie incident, but I suspect it is the work of the Tianjiao sect's evil practitioners. Xia Zhu probably intends to summon you to the palace to deal with it. This way, he can intimidate me. And he also gains another capable aide. Isn't he pushing us to rebel? Of course not. It's not just our Qi family that received the decree. The other four princes must have received it too. It seems Xia Zhu has some unknown trump card. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so audacious. In other words, Xia Zhu wants the heir in the palace to resolve the zombie incident in Feiyun City. Father, I wish to witness the methods of the Tianjiao sect. Why not let me enter the palace? It's been ages since I've ventured out, and I am curious about the current state of the martial world. Qi Feng's thoughts shifted, and he decided to take a little trip. It had been far too long since he explored the world outside, and he was eager to see what had transpired. Feng heir, do not act recklessly. This matter is of great consequence. Father, trust me. I do not engage in endeavors without assurance. Very well, just be exceedingly cautious. Rest assured, Father. My abilities are considerable. Even a peerless expert at the 10th realm would be unable to capture me. That is good to hear. Qixio Luo nodded with a smile, trusting Qi Feng's words. Knowing he had no tendency to boast, it appeared that Qi Feng possessed yet another card up his sleeve that he had not revealed. The situation in the Imperial City was growing increasingly tumultuous, prompting Qi Feng to summon back the Shadow Guards, a team he had selected from the Black Dragon Guards. Though only 100 in number, after years of training, each member had achieved a level above the 6th realm, with half surpassing the 7th, boasting over 10 top-tier experts at the 8th realm and 2 supreme experts at the 9th realm. Chapter 12. Entering the palace to face the Emperor in the current martial world. Those at the 9th realm could be deemed as supreme experts, while those at the 10th realm were considered to hold dominion over regions. Truly peerless beings who seldom reveal themselves. Thus, possessing strength at the 9th realm allowed one to navigate the martial world with ease. With these guardians stationed at the Qi family, Qi Feng could rest easy. Upon returning to his room, he suddenly felt the urge for a drink. Stealthily opening the door, he discovered a pair of delicate legs. Looking up, he found Xia with a frosty expression, glaring at him in indignation. Hee, it's Xia. What a coincidence. Why are you still awake? Qi Feng asked, feeling a bit embarrassed. Is the young master planning to visit the Wanhua Tower? Of course not. How could that be? Qi Feng vigorously shook his head. Then you should return to your room and sleep. Feeling dejected, Qi Feng flopped onto his bed and soon fell asleep. The next morning, Nian Xiu burst into his room, shaking him awake. Young master, rise and shine. If you don't get up now, you'll miss your appointment. Yes, I know. It's just entering the palace. Qi Feng kicked Nian Xiu away with his foot, grumpily getting out of bed. Young master, are you taking me and Sister Xia with you this time? Why would I drag along 2 burdens? Qi Feng replied, puzzled. What? You're not taking us. What if you can't eat, wear, or sleep well outside without Sister Xia's care? Are you cursing me? I am far superior to both of you, as if I am incapable of taking care of myself. Alas, young master. Please take us along, if you would be so kind. Nian Xiu clung to Qi Feng without letting go, and Qi Feng, feeling a headache coming on, pinched the bridge of his nose. I won't take you. If you keep misbehaving, I'll confine you to your quarters. Qi Feng took Nian Xiu to find Xia, for this little rascal had been spoiled by him. Only Xia could rein her in. After hastily consuming a meager breakfast, Qi Feng waved goodbye to his mother and hopped onto the carriage, racing towards the imperial palace. Indeed, He dashed towards the palace with remarkable speed. Upon entering, he discovered 4 young men awaiting him. Qi Feng was taken aback. His father had accurately predicted this, as each prince had indeed sent a son. Qi Feng, it is you? We thought it would be your elder brother summoned to the palace. My elder brother has gone to the army, and I, having nothing better to do, decided to broaden my horizons. Let us go. The time has come. The other 3 heirs evidently had no interest in Qi Feng and were reluctant to engage with him. Qi Feng, however, was indifferent. To him, these 4 heirs were no different from ordinary commoners. Why should he concern himself with their opinions? They could not provide him sustenance. As Qi Feng followed the 4 heirs into the palace. He was brought before the reigning emperor, a robust middle-aged man. Yet, despite his attempts to conceal it, the air of old age clung to Xia Zhu, for he had already surpassed 200 years. With his 10th realm cultivation, he might only live a little over 300 years. Unlike Qi Xiu Luo, who was just over 100, by the time Qi Xiu Luo reached Xia Zhu's age, his cultivation would likely break into the 11th realm, granting him an even longer lifespan. Warriors of the 10th realm can live beyond 300 years, while those of the 11th realm may reach over 500. The 12th realm boasts an astonishing lifespan of over 800 years, and it is said that the legendary 13th realm land immortals can live for more than 1,500 years, though one can never be sure of such claims. For the princes, the higher their father's cultivation, the more despairing their situation became. They were doomed to die of old age while their father remained on the throne. Their entire lives would be spent as mere princes, beholden to the emperor's whims, subject to punishment for any misstep. Truly a dismal fate. We pay our respects to your majesty. Qi Feng and the 4 heirs inclined slightly. Though this dynasty had a custom of kneeling in reverence, it was clearly unsuitable for warriors like them. Such gestures were reserved for scholars. Warriors, typically quick to seek vengeance, would find it deeply humiliating to kneel, as it could severely damage their dignity and even affect their martial spirit. Thus, kneeling was out of the question. It was not only them. Any warrior, once having tasted battle, was exempt from such rites. Do not question it. Merely know that it would affect their martial spirit. Surely you all know why I summoned you to the palace. However, I must remind you that the zombie incident in Feiyun City is likely connected to the formidable sect Tian Kue Zong. I will dispatch 300 elite Jinui to accompany you. Should you encounter any nefarious practitioners, you are authorized to deal with them as you see fit. Understood. Qi Feng climbed aboard a carriage, closing his eyes to rest. He extended his spiritual sense to assess the strength of the accompanying Jinui and was somewhat astonished. This batch of Jinui was impressive, comparable to the Black Dragon Guard, most being at the 5th realm, with the squad leader reaching the 6th realm, and the commanding Jinui leader being a formidable 8th realm expert. Clearly, the Feiyun City incident was no trivial matter. Otherwise, there would be no need to deploy an 8th realm warrior. After Qi Feng departed, an elderly woman appeared beside Xia Zhu. Old Chun, can you discern the nature of Qi Xiu Luo's child? I cannot, but he is certainly extraordinary. The Qi family has likely given birth to a true dragon. It seems our plans must be altered. We cannot act against the Qi family. Not even you can see through him? How can he possess such strength? I do not know. I once studied divination. Ever since I laid eyes on this young man, I have sensed that opposing the Qi family will lead to utter ruin. Xia Zhu was taken aback. Old Chen was a transcendent expert of the 11th realm's 7th layer and one of the royal family's strongest assets. Although another ancestor surpassed Old Chen's cultivation, he was far too old, his vitality severely depleted, now in a dormant state. Unless the Beixia dynasty faced a life-and-death crisis, he would not intervene. Xia Zhu had not anticipated Old Chen to regard Qi Feng with such gravity. Evidently, Qi Feng exceeded his expectations in terms of cunning. Very well, since the 3rd young lady has wed into the Qi family, they shall be bound in mutual affinity. However, the other 4 princes must be eliminated. A glint of coldness flickered in Xia Zhu's eyes. The 5 grand princes had long been a thorn in his side. He had spent years scheming and secretly gathering forces. Now, it was finally time to reap the rewards. Little did he know that the Qi family would produce a Qi Feng, allowing them to escape a calamity. Qi Feng was well aware of Xia Zhu's intentions, and one could hardly blame him. Were he in Xia Zhu's position, he too would seek to remove the 5 princes by any means necessary. Although their pace was not slow, even at this rate, reaching Feilong City would take over 20 days. Qi Feng could not afford to wait, so during the night's rest, he left a letter and decisively absconded. The leader was startled and, upon reading the letter, breathed a sigh of relief. With this letter in hand, if anything were to happen to Qi Feng, he could distance himself from the situation. Just as well, 2 mountain ranges lay nearby Feiyun City, and Qi Feng plunged directly into them, establishing a cave dwelling and entering a state of seclusion. Within him, the immense power of myriad manifestations surged, augmenting 2 streams of true power as it launched an assault on 2 barriers. 3 days later, 2 towering avatars, each 100 meters high, emerged, shaking the heavens and earth. However, the avatars appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly, existing for less than a minute. Aside from startling numerous birds and beasts, it did not incite significant chaos. Had this occurred within the Imperial City, it would have been a different story. There, experts abounded. Not to mention a minute, even a second would attract many powerful figures to investigate, and Qi Xiaoluo would undoubtedly sense such an occurrence. Although the breakthrough had concluded, Qi Feng did not rise. Instead, he entered a profoundly mysterious state. Had any outsider been present, they would have been left utterly astonished, for Qi Feng had attained the coveted state of enlightenment that every warrior dreams of. Chapter 13. Breaking through to the 11th realm, 3 streams of true power circulated rapidly within Qi Feng's body, colliding against one another, and surprisingly began to merge. Ultimately, a small portion of the true power did indeed fuse. Forming a pure black true power, Qi Feng slowly opened his eyes, inspecting his cultivation. Now at the 4th layer of the 11th realm, he attempted to mobilize the fused true power within him. And a wild surge of energy filled his body. A glimmer of shock crossed Qi Feng's eyes. The quality of this true power surpassed even that of the Shura true power, elevating it to a higher tier. The Shura battle technique, the indestructible diamond art, and the Arhat true body, all 3 practices yield top-tier true power. Now, with the fusion of these 3 types, a new form of true power even stronger than the 3 predecessors had emerged. This new true power was exceedingly domineering, brimming with lethal force, residing within his Dantian. Although the other 3 streams of true power were significantly larger, they dared not approach or clash with it. Let us call you the Annihilation Force, Qi Feng thought, stretching lazily before vanishing like a shadow into the mountains. With his current true power, he could easily achieve flight, simply by using true power to lift himself. However, the faster he flew, the more true power it consumed. It was more efficient to travel on the ground using lightness skills. The speeds were comparable, yet the consumption differed vastly. While on his journey, Qi Feng joyfully discovered that a steady stream of myriad manifestation power was being generated within him. Previously, this power would only manifest during cultivation and was limited to the first 6 hours. Beyond that, no new power would be born. Now, it seemed his physique had undergone a new transformation, and it appeared to be progressing favorably. Qi Feng flew ahead, arriving at Feiyun City before the Jinyue. Before even entering the city, he furrowed his brow, sensing a profound sense of devastation within Feiyun City. Seeing the city gates wide open, he dashed forward. Inside the city, a faint black mist enveloped the area, and the streets lay in disarray, with numerous mangled corpses strewn about, indicating they had been dead for some time. Qi Feng selected a large household, knocked on the door, and waited for a long while without response. Yet, within his perception, he sensed over 20 living souls inside, all of whom appeared to be quite young. Upon further scrutiny, he discovered that among the 20 or so survivors, more than 10 were young girls. This puzzled him. It seemed the zombies had deliberately spared these girls. He could hardly believe that the zombies were so benevolent, leaving only one possibility. The zombies had ulterior motives for keeping these girls alive. Qi Feng climbed over the wall and entered. Inside, he heard faint movements, suggesting they had heard the knocking but were too frightened to answer. You need not be afraid. I am sent by the court to deal with the zombies. I require information about the situation in Feiyun City. If you are unwilling to share, I shall seek others. Upon hearing Qi Feng's words, the door opened, and a woman clad in simple garments stepped out. disregarding the attempts of the two other women to pull her back. "Please forgive me, my lord. It is of no consequence. Just tell me what you know, of course." Approximately 6 months ago, rumors began circulating within the city regarding the presence of zombies. Initially, the populace dismissed these tales as mere fabrications, for there were no reports of missing persons. However, one fateful night, chaos engulfed Feiyun City as hundreds fell victim to zombie attacks, succumbing to their bites, only to rise again as the undead. Fortunately, the enforcement team swiftly intervened, eradicating the zombies, leading many to believe the ordeal had passed. After a brief respite of approximately 2 weeks, the enforcement team became the target of the very zombies they had once vanquished. This new breed of zombies proved far more terrifying than their predecessors. In a single night, the enforcement team suffered catastrophic losses, as the martial artists transformed into zombies possessed the strength to shatter walls and were impervious to blades and bullets. The remaining martial artists found themselves unable to defeat these monstrous foes and, tragically, many were bitten in the ensuing conflict. Thus, the enforcement team vanished from Feiyun City, and for the ensuing months, silence shrouded their fate. Each day, thousands perished at the hands of the undead, and the zombies no longer confined their activities to the night. It seemed as though these creatures were intent on eradicating any semblance of resistance within the city. I witnessed with my own eyes a zombie carrying away the lifeless body of a young martial artist. The city lord remained inexplicably absent, and rumors spread that Feiyun City had been cut off from the outside world. With martial artists seeking aid mysteriously disappearing, we were left to huddle in our homes, conserving our resources while awaiting salvation. Fortunately, in the last 2 months, a few capable individuals emerged. Some claimed to be Taoists, others disciples of Taiyan women. Their talismans provided us protection, preventing ordinary zombies from entering our dwellings. However, 2 days ago, while I ventured out in search of food, I stumbled upon a severely wounded Taoist in a corner. He warned me of an even more terrifying breed of zombie soon to emerge, declaring that we young maidens would become their blood sustenance, and that Feiyun City would soon transform into a desolate wasteland. He urged me to flee swiftly, yet, as a frail girl, where could I possibly escape to? I merely wanted to share this knowledge, and I hope you do not hold it against me. Thank you for informing me. Rest assured, the genie way will arrive shortly, and peace will soon be restored to the city. That is truly wonderful news. I am grateful for your assistance, and no need for thanks. The night is drawing near. Please take refuge indoors while I confront this zombie. As darkness enveloped the city, Qi Feng stood beneath an eave, awaiting the approach of the undead. In the distance, he heard a commotion, and his figure vanished into the shadows. Upon arrival, he witnessed a heavy door being forcefully shattered as a towering zombie, its features grotesque, lunged towards a young girl. Yet, the zombie barely took 2 steps before an unyielding force compelled it to kneel, the floor cracking beneath its weight, a testament to the sheer power at play. Despite its anguished roars, the creature remained immobile. Qi Feng curiously approached, realizing that this so-called zombie was merely a corpse puppet, freshly created and in need of copious amounts of maiden blood. The reason for this preference lay in the essence of femininity, as this corpse puppet was an entity of the Yin, particularly drawn to the vital energy contained within the blood of young maidens. Chapter 14. The emergence of the dark soul worm. Just as Qi Feng intended to eliminate the corpse puppet, he suddenly sensed a consciousness awakening within it. The creator had activated the residual spirit embedded in the puppet. "Are you a rogue cultivator from the Tianquai? Qi Feng inquired coldly. "Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the Tianquai? Do not disgrace the Tianquai with your claims. You are but a handful of traitors, reduced to bullying the innocent. If I were you, I would find a place to bury myself," Qi Feng retorted mercilessly, striking a nerve as he revealed their true identities. Indeed, the genuine Tianquai would never resort to the use of living beings for their dark practices, as its true disciples adhered to the teachings of their ancestors, dedicating themselves to protecting the common people with their corpse puppets. The individuals before him were merely expelled evil cultivators. "You seek death? Do you think you can harm me? Even if you turn yourself into a corpse puppet, you would remain powerless against me." In a fit of rage, the corpse puppet suddenly self-destructed. The rogue cultivator's fury was palpable, yet, In the face of overwhelming strength, the explosion was akin to a mere flatulence. Devoid of any real threat, with a casual gesture, Chi Feng discarded the remnants of the exploded puppet and turned his gaze towards the terrified family of four. I must take my leave. I will leave you a talisman. Do not venture outside. These zombies pose no threat to you, Chi Feng instructed, drawing a talisman from thin air. Having thoroughly studied the Danshin holy canon, he was well versed in the art of talismans. A massive talisman inscribed itself upon their small courtyard, and soon, Chi Feng's figure faded from view. This young man appears quite youthful. What level of martial artist is he? His strength is truly formidable. One of the family members remarked, perhaps he is one of those rare martial artists who age slowly, yet maintain a youthful appearance. Unbeknownst to Chi Feng, the family's curiosity regarding his age persisted. Suddenly, faint screams reached his ears, and he dashed towards the source, discovering a corpse puppet voraciously draining the life force from a young woman. This puppet, too, was of the Een variety. Was it mere coincidence that he had stumbled upon the final hunting expedition of these rogue cultivators? With a swift motion, he obliterated the Een corpse, only to find the girl's neck gruesomely severed, her head hanging by a thread of sinew. She was beyond saving. Chi Feng unleashed his full speed, swiftly dispatching one Een corpse after another throughout Feiyun City. The creation of these puppets was no easy feat. Each rogue cultivator could craft only a handful. As Chi Feng annihilated a third of their ranks. The remaining rogue cultivators hurriedly recalled their precious creations, fearing their treasures would be slaughtered before dawn. A cold smile crept across Chi Feng's lips as he concealed his presence, following one of the Een corpses to its master. How dare you, a mere fifth-tier corpse creator, act so brazenly? Chi Feng suddenly materialized behind the rogue cultivator, leaving him bewildered. How had Chi Feng approached him without his notice? In that instant, the rogue cultivator realized they had provoked a formidable adversary. Who sent you to do this? Speak truthfully, and I will grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I shall make you wish for death. Even if you kill me, you will never extract any information from me. Very well. The more you resist, the more I will enjoy this. Chi Feng grinned, casually shattering a beam above them. Rusty nails fell like rain as he seized the rogue cultivator's finger, slowly driving a nail into it. The nail pierced through the nail bed, but the rogue cultivator gritted his teeth, refusing to yield. Chi Feng remained patient, methodically filling each of the rogue cultivator's fingers with nails. Please, I can't speak, or I'll be killed. Do you truly believe that falling into my hands guarantees your survival? The only difference is that if you cooperate, I can grant you a quick death. Refuse, and I will torment you until you relent. Rest assured, I have plenty of healing elixirs. As long as I do not wish for your demise, even if you were to bite off your own tongue, I could bring you back. As for any potential backlash from his true energy, it was irrelevant. Chi Feng had sealed the rogue cultivator's power, rendering him no different from an ordinary person. Wait, there is a distinction. Martial artists possess a tenacity for life that is far superior. I can torment you without hesitation. You are more vile than the evil cultivators. For a creature that fed innocent lives to nourishing corpses, I shall show no restraint in my torment. Speak or remain silent. Chi Feng crushed his finger bones one by one. Oh, I want to speak. Just wait. Someone will come to avenge me. With a flick of his finger, Chi Feng shattered the rogue cultivator's manhood, stripping him of his manly dignity and subjecting him to an unbearable humiliation. Once more, he broke a finger bone, rousing the rogue cultivator from his stupor. After over half an hour of relentless torment, the rogue cultivator's spirit teetered on the brink of collapse. I'll speak. Just kill me, please. Who instructed you to act? I don't know. 6 months ago, a man in a black cloak approached us, providing us with the method to create Een corpses and instructing us to do so in Feiyun City. He claimed he would delay the court's reinforcements. If we could produce a large number of fifth-tier Een corpses, we would be welcomed into their ranks. And who are they? They are an organization called. Before he could finish, the rogue cultivator suddenly coughed up blood and died. Chi Feng's expression hardened as he extracted a small black worm from the rogue's fading consciousness. It was already lifeless. This is the dark soul worm. How could it still exist? Qi Feng's pupils constricted. Initially thinking this matter was merely related to the Tian Kuaizong, it now appeared that the situation ran far deeper than anticipated. Could it be that the Dark Moon sect was preparing for a resurgence? What Qi Feng referred to as the Dark Moon sect was, a century ago, the most formidable demonic cult within the martial world. Initially, it was not a cult of darkness but rather the most beloved sect among the martial realm. However, rumors later emerged that the leader of the Dark Moon sect had mastered an exceedingly malevolent technique known as the Shadow Soul Captivation method. This technique enabled practitioners to harness a unique true power derived from the Shadow Soul Captivation method, which, when combined with a specific cultivation method, could transform shadow worms into dark soul worms. Once a dark soul worm was implanted, even the most skilled masters would find it nearly impossible to expel or even detect its presence. This was because the dark soul worm could seamlessly integrate into the sea of consciousness. Once parasitized, the dark soul worm and its host would share a fate of life and death. To eliminate the dark soul worm would result in severe damage to the host's spirit, rendering even the mightiest 8th or 9th realm warriors either incapacitated or reduced to a state of utter folly. When this information spread, the leader of the Dark Moon sect had, unbeknownst to anyone, controlled over 100 unparalleled masters of the 9th realm using dark soul worms. That battle was particularly brutal, with all the renowned sects of the martial world joining forces to eradicate the Dark Moon sect. The Shadow Soul Captivation method, this supreme dark art, was publicly destroyed. It is said that if the leader of the Dark Moon sect were to perfect the Shadow Soul Captivation method, the Dark Soul King worm he cultivated could even parasitize the most exceptional masters of the 10th realm. Qi Feng never anticipated that there would still be individuals capable of cultivating dark soul worms. It seemed that the destruction of the Shadow Soul Captivation method was shrouded in mystery. Fortunately, it was he who had come today. Had it been an ordinary warrior of the 8th or 9th realm, there would have been a 99% chance that they would remain oblivious to the existence of the dark soul worms. The ability of these creatures to parasitize 9th realm warriors without detection was no trifling matter. Chapter 15. The Cautious Puppet Master. No, it doesn't make sense. If this individual can cultivate dark soul worms, why not directly target warriors of the 8th or 9th realm? Why go through the trouble of parasitizing these 5th realm aberrants? Moreover, the dark soul worm observed earlier differed somewhat from the documented accounts. Appearing to be a defective product. It perhaps that cultivating powerful corpses is essential for the growth of dark soul worms. Or does this puppet master require corpses for their own cultivation? Or is it merely a desire to sow chaos? Qi Feng speculated aimlessly without reaching any conclusion. However, if he were to eliminate all the aberrants now, the puppet master might retreat into silence. Lying low, the dark soul worms within these aberrants were a crucial lead that must not be severed. Suddenly, the sound of corpses howling echoed throughout the city. Qi Feng was taken aback and rushed out of the courtyard. Discovering that all the corpses that had previously fled had emerged from their hiding places. Not only were there corpses, but other corpse puppets were also wreaking havoc indiscriminately. This is bad. That individual has already sensed something amiss and has actively abandoned all the aberrants. Qi Feng's heart sank. The behavior of these corpse puppets resembled that of their creators upon death. They had become soulless entities, instinctively driven to feed on blood. At present, saving lives was of utmost priority. Qi Feng swiftly navigated through the city, leaving a trail of shattered remains in his wake. After vanquishing over 1,000 corpse puppets, Feiyun City finally fell silent. Qi Feng gazed at a mother and daughter, still trembling in fear, and sighed silently. This is reality. Powerful aberrants care little for the lives of ordinary citizens. In their eyes, these surviving women were merely prey for the corpses. Thank you, my lord, for saving our lives. No need for thanks. The corpse puppets in Feiyun City have all been eradicated. You may safely go about your activities now. Is it true? Has it really come to an end? The woman sat on the ground in disbelief, unable to accept that she and her daughter had truly survived this calamity. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. The surrounding surviving women approached, kneeling before Qi Feng. He promptly raised them with a wave of his hand and vanished from the spot. Mother, from now on, I want to be like my lord. A powerful warrior, to protect you in Feiyun City. All right, on. You will surely become a formidable warrior in the future. Upon visiting the Lord's mansion, Qi Feng discovered it to be completely deserted. Standing in the mansion, he surveyed the entirety of Feiyun City. A surge of magnificent true power erupted from him, dispersing the ominous black mist that had enveloped the city, allowing Feiyun City to bask in the light once more. The following morning, the citizens of Feiyun City were overjoyed to find that the black mist had vanished. The feeling of having survived a catastrophe brought many to tears, and they were immensely grateful to Qi Feng. Yet, they did not know his name or what he looked like. After all, Qi Feng had moved with such swiftness, and under the cover of night, the people only glimpsed a shadow, watching in awe as the terrifying corpses were reduced to mere fragments. Due to the puppet master's direct abandonment of the aberrants within Feiyun City, the Genie Wei faced no hindrance and arrived smoothly in the city. However, upon hearing the citizens' descriptions, the commander couldn't help but furrow his brow. The women of Feiyun City had painted Qi Feng in such an extraordinary light that the commander could only attribute it to the navet of these small town folk. Believing that a 7th realm warrior was indeed quite impressive, in the commander's eyes, Qi Feng, at best, was merely a 7th realm warrior. Achieving the 7th realm at the age of 15 was already a remarkable feat. After all, most children began their cultivation at the age of 5 or 6, and breaking through to the 7th realm in 10 years was indeed a mark of extraordinary talent. The commander scoured Feiyun City in search of Qi Feng but found no trace. Qi Feng had long since fled. Seizing the rare opportunity to venture out, Qi Feng intended to explore the martial world for any intriguing occurrences. As he wandered, he arrived at a small riverside town known as Qingjiang City. Qi Feng was puzzled. He had heard tales of the exquisite grilled fish in Qingjiang City, expecting a bustling atmosphere. Yet the entire town felt eerily desolate, with hardly anyone in sight. He couldn't find a single vendor selling grilled fish. With questions swirling in his mind, he stopped an elderly man. "Old man, I am a warrior from the Imperial City. I have heard that the grilled fish in Qingjiang City is unparalleled. Why is it that there are no vendors selling grilled fish?" "Ah, what grilled fish can one eat? A serpent demon has appeared in the Qingjiang River. Any fisherman daring to cast their nets has been devoured by the serpent demon, and their boats have been sunk. Has the enforcement team not intervened? Naturally, they have taken action. Unfortunately, the strength of that serpent demon is unfathomable. The captain of the enforcement team was dragged into the depths of the river at the first encounter and has since vanished. The city lord has already dispatched word to the Genie Wei, and it is hoped that they will soon dispatch experts to eliminate the serpent demon." "Ah, I see. And no wonder I didn't see anyone fishing in Xinjiang. Young man, since you are here, why not stay for a while? Once the Genie Wei arrives and eliminates the serpent demon, I shall prepare grilled fish for you, enough to fill your belly." "Haha, that sounds splendid." Qi Feng followed the old man to his humble courtyard, where he discovered the elderly man had a son who was a warrior of the 2nd realm, 4th level in this small place. A 2nd realm warrior was already considered formidable, while one like the old man, a 1st realm martial artist, was rather common. However, the cultivation method they practiced required a modicum of innate talent to break through to the 2nd realm. The internal energy they cultivated could only be referred to as internal strength, not true power, for the quality of the two was vastly different. Only internal strength generated from top-tier cultivation methods could be deemed true power. It can be said that within the same realm, Qi Feng could easily defeat dozens of warriors possessing internal strength due to the disparity brought about by their respective cultivation methods. These ordinary citizens took pride in joining the Genie Wei and the enforcement teams, which were affiliated with the court, primarily because it granted them access to higher-tier cultivation techniques, unlike Qi Feng, who had only been exposed to the highest caliber techniques from the onset. "Young master, dinner is ready. Coming." Qi Feng took a seat on the bench, sampled the dishes, and nodded in satisfaction. The old man was quite the cook. "I heard that Feiyun City suffered a massacre at the hands of aberrants, and that nearly all the inhabitants perished. I wonder if it's true." "What a world we live in, father. Focus on your meal and don't dwell on such distressing matters." "It may just be a rumor," the old man's daughter-in-law consoled. "Feiyun City indeed faced a massacre, but those aberrants have already been eradicated." "Young master, you hail from Feiyun City?" "Yes, I visited there not long ago." Qi Feng refrained from elaborating further. Once he was full, he poured himself a jar of murky wine. Indeed, compared to the wine he had previously consumed, this could only be classified as rough, yet it was still a treasured vintage of the old man. Well then, let us not ask about matters that shouldn't be inquired into. The old man admonished his son and daughter-in-law, and began drinking with Qi Feng, and the following days, Qi Feng took up residence in the old man's home. Assisting him in repairing a dilapidated fishing boat, it was only when a team of Genie Wei clad in dark attire, riding seahorses, burst into Xinjiang City that Qi Feng realized a spectacle was about to unfold. Chapter 16. Genie Wei. Qi Feng had not ventured to investigate Xinjiang. He preferred not to know every detail, lest he lose the joy of life. Therefore, he remained unaware of the true extent of the serpent demon's ferocity lurking within the river. However, the team of Genie Wei had arrived, led by a woman of the 3rd level in the 7th realm, who was considered a formidable figure within the Genie Wei, entirely capable of commanding a mid-sized squad rather than a mere small one. A small squad within the Genie Wei consisted of 7 members, led by a squad leader, while a mid-sized squad comprised 50 members, consisting of a captain, a vice-captain, and 7 squad leaders. After reaching the 6th realm, one qualified to become a commander and lead a mid-sized squad. There were not few female experts within the Genie Wei. In fact, there were many female warriors in this world. Although there existed some degree of gender bias, it was not severe. The strength of female and male warriors was judged solely by their hard power. Genie Wei Luyu, here to eradicate the serpent demon. Luyu was evidently a straightforward individual, showing no inclination to curry favor with the city lord. Naturally, there was no need for her to do so. It was the city lord who ought to seek her favor. Lord Luyu, please follow me. The city lord led Luyu and several members of the Jinui to the riverbank, gesturing toward the water's surface. The serpent demon resides in this river, possessing formidable strength. I implore you, Lord Luyu, to exercise caution and proceed with care. Luyu furrowed her brow. Although she had mentally prepared herself prior to her arrival, hearing that the serpent demon was indeed in the river made her feel the situation was rather precarious. The Xinjiang River was 50 fathoms deep, and locating and eliminating the serpent demon would not be a trivial task. Captain, perhaps we should request a Yulong spear from the commander? Not for the moment. We must find a way to draw out the serpent demon. I will confront it first. What is a Yulong spear? Qi Feng, who had been eavesdropping, wore a puzzled expression. It was his first time hearing about such a weapon, which he presumed was a powerful tool crafted by the Jinui specifically designed to deal with demons lurking in the depths of great rivers. Under Lu Yu's orders, the city lord procured several cattle and tied them to a boat. Lu Yu, alone, steered the vessel and anchored it on the river's surface, careful not to venture too close to the center where the waters ran deep. Given her uncertainty about the serpent demon's true capabilities, it was wise not to gamble with her life. Drawing her dagger, she bled one of the cattle and cast it into the river, standing on the boat with her senses fully attuned. I wonder if this creature consumes beef, Qi Feng mused. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. There was movement beneath the water. Was the serpent demon so easily deceived? Could it be that, due to the lack of fishermen, it was starved? Lu Yu's gaze sharpened as she struck with her blade, sending a wave of energy into the river. A massive serpent demon erupted from the water's surface. Lu Yu gasped in astonishment. This was no mere serpent demon, but a true dragon. The energy struck its body but failed to breach its defenses. Has it already transformed into a dragon? At the 8th realm, 9th tier, its dragon core would serve as excellent alchemical material. Qi Feng thought, his interest peaked at that moment. Lu Yu found herself in a perilous situation. Trying to escape, she was ensnared tightly and couldn't break free. She managed to hold on for less than 10 exchanges before being dragged into the water. Just as Lu Yu feared for her life, a massive hand, formed from pure energy, suddenly emerged and seized the dragon's tail, yanking it from the river. Lu Yu was caught in the dragon's claws, which nearly pierced her through. Had it not been for the extraordinary vitality of a martial artist, she would have perished. Applying force, the dragon recoiled in pain and flung Lu Yu away. Qi Feng appeared as if teleporting. Catching her with his left hand, he fed her a high-grade shuoling pill, and without hesitation, she swallowed it. Setting her down on a stone bridge by the riverbank, Qi Feng turned to leave, having no intention of directly slaying the dragon. After all, he wished to gauge the true nature of the Jinyui's Yulong spear. Capturing the dragon would be a trivial matter for him. Thank you for saving me, young master. There's no need for thanks. Are you from the Imperial City? Qi Feng inquired, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, young master. Why do you ask? Just curious. I am also from the Imperial City. Wait, you are Qi Feng, the young master? Liu scrutinized him closely, suddenly recognizing his true identity. Do you know me? Qi Feng was taken aback. I am Qi Dan, daughter of the Qinkuan Martial Marquis. We met when we were young. However, you likely do not remember me. I served in the Highland Guard for 2 years and have seen your portrait drawn by Commander Hong Yu. You may not know, but Commander Hong Yu has often expressed concern for you. Qi Dan, is Liu your alias in the Jinyui? Yes, upon entering the Jinyui, one may adopt a pseudonym, effectively gaining an additional identity. It is only when I reclaim the name Qi Dan that I reveal my true self. Ah, I see. Qi Feng nodded in understanding. The Highland Guard annually provided the Jinyui with a selection of talents. Yet the most exceptional individuals were retained. Qi Dan's unique status as the Martial Marquis's daughter likely facilitated her entry into the Jinyui, as her father could leverage his influence. Years ago, Commander Hong Yu saved my life. And now, young Master Qi Feng has saved me once more. It seems I am unable to repay this kindness. Do not concern yourself. That dragon is beyond your current capabilities. It would be wise to summon reinforcements. Summon reinforcements? Qi Dan appeared puzzled, clearly not grasping the implication. Yes, we need someone stronger to confront it. This dragon has matured. To subdue it within the Qingjiang, we would need at least a martial artist of the Ninth Realm. Most Ninth Realm leaders are preoccupied with significant matters. I will inquire if any are willing to assist. If not, I shall seek my father. Qi Dan chuckled, and Qi Feng couldn't help but smile. If the Qinkuan Martial Marquis were to come, capturing the dragon would indeed be a straightforward task. However, Qi Feng was merely interested in witnessing the power of the Yulong spear. If the Martial Marquis arrived, acquiring the dragon's core would not be as simple. What kind of pill did you give me? Its effects are astonishing, Qi Dan remarked, touching her wound, which had nearly healed. A high-grade Shuling pill, a high-grade Shuling pill. It ranks 5th among healing elixirs. Such a precious life-saving remedy. How could you waste it like this? Did I not save your life? How can that be considered waste? That's different. You have already saved me. A lesser pill would suffice for my recovery, albeit at the cost of time. Not a problem. I have plenty of Shuling pills. Very well, no wonder you are a young master. Unlike me, who lives frugally in the Jinyui. By the way, can the Yulong spear capture this dragon? Do you know the dragon's specific realm? It should be at the 8th realm, 9th tier. That is reassuring. As long as it hasn't ascended to the 9th realm, a practitioner of the 8th realm wielding a Yulong spear should be able to subdue it. However, my own strength falls short, and I cannot unleash the spear's full potential. Here's the plan. You first gather the Yulong spear. I wish to see what it truly is. I have trained in a secret technique that allows me to temporarily unleash 9th realm strength. With the Yulong spear's support, capturing this dragon should be nearly assured. Even if unforeseen circumstances arise, I can certainly withdraw unscathed. Then I shall trouble you, young master. I will send someone to retrieve the Yulong spear. The round trip may take around 10 days. Qi Dan was not one to mince words, as no one would gamble with their own life. She trusted Qi Feng's confidence, believing he had the means to back it up. Not a problem. I have plenty of time. By the way, if I may be so bold, how did you come to be here? The Summer Emperor dispatched 5 young masters and 300 Jinyui to resolve the sinister events in Feiyun City concerning necromancy. I found myself bored at Qi Manor, so I ventured out to join the fray. So a young master is involved. That explains it. Alas, they were merely weaklings of the 4th and 5th realms. The puppets they created were pathetic. Qi Feng refrained from divulging any information regarding the dark soul insects, as it would surely incite panic. After all, dark soul insects were exceptionally insidious, killing without a trace, and were nearly impossible to defend against below the 10th realm. Chapter 17. Great Principles? I was just rambling. I have heard that the grilled fish in Qingjiang City is exceptional. Have you tried it? Young master? Not yet. I arrived at an inopportune time. No one has been fishing in the river. Then once we eliminate the dragon, I shall treat you to fish. Sounds good. After dinner, Chi Feng brought a jug of wine to the riverbank and found Chi Dan already there. He was taken aback, as he had not realized she was present. Without divine perception, his sensory abilities were akin to those of an ordinary martial artist. Young master, you cannot sleep either? Not exactly. I have been sleeping by the riverside these past few days. Inhaling the essence of the Qingjiang, it's quite restful. That's so? Then I shall try it tonight as well. This vast Qingjiang, would you mind sharing a bit of space? Be my guest, Chi Feng replied with a slight smile. Reclining against a gnarled tree, taking a sip of bamboo wine, and reveling in the natural ambience. Chi Dan spoke a few words but received no reply. When she turned to glance at Chi Feng, she nearly dropped her jaw in astonishment. If she was not mistaken, Chi Feng appeared to be in a state of epiphany. Chi Dan remained utterly still, fearing that her interruption might disturb Chi Feng's moment of enlightenment. In truth, she was overthinking. Chi Feng was immersed in the natural essence of the world, and she too was surrounded by nature. The sound of the river crashing against the shore was far louder than her voice. Yet Chi Feng remained unaffected. In a state of enlightenment, the three strands of true power within Chi Feng began to intertwine once more, and the power of myriad forms was born at an astonishing speed. The next morning, as Chi Dan slowly opened her eyes, she discovered that Chi Feng was already awake, gazing pensively at the river. Your Highness, you're awake? Your Highness, I have a question I hope it is appropriate to ask. Feel free to inquire. Do not be constrained by formalities. I wish to understand why, as a prince, you exude an air of such ordinariness, as if you were an unrefined mortal without any cultivation. I am merely a mortal. A warrior is simply a more powerful version of a common person. Why should I not be like this? No, that is not what I meant. You are different from other warriors. I believe I comprehend your meaning. On the path of pursuing martial arts, the vast majority of warriors are obsessed with seizing every moment, yet I feel that the pursuit of martial arts should not solely focus on the physical prowess. The mind too requires cultivation. The mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies encapsulate profound meanings. Various techniques, such as swordplay and fist techniques, are mere reflections of these meanings, thus possessing formidable power. I enjoy merging my spirit with nature, perceiving its essence and glimpsing the roots of these meanings. The saying more haste, less speed encapsulates this principle. Sometimes, pausing for a moment is not a detriment. Chi Dan savored Chi Feng's insights, a subtle smile unintentionally gracing her delicate visage. Thank you, Your Highness, for your guidance. No need for thanks. Such words sounded as if they were spoken by an ancient sage who had lived for centuries. To think that the prince, not yet 20, could possess such profound understanding was truly astonishing. I am merely rambling. Do not take it to heart, Chi Feng said with a gentle smile, leading Chi Dan to a bamboo grove, where he selected 2 fine bamboo stalks. Chi Dan was somewhat puzzled as to what Chi Feng intended to do. With nothing to do, shall we go fishing? That sounds delightful. Thanks to Your Highness, I shall take this opportunity to rest well these few days. Chi Dan beamed, her smile so radiant that her subordinates would likely suspect their captain had been possessed, for they had followed her for over a year without ever witnessing her smile. What shall we use for bait? Use this. Chi Feng snapped open a bamboo stalk and extracted 5 glistening bamboo worms. Oh, jade silkworms. Using jade silkworms as bait? Jade silkworms are merely bamboo worms. They have different names in different realms. After procuring a wooden float and fishing line from an old man, Chi Feng arrived at the riverbank and began to fish, sitting there for an entire morning without a single catch. Chi Dan rubbed her eyes, nearly dozing off from fatigue. Your Highness, is there truly no fish in this river? I am unsure. Unable to contain herself, Chi Dan utilized her spiritual sense to investigate, and indeed, there were no fish near the riverbank. No wonder not a single fish had bitten the hook all morning. Your Highness, let us depart. There are no fish here. Very well, let us go. Chi Feng slung the fishing rod over his shoulder, preparing to return to the old man's home, but Chi Dan wished to follow. Chi Feng stopped her. Your attire might frighten them. Then I shall change into another outfit. Chi Dan went to purchase a dress, having not worn one in quite some time. For reasons unknown, she felt compelled to show Chi Feng how she looked in a skirt. Upon seeing Qi Dan donning a purple dress, Qi Feng was momentarily taken aback. Surprised that she appreciated wearing skirts. "What do you think, Your Highness?" "Not bad. Let us proceed." After enjoying a meal at the old man's home, Qi Feng spent the afternoon meditating under the shade of a tree. And at night, he continued to sleep soundly by the riverbank. He paid no mind to entering a state of enlightenment, knowing that the more one focused on it, the less likely one would attain it. Thus, he chose to cherish the beauty of the present moment. For the next 8 or 9 days, Qi Feng lived a simple life of fishing in the morning, cultivating in the afternoon, and sleeping soundly at night. Until a cart carrying a chest arrived at Qingjiang City. Qi Dan opened the chest, and Qi Feng finally laid eyes on the fabled fish dragon spear, which turned out to be a long whip with distinct joints, capable of retracting into a spear. "Your Highness, this fish dragon spear conceals a hidden power, harboring a deadly poison. Should it strike a river dragon, the poison will enter its body, greatly diminishing its strength, I see." Qi Feng replied, somewhat speechless. It turned out the fish dragon spear was essentially a large poison injector. "By the way, can we consume the dragon meat if we kill the river dragon with the fish dragon spear?" Indeed, the spear's poison targets the dragon's heart, contaminating its inner core. What? Qi Feng was bewildered. Contaminating the inner core was precisely what he sought. The dragon meat was inconsequential, but he must obtain the inner core. Even if Jesus himself came, it would be of no use. Fine, I understand now. With the fish dragon spear in hand, Qi Feng boarded a boat, but this time the river dragon had learned its lesson. Realizing Qi Feng was not to be trifled with, it did not reveal itself at all that Qi Feng, feeling helpless, summoned his true power to form a shield and leapt directly into the waters of Qingjiang. "Your Highness!" Qi Dan exclaimed in shock from the riverbank. She could not bear the thought of anything happening to him. Suddenly, the river erupted with a deafening roar, sending waves towering dozens of feet high, illustrating the ferocity of the battle beneath the surface. After more than 10 minutes of fierce combat, Qi Feng emerged from the water, gripping the river dragon's tail, and casually tossed it onto the ground. "I will take the inner core. The river dragon is yours." "Thank you, Your Highness." Qi Dan did not hesitate to accept. The blood and flesh of an 8th-level river dragon were invaluable for warriors below the 6th level. Since the prince did not want it, she would take it back to exchange for a considerable amount of contribution points. An excellent deal indeed. The following morning, fishing boats departed from the port, entering Qingjiang, with Qi Feng accompanying the old man to fish. After waiting for over 10 days, he finally savored authentic Qingjiang grilled fish, taking a bite that was nothing short of extraordinary, a flavor worth the long wait. That evening, he joyously drank with Qi Dan and her subordinates, and the next day, Qi Dan led her team away. With the river dragon being divided among them, Qi Feng found the river dragon meat unappetizing and rather tough after tasting it last night. Next time someone claims dragon meat is delicious, he would not hesitate to challenge them. Leaving the old man with 3 high-quality, everlasting pills, Qi Feng departed without a word. It was only when the old man discovered the pills that he realized Qi Feng had already left. Upon reading Qi Feng's note and consuming an everlasting pill, the old man instantly felt rejuvenated, as if he had regained several years of youth. The remaining 2 pills were naturally reserved for his son and daughter-in-law. The old man understood that Qi Feng's identity was surely extraordinary. The efficacy of these pills surpassed his wildest imagination. Chapter 18. The young lady's name is Xiao Hua. Qi Feng arrived at the location for hiring a carriage, intending to secure one for his next destination. To his surprise, a merchant caravan was also hiring carriages, but they were short on drivers. With a sly grin, Qi Feng thought, "Isn't this a stroke of luck?" Thus, he confidently proclaimed himself a professional driver with over 10 years of experience. The steward expressed skepticism, remarking, "Who has a driver that looks so clean-cut after 10 years of driving?" Qi Feng, feeling helpless, jumped onto the carriage and showcased his skills. The horses seemed to understand his commands, eliciting astonishment from the steward, who exclaimed that he had encountered a prodigy of a driver. Qi Feng smiled, thinking to himself, "Of course, I excel at everything." After becoming a driver, he initially thought he would be hauling goods, but the steward assigned him to a sedan, likely due to his refined appearance. Soon after, an exceptionally spirited young woman approached. Qi Feng was momentarily taken aback by her impressive talent, though he lamented that she had missed the prime cultivation period, as she appeared to be around 18. The young woman was equally startled, not expecting such a young driver. "We are ready to depart, miss," a tall maid announced. Rushing over, Qi Feng raised an eyebrow. This muscular maid exuded a sense of security. "Let us depart then. Wow, this young man is quite youthful and handsome." The maid assisted the young woman into the carriage and couldn't help but steal a few glances at Qi Feng. Feeling somewhat flattered, Qi Feng realized he possessed the potential to be a pretty face. Was he being flirted with? Once the caravan was on the road, Qi Feng noticed that the maid treated him as if he were one of their own. "Young man, how old are you? You seem younger than Our Lady. 16 so young." Upon hearing Qi Feng's age, the young woman took an interest, as curiosity is a natural trait. Under the maid's relentless questioning, Qi Feng spun a tale about his life. Claiming to be an orphan with only his younger brother left, who was depending on him to earn money for school. He was so moved by his own story that he thought, "Well, aren't I clever?" After traveling for 2 days through a mountain path, a massive boulder suddenly fell from above, crashing down towards the front of the caravan. A third-level guard reacted swiftly, cleaving the boulder in two and saving the carriage. Qi Feng blinked, realizing they were likely encountering robbers. "Miss, I shall go take a look. Be careful. Do not escalate the situation. Just give them some money." "Understood." The maid leapt down from the carriage, briskly wielding her weapon as she approached the band of brigands. To everyone's astonishment, her weapon was a pair of heavy hammers, causing Qi Feng to exclaim at her fierceness. Moreover, this maid was no ordinary fighter. She was a skilled practitioner at the Fifth Realm, likely cultivated with substantial investment from the merchant caravan. "Fear not, with Xiao Hua here, these robbers should retreat," she reassured Qi Feng, presumably perceiving his youth and tendency to fear. It was hard to imagine such a robust warrior bore the name Xiao Hua. "Thank you, miss," Qi Feng expressed his gratitude. "Do you find Xiao Hua's name a bit unusual?" "How did you know, miss? I can sense it." "Xiao Hua was not always like this. She merely cultivated a body refinement technique to protect me, which transformed her into her current formidable self. I see," Qi Feng remarked, suddenly recalling that some inferior body refinement techniques could have adverse effects, like the giant physique, unlike the top-tier techniques he had encountered that posed no such issues. "I heard from the steward that you possess considerable skill in horse taming. Would you care to join my caravan?" "Thank you for the kind offer, miss, but my aspirations lie elsewhere. I would not last long." "True, you are still young. Being a horseman would be a waste of your talents. By the way, what is your name?" "Qi Feng, as in the maple leaf. Qi Feng, what a lovely name. Your parents must be refined individuals." "May I ask your name, miss?" "Mu Wanjun, with Wan meaning graceful and Jun meaning gentleman." "Miss, your name is truly elegant," Qi Feng chuckled, turning his gaze toward the front of the caravan. "What is happening up there?" "I'm not sure." "Sister Hua is engaging the robbers," Qi Feng frowned. "What are these brigands thinking? Couldn't they just take the money and leave? It seems they intend to capture both people and goods. This is beyond mere monetary negotiation. Liao Shu, go assist Xiao Hua and alert the guards. If we must abandon goods, then so be it. We need to retreat." "Yes." Just as Liao Shu departed, several boulders the size of a person came crashing down. Guards managed to block the falling rocks, but more than 10 large stones rolled down from behind, sealing their escape route. It appeared these brigands were determined to keep them trapped here. "Qi Feng, follow me. We must flee." Mu Wanjun leaped down from the carriage, revealing she was no delicate flower. Though her cultivation was only at the second realm's 9th layer, her agility was remarkable. "Wait, miss, look at Sister Hua." Qi Feng feigned surprise, pointing at Xiao Hua, who had suddenly erupted with formidable power. At that moment, Xiao Hua was utterly bewildered. She had just heard an ethereal voice claiming to be a fragment of her ancestor's consciousness, residing within the jade pendant around her neck. When she was injured, her blood had activated the pendant, and in a rush, her ancestor optimized her dragon elephant body refinement technique, causing her inner energies flow to shift dramatically and an overwhelming force to surge from the pendant. Her cultivation skyrocketed. 5th realm, 3rd layer, 4th layer, 5th layer, and then all the way up to the 6th realm, 9th layer. Behind Xiao Hua, a colossal figure of a dragon elephant began to take form, towering at 3 meters. When the manifestation fully formed, everyone in the vicinity felt a heavy pressure, with some horsemen collapsing to the ground under its weight. "Ancestor, you are truly amazing," Xiao Hua exclaimed, excitedly caressing the jade pendant. "The technique has been optimized. My power is now depleted. I wish you good fortune. Ancestor, have you vanished? Spare me, noble heroine." The brigands knelt in unison. Flee? Under the suppression of the dragon-elephant manifestation, they could hardly move. Everyone present was stunned by this sudden turn of events, including Mu Wanjun. "Miss, it seems Sister Hua has become extraordinarily powerful. Should we still escape?" a guard inquired. "Are you foolish? Can't you see the brigands have surrendered? We should let them flee," another guard chided him. "Now you realize your mistake? It's too late," Xiao Hua shouted angrily, delivering a punch that severely injured the brigand leader, rendering him incapable of further resistance. Once Xiao Hua had dealt with all the brigands, she hurriedly approached Mu Wanjun. Qi Feng, too, felt a surge of joy, realizing that the dragon-elephant body refinement technique had only 7 layers, classified as a low-tier Xian technique. After his modifications, it now had 9 layers, reaching the level of a low-tier earth technique. With his assistance, Xiao Hua had even condensed her manifestation at the late stage of the 5th layer. However, this manifestation was rather inferior. When Qi Feng had first condensed his, it had reached a height of 20 meters, and the current one had an extreme height of 33 meters, or 100 meters. Xiao Hua's manifestation, however, stood at only 3 meters, indicating a significant difference attributed to personal talent and the level of the cultivation technique. And no matter how he modified it, the dragon-elephant technique would never compare to the Shura battle technique. As for helping Xiao Hua reach the 11th realm, that would merely be a jest. Given her talents, Qi Feng estimated that the 9th realm would be her limit, and that was after his modifications. After the 8th realm, the density of the realm barriers increases exponentially, making it exceedingly difficult to break through into a new realm. "Miss Xiao Hua, what has happened to your body?" "My body?" Xiao Hua looked down in confusion, only to realize her muscular physique had vanished, and her former robes were now nearly a dress. "Wow, wow!" Xiao Hua exclaimed, joyfully embracing her transformation. What girl wouldn't want to be beautiful, although she had claimed not to care? She surely did, but for Mu Wanjun's sake, she had diligently trained despite the technique's side effects. Fortunately, only 2 carts had been damaged. After some tidying up, the group continued their journey. "Miss, you won't believe it. But my ancestor manifested just now," Xiao Hua exclaimed excitedly from the carriage, causing Qi Feng to stifle a laugh. "The dragon-elephant technique? 6th realm, 9th layer. It seems your ancestor must indeed be an extraordinary powerhouse. I suddenly sense something amiss. What is it? This jade pendant seems to have been bought for me by my father at a market stall. It's not an heirloom from my family. What if my ancestor recognized the wrong person?" Upon her words, both Mu Wanjun and Qi Feng stared at her in astonishment. Perhaps he only recognized the dragon-elephant body refinement technique and believed that anyone who practiced it was his descendant. "Miss, you might be onto something. That wouldn't constitute a mistake in recognition. Since your ancestor's consciousness has already dissipated, you should simply accept this fortuitous encounter without any psychological burdens. True, I'll heed your advice." Qi Feng was speechless. So the jade pendant was merely purchased? He had assumed it was an heirloom. He had only tested it and expended a considerable amount of his essence, but thankfully the outcome was favorable, validating his hypothesis. However, such matters should be avoided in the future, as he still needed his essence for himself. Chapter 19. Encountering the Water Moon Spirit Body. Sister Hua, you've truly made it big now. Himph, of course. Do you want to follow me? I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury. Me? Follow you? Qi Feng was utterly bewildered. Was this an offer to be taken under her wing? Had Sister Hua developed feelings for him? What, can a master of the 6th realm, 9th layer, support you and your brother? That is certainly possible, but I'm someone who wishes to carve out my own path. Fair enough. You have quite the ambition. 2 days later, the caravan arrived at a small town nestled in the mountains, a place designated for caravans to rest and resupply. It seemed this town was once merely a small settlement, but had since been fortified with walls due to the prevalence of bandits in the area. Let us celebrate Xiao Hua's fortunate encounter by drinking freely today. Qi Feng was led to Mu Wanjuan's table. Otherwise, he would have been seated with the horsemen, inciting their envy. Qi Feng, however, was indifferent. He felt at ease regardless of where he Saturday yet. Qi Feng soon revealed his secret, as he drank from barrels as if they were mere cups, finishing two in no time, while he remained unaffected. Leaving Xiao Hua, who had drunk 2 barrels and was now tipsy, baffled. How can her warrior-esque physique not withstand a mere boy who hasn't tea-trained? Of course, Xiao Hua could easily dispel her intoxication with her inner strength, but she refrained, wishing to enjoy the drinks. Qi Feng felt slightly guilty, while Mu Wanjun pondered, suspecting he might be an ageless anomaly. Could Xiao Hua's good fortune somehow be linked to Qi Feng? However, as Qi Feng did not clarify, she dared not inquire further, for if he were indeed an ancient being, his temperament would likely be quite eccentric, explaining his masquerade as a horseman to drive her carriage. Sister Wanjun, I didn't intend to deceive you all, Qi Feng murmured softly. It's all right. Can you tell me your true identity? It's probably best if you don't know. Then can you at least tell me your age? 16, Sister Wanjun. Dio, you really think I'm some ancient being? I am genuinely 16 years old. My birthday is just over a month away. Oh, you truly are 16? Then are you a warrior? I hail from the Imperial City. And as for my prowess, it certainly surpasses that of Sister Mu Wanjun nodded in astonishment, glancing at Xiao Hua, who was already intoxicated, before quietly inquiring, is Xiao Hua's fortune connected to you? Indeed. I am well versed in body refinement techniques and have also assisted her in enhancing her cultivation method. You are truly only 16 years old? You might as well claim to be a venerable elder who has lived for centuries. Mu Wanjun rolled her eyes, feeling somewhat disheartened. At such a young age. Her strength is already so formidable. What will she achieve in the future? No wonder she is a prodigy from the Imperial City. Sister Wanjun, please keep this a secret for me. Then why did you choose to become a groom? I initially intended to rent a carriage to travel to Weimu City. However, upon encountering you all, I found the journey alone rather tedious, and since a groom was needed, I decided to join in for some amusement. Ah, I see. Well, thank you for protecting us and granting Xiao Hua such a significant opportunity, and no need for thanks, Sister Wanjun. You need not be so formal. Just regard me as your groom, Qi Feng declared as he took a bite of a chicken leg. By the way, Sister Wanjun, may I ask you a question? Go ahead, and I observe that you possess a considerable aura, suggesting you may be a promising candidate for cultivation. Why have you only begun to practice so late? And why does the cultivation method you are using not resonate with you? During my childhood, I accompanied my father in business for many years, leaving me little time for cultivation. Even now, I am constantly occupied, whether transporting goods or managing the merchant caravan, leaving scant time for practice. As for whether the cultivation method suits me, I confess I do not comprehend such matters. I understand. Would you mind if I used my consciousness to probe your body? Qi Feng did not rashly delve into Mu Wanjuan's body with his consciousness. Similarly, he had never employed his consciousness to investigate any other woman's body. After all, probing with consciousness was akin to having a woman stand before you stripped bare. Devoid of secrets. This refers to the penetration of consciousness into the body. Standard probes can only sense another's aura. Yet, even so, many female warriors or women of higher status adorn themselves with jade pendants or necklaces that facilitate such probing. Mu Wanjun bit her lip, her face flushing crimson, and ultimately nodded slightly. Water Moon's spiritual body. Qi Feng's consciousness enveloped Mu Wanjun, and upon discerning her constitution, he could not help but be astonished. Initially, he merely perceived her as possessing a notable aura. But now it was evident that her aura was extraordinarily profound. Odd. How can a water moon's spiritual body exhibit blocked meridians? 8 major meridians are obstructed, and it does not seem to be due to external factors. It appears to be congenital. How peculiar! Mu Wanjuan's face burned with embarrassment, feeling as if Qi Feng had seen through her entirely. Sister Wanjun, you should cease practicing your current method. Your constitution is of a special water attribute. You ought to cultivate a method that aligns with this. At the very least, you should practice a water attribute technique. The so-called special water attribute is due to Mu Wanjun also possessing a lunar attribute, which is predominantly yin and frigid. This chilling energy, intertwined with her water attribute, endows her water attribute with a unique strength. To simplify, one might say that an ordinary water attribute resembles water at 30 degrees, while Mu Wanjuan's is akin to water at 3 degrees. Though it has not yet solidified into ice, it is nearly so. Overall, Mu Wanjun still embodies the water attribute, not the ice attribute, in truth. The term spiritual body merely encapsulates and describes such special attributes. Sister Wanjun, why not accompany me? Accompany you? Are you proposing marriage? Mu Wanjuan's composure wavered. No, I meant for you to stay by my side. Your constitution, identified as the water moon's spiritual body, would allow for nearly no bottlenecks in cultivation below the 10th realm. However, since the majority of your meridians are blocked, you must first clear them. To be by your side, as your maid. Mu Wanjun gazed at Qi Feng with a hint of melancholy. Qi Feng scratched his head, thinking that the focus should be on cultivation, not such whimsical thoughts. Just kidding, she suddenly beamed, and Qi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Though I possess limited knowledge, I am aware that blocked meridians spell doom for a warrior. The elixirs capable of unblocking meridians are worth their weight in gold. If relying on human effort, it would necessitate the intervention of an extraordinary master beyond the 10th realm. Moreover, the process of unblocking meridians is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could result in backlash for both parties. How fortunate! I can manage both methods. You can? What exactly is your identity? If you agree, I shall reveal it. What about my merchant caravan? This is simple. Just join my family's caravan. Safety will be ensured. Then, may I take a night to consider? Of course, after all, we have over 10 days until we reach our destination. Just let me know your decision before I depart. Understood. Mu Wanjun supported Xiaohua back to her room, while Qi Feng smiled faintly, not expecting to stumble upon such a treasure during his journey. With proper care, even though Mu Wanjun had started her cultivation late, Qi Feng was confident he could nurture her into a 12th realm, or even a terrestrial immortal. Each 12th realm warrior represents the foundation of a family. If Mu Wanjun had been with him from a young age, he was entirely confident in cultivating her into a 13th realm terrestrial immortal. Now, it depended on Mu Wanjun's fortune. Historically, only 3 water moon spiritual bodies have emerged, one of whom reached the realm of terrestrial immortals, while one of the remaining 2 stagnated at the 12th realm, and the other was assassinated before reaching maturity. As for any other unrecorded water moon spiritual bodies, Qi Feng believed there must be some. Chapter 20. The decayed sect. Qi Feng intended to pay a visit to the water moon immortal sect, hoping to discover a cultivation method that best suited Mu Wanjun. The water moon immortal sect had now fallen into decline. Although it bore the name of a sect, it had become little more than a title, with no true practitioners left. Other sects had similarly absurd names. In summary, the current martial world had significantly deteriorated compared to thousands of years ago, when terrestrial immortals presided over major sections. Now, Qi Feng had not heard of any terrestrial immortals still existing. They had evidently become mere legends. Currently, the head of the Water Moon Immortal sect was merely a pinnacle expert of the 9th realm. Qi Feng was not afraid of a direct confrontation. Harnessing the annihilation power within him, his true combat strength was comparable to that of a half-immortal at the 12th realm, even if ancient beings from 1,000 years ago had managed to survive. How much strength could they still muster? Opening the window and welcoming the night breeze, Qi Feng sprawled out and fell asleep. The following morning, Mu Wanjun knocked on Qi Feng's door, and he groggily opened it. Good morning, Sister Wanjun. Good morning. That I have made my decision. I agree to follow you, but I wish to bring Xiaohua along. Certainly, let her continue as your maid. You need not view yourself as one. My intention in bringing you back is to cultivate you into a formidable force, not to have you serve as my maid. Thank you, Qi Feng, and no need for thanks. Now that you have agreed, I will reveal my true identity, but do not be alarmed. I am the 7th son of the Shura King. Oh, I see. Hey, why are you not surprised at all? I thought you might be some prince. Every prince is terrified of the Summer Emperor. Who would dare venture out for leisure? Is that so? I was unaware. Since you've agreed, I plan to take you to the Water Moon Immortal sect right away. Let Xiaohua handle the goods. I will leave her a token to ensure her safety. We will rendezvous in the Imperial City later. What do you think? As you wish, young master. When Shifeng and Mu Wanjun disclosed the truth to Xiaohua, she was taken aback, feeling as though she had been dreaming for the past couple of days. The young lady was set to ascend to greatness. After handing the token to Xiaohua, Shifeng lifted Mu Wanjun in his arms to expedite their journey. As the scenery rushed past them, Mu Wanjun clicked her tongue. Young master, you are remarkably young yet possess such formidable cultivation. That's a secret. I never disclose my realm to others, not even to my parents. So please refrain from asking. Knowing could dampen your resolve. All right, but what are we going to do at the Watermoon Immortal Sect? Does it concern me? Yes, I wish to see if there are any cultivation methods within the Watermoon Immortal Sect that suit you. Ah? Cultivation methods are fundamental to a sect. Even if they exist, they would not simply hand them over to us. I will exchange items with them. What if they refuse to trade? Then we shall take them by force. And what if they would rather die than part with them? This is why I brought you along. Simply declaring your identity as a Watermoon spiritual body should compel them to recognize the situation in hand over the cultivation methods. After all, without a Watermoon spiritual body, one cannot harness the power of water attribute techniques. Also, you have quite a few questions. Curiosity piqued, Shifeng, feeling somewhat helpless, noted that Mu Wanjun seemed to have automatically assumed the identity of a maid. To put it plainly, the moment she agreed, she had mentally prepared herself for the possibility that Shifeng might demand her body at any time. This was akin to Xia and Yin Xiu. As soon as Shifeng beckoned, the two would obediently ascend to his bed, employing all their skills to serve him. From a young age, they had been indoctrinated with the belief that their purpose was to cater to Shifeng, rendering them his personal possessions, subject to his whims regarding their fates and lives. However, it was precisely because of Shifeng that Xia and Yin Xiu enjoyed far greater freedom than ordinary maids. Their thoughts reflecting this as well. Otherwise, Yin Xiu would not constantly indulge in playful antics with Shifeng, teasing him mischievously in the eyes of the servants of the Qi household, due to Shifeng's favor. Xia and Yin Xiu's status ranked just below that of the few esteemed ladies and the heir himself. The butler and other staff treated the two girls with utmost respect, fearing even the slightest offense. After all, Shifeng was the most favored heir, bold enough to jest with Qi Shilua, and naturally, Yin Xiu and Xia's standing rose in tandem. There's no need to be so formal around me. I don't adhere to rigid protocols. From now on, I'll call you Wanner, as it flows more naturally, he suggested. All right, as you wish, young master, she replied. By the way, do you have any family? They could come to the Imperial City with you. Don't feel shy about it, he inquired. No need for that. They are quite content here. However, I do wish to find an opportunity to inform my elders back home, she responded. Understood. Once we return to the estate, I'll have my father dispatch a team of Black Dragon Guards to protect your family. You can also return home for a visit. There's no rush regarding your training. I must first procure the elixir that can open your meridians, he assured her. Thank you, young master. Will it require many elixirs to open my meridians? She asked. Not at all. One will suffice. You'll understand when the time comes, Shifeng replied, nonchalantly. For the next half-month, Shifeng carried Mu Wanjun on their journey until they finally arrived at Shueiyue City. This city was jointly governed by the Northern Xia dynasty and the Shueiyue Immortal Sect, a common administrative model for cities built around major sections. After all, sects required funds, and the conflicts between the court and the sects often stemmed from these cities. Many disciples of the sect took advantage of their status, behaving recklessly within the city, and what was even more infuriating was that the sect often turned a blind eye to such misconduct. Much to the court's dismay, the court, wary of confronting powerful sects, was cautious, as it was uncertain whether there were formidable figures hidden within. With only one court and numerous sects, any direct confrontation would likely result in the court suffering losses, leading them to maintain a policy of deference towards sects, as long as their actions did not escalate too far. The disciples of the sect were well aware of this, which emboldened them to act with impunity. Shifeng had previously only heard tales of the arrogance of these disciples, but as he strolled through Shueiyue City with Mu Wanjun, he encountered 3 disciples of the Shueiyue Immortal Sect. The leader, upon seeing Mu Wanjun, couldn't help but brighten with interest. Miss, please hold on, he called out. Is there something you need? Shifeng asked, positioning himself protectively behind Mu Wanjun. Out of the way, brat. Can't you see we're speaking to your sister? The disciple barked, "Fear not, young lady. I am Chun Qinghai, an outer disciple of the Shueyue Immortal Sect. I believe your talents are exceptional. Why not accompany me back to the sect for an evaluation? Of course, I would be grateful if you would take my sister for an assessment. However, I have long yearned to see the Immortal Sect. Might you also allow me to visit and perhaps test my own aptitude?" Qi Feng interjected smoothly. "Young lady, you dare address me as brother?" Chen Qinghai retorted, his smile masking a flicker of malice as he signaled to his two lackeys, planning to lure the pair to a secluded area in the nearby mountains to eliminate Qi Feng before reveling in the beauty of Mu Wanjun. Qi Feng, aware of their intentions, was intrigued to observe the true nature of the Shueyue Immortal Sect's disciples. Were they truly as depraved as he had heard, or were only these outer disciples negligent in their cultivation? Seeking to prey upon the daughters of ordinary families? Chapter 21. Confrontation at the Immortal Sect. Following the trio to the outskirts of the city, Qi Feng incessantly questioned them, both to gather information about the sect and to prevent them from suspecting his true motives. After all, he had no fear of them. Rather, it was more prudent to feign an unusual eagerness for the sect to allay their suspicions. Upon entering the mountains, the three led Qi Feng and Mu Wanjun to a desolate area devoid of any signs of life. "Brother, why have we stopped?" Qi Feng inquired. "Stop? This is the auspicious location I selected for you. Are you satisfied?" Chen Qinghai leered. "What do you mean by this? Are you deceiving us?" Qi Feng questioned, his tone laced with skepticism. "Deceiving you? I would never dream of deceiving such a beauty as your sister," Chen Qinghai replied with a smirk. "No, I meant you three wretches should continue your act. I was getting into the groove. And now you choose to halt? What gives?" Qi Feng remarked, his demeanor shifting as he expressed his displeasure. Chen Qinghai and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Had this boy lost his mind, or was he merely trying to intimidate them? "What's the matter with you?" Qi Feng pressed, noticing their silence. With a swift gesture, he summoned a surge of energy that pinned one of Chen Qinghai's lackeys in midair, the sound of shattering bones echoing alongside the ensuing screams. "This is true power." Chen Qinghai and the other two were taken aback. Only those who practiced heavenly-grade techniques could cultivate true power. They had merely developed internal energy, with true energy existing beyond that. You are a martial artist? How is this possible? I examined you earlier. You were clearly just an untrained commoner." Chen Qinghai stammered. "Is there a possibility that my cultivation surpasses yours by a significant margin, rendering your assessment futile?" Qi Feng inquired with a grin. Chen Qinghai felt a chill of sweat trickle down his spine. Though he hesitated to admit it, Qi Feng's demeanor indicated he was at least a master of the 7th realm or higher. "Brother, we concede this time, but this is the territory of the Shueyue Immortal Sect. If you kill us, you won't escape either. Let us go, and we will not disclose anything about you," they pleaded. "Let you go? That's not an option. I came here to discuss matters with your sect leader, and as for you three, consider yourselves a gift for him," Qi Feng declared. "You wish to meet our sect leader?" Chen Qinghai was filled with dread, realizing the gravity of the situation. This young man seemed to possess an extraordinary background, and the mere thought of their actions being revealed to their leader sent shivers down his spine. They had acted with impunity, believing no one would dare report them to the sect. In reality, Chen Qinghai had already victimized 6 or 7 beautiful women over the past 2 years, discarding them once he grew bored, leaving no trace behind. Ironically, some families were under the impression their daughters had joined the Shueyue Immortal Sect, completely unaware of the fate that had befallen them. "Lead the way. I wish to meet your sect leader," Qi Feng commanded. "Please, spare us. We were momentarily misguided. We will follow your every command." "We truly cannot meet the sect leader," they pleaded. "Utter another word, and I shall break one of your legs," Qi Feng warned with a flick of his fingers, causing a force to pierce through the right legs of the three. "Speak one more word, and I will present your heads to your sect leader," he continued menacingly. Chen Qinghai nodded, dragging the barely conscious third disciple along as they stumbled forward. His mind raced, concocting a lie to persuade the sect leader to eliminate Qi Feng. A massive stone stood at the mountainside, beyond which lay the territory of the Shueyue Immortal Sect. Upon seeing several fellow disciples, Chen Qinghai felt a surge of hope. However, when he opened his mouth to speak, He found he could not utter a word. Qi Feng shot him a glance, his true power compelling the three to continue toward the sect's entrance. It was only when an elder blocked their path that Qi Feng sized him up, noting the elder's cultivation at the 8th realm. A respectable rank for such a declining sect. Who are you? The elder inquired. Strange. When did the Half-Immortal sect begin recruiting male disciples? Qi Feng remarked, observing the male disciples milling about, surprised as the sect had traditionally only accepted exceptionally talented female disciples. You are woefully ignorant. Release my disciple. Regardless of his transgressions, it is not your place to discipline him, the elder retorted. So you are aware of their misdeeds? Qi Feng inquired, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Then you should stay as well, Qi Feng said, slightly raising his hand. With a single palm pressed down, an imprint of true energy coalesced, suppressing the elder. I seek your sect leader. Summon him here. He instructed the disciples who were watching the spectacle from the side. The two disciples, their faces tinged with terror, nodded hesitantly and prepared to search for the sect leader when a graceful figure descended from the mountaintop. Following closely behind were two other figures. Qi Feng sensed the presence of the woman and confirmed she was indeed the sect leader, noting that her cultivation was at the 9th level of the 9th realm. Quite formidable. With so many male disciples recruited. I assumed the Shui sect had appointed a male leader, Qi Feng remarked with a faint smile. When Qingjiao furrowed her brow, perplexed by the young man's demeanor, unable to discern his true nature. Yet, he did not exude the essence of an ancient monster. The youthful vigor he displayed was absent in those cunning old fiends. After assessing Qi Feng, when Qingjiao shifted her gaze to Mu Wanjun, the more she scrutinized, the more astonished she became. Young man, may I ask how my disciples have offended you? She inquired. They attempted to abduct me and even sought to take my life. What part of that does not constitute an offense? Qi Feng retorted. You impertinent fools! Why do you remain silent? If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, I shall cleanse the sect of your presence this very moment. Qin Qinghai shook his head in terror, opening his mouth to indicate he could not speak. Young man, what is the purpose of sealing their mouths? When Qingjiao questioned, Tio silenced their incessant chatter. If they wish to speak, let them. Qi Feng waved his hand dismissively, and the three disciples immediately coughed a few times. Leader, save us. This person is a malevolent practitioner. We were merely in Shui City purchasing replenishing pills when he seized us upon sight, demanding we guide him. We only asked a few questions, and he broke our legs, tortured Chen Er, and sealed our mouths, threatening us with continued torment should we refuse to comply. I forgot to mention, your sect leader is no match for me. Calling for her aid is futile. Young man, while I am unaware of the full circumstances, I trust you. Your prowess does not necessitate slandering them. I will send someone to investigate. If they have violated sect rules, they will face severe consequences, banishment or worse. Leader, do you often seclude yourself? What brings that question? How is it you remain oblivious to the fact that most of the male disciples recruited by Shui sect are ruffians, bullies of the fairer sex? These two must be vice leaders. Why do their faces appear so ashen? Brat, Shui sect is not a place for your insolence. Let me see just how much you can withstand, the vice leader shouted angrily, summoning a Tinjiang tall avatar that surged toward Qi Feng in an attempt to obliterate him, lest their clandestine dealings be exposed. Chapter 22. Cleansing the sect. Qi Feng slowly raised his hand and pointed. Utilizing one of the Shaolin's 72 ultimate techniques, Wuxiang Jieji, a flash of black light swept through, shattering the avatar, and the vice leader spat blood as he was sent flying to the ground. Just as he attempted to rise, he felt a searing pain within, his true energy rampaging uncontrollably, rapidly depleting. You have crippled my cultivation? The vice leader asked incredulously. The agony from his dantian and meridians forced him to confront reality. He had indeed been rendered powerless. The young man had dispatched him with a mere flick of his hand, as if dismissing a mere cat or dog, leaving the vice leader engulfed in a profound sense of despair and frustration, causing him to spew more blood. Leader, what is your perspective on this? Qi Feng asked with a sardonic smile. When Qingjiao felt her scalp tingle with apprehension, she sensed that if her response displeased Qi Feng, Her fate would be no better than that of the vice leader. Recall all disciples and seal the sect's gates. I shall personally handle the cleansing. Will that suffice? When Qingjiao said, her expression bitter. Over the past decade, what had transpired within the Shueiyue sect to incite such animosity in this young man? Very well, I believe the leader has misunderstood me. I harbor no enmity towards Shueiyue sect. To clarify, prior to this encounter, I was only aware of your sect's existence through texts. However, these three have indeed provoked me, and along our journey, I have observed that many disciples share their disposition, male and female alike. I implore the leader to treat all equally and eradicate the malignant elements within the sect, leaving not a single one behind. As for those issues that are difficult to resolve, I shall assist the leader. Qi Feng struck again, directly eliminating another vice leader and elder. As for the previous one, he would remain as a reminder. Anyone named by him would be marked for death, much like a captured leader who knows the identities of all his subordinates. I apologize for the trouble caused to your sect, my friend. May I speak with you privately? I have come to negotiate a transaction with the sect leader, Qi Feng said, lifting Mu Wanjun as he soared toward the mountaintop. With Wen Qingjiao following closely behind, the sect has truly fallen from grace. Centuries ago, while Shueiyue sect was not a top-tier sect, it was still first-rate, populated primarily by female disciples attuned to water. Now, the sect is hardly recognizable, Qi Feng lamented. When Qingjiao offered a bitter smile but remained silent. Let us dispense with idle talk. I have come to acquire the cultivation method of the late Shueiyue ancestor. Known as the Shueiyue by Kanju, which is said to be most suitable for those with Shueiyue spiritual bodies. What? You seek the Shueiyue by Kanju? That is unacceptable. It can only be cultivated by the sect leader of Shueiyue sect and must never be leaked. Even if you were to kill me, I would not relinquish it. It appears the Shueiyue by Kanju has not been lost to time. That is reassuring. When you see her, do you not feel anything peculiar? Qi Feng gestured toward Mu Wanjun. When Qingjiao, though puzzled, shook her head, she had never encountered a Shueiyue spiritual body and thus had no frame of reference. Moreover, Mu Wanjun's Shueiyue spiritual body was currently dormant, with 99 of its spiritual essence locked within her being unable to manifest. Her name is Mu Wanjun. She is a Shueiyue spiritual body and represents the hope for the Shueiyue by Kanju to resurface and wield its power. While I cannot ascertain if another Shueiyue spiritual body exists in the world today, I suspect the leader will not encounter another, a Shueiyue spiritual body. When Qingjiao exclaimed, gripping Mu Wanjun's wrist in excitement as she assessed her condition, her brow furrowing with concern. Her, Mu Wanjun's current state rendered any cultivation impossible. With such severe blockages in her meridians, even if I were to give her the Shueiyue by Kanju, she would be unable to cultivate. Forcing the issue would only lead to backlash. You need not trouble yourself with that, for I possess ample means to clear Wanjun's meridians. Whether through the Zhu Yu Tongmai Dan, the Wan Xian Ingling Dan, or by utilizing true energy to gradually extract the impurities blocking her meridians, I can accomplish this with absolute confidence. Otherwise, I would not have sought the Shueiyue by Kanju. The formula for the Wan Xian Ingling Dan has long been lost, and the Zhu Yu Tongmai Dan is exceedingly difficult to refine. Given her condition, only a top-grade Zhu Yu Tongmai Dan would suffice. Otherwise, it could backfire and cause further damage to her meridians. Ah, leader, you seem quite knowledgeable, Qi Feng remarked with surprise, noting that the leader was not as naive as he had initially thought. Because I am a mid-tier alchemist, when Qingjiao replied, her confidence returning, and no wonder your cultivation is only at the 9th realm. Instead of focusing on your training, you've been dabbling in alchemy, Qi Feng muttered under his breath. When Qingjiao shot him a glare, was it appropriate to speak so in her presence? You can obtain a top-grade Tongmai Dan? Who exactly are you? You will find out in due time. As for the top-grade Tongmai Dan, it is not a difficult task for me to have a question, though I'm unsure if it's appropriate to ask. It's neither inappropriate nor inappropriate. Just don't ask. Qi Feng waved his hand dismissively. Then I shan't inquire further. You may leave now. Go ahead and ask quickly. Once you're done, give me the cultivation method. Are you an elder? No, I am merely 16.16. 10 realms? When Qingjiao's eyes widened in disbelief, her astonishment palpable. Such a feat was unprecedented. Even those legendary figures who reached the 13th realm 1,000 years ago typically did so after the age of 30. I do not possess such prowess. I have cultivated using secret techniques that greatly enhance my strength. Now that you've asked your questions, may I have the method? Qi Feng extended his hand. When Qingjiao hesitated, contemplating whether to surrender the method, she sensed that Qi Feng was not speaking idly. This could be the Shueyue Bai Kanju's only chance at revival. In her possession, the Shueyue Bai Kanju would surely fade into obscurity, only to be passed to the next sect leader. I can grant you the Shueyue Bai Kanju, but I have one condition. She must become the next sect leader of Shueyue sect. That will not do. She is mine. How about this? I will offer something in exchange. Should you refuse, I shall not hold back, Qi Feng declared, producing a porcelain vial and extracting an ice spirit-breaking pulse pill, an extraordinarily rare one adorned with 10 pill patterns. While this pill wasn't the most suitable for Wen Qingjiao, it held exceptional benefits for her. Previously, she had only a 40 chance of breaking through to the 10th realm. With this ice spirit-breaking pulse pill, her chances would rise to at least 60, though it seemed only a modest increase. Such a shift was monumental, for the chasm between the 9th and 10th realms was as vast as the heavens from the abyss. What? A 10-pattern ice spirit-breaking pulse pill? Is this not the legendary holy pill that has been lost to time? You carry it with you? When Qingjiao expressed that she had truly broadened her horizons today. Indeed, this ice spirit-breaking pulse pill is revered as a sacred elixir by practitioners of ice attribute cultivation, much like the yin-yang sacred pearl pill is esteemed by those who cultivate the yin-yang attributes. Chapter 23. Offering pills? Deal? How about it? Hand over the Shueyue Baiking technique, and your chances of breaking through to the 10th realm will significantly increase, allowing the Shueyue Baiking technique to re-emerge in the world. Very well, follow me. When Qingjiao nodded in agreement immediately, Qi Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had thought this woman would hold out longer, yet she consented so readily? How lacking in resolve. In truth, Qi Feng had underestimated the allure of the ice spirit-breaking pulse pill in his possession. When Qingjiao was exceedingly eager to break through to the 10th realm, even a mere 20% chance, let alone 50, was an irresistible temptation for her. Previously somewhat conflicted, upon seeing the ice spirit-breaking pulse pill, her sole thought was to exchange it swiftly, lest Qi Feng regret it and deliver her 2 resounding slaps during her seclusion. Just this 1/10th pattern ice spirit-breaking pulse pill, if publicly auctioned, could not be acquired even if the current Shueyue Xianmin were sold. This also explains why Qi Luo, Xia Shi, and Yin Mo were astounded beyond measure when they first encountered divine-grade pills. To put it plainly, if news spread that a divine-grade pill was available in the Beixia dynasty, martial artists from neighboring dynasties would likely swarm to seize it. Such is the power of divine-grade pills to alter a person's fate. Take Qi Luo for instance. Given his circumstances, he would likely only reach the 11th realm by the age of 200, making further breakthroughs exceedingly difficult. However, with 3 divine-grade pills from Qi Feng, he broke through 6 levels in the 10th realm, achieving the 9th level of the 10th realm in one fell swoop, and fundamentally transforming his true energy, significantly elevating his limits. One could say that breaking through to the 12th realm is almost assured. The reason some divine-grade pills are regarded with such reverence is that the enhancement of cultivation is merely a supplementary effect. Their primary value lies in their ability to elevate an individual's potential. Should Qi Feng provide Wen Qingjiao with a divine-grade ice spirit-breaking pulse pill, she would possess a 99% certainty of breaking through to the 10th realm, even harboring hopes of advancing to the 11th realm. And she would willingly kneel before Qi Feng on the spot. Of course, divine-grade pills involve grave matters. Qi Feng would not offer them to outsiders until he was absolutely certain he could protect the entire Qi family. After obtaining the Shueyue Baiking technique, Qi Feng departed with Mu Wanjun. Once Mu Wanjun fully mastered the Shueyue Baiking technique, Qi Feng would send someone to return it to Wen Qingjiao.as for how Wen Qingjiao would handle her internal affairs. Qi Feng was indifferent. After all, Chen Qinghai, his master, and all his sycophants were already dead. No wonder Chen Qinghai was so arrogant. It turned out his master was the 3rd elder of the outer sect. Thanks to Chen Qinghai, the 3rd elder met the same fate at Qi Feng's hands, who remarked, taking on disciples carries risks. After a night of travel, Qi Feng returned home just before his birthday, ensuring he did not awaken Si Xia and Yin Xiu by cloaking their senses. Thus, Any commotion he and Mu Wanjun made went unnoticed by them. He prepared a room for Mu Wanjun, who would stay here, adjacent to Xixia's room. The next day, when Yin Xiu pushed open the door, she was delighted to discover that the window in Qi Feng's room was open. Young master. Yin Xiu dashed into Qi Feng's room, throwing herself against him, her chubby little face nuzzling against him. Qi Feng opened his eyes a crack, pushing her away in distaste. No, young master? Yin Xiu missed you so much. She pouted, her small hands still clinging to him. Hearing the commotion, Mu Wanjun and Xixia simultaneously opened the door. Who is this young lady? Xixia asked, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Mu Wanjun. My name is Mu Wanjun. The young master brought me back. She replied that I am Xixia, the young master's maid. Realizing he had yet to introduce Mu Wanjun to Xixia and Yin Xiu, Qi Feng hastily got out of bed, carrying Yin Xiu along. Suspended like a koala, Yin Xiu clung to him, prompting Xixia to stifle a laugh and pull Yin Xiu down with a playful annoyance. Xixia, Yin Xiu, let me introduce you. This is Mu Wanjun. By the way, let us see who is older. After sharing their birth dates, it turned out both Xixia and Mu Wanjun were 18, with Mu Wanjun being slightly older by a couple of months. Since Wanjun is the eldest, you shall call her Sister Wanjun from now on, understood? Qi Feng tapped Yin Xiu's little head. Got it? Sister Wanjun, nice to meet you. Wanjun, this is Xixia, and this is Yin Xiu. Responsible for taking care of my daily needs. Hello, everyone. I look forward to your guidance in the future. All right, no need for such formality. Treat each other like sisters. I'm going to take a nap. So don't disturb me. Qi Feng yawned and returned to bed. Young master, it's your birthday today. You must go greet madam. No worries, I'll go in the afternoon. We can discuss it after I wake up. Qi Feng slept soundly until the afternoon, feeling refreshed. After a bath, he went to find Xiao Wan. Mom. Upon entering, Qi Feng called out loudly, prompting Xiao Wan to appear. Looking somewhat annoyed, I'm here. Stop shouting. Hey, it's been a few days. You've gotten even more beautiful. Nonsense. I've been worried sick and can't sleep. So how could I look beautiful? Xiao Wan pinched Qi Feng's ear, but did so gently. Mom, I told you not to worry. Your son is invincible in the martial world. You're such a smooth talker. It's your birthday today, so I won't argue with you. Who is this? Qi Feng quickly introduced Mu Wanjun to Xiao Wan. Madam, greetings. Mu Wanjun slightly bowed, and Xiao Wan nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, have you been to the palace since your return? Not yet. There's nothing to report. I'll visit when I have time. This matter cannot be neglected. Otherwise, it could lead to trouble. Don't worry. I came back secretly. The court spies won't catch me. That's good. They enjoyed a lavish dinner that night, sending the three women back to their rooms while Qi Feng went to find Yinemo. He intended to concoct some 9 transforming soul solidifying pills, which should be effective against the dark soul worms. As long as one takes the 9 transforming soul solidifying pill, the dark soul worms would sense it upon entering the body and could be directly obliterated. Gathering the herbs would naturally be entrusted to Yinemo, and this matter was quite urgent. The emergence of the dark soul worms was like a thorn in Qi Feng's heart. Only by ensuring that all his important companions took the 9 transforming soul solidifying pill could he feel at ease. Arriving at the Wanhua building, Qi Feng went straight to the 5th floor, only to learn that Yinemo had gone out to find a specific herb. After reading the note left by Yinemo, he calculated that it would likely be another half a month before Yinemo returned. The pavilion master said that if the young master needs any herbs collected, just let me know. Yunyang said softly. Qi Feng nodded and wrote down the herbs he needed to obtain. He was not concerned about the pill formula being leaked. After all, he hadn't written it in full. And what a pill master truly lacked was not the formulas but the skill in alchemy. Since Yinemo was absent, Qi Feng made the necessary arrangements and, after drinking a large jar of 7 fairies brew, returned home in a daze to sleep. Chapter 24. Exploding the Furnace. The next day, Qi Feng woke up early and summoned Zhou Tu, the leader of the Divine Shadow Guard, instructing him to lead a team to retrieve the herbs. Qi Feng first visited the palace to truthfully report what he had witnessed in Feiyun City, including the fact that someone was orchestrating the actions of those malevolent cultivators. However, he concealed the existence of the dark soul worms. The fewer who knew about this matter, the better. Otherwise, if the news leaked, the hidden mastermind would surely refrain from taking further action. Qi Feng was not afraid of any minor schemes they might attempt because only by doing so could he catch them. He feared they might hide away in a remote mountain for decades. Upon returning home, Qi Feng carried the herbs into the alchemy room, determined to refine pills. Qi Hongyu's cultivation was somewhat lacking. Although she was unmatched among her peers, Qi Feng felt he could not overlook it. Despite having had little contact with Qi Hongyu in recent years, he sensed that he was very important to her. This time, Qi Feng was not refining the Killing King pill for Qi Hongyu, but rather the Qingli Tianma pill, which he felt would be more suitable for her. The Killing King pill contained an overwhelming aura of slaughter, which only Qi Xiaoluo could withstand. If Qi Hongyu took the Killing King pill and could not suppress its bloodthirsty energy, it could lead to adverse effects. After obtaining the pills, Qi Feng organized them and, once finished, let out a sigh of relief. He focused his mind, drawing out 3 streams of true energy from within him, which surged into the alchemy furnace. The true energy ignited, and Qi Feng added the Qingli flower, beginning the refining process. Indeed, Qi Feng was using true energy instead of traditional alchemical fire for refining. While this would consume a significant amount of true energy, the success rate of pill creation was higher, and the controllability was far superior to that of ordinary alchemical fire. Presently, 99% of alchemists used alchemical fire for refining. This so-called alchemical fire was merely special materials treated in a particular manner, ignited to generate different flames, which could not compare at all to Qi Feng's method of refining with true energy. Other alchemists might desire to use true energy for refining, but if they possessed such martial talent, who would still choose to be an alchemist? They would undoubtedly focus solely on cultivation, striving to become powerful martial artists. Moreover, the overwhelming majority of alchemists have yet to cultivate their true energy, let alone their true power. Utilizing internal force for alchemy not only demands a consumption several dozen times greater than that of true power, but the results are also far inferior. It is quite common for alchemists to possess relatively low cultivation levels. This is only to be expected. As human energy is finite in the craft of alchemy, one might spend 4 or 5 years merely scratching the surface, and even after 10 years of diligent study, achieving the status of a low-tier alchemist is a commendable feat. With such time at their disposal, if endowed with sufficient talent, wouldn't it be more prudent to focus on cultivation instead of laboriously delving into the intricacies of alchemy each day? Qi Feng's current accomplishments can be attributed to 3 factors: his astounding innate understanding, the possession of the sacred text of the alchemy god, and the immense financial resources of the Qi family. Qi Xiaoluo, at the outset of Qi Feng's alchemical journey, invested several tens of millions of taels of silver for Qi Feng to practice with, and Qi Feng did not disappoint him. As his alchemical skills skyrocketed, it could be said that, in Qi Xiaoluo's eyes, the greatest secret of the Qi family is Qi Feng's alchemical prowess, which must remain concealed, of course. Had he been aware of Qi Feng's true strength, he would likely not be so troubled. Currently, Qi Feng begins with high-grade elixirs, progressing to attempt the refinement of top-tier elixirs once he has gained sufficient proficiency, and subsequently endeavoring to create divine-grade elixirs. After 3 hours, a batch of 6 high-grade Qingli Heavenly Demon elixirs emerged fresh from the furnace. During these 3 hours, Qi Feng was required to continuously channel 3 streams of true power, meticulously regulating the flow's speed. Too much or too little would not suffice. When attempting to forge top-tier elixirs, a single batch may consume an entire day, and producing 3 elixirs in one endeavor is already considered quite remarkable. With most yielding merely 2 for divine-grade elixirs, a single batch can yield at most 1, necessitating over 2 days of continuous refinement. Fortunately, Qi Feng can withstand such demands, as he possesses 3 streams of true power and his cultivation exceeds the 10th realm. Time passed swiftly, yet Qi Feng did not find the process tedious. Rather, the deeper he immersed himself in alchemy, the more enthralled he became. After all, transforming raw materials into exquisite elixirs dramatically increases their value. And alchemy itself is a form of cultivation. Over a month later, Qi Feng's expression suddenly changed. True power erupted uncontrollably, enveloping the alchemical furnace, followed by a dull thud as the furnace exploded. What on earth just happened? Qi Feng picked up an elixir, and to his astonishment, it had succeeded. Indeed, What lay in his hand was the divine-grade Qingli Heavenly Demon Elixir. Unexpectedly, it had been completed at the last moment. However, the furnace could not withstand the power required for crafting divine-grade elixirs and had exploded. Each attempt at refining divine-grade elixirs invariably causes wear on the furnace, and Qi Feng scratched his head, realizing this furnace had become utterly ruined in less than 2 years of use. Fortunately, the divine-grade Qingli Heavenly Demon Elixir was successfully produced, and Qi Feng felt little regret for the loss of the furnace. Stepping out of the alchemical chamber, he stretched lazily, and just as he returned to his courtyard, a figure lunged at him. Qi Feng smiled indulgently as he caught Ye-er. Hee, brother, you have emerged from seclusion. Ye-er has a special connection with you? I see you must be rather bored, coming to find your brother every day. Qi Feng teased, poking Qi-Ye's delicate nose. Brother, please don't expose Ye-er. Young master, you have emerged from seclusion. Wan-er, there's no need for such formality. Why is it that you cannot comprehend my words? Should I have to punish you for you to remember? With a flash, Qi Feng pinned Mu Wanjun down and playfully slapped her twice. Young master. Mu Wanjun covered her bottom, her face flushed as if it were bleeding. What, brother? How embarrassing. Qi covered her face, her large eyes wide with fear of missing any exciting moments. If you continue to misbehave, I shall punish you again next time. Fetch some water. I wish to take a bath, of course. Seated in the bath, Mu Wanjun knelt beside him, massaging his shoulders. Qi Feng squinted in satisfaction. Have Si Xia and Yin Xiu entered seclusion? Yes, since I cannot cultivate, I let them go into seclusion. I await the young master. It is rare for Yin Xiu to work so diligently. I shall check on the progress of the medicinal herb collection shortly. The herbs for the candle jade channeling elixir are relatively common, so they should be nearly gathered. By the way, weren't you planning to return home for a visit? When do you intend to depart? There's no rush. I'll follow the young master's arrangements. Then let us wait a little longer. If I find the time, I shall accompany you myself. Thank you, young master. Is your bottom itchy again? Not at all. I merely wish to express my gratitude. I am not being impolite to the young master. The young master bullies me. Wana regrets coming back with me, doesn't he? Not at all. Without the young master, perhaps I and Xiao Hua would have already met our demise at the hands of bandits. Even if we had miraculously escaped, our lives would have been destined for mediocrity. Following the young master allows me to witness a different scenery. Young master, may I ask you a question? What question? Why did you not accept me? Is it because you think I am too old? Not at all. I particularly appreciate your age, Wan-er. The cultivation method I practice requires me to maintain a youthful physique. Ah, I see. After finishing his bath and changing into fresh attire, Qi Feng headed directly to the Wanhua Tower. Yenemo had indeed returned, and upon their meeting, Qi Feng embraced Yenemo warmly. Yunyang, step outside. Yenemo pinched Qi Feng, feigning authority as she spoke sternly. Very well. Once Yunyang left, Yenemo removed her mask and shot Qi Feng an annoyed glance. So, have you gathered all the herbs needed for the Yinyang Sacred Pearl Elixir? I have, but I only managed to procure 3 of 2 main ingredients. You may take them first to practice. All right. Why have so many new herbs appeared recently? Just how many types of elixirs have you concocted? Only 3 or 4 types, primarily rare elixirs that require a diverse array of ingredients. Oh, I see. Yenemo nodded, somewhat bewildered. Qi Feng smiled gently and leaned down to kiss her eye. In this world, there is no courting phase like in launching. When both parties find mutual attraction, they simply proceed without delay. Although Qi Feng cannot claim Yenemo just yet, taking advantage of the situation is certainly permissible. Chapter 25. The Ruthless Bandit. Father, I have a matter to discuss, but do not speak of it to others. Also, please help me investigate discreetly. What is it? During my visit to Feiyun City, I encountered the Dark Soul insect. Though it was a rather mediocre specimen, it was indeed a Dark Soul insect. Dark Soul insect? Yenemo was equally startled, indicating her awareness of the insect's terror. Is there truly someone today capable of mastering the breeding techniques for Dark Soul insects? If so, that individual must have practiced the Shadow Soul capturing technique. I find it suspicious as well. The specifics are uncertain, but the martial world is becoming increasingly unstable. If this hidden mastermind can perfect the Dark Soul insect, The martial world may once again face turmoil akin to the Dark Moon Rebellion. Sigh, is the martial world about to plunge into a bloody storm once more? Do not worry. I am here. Please help me investigate quietly. If we can uncover any clues, I will personally intervene to eliminate the threat before it can fully develop. Then you must proceed with caution. Fear not. My strength has undergone a qualitative leap. Qi Feng pinched Yin Mo's cheek, marveling at its silky smoothness. What a delightful sensation, pervert. You're pushing me further away. Rest assured, I shall feed you more divine-grade elixirs in the future, guaranteeing your rapid improvement in power. What do you say? Have you not found the right person to follow? Before meeting you, Yunyang claimed I was the most talented person in the world. After encountering you, I finally understand what a true prodigy is. Hee, there's nothing we can do. Our strength simply does not allow us to be low-key. After a moment of tender exchange, they were interrupted by the evening's festivities, the selection of the Flower Queen. As the sun set, enchanting melodies began to resonate throughout the Wanhua Tower. Qi Feng held Yin Mo close, lazily leaning against the window as she donned a crimson veil that obscured half her face. Across the riverbank, several young masters exhibited envious expressions, for the women gracing the fifth floor of the Wanhua Tower were undoubtedly breathtaking beauties, flower queens of the highest caliber. For them, it would be a lifetime of merely gazing from afar. One exquisite beauty after another performed their talents, playing the zither, blowing the flute, or dancing, captivating the audience on both banks. Is it beautiful? Qi Feng was thoroughly engrossed when a mournful voice interrupted. Indeed. Yet none can compare to our Mo. How cheesy! Qi Feng lifted a cup of wine and offered it to Yin Mo just as she was about to take it. He shook his head, prompting her to lift her veil so that he could feed her. Once she had taken a sip, Qi Feng sealed her red lips, savoring the exquisite taste of the wine. Delicious. Are you not embarrassed? Yin Mo was visibly flustered, unsure where to place her delicate hands. Do not worry, they cannot see us. How could I bear to let anyone else gaze upon Mo? Do not call me Mo. What shall I call you then? Anything but Mo. Shall I call you Yin? You fine. Do as you wish. Yin Mo huffed, exasperated, and chose to ignore him. Qi Feng smiled, relishing the sight of Yin Mo's cute, flustered expression. After all the stunning beauties had concluded their performances, it was time for the voting segment. All the eligible young masters present in the Wanhua Tower were entitled to cast a vote, and Qi Feng had one as well, though he was too lazy to participate and tossed his slip into the abstention box. Wow, quite a few young masters have come today. Huh? Who? Qi Feng looked puzzled. Do you not recognize those four individuals? Yin Mo seemed surprised as she pointed to four charming young masters engaged in lively conversation. Qi Feng focused his gaze, and to his astonishment, he recognized them. Are those not the four young lords who previously met with the Summer Emperor? When did they return, and how did they end up entangled with each other? Gracing a place like the Wanhua Tower? How refined indeed! Qi Feng noticed the four, who had naturally recognized him long before. However, Qi Feng's frequent visits to the Wanhua Tower had rendered his presence quite unremarkable. And coupled with his demeanor, which clearly indicated a desire for solitude, the four chose to forego any intentions of approaching him for discussion. After the selection of the courtesan, the most thrilling segment was about to commence, wherein all the young lords would choose their favored beauties, exchanging vast fortunes for their affections. Of course, for a courtesan of such standing, one would need to offer rare treasures in exchange. Mere wealth would not suffice. Would you care to accompany me back to my residence? It is quieter there, more suited for cultivation, and no need. With Yunyang present, I can cultivate without interruption. Very well, Qi Feng conceded, feeling no need to press the matter further. After a few drinks, he felt quite tipsy and rubbed his eyes. Oh, Mo, am I seeing things? Is that Nian Xiao and Xixia? You're not imagining things. It is indeed them. Did you sneak out again? Of course not. I came openly to enjoy a drink, Qi Feng replied, growing increasingly sheepish. Xixia waved her hand, indicating it was time to return. Reluctantly, Qi Feng followed the two women back. Seeing Qi Feng inebriated, Xixia simply carried him on her back, eliciting amused glances from onlookers who dared not laugh, for he was the esteemed young Lord Qi Feng, not to be trifled with. By the way, Xixia, Could you check the storeroom for a superior alchemical furnace and bring one back for me? Chi Feng began to say before drifting into slumber. Understood. Humph. Is our young master smitten by that Yunyang of the 5th floor? Nian Xiu remarked, wrinkling her nose in suspicion. Don't be silly. The young master is not one to be captivated by women. True enough. When Chi Feng awoke, the sun had risen high, observing the alchemical furnace Xia had brought back. He frowned. It was rather mediocre and did not meet his standards. It seemed he would still need to consult his father for assistance in procuring a suitable furnace, as his father oversaw several organizations within the Qi family, including one responsible for intelligence. With this thought in mind, Chi Feng took a pen and paper, composing a secret letter to Qi Xiu Luo, which he sent via a train carrier pigeon that would deliver it swiftly within 3 to 4 days. For the time being, he decided to make do with the current furnace to concoct some high-quality and exceptional pills. Moreover, he had amassed a significant amount of the myriad forces within him and planned to enter seclusion for a while. Hoping to elevate the Shura battle technique to the mid-stage of the 10th layer. As for the immortal dragon body, there was no rush. Overextending his cultivation methods would not be prudent. He sensed that the power of fusion within him was primarily based on Shura true power. Thus, prioritizing the Shura battle technique was essential. Otherwise, the Shura true power might lose its initiative, possibly inviting unforeseen complications. After a little over a month in seclusion, Chi Feng had depleted 90% of the myriad forces within him when Zhou Tu interrupted his retreat. Chi Feng frowned. Zhou Tu would not act so rashly without a significant reason. What is it? Commander Hong Yu has sent word. The prince engaged in a skirmish with an ancient foe of the southern barbarian dynasty over the true dragon cauldron and, unable to prevail, has fled and is now surrounded, his fate unknown. What? Chi Feng exclaimed, soaring into the sky towards the border. However, en route, he sensed a familiar aura, causing him to pause. Was that not his father's presence? Had his father stealthily returned? Chapter 26. The true dragon cauldron deep within the mountains. He indeed found his father, Qi Xiu Luo, recuperating and channeling energy. Upon seeing Qi Feng, Qi Xiu Luo appeared somewhat dazed. Fenger, what are you doing here? My sister said you were in danger, so I came to rescue you. Nonsense. If I could not handle him, what chance do you have? Besides, do I strike you as a reckless brute? I had already arranged an escape route, which is why I dared to engage. And do you truly believe I cannot defeat that ancient foe? I merely allowed him to win. If it came down to life or death, I could crush his skull. Qi Xiu Luo retorted, visibly displeased. Qi Feng smiled, recognizing his father's familiar demeanor. Here, the alchemical furnace you requested. This is the true dragon cauldron, one of the 3 premier alchemical furnaces of the southern barbarian dynasty. What do you think? Qi Xiu Luo pointed to a large cauldron within the cave, grinning widely. Father, you truly are impressive, Qi Feng exclaimed, giving his father a thumbs up and tossing him a bottle of exceptional healing pills. What is your cultivation level? Oh, during this recent excursion, I had a fortuitous epiphany, and my current cultivation stands at the 8th realm, 9th layer. The Shura battle technique has reached the initial stage of the 8th layer. What? Qi Xiu Luo nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Qi Feng grinned, mirroring his father's previous expression. Good, good, good. No wonder you are my son. Even surpassing my prowess at that age, I believe you possess a significant chance of mastering the Shura technique to its utmost realm. With you in the Qi family, I am at ease. Father, are you not worried about the southern barbarian dynasty seeking retribution for your theft of their precious cauldron? Worry? Why should I? Our 2 dynasties have been adversaries for over a millennium. Besides, as long as I do not acknowledge it, who can prove I stole their true dragon cauldron? Fair enough. By the way, father, I must tell you something. Qi Feng recounted the matter of the dark soul worm to Qi Xiu Luo, who listened intently, his expression growing grave. This sinister technique has not been lost to time. This could lead to trouble. From what you described, the mastermind is exceedingly cautious, fleeing at the slightest hint of danger, showing no regard for the lives of his underlings. However, since this shadowy figure remains unaware that we are aware of the dark soul worm's existence, we can devise a plan to draw him out. What should we do? We must deliberate carefully. I will first send someone to investigate if there are any suspicious activities in the martial world. Understood, I crafted a Qingli Tianmo pill for my second sister. Could you deliver it to her upon your return? You have refined another divine pill? Qishou Luo questioned, astonished. It was just one. The furnace exploded during the process. Even so, that is impressive. Why do you speak of divine pills as if they are cabbages? You must never reveal the existence of divine pills. At the very least, wait until you reach the 12th realm before disclosing your identity as a pill master. Ideally, you should never reveal it at all. The implications of being a divine pill master are too terrifying. Rest assured, I will keep it under wraps. You need not worry about my affairs. Very well, you may return. Take the true dragon cauldron with you. The southern barbarian dynasty will undoubtedly stir soon. I must remain stationed at the border to give them a taste of suffering. And, if the opportunity arises, prepare a divine pill for your elder brother. Do not worry. I am already gathering the necessary herbs. That is good. Now go, and stay at home obediently. With the true dragon cauldron on his back, Qi Feng hurried away, oblivious to the fact that his departure from the imperial city had drawn the attention of some individuals. These observers merely speculated about the presence of an unknown master within the Qi family, for the aura Qi Feng had exhibited was undoubtedly that of a peerless power at the 10th realm. Contemplating the fact that, aside from Qishou Luo, there was another concealed powerhouse at the 10th realm within the Qi family, certain individuals with ulterior motives felt a chill run down their spines. It was best to steer clear of the Qi family. If Qishou Luo were to learn of this, he would surely clarify that they had misjudged. After all, even he could not gauge Qi Feng's strength. So it was absurd for these inconsequential figures to perceive it correctly. Rubbing his hands together, Qi Feng felt a surge of excitement at the sight of the true dragon cauldron and wasted no time in commencing his alchemical endeavors. 3 streams of true power surged into the true dragon cauldron, and Qi Feng furrowed his brow, sensing something distinctly different from the previous furnace. The rust on the true dragon cauldron began to flake away, leaving Qi Feng bewildered. What could this mean? Once the azure rust had fully shed, a large cauldron, adorned with golden patterns and entirely black, materialized before Qi Feng. Could the rumors be true? Qi Feng suddenly recalled the tales surrounding the true dragon cauldron, which spoke of its uniquely crafted materials, never seen before, and whose specific properties were unknown. However, as the true dragon cauldron passed through the hands of various alchemists, each became enamored with it, claiming that it allowed for more agile and controlled manipulation of the alchemical flames, and that during the refining process, the damage to the herbs was nearly negligible. Thus, the true dragon cauldron earned its place as one of the 3 most prestigious alchemical furnaces of the southern barbarian dynasty. Furthermore, there were whispers that this true dragon cauldron was a living entity, capable of absorbing the medicinal properties that overflowed during alchemical processes, leading to transformations within the cauldron itself. With a thought, Qi Feng ignited the true power, and the true dragon cauldron seemed to undergo a rebirth in flames, miraculously repairing its pockmarked surface. Qi Feng was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, this is incredible. It bears a striking resemblance to a substance from Blue Star known as memory metal." The completed Zhenlong Ding had shrunk slightly, an alteration that was hardly noticeable at first glance. However, Qi Feng's perceptive senses quickly detected the change. Upon commencing alchemy with the Zhenlong Ding, Qi Feng was astounded. Its capacity far exceeded that of the alchemical furnace he had previously employed. For instance, when he had previously set the flow rate of true energy to 1, exceeding that threshold would have surpassed the furnace's limits, causing damage. Even maintaining a steady flow at 1 for an extended period would inflict minor harm on the furnace. Any damage to the alchemical furnace would directly affect the outcome of the elixirs, prompting Qi Feng to find an appropriate flow rate and refrain from further increases. Yet, the Zhenlong Ding's tolerances were astonishing. Qi Feng had already doubled the flow rate of true energy, and the Zhenlong Ding showed no signs of strain. It was only when he tripled the flow rate that the Zhenlong Ding began to heat up. This was not merely a matter of reducing the alchemical time by nearly 3-fold. Shorter durations generally led to fewer unforeseen incidents, thereby enhancing the success rate of the alchemical processes. Moreover, the Zhenlong Ding contained a chilling energy, likely related to the properties of its materials, resulting in a slower heating process compared to other furnaces. While other alchemical furnaces would glow a fiery red after producing divine-grade elixirs, the Zhenlong Ding remained unaffected. Qi Feng successfully refined 3 exquisite Yinyang Shengyu Dan, and upon touching the Zhenlong Ding, he was surprised to find it still retained a coolness. This Zhenlong Ding was indeed a treasure, and Qi Feng felt fortunate to have acquired such a fitting alchemical furnace, thanks to his father's keen eye. Meanwhile, the Nanman dynasty was left in despair, as the notorious Shura king had burst in like a bandit, slaughtering their people and absconding with their valuables. Furthermore, the ancient warrior who had faced the Shura king reported an explosive increase in the latter's power. Even the formidable 11th-stage experts would find it difficult to contend with the Shura king, unless they were at the 5th level or above. It was true that Qi Xiu Luo, despite being a prodigious talent, possessed only the 9th level of the 10th stage. However, with his fierce Shura body and Shura king sword, he could contend with the 11th-stage 5-level ancient warriors. His previous injuries had been real but feigned. He had intentionally sustained them. Unfortunately, the ancient warrior did not fall for his ruse. Had he pursued Qi Xiu Luo into the territory of the Beixia dynasty, Qi Xiu Luo would have unleashed his full power, potentially gravely injuring the ancient warrior. In less than half a month, Qi Feng had exhausted the medicinal materials he had gathered during this period. He emerged from the alchemical chamber with a box containing elixirs that, if released into the outside world, could be misinterpreted by clueless martial artists as treasures of the Dan god. A small figure rushed towards him, and Qi Feng smiled affectionately, for he had just completed refining the elixir that Nian Xiu needed. Named Qi Yu Shanghua Dan Young Master, I have cultivated the Tianfeng Ju to the initial 6th layer. I see. Here you go. Qi Feng promptly placed the Qi Yu Shanghua Dan into Nian Xiu's mouth, and she swallowed it eagerly. Qi Feng then placed his palm on her chest, pouring abundant true energy into her body to assist in refining the Qi Yu Shanghua Dan like Xia. She absorbed only a small portion of the medicinal power, while most of it was sealed within her. Consequently, Nian Xiu's cultivation surged from the 6th level of the 6th stage to the 1st level of the 7th stage. Overwhelmed with excitement, Nian Xiu stood on her tiptoes, pouting to kiss Qi Feng, but he playfully pinched her cheeks and flicked her forehead. Finding an excuse to dismiss Nian Xiu, he intended to visit the Wanhua Tower without her company. Nian Xiu, with a forlorn expression, watched him leave. Imo, lower your voice. Yenimo swiftly covered Qi Feng's mouth. Look at this. Qi Feng grinned as he handed Yenimo a jade box. Yenmo's breath quickened. Could it contain the divine-grade Yinyang Shengyu Dan? Upon seeing the Yinyang Shengyu Dan, she gasped, covering her mouth. The stronger one's power, the more one understands the true rarity of divine-grade elixirs. While Nian Xiu and others merely recognize their value from myths, Yenimo, with her strength and insight, comprehended their true worth. Are you really giving this to me? This elixir is worth more than I could ever afford, Yenimo said, gazing at Qi Feng with a complex expression. Take it, cultivate diligently, and strive to reach the 12th stage as soon as possible. Qi Feng pinched her earlobe, causing her cheeks to flush. Once she reached the 12th stage, they could engage in profound dual cultivation. Understood, you little rascal. Can I take it now? Wait, your cultivation level means you won't face any issues taking this elixir. Stay with me for a while, and you can enter seclusion afterwards. All right, Yenimo leaned into Qi Feng's embrace. Imo, you smell delightful. Is it related to your physique? It inspires a primal urge to take you right here. You rogue, by the way, didn't you ask me to investigate the Hanchong matter? 2 months after the demise of the evil cultivator in Feiyun City, a similar incident occurred in a city of the Shifua dynasty, with the reanimated corpses resembling what you described. Are you suggesting that this individual has fled to the Shifua dynasty? Indeed, given the caution of this mastermind, I believe it is a possibility. However, the more cautious they are, the weaker their strength tends to be. This complicates matters. I can't simply pursue him to the Shifua dynasty. For now, the priority is to refine the Zhuanggu Hundin. Once consumed, it will render me impervious to the Hanchong. Yes, just focus on enhancing your strength. When he next attempts to wreak havoc in the Beixia dynasty, we will apprehend him. By the way, do you lack an alchemical furnace? It seems I can't hide the fact that my father seized the Zhenlong Ding from you. You learned of it quite quickly. The news was spread by the Nanman dynasty, claiming that the Shura king stole their Zhenlong Ding. My father did not steal it. He boldly took it. From this perspective, Only the Tianjiao Xinlu remains in their possession among the 3 major alchemical furnaces of the Nanman dynasty. Huh. What about the Sifang Bagua furnace? It's in our 7-kill pavilion. We encountered it during a mission and conveniently took it to The Nanman dynasty is truly unfortunate. Do you want it? If you do, I can arrange for it to be delivered to you. Otherwise, it will just gather dust in the 7-kill pavilion. I'll retrieve it for you in a few days. Yes, please. I want to see if the Sifang Bagua furnace possesses any peculiarities. Chi Feng poured himself a drink, his gaze intensely fixed on Yinamo. What's wrong? Feeling like a drink. Go ahead. I'm not stopping you. I desire imported wine. Imported? What do you mean? Yinamo looked puzzled. But upon seeing Chi Feng's gaze, her cheeks flushed as she grasped the implication of imported wine. Considering the Yinyang Shengyu Dan, I'll indulge you. Yinamo took a sip of peach blossom brew and shared it mouth-to-mouth with Chi Feng. That evening, 3 horse-drawn carriages departed from the Chi residence, carrying several large boxes of medicinal materials back home. The following morning, Chi Feng inspected the materials and found them to be excellent. He had gathered all the necessary ingredients for the Wanxin Yingling Dan, sufficient for 5 refinements, 1 for high grade, 1 for exquisite grade, and the remaining 3 attempts aimed at divine grade elixirs. A week later, Chi Feng held the divine grade Wanxin Yingling Dan, grinning broadly in satisfaction. With the Zhenlong Ding, his success rate for refining divine grade elixirs had reached an astonishing 40, a significant increase from the previous 25. He summoned Mu Wanjun and Xia to act as protectors, instructing them that they must not disturb him under any circumstances. Chi Feng led Mu Wanjun to the secluded chamber for his closed-door cultivation. Remove your clothes. They might be a hindrance, As the delicate figure of Mu Wanjun gradually shed her garments, Chi Feng gently embraced her. Settling onto the mat with her, his hand resting upon her lower abdomen, Yu Wanjun felt her body tense. It was her first experience of such intimate contact with the opposite sex. Oh, not be anxious. Wanjun, all will be well, Chi Feng reassured her, feeding her the elixir, as his true energy began to flow steadily into her meridians. After the Wanxin Yingling pill was ingested, the potent medicinal force surged through her body, expelling impurities from her meridians and out through her pores, while Chi Feng's true energy amplified the effects of the pill, unblocking her channels. Gradually, a layer of black grime enveloped Mu Wanjun's skin, exuding a foul odor. Once all the primary meridians were cleared, the medicinal power of the Wanxin Yingling pill was nearly depleted. However, Chi Feng's task was far from complete, as there remained several obstructed secondary meridians that required careful attention. After 4 days and nights of relentless effort, Mu Wanjun's body suddenly awakened with vitality, signaling the full activation of her Shui Welling Tea, indicating that all her internal meridians had been successfully unblocked. Chapter 28. Returning home, wiping the sweat from his brow, Chi Feng used his true energy to disintegrate the grime on Mu Wanjun's skin, revealing a complexion as clear and radiant as jade. Exquisitely tender. When Mu Wanjun turned her head, Chi Feng momentarily lost his composure. She appeared as if a celestial being had descended to earth. Previously, her beauty could be rated a solid 94, but now it soared to 99. Rivaling Yinamo. What is it, young master? She inquired, but suddenly her face flushed crimson as Chi Feng's hand, resting on her abdomen, inadvertently moved upwards and gave a gentle squeeze. Embarrassed, Chi Feng chuckled awkwardly, realizing that his hand seemed to have a will of its own. Just as he intended to withdraw, Mu Wanjun grasped his hand, returning it to its original position, her intentions unmistakable. Feel free to touch, Chi Feng, not one to be shy, thought to himself that if he could not indulge fully, a little taste would suffice. At his level of mastery, he was immune to lust's interference. After a brief indulgence, he circulated his energy to quell any lingering desires. Yes, he carried Mu Wanjun out of the secluded chamber. Nian Xiu approached curiously. Sister Wanjun, what has happened? Why is your face so flushed? Such adult matters are not for children to inquire about. Go prepare bathwater for your sister Wanjun, Chi Feng replied, casting her a stern glance. Oh, all right. Nian Xiu scampered away, her movements reminiscent of a lively duck, prompting a smile from CXI.IT. Has been a while since I accompanied my mother. Xia, come, let us go shopping with her. Wanjun, once you finish your bath, you may begin cultivating the Shui Web Biking technique. Yes, I understand. You may go now, Mu Wanjun replied, shyly shrinking into the bathtub. After Qifeng departed, Nianshou cheered and leapt into the tub. Playfully splashing with Mu Wanjun, Qifeng and Xixia arrived at a refined courtyard, filled with an array of blooming flowers and plants. A sudden chill swept through, and Qifeng was taken aback, realizing winter had arrived in the blink of an eye. This year seemed to pass so swiftly. Mother, he called out, his voice echoing before he even arrived, prompting Xiao Wan to emerge briskly. It is nearly snowing. Look how lightly you are dressed. One might think our family could not afford proper clothing. Mother, I am a warrior. Even without clothes, I shall not feel the cold. Qifeng retorted playfully. Do you have time to spare? Indeed. Do you wish to go out? Yes, it has been a while since I returned to the Xiao family. Your grandfather and grandmother miss you. Come with me. Sure. When shall we depart? Wait, I must fetch some gifts for your grandparents. Qifeng exclaimed, darting to his private treasury to retrieve 2 bottles of everlasting life pills and 4 or 5 bottles of earth element pills, perfect for his younger cousins who had only recently begun their cultivation journey. These gifts would significantly expedite their training, though moderation was key to avoid detrimental effects on their foundations. As they boarded the carriage, Qifeng lazily leaned against Xixia's shoulder. Mother, to what level have you cultivated the dream sky technique? I am at the late stage of the 8th layer. Why do you ask? Just curious, Qifeng replied thoughtfully. The dream sky technique practiced by Xiao Wan was an exceptionally unique skill. For the past 2 years, he had been gathering materials to refine the infant spirit sacred pill, yet the primary ingredient, the infant spirit fruit, remained elusive. The infant spirit sacred pill was ideally suited for Xiao Wan, and Qifeng was unwilling to settle for alternatives. What set Qifeng apart from other alchemists was his ability to tailor remedies for specific needs, while others manufactured general pills, often due to a lack of skill or knowledge of formulas. Since the previous Dan goddess passing a millennium ago, the art of alchemy had been in decline, and Qifeng worried that in a few hundred years, no one might practice it anymore. There was little choice. Alchemy required immense investment and effort, and compared to martial training, it demanded even greater innate talent. To summarize, the path of alchemy required substantial upfront investment for minimal returns, with only mid-tier alchemists able to recoup their initial costs. Though Xiao Wan married Qishou Luo from a prestigious family, the Xiao clan had fallen out of favor with the court in recent decades, losing much of their influence and power to Xiazhu. Nevertheless, few dared to provoke the Xiao family, for they were backed by the formidable Qi family, who commanded respect even from the court, while other families trembled in fear. Their destination was the Xiao family's stronghold, not the Xiao residence within the imperial city. Upon entering the Xiao estate, one might mistake it for a fortress, with smithing stations scattered about. The entire Xiao family was nestled between 3 grand mountains, having built their fortune on forging, making them the largest blacksmithing family in the Beixia Empire. The Shura King sword wielded by Qishou Luo took over 3 years to forge, ranking 3rd among the 10 divine weapons of the Beixia Empire, with the Dragon Soul forging platform in 2nd place and the Infinite Dragon Halberd held by Xiazhu in 1st. Not all of the 10 divine weapons were conventional arms. As Qifeng recalled the 6th-ranked Yin-Yang heavenly mechanism, he remembered its mysterious disappearance following the annihilation of the Yin-Yang family. He must remain vigilant to retrieve it for Yinimo's 2nd miss. It is the 2nd miss, 2 burly men exclaimed as they hammered away at their forge upon spotting Xiao Wan. Qifeng poked his head out of the window and recognized familiar faces. Xiao Long, Xiao Li, what brings you two to this forge? Oh, do not mention it. It is all Xiao Li's fault for breaking the master's sword mold, which led to our expulsion to the outskirts. The master said we cannot return until we forge a mold that satisfies him. It is my fault. Xiao Li chuckled sheepishly, clearly accepting responsibility. I see. Well, it has been a while since we last met. I brought you both a little gift, Qifeng said, tossing down a porcelain vial containing 2 high-grade divine essence pills, wrapped in his true energy. Thank you, young master. No need for thanks. Continue your work. I must visit my grandparents. Qifeng waved dismissively, unconcerned whether they understood the meaning of grandparents. The carriage proceeded to the rear mountain, where a cluster of buildings came into view. Pulsating with waves of true energy, Qifeng paused, astonished. Why was the Tianyuan Grand Formation active? The last time it was activated was for forging the Shura King's sword for his father. Have you discovered it? I had intended to keep it from you for another 2 years. The sword mold being forged within the Tianyuan Grand Formation is for you. What? For me? That seems overly complicated, Qi Feng exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy flooding through him. Once the Tianyuan Grand Formation was activated, it required a continuous supply of true energy from 6 7th-tier warriors, without interruption, typically lasting 2 to 3 years. In 3 years, an extraordinary sword mold would be produced, and Qi Feng never anticipated that Xiao Wan had managed to secure this for him. The human resources required over that period were unfathomable. Chapter 29. The extraordinary sword mold. Does father know? I have yet to tell him. Mother, how did you convince the Xiao family? That is not for you to concern yourself with. Your talent is no less than your father's, and you will need a suitable weapon in the future. Qi Feng sensed unusual undertones in her words. Surely, she had not sacrificed something of great importance for the sake of forging his sword mold. Mother, what you have lost, your son will help you reclaim, Qi Feng exclaimed dramatically, while Xiao Wan rubbed her temples in frustration. I haven't lost anything. This opportunity was initially meant for your cousin. However, due to your circumstances, the forging of your cousin's sword mold will be postponed by 7 or 8 years. After all, every time we utilize the Tianyuan Grand Array to forge a sword mold, it leaves over 20 array practitioners utterly exhausted. The so-called array practitioners are selected warriors from the Xiao family, specifically chosen to channel true qi into the Tianyuan Grand Array. Is that so? Well, it's been a long time since I've seen my cousin. Let's go. He should be at the Xiao residence. Xiao Wan stepped down from the carriage, followed closely by Qi Feng and Xia. This area was a residential zone, devoid of any other sword-forging platforms aside from the Tianyuan Grand Array, lest the commotion from forging a sword mold disturb the peace. The Tianyuan Grand Array is not merely a formation. It is a highly intricate mechanism, primarily based on the Longhun forging platform. In Qi Feng's experience, he had never encountered another device resembling the Tianyuan Grand Array. The entire apparatus exuded an aura of profound mystery, clearly the work of a master craftsman. A middle-aged woman approached, prompting Xiao Wan and Qi Feng to greet her eagerly. Grandmother. It's been a while. Fenger has grown so much. Qi Feng had previously explained the term grandmother to his maternal grandmother, so she understood it. Though Xiao Wan and the others were puzzled about where Qi Feng acquired such peculiar terms, they found it quite fitting. Old man, come out, stop fiddling with your iron scraps. Xiao Wan and Fenger have returned, and you don't even come out to greet them. I see you must be itching for a scolding. I'm coming. Why the rush? A lean, middle-aged man emerged, standing in stark contrast to the two burly figures of Xiao Long and Xiao Li. His grandfather was not skilled in forging sword molds, but rather in crafting forging platforms, a remarkable talent. It is worth noting that the complexity of a forging platform is comparable to that of a small car from Blue Star, assembled from tens of thousands of components, a skill not easily mastered by just anyone. Grandfather, Ive brought you some wonderful gifts, Qi Feng offered, presenting each elder with a bottle of extraordinary everlasting elixir, though he lamented that his techniques in crafting the elixir were still somewhat lacking. Having failed 5 or 6 times in producing divine-grade versions, he believed he could manage divine-grade elixirs now, yet had been preoccupied with other concoctions lately, not realizing that Xiao Wan intended to return to the Xiao family. Each small porcelain vial contained 3 extraordinary everlasting elixirs. Upon seeing them, the elders were taken aback. A single extraordinary everlasting elixir could fetch 500,000 taels at auction, making the 6 worth 30 million taels, equivalent to 3 billion on Blue Star. Even with Xiao Wan's elevated status in the Qi family, it would be no trivial matter to procure such a sum for the elixirs. Xiao Wan was equally astonished, initially believing the vials contained high-grade elixirs, only to discover they were extraordinary-grade in an era where divine-grade elixirs had become extinct. These extraordinary elixirs were the pinnacle of what could be found. Fenger, Xiao Wan looked at Qi Feng with curiosity. SSH. Let us keep the elixir matter a secret. Just accept them. Does your father know? He does, Qi Feng replied casually. Xiao Wan's heart raced at the thought. Could these elixirs be the product of Qi Feng's own crafting? She knew he was an alchemist but was unaware of the extent of his skills. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she burst into laughter at her own absurdity. After all, Qi Feng was only 16. Even if he had been studying alchemy since birth, it was implausible for him to produce extraordinary grade elixirs. Can we really keep them? Xiaowan asked uncertainly. Of course, mother. Do you doubt me? Qi Feng pouted, wrapping an arm around Xiaowan's. After a moment's thought, he resolved to find an opportunity to confess to his mother and sister that he could indeed craft extraordinary grade elixirs. No, I was wrong. Please, don't shake. That's more like it. So, shall we keep them? The elders asked hesitantly, given the immense value of the elixirs. The shock outweighed the delight. Since they are Fenger's heartfelt gift, father, mother, you should accept them, all right? We shall keep them. We aren't quite of the age to take such precious elixirs yet. We will save them for later. No need, grandmother, grandfather. The sooner you consume them, the sooner they take effect. Taking one every 2 months yields the best results, and my father agrees. So what do you have to worry about? Just eat them. Otherwise, what's the point of my giving them to you? Besides, the longer you wait, the more potency will dissipate. Huh? How can that be? I thought elixirs with inscriptions wouldn't lose potency. The inscriptions can indeed lock in some potency, but they cannot prevent all loss. A portion of the potency will inevitably diminish over time. However, the inscriptions do minimize the rate of loss. So that's how it is. We were rather uninformed. All right, grandmother, grandfather, you should each take one to see how effective they are. Encouraged by Qi Feng, the elders each consumed an everlasting elixir. Although extraordinary grade elixirs could not compare to divine grade, their effects were still astonishing. The elders visibly rejuvenated, particularly grandfather, who had developed wrinkles from years of dedicating himself to crafting forging platforms. Now, those wrinkles had vanished. This effect is indeed remarkable. I never expected to experience such a precious elixir in my lifetime. Qi Feng smiled silently. With the everlasting elixirs in hand, even if his cousin's family harbored grievances, the elders would undoubtedly side with Xiaowan. After all, it was precisely for this reason that Qi Feng had managed to secure the unparalleled sword mold. After spending over half a month in the Xiao residence, they finally boarded the carriage back to the Qi family. Upon returning home, Xiaowan immediately led Qi Feng to a secret chamber, prompting a resigned smile from him. All right, I'll come clean today. Mother, I won't pretend anymore. I'm a master. All those elixirs were crafted by me. Xiaowan was taken aback, covering her mouth in shock. She had intended to inquire about Qi Feng's current alchemical prowess, only to be hit with this bombshell revelation. Did your father know all along? Yes, he has always been aware. Well then, Xiaowan pouted, feeling somewhat wronged, realizing that both father and son had kept this from her. Mother, don't be upset. Father was just afraid you would let it slip. After all, the more people who know, the greater the risk of exposure. Fine. Mother? Don't be unhappy. You should be proud of your son's accomplishments. Here, let me share a secret that even father doesn't know. What secret? Actually, my cultivation has reached the 11th realm, far surpassing my father. Qi Feng whispered conspiratorially in Xiaowan's ear. What? Mother. Qi Feng looked at his mother, who was left speechless, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Are you really my son? You haven't been transformed by those ancient beings, have you? Xiaowan stammered, trembling slightly. Mother, you're overthinking it. Your son is an unprecedented prodigy, and my cultivation is soaring like drinking cold water. Well, all right, I need a moment to collect myself. Please take me back to my room. Very well. Qi Feng escorted Xiaowan back to her room before returning to his own courtyard. Sensing the surroundings, he found all 3 women were in seclusion, leaving him with ample time to himself. Looks like it's going to snow. The snow-ning flower will soon bloom. I can't afford to miss it this year, Qi Feng murmured as he gazed towards the north. That direction harbored a tree reputed to be over 3,500 years old. During the frost's descent, the snow-ning flowers would blossom, a traditional sight to behold. After a moment's hesitation, Qi Feng decided to visit the Wanhua Tower. Yanimo and Yunyang were absent, Likely having found a quiet place to seclude themselves, Chi Feng ordered 2 jars of wine, leaning against the window as he savored his drink. A knock at the door startled him. This was Yin Mo's room, so who could be seeking her? Young master, may I ascend to the 6th floor for a discussion? Chi Feng raised an eyebrow. It seemed the visitor was here for him, presumably a figure of significance behind the Wanhua Tower. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by an unassuming middle-aged woman who smiled warmly at him. Chi Feng felt a sense of gravity. She emanated the aura of a 12th realm practitioner, also known as a semi-immortal. I came all the way from the Southern Kingdom just to meet you. Young master, encountering you today is indeed a marvel. You came specifically to see me. What is your purpose? Allow me to introduce myself first. I am Yunshang, and you may call me Sister Yun or simply the Tower Master. I founded the Wanhua Tower and have come to invite you to join. What if I decline? In business, it is not about righteousness but about mutual benefit. May I inquire what exactly does the Wanhua Tower do? What we desire is entirely up to you. There are no constraints. Those who can join the Wanhua Tower are all prodigies, and prodigies ought to be free. How many members does the Wanhua Tower currently have? That is confidential information. If you do not join, I cannot disclose it. Very well. You assure me there are no constraints? None whatsoever. Moreover, we share significant information regarding various dynasties. If something piques your interest, you may choose to participate or not, and no one will force you. It certainly sounds enticing. If I join, can I withdraw later? Of course, I said there are no constraints. Can your Wanhulu retain people? Why not? You may regard Wanhulu as an organization where demons gather to seek amusement during their idle time. Very well, you have spoken your mind. I shall join. Welcome. To answer your question, counting you and me, there are currently 17 members in Wanhulu, who are mostly dispersed among various dynasties. Nevertheless, we do have subordinate organizations that handle some behind-the-scenes events. The daily management of Wanhulu is primarily the responsibility of these subordinate groups. I see. I understand now. So you want the Hualing. The Hualing serves as a symbol of status. If you receive 3 of my strikes, you can obtain the Bai Hualing. If you endure 10, you will acquire the Qian Hualing. And if you withstand 100, you will possess the Wan Hualing. TOC the Wan Hualing is akin to seeing me. Currently, aside from myself, only 2 others hold the Wan Hualing. Of course, there are no distinctions of rank or status among the holders of the Hualing. We are all equal, with no superior subordinate relationships, including between you and me. All right, then let us find a secluded spot to exchange a few moves. It seems you are quite confident in yourself. I look forward to your performance. Yunshang smiled gently, unable to discern Chi Feng's true abilities, but she believed he could withstand 10 of her strikes to earn the Qian Hualing. This was not due to underestimating him, but rather because Chi Feng was merely 16 years old. Even if he were a prodigy, he would still need time to mature. The 2 departed from the Imperial City and sought a remote forest, not far from Shaolin Temple, which Chi Feng had visited before and was familiar with its location. My apologies, esteemed host, he declared. Come now, do not hold back. The Shura Dharma manifestation rapidly took shape. Originally towering at a height of 100 meters, it did not expand but instead shrank, ultimately stabilizing at 5 meters. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Yunshang's eyes. This was a 3rd-tier Dharma manifestation. Indeed, there are 5 stages in total. The first stage involves condensing the Dharma manifestation, the second maximizes it, and the third compresses and solidifies the maximized manifestation. In this 3rd stage, although the manifestation diminishes in size, its inherent power soars dramatically. The 4th stage is the integration of the body and the Dharma manifestation, while the 5th stage, which is often referred to as the Dharma manifestation of heaven and earth, represents the ultimate maximization of the manifestation, a force capable of cataclysmic destruction. From the very moment the Dharma manifestation is condensed, which marks the beginning of the 2nd stage, one can imbue it with power. However, this enhancement does not perfectly inherit the full strength of the Dharma manifestation, only achieving about 20 to 30% of its potential. Yet, upon reaching the 4th stage, the Dharma manifestation and the physical form become one. The manifestation becomes the self, and the self becomes the manifestation. Generally, only by mastering one's techniques to perfection can one attempt this integration. even though Yunxiang is a semi-immortal of the 12th realm and 6th layer. She has only just begun to touch the threshold of this integration. Qifeng had already solidified his Dharma manifestation to such an extent that it left her astonished. It is known that the higher the tier of the Dharma manifestation, the more challenging it is to compress and solidify. The Shura Dharma manifestation is indeed one of the highest tiers. Qifeng transformed into a fleeting shadow, launching a punch, and Yunxiang raised her hand to lightly block it. It felt as if Qifeng had struck an invisible barrier. Startled, he realized that the semi-immortal's true power was formidable indeed, as he could not even break through her true power barrier. This was understandable. Qifeng had reached the 11th realm due to the confluence of three sources of true power and the annihilative force derived from their fusion. Now, he had only unleashed the Shura true power, which amounted to the 9th layer of the 10th realm, placing him 2 major realms below Yunxiang, making it impossible to easily breach her true power shield. Not bad. You might just manage to withstand 10 of my strikes, she remarked. After a moment of hesitation, Qifeng decided against exposing his annihilative force for now. After all, both the Qian Hualing and the Wan Hualing held the same value. Possessing a Hualing sufficed. Yunxiang imitated Qifeng, delivering a punch that sent him crashing into the forest, shattering over 10 large trees. Qifeng barely managed to stabilize himself, feeling quite pained. Yunxiang was taken aback, wondering, what on earth? How can this boy's physique be so formidable? Little did she know that Qifeng had cultivated 3 supreme body refinement techniques, making it only natural for his physique to be exceptional. Ultimately, Qifeng, leveraging a physique comparable to that of a semi-immortal of the 12th realm, endured 100 of Yunxiang's strikes. Yunxiang gritted her teeth. It was her first encounter with such an anomaly, and her hands grew sore from the exertion. Qifeng appeared to be in dire straits. Yet he was not significantly harmed. Chapter 31. 2 significant pieces of news here. Your Wan Hualing. Yunxiang tossed a Wan Hualing before taking flight, seeking solitude. After meeting Qifeng, she felt as though her 300 years of existence had been in vain. A mere 16-year-old boy had exchanged blows with her, and if word got out, her reputation as the Cloud Lord would be utterly tarnished. Indeed, Yunxiang held another title, Cloud Lord, and no one knew that Yunxiang was the Cloud Lord. Nor did anyone truly understand her identity. All that was known was that each time the Cloud Lord appeared, she donned a flowing, cloud-embroidered gown, her strength astonishing. Many martial artists believed the Cloud Lord to be the foremost figure in the world, thus referring to her as such. Qifeng returned to his residence, his tattered clothing trailing behind him, feeling somewhat frustrated. Relying solely on the Shura true power, he found the disparity in strength with Yunxiang overwhelming, rendering him utterly defenseless. This was his first experience of such a sensation. He communicated with Xiao Wan, informing her that he would be in seclusion, and then he plunged into his meditation chamber. The Snow-Ning flower? He would see it another time. After all, the Snow-Ning flower bloomed annually. After more than 2 months, Qifeng emerged from his seclusion, having concocted a batch of 9 solid soul pills of excellent quality, which sufficed without needing divine-grade pills. He divided the elixirs and retreated into seclusion once more. This time, he remained in meditation for just over a year. On that day, the skies above the imperial city suddenly darkened. Thunder crashed and lightning flashed. Strangely, the phenomenon dissipated after only a brief moment. Chen Lao, what was that just now? If I am not mistaken, it should be someone attempting to transcend the semi-immortal tribulation. However, I have never heard of a tribulation being interrupted. Could it be that I am mistaken? Chen Lao replied, his expression filled with uncertainty. He had not anticipated that there were other powerful beings of the 11th realm in the imperial city besides her and the old immortal. It was on this very day that Qifeng emerged from his seclusion. Indeed, the thunderstorm was a result of his actions. Fortunately, he had forcibly suppressed the pace of his breakthrough, preventing him from undergoing the tribulation on the spot. His cultivation had now reached the 9th layer of the 11th realm, and he was at the peak of the 9th layer, capable of breaking through at any moment. The Shura battle technique had also reached the pinnacle of the 10th layer, while the indestructible diamond technique was at the mid-stage of the 10th layer, and the Luo battle true body was still at the initial stage of the 10th layer. Beyond the 11th realm, The gaps between each layer were even greater than he had anticipated. Were it not for the annihilative force formed through the fusion of three sources of true power, he would likely have hit a bottleneck by now. Fortunately, with the annihilative force leading the charge and the other three sources of true power assisting, he could shatter barriers and reach the semi-immortal realm that, of course, had it not been for the annihilative force, Chiefing could still break through to the 12th realm, but that would require him to advance the Shura battle technique to the initial stage of the 11th layer. Whether he were to break through to the 12th realm or elevate the Shura battle technique to the initial stage of the 11th layer, both would create a tremendous commotion. Chiefing naturally intended to find a desolate place to quietly make his breakthrough, as maintaining a low profile was his guiding principle. Upon leaving seclusion, Chiefing ascended to the 6th floor of Wanhulu, where he learned of two crucial pieces of news. Firstly, 2 months ago, the Southern Barbarians officially declared war on the Northern Summer Dynasty, and this time it appeared to be serious. Various intelligence organizations had confirmed that the Southern Barbarians were gathering their forces, preparing for battle. Secondly, the Southern Kingdom was on the verge of being annihilated by the Chilai Kingdom. The young princess of the Southern Kingdom, carrying the nation's divine martial arts and the everlasting youth technique, had vanished without a trace. Furthermore, many of the Southern Kingdom's divine weapons and top-tier techniques had also gone missing. Some sects from the Southern Kingdom could not withstand the brutality of the Chilai Kingdom and began relocating to other dynasties. How did the ruler of the Chilai Kingdom convince the sects within to dispatch their elite forces to follow him into battle? Chiefing pondered, for the Northern Summer Dynasty could not achieve such a feat, as the combined strength of the sects far exceeded that of the royal family, making coercion impossible. Offering benefits to the sects would also be futile, as most sects adhered to a rule that forbade involvement in conflicts between dynasties or nations. The Southern Kingdom and the Chilai Kingdom were only slightly smaller in scale than the dynasties, and for the Chilai Kingdom to conquer the Southern Kingdom with overwhelming force, it undoubtedly required the assistance of the sections. Chiefing could not fathom why these sects would act in such a manner, as it would brand them as traitors in the eyes of other sections. The sects from neighboring dynasties could easily launch a united offensive under the pretext of purging traitors, obliterating those who meddled in the conflicts between the two nations. Yunshang had left a message stating that she had gone to the Southern Kingdom, likely curious about the truth behind the matter. Chiefing also wished to visit the Southern Kingdom, but there were still two matters to address. One was alchemy, and the other was to resolve the situation with the Southern Barbarians. If war were to break out, his father would be in the gravest danger, as Qi Shilua was the one the Southern Barbarians most wished to eliminate, even more so than Xia Zhu. Chiefing transformed into a gust of wind, silently returning to his residence. Over the past year, the medicinal herbs he had collected had piled up into a small mountain. With a thought, he summoned his true power, causing all the boxes to open. Each medicinal herb was categorized and placed upon the shelves. Rubbing his hands together, Chiefing resolved to attempt concocting divine-grade pills with 13 patterns today. All the divine-grade pills he had previously crafted were of 12 patterns, but the sacred classic of pill alchemy contained a passage recounting a divine alchemist's testimony. Theoretically, there is no limit to the number of pill patterns. Upon assuming the mantle of the most gifted alchemist in history, Dan Shen devoted his entire life to the art of alchemy. Just before his passing, he succeeded in concocting a divine 14-pattern elixir, thus achieving a sense of fulfillment. However, this remarkable 14-pattern elixir had never been witnessed by anyone. Hence, the world regarded the 13-pattern elixir as the pinnacle of divine potions. Much like the decline over millennia, some martial artists now believe that the supreme elixirs represent the utmost limit, especially given that no divine elixirs have graced the world for centuries. The necessity to forge a 13-pattern elixir arose from the fact that Qi Shilua had already consumed 3 12-pattern Slaughter King elixirs, resulting in a significant resistance within his body. The effects of further 12-pattern Slaughter King elixirs would be markedly diminished. Qi Feng had first-hand experience of the terrifying nature of the 11th Realm's barriers. If he continued to consume 12-pattern Slaughter King elixirs, it would likely take 5 or 6 to facilitate Qi Shilua's breakthrough to the 11th Realm. However, excessive consumption would only lead to a steep increase in resistance to the Slaughter King elixirs, rendering even the 13-pattern or 14-pattern variants ineffective in the future. Conversely, the 13-pattern Slaughter King elixir was different. Qi Feng estimated that merely one would suffice to enable Qi Shilua's breakthrough to the 11th realm, possibly two at most. Subsequently, Qi Shilua would need to consolidate his cultivation for 4 to 5 years to ensure stability, lest it affect his future practices. 2 days later, the Zhenlong Ding trembled slightly, and a single elixir within it cracked open. Qi Feng furrowed his brow, took a moment to regulate his breath, and commenced the next round of concoction. After 7 attempts, all culminating in failure, Qi Feng found himself smiling. He had finally discerned the reasons for his previous shortcomings. This time, he added more than double the amount of medicinal ingredients and began the refining process anew. 3 days later, a unique medicinal aroma enveloped the air, invigorating his senses with a refreshing sensation. Qi Feng remained diligent, as the elixir had yet to fully take shape. After more than an hour, the fragrance intensified and gradually transformed into a delicate scent, signifying the medicinal properties being sealed within the patterns. The 13-pattern Slaughter King elixir was successfully forged. Qi Feng was overwhelmed with excitement, as this marked his first creation of a 13-pattern elixir. The ingredients for other elixirs paled in comparison to those of the Slaughter King elixir, prompting Qi Feng to abandon the notion of further attempts at crafting a 13-pattern elixir. Primarily due to its impracticality for others, the 13-pattern divine elixir demanded exceedingly high requirements from its user, necessitating a minimum cultivation level above the 9th realm's 5th layer. Aside from Yinemo, no one else could partake in it. However, the materials for the Yinyang Holy Pearl elixir were exceedingly scarce. After 2 failures, they had been entirely depleted. Moreover, the ingredients for the Yinyang Holy Pearl elixir were far more precious than those for other elixirs, and Qi Feng was unwilling to squander them on practice. That Qi Feng spent over a month in the alchemy chamber, successfully crafting numerous divine elixirs, culminating in the creation of a 13-pattern Ice Spirit pulse-breaking elixir. Well, he had just declared he would not attempt further creations, yet here he was, having forged another. Upon emerging from seclusion, Qi Feng immediately sought out Xiao Wan, presenting her with the divine infant spirit elixir. He explained his intention to find a location to break through, assuring her not to worry about him. Unbeknownst to him, this only heightened Xiao Wan's concerns, for the semi-divine thunder tribulation was exceedingly fearsome. Countless prodigies had perished beneath its wrath. Even with life-preserving measures, their foundations could suffer severe damage, drastically diminishing their strength and making subsequent advancements exceedingly difficult. Xiao Wan feared that Qi Feng might not survive the thunder tribulation, given how swiftly his cultivation had escalated. Yet, Qi Feng himself harbored no such worries. Having never consumed any elixirs, all his true power was the result of arduous training, rendering his foundation remarkably solid. Thus, he felt no trepidation toward the thunder tribulation. Furthermore, his true power was now saturated and had reached its zenith. Failing to undergo the tribulation would mean remaining stagnant indefinitely, oblivious to Xiao Wan's unease. Qi Feng was eager to break through, feeling an unusual pressure within his body, as if it were filled to capacity. The situation along the border had also become precarious, prompting Qi Feng to visit the Wanhua Tower, where he fortuitously found Yinemo, who had already attained the 6th layer of the 10th realm, which was within his expectations. He entrusted Yinemo with the care of the Qi family's members before departing the imperial city, heading straight toward the direction of Qi Shilua and Qi Hongyu. He intended to assess the border situation, for the southern barbarian dynasty had grown too audacious. If they were not taught a lesson, they would dare to bite. As he approached the border, Qi Feng plunged into the mountains, adjusting his aura before commencing his assault on the 12th realm. The thunder tribulation came forth as if drawn by a scent, akin to a hound. Were the thunder tribulation aware of Qi Feng's disdainful thoughts, it might unleash the full force of the semi-divine thunder upon him. The 33-zhang Rualuo Dharma body emerged, standing tall amidst the mountains. Gazing up at the thunder tribulation, as a bolt of calamity descended, the Rualuo Dharma body synchronized with Qi Feng's movements, delivering a punch that obliterated the thunder. Qi Feng's aura surged exponentially, seemingly inciting the wrath of the thunder tribulation, which unleashed a barrage of blue lightning upon the Rualuo Dharma body. 3 streams of true power erupted, intertwining and coalescing into a colossal black dragon, its eyes a striking black gold, composed of annihilation energy. Dozens of lightning bolts crashed down upon the black dragon, nearly shattering it. However, with Qi Feng's continuous supply of true power, the black dragon withstood the thunder tribulation and surged toward the thunderclouds. The thunder tribulation was now thoroughly enraged. The blue lightning ceased momentarily, and mere seconds later, a massive purple bolt of calamity descended, measuring over 10 zhang in thickness. The black dragon roared in defiance, but ultimately succumbed to the purple bolt, disintegrating beneath its might. The residual force of the calamity struck the Rualuo Dharma body, prompting Qi Feng to spit out a mouthful of essence blood, now filled with rage. This calamity was devoid of any sense of martial ethics. After all, the purple calamity was only meant for breakthroughs to the 13th realm. From a distance, a purple beam of light and a massive black shadow seemed to be locked in a stalemate. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that the black shadow was enveloped in arcs of purple lightning, clearly struggling under the pressure. The sound of Buddhist chants resonated, and a 33 zhang Arhat Dharma image appeared to the left of the Rualuo Dharma body, assisting in resisting the calamity. This was not the end. A 33 zhang fierce Vajra Dharma image materialized to the right of the Rualuo Dharma body. The purple calamity dissipated, just when Qi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. A more terrifying aura locked onto him. Qi Feng stood stunned. There was more. A purple beam descended from the thunderclouds, compressing the 3 Dharma images, reducing their height from 33 zhang to merely 3 zhang. The purple beam loomed ever closer, and Qi Feng sensed that should it strike him, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. The annihilation energy within his dantian surged wildly, and at that moment, the Rualuo battle art ascended to the initial stage of the 11th layer. Remarkably, a portion of the annihilation energy began to merge with the Rualuo Dharma image, which, already immensely solid, suddenly acquired a semblance of divine resonance. Indeed, it had gained a divine essence. The Dharma image, merely a product of the resonance between blood and true power, now possessed a hint of divine essence. Unconsciously, Qi Feng unleashed a powerful punch, and his Azura Dharma body similarly struck out, shattering the violet beam of light. This violet beam was, in essence, a bolt of tribulation lightning, albeit exceedingly thick, resembling a mighty pillar. The Azura Dharma body ascended to an astounding height of 36 zhang, leaving Qi Feng momentarily stunned. According to historical records, the maximum height achievable by an ordinary human-shaped Dharma manifestation is typically 33 zhang. Even a terrestrial immortal, at maximum manifestation, reaches only 33 zhang. Once the Dharma manifestation reaches its pinnacle, any attempt to further augment it risks collapse. It is akin to a 33 zhang structure. Surpassing this height necessitates an entirely new framework. It is not merely a matter of possessing greater true energy to enlarge one's Dharma manifestation, but of course, if one wishes to impress others by conjuring a colossal Dharma manifestation through sheer true energy, it is feasible, but such a manifestation would not genuinely be a Dharma body. It would simply be a mass of true energy resembling one, retaining its essence as merely a vast accumulation of true energy. The so-called Dharma manifestation resonates with the martial artists themselves. It is a product of the synergistic effects of true energy and vital essence. The size of the Dharma manifestation a martial artist can condense corresponds to their cultivation realm, and one becomes enlightened during this process. To conjure a gigantic Dharma manifestation merely for show is regarded by other martial artists as a foolish endeavor, for the sensation imparted by a true Dharma manifestation differs markedly from that of one artificially created through true energy. A martial artist with even a modicum of ability can discern the authenticity of a Dharma manifestation at a glance. The fact that Qi Feng's Azura Dharma body had shattered its previous limitations was somewhat astonishing to him. Furthermore, even at its maximum size, he could sense that the Azura Dharma body had become significantly more solidified than before. As the tribulation clouds dissipated, only a towering figure remained. Qi Feng, with a flicker of thought, began to attempt the fusion of the Azura Dharma body, and to his surprise, the process was extraordinarily smooth. It was only after merging for more than half the time that he began to feel some discomfort, indicating that when he next condensed the Azura Dharma body, he would be able to harness over half of its power, an increase of more than double compared to before. However, there was no need to do so. Dharma manifestations belong to the realm of great supernatural powers, and it was unnecessary to unleash them in every confrontation. Having reached the 12th realm's second heaven, Qi Feng nodded in satisfaction. Although he was now essentially invincible, he knew better than to become complacent. After all, there are always greater beings beyond oneself. The information he possessed was limited to the Northern Xia dynasty and a few nearby kingdoms. He was unclear about the situations in more distant lands, where there might be even more formidable entities. Qi Feng's figure vanished in an instant, not by means of teleportation, which requires the breaking of space, something even terrestrial immortals cannot accomplish, but due to his overwhelming speed. Despite the tremendous commotion he had caused, only a few villagers residing in the nearby mountains witnessed the phenomenon, as Qi Feng had chosen a sufficiently remote location, and it would take time for others to arrive. His entire tribulation process lasted less than 20 minutes. As for the villagers who had seen the signs of his tribulation, Qi Feng was indifferent. They were merely ordinary folk living in seclusion, leading lives of hunting and isolation from the world, likely unaware of the existence of the martial world. Chapter 33. The impending war. 2 days later, Qi Hongyu was leading a patrol at the border when a figure rushed toward them. Assassins! Several members of the Black Dragon Guard exclaimed in alarm. Xiao Feng, what are you doing here? I heard there was going to be a battle, so I came to protect you, sister. You've been in seclusion for so long. What is your current cultivation level? Your sister has made great strides in her cultivation. If anyone is to protect, it should be me protecting you. Qi Feng glanced at the Black Dragon Guard, and they hastily retreated. Let me see what realm you've attained. Qi Feng extended his hand, attempting to sense Qi Hongyu's realm. Men and women should maintain a respectful distance, little rascal. Qi Hongyu poked Qi Feng's forehead. He chuckled, not taking offense. Then you better confess. Confession leads to leniency, resistance to harshness. I am now at the 8th realm's 9th heaven, and the Azura technique is at the 7th layer's late stage. What about you? Guess. Did you break through to the 9th realm? Wrong. I am at the 10th realm. What? Qi Hongyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Qi Feng as if he were a monster. Did father give you a divine pill? Qi Hongyu questioned further, suspecting that Qi Feng had also consumed a divine pill like she had, which had propelled her own rapid advancement. No, I haven't consumed any divine pills. Qi Feng replied, shaking his head. With his myriad manifestation powers, consuming pills was akin to a waste. It was far more stable to cultivate earnestly. You truly are a little freak. Come on, let's go meet father. You little rascal, what brings you here? Before Qi Feng could speak, Qi Shilua had already called out, I missed you. So I came to see you. Humph, you miss me? I don't believe it. You just want to see your sister. Oh, come on, it's all the same. Father, what is the current situation? Where are the southern barbarians' troops? They have already arrived at Tianlu Pass, at their current marching speed. They will engage us in battle in a little over 2 months. So slow? Yes, because this time they have brought thousands of ancient savage beasts. Furthermore, they have mobilized royal resources. Based on the intelligence we have gathered, there are 6 formidable experts at the 10th realm and 1 at the 11th realm among them. The size of their army has reached nearly 800,000. This is going to be a tough battle. Relying solely on me and the king of Pingnan will certainly not suffice. Has that old man Xiazhu sent any news yet? Qi Feng inquired, feeling perplexed. If Xiazhu had the audacity to order the Black Dragon Guard to fight to the death, Qi Feng would return and eliminate him. The Black Dragon Guard would not retreat, as they represented the millions of citizens of the Northern Xia dynasty, and Xiazhu undoubtedly understood this. If he hesitated to take action, it would lead to the Black Dragon Guard facing the Southern Barbarian Dynasty's army of 800,000, which could result in their complete annihilation. As for the ancient savage beasts mentioned by Qi Shilua, they were reminiscent of rhinoceroses from Blue Star, but significantly larger, with shoulder heights reaching nearly 3 meters. Some exceptionally large ones could even reach 5 or 6 meters. When clad in specially designed armor covered in spikes, if a warrior were to be knocked down by one of these beasts, it would charge with the ferocity of a mountain, flattening any martial artist below the 4th realm into a pulp, truly a weapon of war. Previously, the Southern Barbarian Dynasty had deployed no more than a few hundred ancient savage beasts. This time, the number had multiplied tenfold, demonstrating their serious intent. Such a large-scale mobilization could not escape the notice of various organizations, But the Southern Barbarian dynasty did not mind, as the information circulating was precisely what they wanted the outside world to know. Qi Feng sensed that this conflict between the Northern Xia dynasty and the Southern Barbarian dynasty might not end well. It could very well lead to mutual destruction. Not only the imperial court, but also the sects within the territories of both dynasties would likely be drawn into the fray. The Southern Barbarian dynasty's willingness to initiate war likely had much to do with the sects within it, akin to the situation in the Qi-like kingdom. If the sects did not intervene, the strengths of the two dynasties were relatively balanced. Such an act of sending troops into another's territory would be tantamount to courting death. Subsequently, Qi Feng naturally decided to remain here, but not in a makeshift camp. He was in a city where, aside from the Black Dragon Guard, there were also several 100,000 civilians. Although Qi Shilua was not the city lord, his status was considerably higher, and as the heir. Qi Feng's position was likewise exceptional. Upon hearing that Qi Feng had reached the 10th realm, Qi Shilua's face broke into a broad smile, filled with pride. He wished to proclaim to the world that the Qi family had produced a true dragon, one of the most remarkable kind. However, he restrained himself, fearing that certain ancient experts at the 12th realm might attempt to stifle Qi Feng's growth by any means necessary. After obtaining the 13-pattern Slaughter King pill, Qi Shilua consumed it immediately, successfully breaking through to the 11th realm's first heaven, while Qi Wuchen also took a divine pill, experiencing a significant surge in cultivation, reaching the 8th realm's 8th heaven. A month later, Xia Zhu appeared in the northern city, the very city where Qi Feng resided, leading an army of 200,000 out. Of course, the northern Xia dynasty had more than just this number of troops, but it required time to mobilize them, and additional forces would arrive within the month. The second elite army of the northern Xia dynasty, the Dragon Blood Warriors, also made their entrance. These Dragon Blood Warriors bore tattoos reminiscent of organized crime, and upon further inquiry, Qi Feng learned that the dragon patterns were etched with the heart's blood of a flood dragon, augmenting their strength. That night, Xia Zhu convened a pre-war meeting, and Qi Feng and the others attended as observers. Both the eldest and third princes were present, along with 2 of the 4 other princes. The remaining 2 remained stationed at their original posts. Many martial generals had gathered as well, and Qi Feng sensed that these generals were all peerless experts at the 9th realm, while the other 2 princes were exceptional beings at the 10th realm's second heaven. However, Qi Feng was taken aback to discover that Xia Zhu had actually reached the 11th realm, the last time Qi Feng entered the palace. He had been at the 10th realm's 9th heaven, and he had refrained from probing Xia Zhu's cultivation, sensing the presence of an 11th realm expert within the palace. Yet, Qi Feng could ascertain that Xia Zhu had achieved this breakthrough during Qi Feng's year-long seclusion. Leaving him puzzled, it seemed highly unlikely that Xia Zhu possessed the talent to reach the 11th realm. Could it be that he had truly encountered an opportunity? Moreover, the sensation that Xia Zhu emanated towards Qi Feng was rather unsettling, as if he had undergone a remarkable rejuvenation. This newfound youthfulness seemed not to stem from the breakthrough to the 11th realm, but rather from the consumption of some extraordinary treasure, or perhaps a divine elixir akin to the life-extending pill. With both a breakthrough and the acquisition of such exceptional resources, Xia Zhu, that old rascal, appeared to have encountered quite the fortuitous opportunity. Qi Feng mused in astonishment. Chapter 34. The Ancient Beasts of the Wilderness. Esteemed guests, I shall forego the pleasantries, as we are all astute individuals who possess a certain understanding of the matters at hand. The Southern Barbarian dynasty has been excessively overbearing, although the source of their confidence remains unclear. It is highly likely that they have persuaded several venerable ancestors of various sects to lend their support. I have already conferred with the ancestors of the Holy Church, Shangqing sect, and Qingzhou sect, among others, and if the Southern Barbarian dynasty dispatches their sect elders, the ancestors and leaders of the first-rate sects will not remain idle. Therefore, our objective remains to vanquish the enemy's million-strong army. Among them, the thousands of ancient beasts from the wilderness pose a considerable challenge. Which noble lord is willing to undertake the formidable task of exterminating these ancient beasts? Xia Zhu voiced his concerns. Yet his gaze was fixed upon Qi Luo, for apart from the Black Dragon Guards, only the Dragon Blood Warriors possessed the capability to annihilate the ancient beasts of the wilderness. Qi Luo, unperturbed, directly accepted the mission to eradicate the ancient beasts. With Qi Luo present, There was little apprehension regarding the extermination of the thousands of ancient beasts. With his strength, a single punch could fell one of these creatures. However, there were rules on the battlefield. Warriors above the 10th realm were prohibited from engaging with the army. Otherwise, if the formidable fighters from both sides began to eliminate each other's foot soldiers, the battlefield would soon be left with but a few commanding officers. Furthermore, when armies clashed, it was not a chaotic melee but rather a formation. For instance, the 30,000 Black Dragon Guards would form the Black Dragon Array, wherein their true energy would coalesce into a dragon spanning thousands of meters to confront the enemy. In such grand confrontations, the battle hinged upon true energy. The side whose true energy was depleted first would inevitably face defeat, necessitating a desperate struggle. The reason ancient beasts from the wilderness were particularly troublesome was due to their tough hides and resilient flesh. Should the Black Dragon Guards attempt to annihilate these thousands of ancient beasts, their true energy would be significantly depleted, leading to dire consequences when clashing against the enemy's formation. A thought flickered through Qi Feng's mind, and an idea took shape. He could infiltrate the Black Dragon Guards and secretly channel true energy into the Black Dragon Array. After all, no one would be able to discern his realm, and he could simultaneously protect his elder sister. After the meeting adjourned, Qi Feng departed leisurely, while Xia Zhu gazed solemnly at Qi Luo's retreating figure. Elder Ancestor, can you ascertain the precise realms of Qi Luo and his son, Qi Feng? Qi Luo has indeed reached the 11th realm, suggesting that the Qi family has acquired an extraordinary boon beyond our knowledge. As for his son, there is something peculiar. His realm is utterly indiscernible. Indeed, he has reached the 11th realm. Elder Ancestor, is there any rare treasure capable of enabling a warrior at the 3rd or 4th layer of the 10th realm to break through to the 11th realm in just 2 years? Could it be that he has utilized forbidden techniques? It is unlikely. Although his aura seems somewhat ethereal, his foundation remains unscathed. I surmise he has consumed a considerable amount of exceptional elixirs that significantly augment cultivation. This aligns with our findings. Our spies have indeed reported that the Qi family has been acquiring medicinal materials in recent years. Moreover, not long ago, Qi Luo seized the True Dragon Cauldron. Though it remains uncertain which exceptional alchemist they have established a connection with, on the contrary, I suspect that the Qi family may have nurtured an exceptional alchemist of their own. That is a distinct possibility. Xia Zhu nodded. The royal family also possesses an exceptional alchemist, yet the success rate of their elixirs is rather dismal, barely exceeding 5%, yielding only a handful of exceptional elixirs each year. With more than several dozen royal offspring, there aren't enough elixirs to go around, let alone those that might circulate in the world. Such exceptional alchemists do not specifically concoct supreme elixirs. Rather, during their attempts to create high-quality elixirs, they may occasionally yield an exceptional one through sheer luck. However, the frequency of such occurrences is completely fortuitous. If they were to focus solely on producing exceptional elixirs, they might exhaust vast amounts of precious materials without producing a single one, leaving them in a regrettable predicament. Thinking that the Qi family's alchemist might surpass that of their royal family, Xia Zhu felt a pang of resentment, yet found himself helpless. If the royal family's only rival were the Qi family, he would unhesitatingly deploy the Elder Ancestor and Elder Chun to obliterate the Qi clan. However, the royal family faces numerous adversaries. A single thread pulled could unravel the entire tapestry, leading to a situation where none could act. As a full moon hung high in the sky, the quartet from the Qi family reclined on the rooftop, indulging in wine and idle chatter. In truth, with Qi Feng's talent and strength, he could easily establish an immortal dynasty. Yet, Qi Feng harbored no such ambition. Firstly, if the Qi family ascended to royalty, the hearts of the people would inevitably change. Even now, he could sense the resentment among a few of his underappreciated cousins towards Qi Luo. Should the Qi family become a royal lineage, internal strife would undoubtedly escalate, leading to a scenario of fratricidal conflict. This was not a fate Qi Feng wished to witness. Some might argue that with Qi Feng's strength, no one would dare betray him, yet he knew there would come a day when he would depart at that time. The descendants of the Qi family would find themselves embroiled in conflicts akin to those among the current members of the Xia royal family. Indeed, if Xia Zhu were to suddenly perish, the princes might well revel in the event. It could be said that genuine familial bonds are virtually absent among royal families. as who could resist the allure of reveling in beauty while wielding power over the realm? Qi Feng did not desire a future where the Qi family mirrored this, which is why he had never contemplated transforming the Qi family into a royal lineage. Instead, he envisioned leading the Qi family to become a reclusive clan that eschewed worldly affairs. Though this plan was not feasible in the short term, particularly with the Black Dragon Guards present. If Qi Luo were to abandon his post, it would be a betrayal of the Black Dragon Guards. Such first-rate sects often refrain from meddling in worldly matters, thereby avoiding unnecessary entanglements. Why could the Qi family not exist in such a manner? These individuals are so fixated on power because they fail to perceive the truth. Qi Feng understood deeply that unity is often followed by division, and vice versa. The endless cycle of conflict yields little more than futility. His sojourn in this world was to behold its splendor and savor its delights, not to engage in the intrigues of power. Fortunately, he was blessed with the strength to traverse the mountains and rivers at will, with myriad thoughts swirling in his mind and the presence of family by his side. A gentle evening breeze swept through, and Qi Feng became intoxicated, slipping into a state of enlightenment. Qi Hongyu and Qi Wuchen sensed Qi Feng's voice becoming increasingly ethereal, and under his influence, they inadvertently entered a semi-enlightened state. Qi Luo's pupils constricted in alarm, rendering him motionless for fear of disturbing the two's fortunes. It was not until the latter half of the night that Qi Feng's snoring broke the silence. And Qi Luo was astonished to discover that the three had unknowingly fallen asleep. Qi Feng smacked his lips and scratched his chin, prompting Qi Luo to smile helplessly. Utilizing his true energy, he lifted the three and gently returned them to their respective rooms. As sunlight filtered through the window, Qi Feng groggily opened his eyes, pondering the events of the previous day. How curious it was that he had become intoxicated after merely a sip of wine. Had his bodhisattva true body somehow advanced? Could it be that he had experienced another moment of enlightenment? Qi Feng yawned in bewilderment, noticing that his bodhisattva true body had progressed from the initial to the mid-tier of the 10th layer. No wonder he had dreamt of transforming into a bodhisattva last night. Time passed swiftly, and the atmosphere in the border city grew increasingly tense, until thousands of ancient beasts from the wilderness came into view. Followed by a million-strong army. Chapter 35. The arrival of the Cloud Lord standing among the Black Dragon Guards. Qi Feng sensed the formidable presence opposite him. Good heavens, 3 12th Realm old monsters had arrived. Their side was equally formidable, with 3 of their own, one being a royal ancestor and the other 2 ancient figures from various sections. The situation was even more absurd in the 11th realm. With a staggering 12 opponents present, while they could muster only 8, including Xia Zhu and Qi Luo, who had only recently broken through to the 11th realm. Comparatively, it was hardly a contest. As for the 10th realm, the numbers were nearly balanced, with 7 from the Southern Barbarian dynasty and 6 from the Northern Xia dynasty. Typically, in battles, the presence of 11th and 12th realm warriors was rare. But this time, the 10th realm fighters were rendered moot. This demonstrated the power capable of determining the fate of an empire. In this era, where demigods had faded into obscurity for centuries, a demigod was an unequivocal powerhouse. And only another demigod could contend with them. Unless a demigod was severely weakened, it was inconceivable for a peerless warrior of the 11th realm to defeat one. Qi Feng felt an impending sense of exposure today. If the opposing forces unleashed their high-tier combatants, he would have no choice but to reveal himself. "Old thief Xia, come out and meet your demise," a voice echoed, causing Xia Zhu to furrow his brow. "Southern blind man, your cultivation has stagnated, yet your tongue has grown sharper. Old thief Xia, surely the current situation is abundantly clear to you. Do not engage in futile resistance. Is that why they call you blind? Your vision must be severely impaired. Spare me the banter. You traveled far, not to engage in verbal sparring." Qi Feng felt a flush of embarrassment. It seemed that regardless of how powerful one became, the art of insult remained universally consistent. That may not be the case. As long as you are willing to surrender, I assure you that the Southern Barbarian dynasty will not harm a single soldier of the Xia royal family. Nan Xianglong grinned as he urged. "You are indeed ugly in appearance, yet your thoughts are quite fanciful." Qi Feng was filled with not laugh. Be serious. Qi Hongyu nudged Qi Feng with her shoulder, causing him to suppress his smile. Surprisingly, this sensation was quite novel. In his previous life, he was a law-abiding youth and had never experienced the thrill of battle. Suddenly, three formidable auras intruded upon the confrontation between the two armies. Qi Feng was taken aback. Wasn't the ethereal woman at the forefront, adorned with a mask, Yunshang? Moreover, she was accompanied by a man and a woman, each a peerless powerhouse at no less than the 11th realm. The man, in particular, exuded a terrifying presence. Yunju, what brings you here? Nan Xianglong asked, momentarily stunned. Qi Feng was equally astonished. Was Yunshang truly so formidable that she could reduce an emperor to such a humble demeanor? Indeed, to Qi Feng, Nan Xianglong's tone was unmistakably submissive. Out of idle curiosity, I heard there was a spectacle to behold, so I came to take a look. A cool voice resonated. Qi Feng widened his eyes. Had he not known Yunshang, he would hardly have recognized her from that voice. Xia Zhu was overjoyed. With Yunju present, the ancient monsters from the opposing sects would have to think twice before intervening. Nan Xianglong was somewhat perplexed by Yunju's stance. If she had indeed come to observe their adherence to the rules, then the sect leaders he had summoned would truly have to refrain from intervening. Although he was unaware of Yunju's true strength, the title of the world's foremost individual was not awarded lightly. Something feels amiss. This is not Yunshang. Qi Feng carefully sensed again and realized the discrepancy. The woman's aura, while 99 similar to Yunshang's, was not her own. She appeared to be deliberately masquerading as Yunshang goodness. The Wanhua Tower actually has a second and a third 12th realm powerhouse. Qi Feng was utterly astonished. The 12th realm was not something to be taken lightly, and the woman before him seemed even younger than Yunshang. This indicated that she was a peak 12th realm semi-immortal, far from the ancient monsters who had lived for 6 or 7 centuries. Of course, Yunshang was also at her peak. Today, with Yunju here, let us seek justice. Sect members must not interfere in the conflicts between empires. This is a time-honored rule. The southern barbarian empires' desire to break this tradition and involve sects in warfare is utterly contemptible, isn't it? The foe Yunju regarded Nan Xianglong with a probing gaze. Not at all, not at all. With Yunju present, we naturally dare not act rashly, he responded. Even in my absence, you should not act recklessly. Do you understand what it means to break the rules? It would mean the end of the empire as a sovereign entity, rendering it a puppet of the various sections. Nan Huang, why waste words with her? I wish to witness Yunju's prowess. An elder of the 12th realm soared into the air, manifesting a 33 zhang tall white tiger avatar, intimidating 1,000,000 troops, at your age. You should be more subdued, Yunju replied lightly, as a 33 zhang purple lotus avatar instantly formed beneath her, making her appear like a celestial being. As the lotus rotated slightly, waves of terrifying pressure emanated towards the sect elder. As the saying goes, the strong and weak are immediately apparent. In terms of momentum, Yunju clearly overshadowed the sect elder. Withdraw at once. I shall not stoop to your level. Otherwise, I shall send you to your eternal rest, she declared, her words light yet somewhat arrogant. However, none present perceived her as arrogant. Rather, they felt it was precisely what she ought to say, given her strength. Qi Feng mused that in the realm of bravado, this foe Yunju was a true expert. Her audacity to assume Yunshang's identity indicated she must know Yunshang. Otherwise, a 12th realm semi-immortal would have no need to disguise herself as another. Humph, you have offended me. The sect elder felt his face sting painfully. If he did not retaliate to save face, he might as well find a hole to bury himself in. Stubborn fool. Yunju's irritation was palpable. How dare this old wretch disregard her? The purple light from the lotus beneath her intensified as it shot towards the sect elder, inverting above his avatar, with numerous 3 zhang-sized lotuses coalescing to strike the white tiger avatar. A purple beam of genuine energy shot down from the center of the lotus. The white tiger avatar roared in fury, leaping to strike the lotus. Yet, the massive purple lotus merely quivered slightly before sending the white tiger avatar flying. Yunju walked through the air, lotus blossoms materializing beneath her feet, while the sect elder appeared increasingly beleaguered. He had clearly been at a disadvantage in their earlier confrontation. Elegant, truly elegant, Qi Feng exclaimed, prompting Qi Hongyu to swiftly cover his mouth. Lower your voice. Our Qi family cannot afford to offend a 12th realm semi-immortal. Do not worry. Give me 2 more years, and I shall also be a semi-immortal. Qi Feng whispered into Qi Hongyu's ear, causing her ears to redden visibly. Sister, are you blushing? Bragging. Why would I blush? Qi Hongyu retorted. Flustered as she pushed Qi Feng away, Qi Feng chuckled, falling silent as he focused on the duel between the semi-immortals. This spectacle was far more thrilling than watching a movie. The special effects were truly astounding. However, the clash of avatars was also the most draining on genuine energy, for maintaining such colossal forms required an immense amount of power. As expected, before they had exchanged 30 blows, the sect elder's avatar began to show signs of cracking, forcing him to retract it. This indicated a significant disparity between the two. They were not on the same level. Otherwise, 2 peak-level semi-immortals could battle for 3 days and nights without yielding a victor. Chapter 36. The Black Dragon's Astonishing Might. Truly, the world's foremost individual. I, an old man, humbly acknowledge my defeat. This old fellow had quite the knack for making excuses, and Qi Feng could not help but chuckle. By claiming his opponent was the world's foremost individual, it rendered his defeat less embarrassing. Furthermore, by stating he was old, he implied that if he were still young, the outcome might have been different. Do you presume to pose before me? Do you truly think I am your disciple? Receive my strike. This matter shall be settled. Yunju pointed. A massive purple finger of genuine energy condensed and surged towards the sect elder. Carrying a terrifying murderous intent, the sect elder was taken aback. This strike was far more fearsome than all previous attacks combined. How could she act with such impunity, showing no regard for others? Yunju, stop, Nan Xiangtian merely indicated with his voice, showing no intention to assist the elder. After all, anyone who intervened would directly offend Yunju. The other 2 elders also refrained from action, not wishing to incur her wrath. Ultimately, the elder Qian braced himself to endure the blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His aura significantly weakened. For someone of his age, this constituted a serious injury. Without the aid of a premium healing elixir, he would likely suffer long-term repercussions, possibly shortening his lifespan by decades. At that moment, Qi Feng felt compelled to exclaim, Yunju is incredible. With her presence, the sect members could now enjoy the spectacle. As for the matter of sect members disguising themselves as imperial forces, such concerns were unfounded. Everyone was astute enough to recognize the techniques employed at a glance. The ones most familiar with the Southern Barbarian Empire's sects were not the Southern Barbarian Empire itself, but rather the Northern Xia Empire. Similarly, the Southern Barbarian Empire was well versed in the sects of the Northern Xia Empire, limited only to those above the 3rd tier. They could not be bothered to keep track of the lesser factions. Nan Xiangtian's mood at that moment was akin to having consumed something repulsive. Who could explain to him why Yunju was present here? All soldiers, heed my command. With Yunju here, sect members must not interfere. We shall ensure these southern barbarians meet their end here. Xia Zhu directly issued the attack order, and the formations surged forth. A dragon's roar echoed throughout the arena as a black dragon, stretching over 1,600 meters, roared above the Black Dragon Guards. Everyone was momentarily stunned. What was happening? Previously, the Black Dragon conjured by the Black Dragon Guards was just over 1,000 meters. How had it suddenly transformed into one measuring 1,600 meters? This was due to Qi Feng's exceptionally high-quality genuine energy. The genuine energy of a 12th realm semi-immortal was far beyond that of these 5th or 6th realm warriors. Although Qi Feng was not the eye of the formation, the Black Dragon that integrated his genuine energy underwent a transformation. Moreover, control of the Black Dragon shifted into Qi Feng's hands. The 18 9th realm Black Dragon Guards, as the formation's core, were taken aback. What was happening? How had the Black Dragon spirit lost control? All Black Dragon Guards, heed my command. Follow me into battle. Qi Feng's voice was not loud but resonated throughout all the Black Dragon Guards. It is the young master's voice. Many of the Black Dragon Guards who had heard Qi Feng's voice recognized it. Control of the Black Dragon spirit was now in Qi Feng's grasp. The entire Black Dragon Guard broke formation, charging towards the ancient beasts of the wild. With a thought, Qi Feng increased his output of genuine energy, and the black dragon's spirit roared towards the heavens, unleashing a torrent of dragon flames, which were essentially burning genuine energy. The leading dozen ancient beasts of the wild, enveloped in dragon flames, fell to the ground within 3 seconds. Qi Feng chuckled. Today, he would roast all these ancient beasts. A surge of annihilative energy coursed into the black dragon spirit, causing it to tremble as scales began to coalesce. Originally, the black dragon spirit had merely been a shadow of a black dragon. Now, it began to transform from the head down, as if a living black dragon was being born. Qi Shilua found himself in a state of bewilderment, yet he was certain that the transformation of the black dragon soul was intricately linked to Qi Feng. At the moment when the black dragon soul completed its metamorphosis, a resounding dragon roar echoed across the vast expanse, causing all the ancient beasts of the wild to prostrate themselves upon the ground. The formidable warriors on the battlefield, all of whom were above the 10th realm, cast grave glances in the direction of the black dragon, for its aura at that moment rivaled that of a semi-immortal at the 12th realm. In a sense, this colossal black dragon had become the of Qi Feng, albeit one of such magnitude that it required the support of 30,000 black dragon guards. Given that Qi Feng was a semi-immortal at the 12th realm, the presence of the black dragon, in unison with the 30,000 black dragon guards, could undoubtedly be considered an existence of the 12th realm. Thousands of ancient beasts of the wild were rendered utterly dumbfounded. As the black dragon appeared strikingly realistic, no matter how fiercely the beast tamers exerted their influence, the ancient beasts simply refused to rise. With a thunderous roar, the black dragon unleashed its fury, prompting all the ancient beasts to hastily rise and flee, and they fled towards the direction of the southern barbarian dynasty's army. Nan Xiangtian was taken aback and promptly commanded the beast tamers to regain control over the ancient beasts. The beast tamers, with all their might, activated the runes within the ancient beasts, yet even in their utmost agony, the beasts were unwilling to confront the black dragon. With a frigid gaze, Qi Feng unleashed a torrent of dragon flames towards the beast tamers, reducing them to ashes. The runes within the ancient beasts instantly fell into disarray, leaving no one capable of controlling them. The southern barbarian dynasty's army, witnessing the stampede of thousands of ancient beasts, could only lament their misfortune. What was originally intended as a weapon against the black dragon guards had now turned into a weapon against themselves. Some formations could only endure the onslaught of the ancient beasts, as each formation was composed of tens of thousands of soldiers, leaving them unable to evade the chaos. Naturally, the Northern Xia dynasty would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. 6 massive entities charged towards the southern barbarian dynasty's army, engaging with the formidable souls conjured by their formations, denying them any chance to subdue the ancient beasts. Some ancient beasts successfully infiltrated the enemy ranks, causing disarray in the formations and diminishing the efficacy of the conjured souls. Within less than an hour of combat, the tide of battle had already begun to tilt overwhelmingly. Nan Xiangtian gritted his teeth, realizing the situation was dire. The disciples of the sect were prohibited from intervening, and the mere presence of that black dragon made it exceedingly difficult for them to contend. "Retreat the entire army," he commanded. "Want to leave after coming here?" "Not a chance," laughed Xia Zhu. "Xia old thief. What will it take for you to let us go?" "Hand over 500 top-tier elixirs, 3,000 high-tier elixirs, and 20,000 mid-tier elixirs. The specifics will be determined by me." "How outrageous. Don't you dare make such unreasonable demands. Otherwise, none of us will escape unscathed." "Then how much do you propose?" "It cannot be too little. Otherwise, you might as well beg for scraps." Qi Feng was rendered speechless. Was this truly the time for negotiations? Yet, perhaps negotiations were indeed prudent, as all the strong individuals of the 12th realm were fixated on the black dragon guards, and he could not afford to overstep his bounds. Qi Feng contemplated how to approach Xia Zhu regarding a reward for the black dragon guard's significant contributions, wondering if he might be able to borrow the precious tome of the undying dragon god body for a glimpse. The so-called martial arts manuals are crafted from the skins of ancient dragons, inscribed with techniques that retain a portion of their true essence, facilitating comprehension for future generations. In contrast, A mere copy would consist solely of cold, lifeless text, potentially leading to a fundamental misunderstanding of the techniques. This is not entirely a negative outcome, yet for the vast majority of martial artists with average comprehension, it is indeed a misfortune, as the master who created the technique was undoubtedly an extraordinary figure. The insights gleaned by an ordinary martial artist would pale in comparison to the original intent bestowed by the master. Chapter 37. The Undying Dragon God Body Qifeng was currently practicing the Shura battle art. The indestructible Vajra technique and the Arhat true body, all derived from the precious tome. However, Qifeng felt that his understanding of the techniques did not entirely align with what was recorded in the tome. He recalled observing his father's Shura law body, realizing that Qi Shilua's Shura law body bore only a resemblance of 3 parts to Qifeng. Now, his own Shura law body had achieved a striking resemblance of 9 parts. Qifeng sent a message to Qi Shilua, intending to see if he could retrieve the precious tome of the Undying Dragon God Body for study. With the current strength displayed by the Black Dragon Guards, no army could hope to rival them, including the Dragon Blood Warriors under Xia Zhu, who would only find themselves thoroughly outmatched. Given the monumental achievements of the Black Dragon Guards, it would be reasonable to expect that borrowing the precious tome of the Undying Dragon God Body would pose no issue. As the Black Dragon gradually dissipated in the sky, all the armies ceased their hostilities. The Northern Xia dynasty's forces stood proud and resolute, while the Southern Barbarian dynasty's troops were dejected, with some still engaged in combat with the ancient beasts. Noticing a gaze fixed upon him, Qifeng looked up to find the false Cloud Master scrutinizing him. He waved the Wan Hua order, and the false Cloud Master appeared momentarily taken aback. Clearly surprised that Qifeng possessed the Wan Hua order, alarmed, she wondered if he had discovered her disguise, but upon confirming Qifeng's identity, she ceased her actions, letting out a sigh of relief. What a peculiar young man, she mused, hastily retreating. Perhaps due to her unease, the false Cloud Master fled with 2 others from the Wan Hua Tower. Xia Zhu was taken aback, pondering why the Cloud Master had departed. Nan Xiangtian, don't you dare backtrack now. Upon witnessing the Cloud Master leave, Nan Xiangtian's expression shifted between uncertainty and determination. Ultimately, he refrained from making another move, perhaps out of fear of the sect's ancestors. For even if the Cloud Master had departed, she surely had not gone far. With hostilities no longer an option, Qifeng and Qi Hongyu left the ranks of the Black Dragon Guards and approached Qi Shilua. Xia Zhu covertly scrutinized Qifeng, feeling intuitively that the transformation of the Black Dragon soul was inextricably tied to him. Father, wasn't that battle splendid? Splendid indeed. Ha ha ha, witnessing those southern barbarians being chased by the ancient beasts was utterly satisfying. Due to the overwhelming advantage on the battlefield, the top-tier warriors from both sides had been denied the opportunity to engage, as the sect's members refrained from intervening. With the Southern Barbarian Dynasty's army faltering, relying solely on their top-tier warriors proved futile. As the warriors above the 10th realm were unable to directly confront the army, the Northern Xia dynasty found itself in a position of invincibility, save for one circumstance. Should they manage to eliminate all enemy warriors above the 10th realm, then the warriors above the 10th realm could commence a massacre against any remaining resistance. However, both Xia Zhu and Nan Xiangtian were not foolish. The warriors above the 10th realm represented the very foundation of their dynasty. If a battle were to result in the loss of a significant portion of their top-tier warriors, it would indeed be a grievous defeat. While ordinary soldiers could be replenished through vast resources, the unparalleled warriors of the 10th realm could not be produced merely through resource allocation. Thus, unless they possessed overwhelming strength, it was unlikely they would engage in a full-scale confrontation. Xia Zhu was well aware of this, which is why he opted to extort a bit before allowing the opposing side to withdraw. After cleaning the battlefield, the armies marched towards the border city beneath the crimson hue of the setting sun. Reminiscent of the blood that had been spilt that day, Qifeng's pace slowed, and a mysterious aura emanated from him. Qi Hongyu, startled, quickly relayed this to Qi Shilua. Without hesitation, Qi Shilua commanded the 30,000 Black Dragon Guards to encircle Qifeng, following his lead towards the border city. Having previously been part of the Black Dragon Guards formation, Qi Shilua directed them to surround Qifeng, isolating him from the other armies. The Black Dragon Guards, swept by the enigmatic aura, fell into a half-awakened state, their true energy surging skyward as a colossal shadow slowly took form above them. "What is happening, ancestor?" queried one, as the elder of the Xia clan was the first to notice the anomaly. Everyone was taken aback as a towering silhouette, 1,000 meters high, coalesced above the 30,000 Black Dragon Guards. "Something remarkable is occurring," the elder replied. "It appears that the Black Dragon Guards have entered a state of enlightenment." "All 30,000 Black Dragon Guards simultaneously entering enlightenment? How is that possible?" "There must be a catalyst, likely linked to the Qi siblings at the center of the Black Dragon Guards," he surmised. "Should I intervene?" inquired an accompanying elder, known as Elder Chun. "Have you lost your mind? Can't you see Qi Shilua is watching?" To disrupt their moment of enlightenment would be akin to severing their path to life. Who would dare to meddle with the Black Dragon Guard's fortune? The Qi family would undoubtedly retaliate without hesitation, and they would have justifiable grounds. Remember to maintain good relations with the Qi family. As long as they are intact, the Northern Xia dynasty shall not falter. Little Zhu, I understand your desire to consolidate power within the Northern Xia dynasty, but you must also recognize the reality. Without the Qi family, the Black Dragon Guards may cease to exist. Without the Qi family and the Black Dragon Guards, the Xia royal family's strength alone cannot stand against the other dynasties. Understood, ancestor. Little Xi is married into the Qi family. Naturally, I must cultivate a good relationship with them. That is splendid. The venerable ancestor nodded with a sense of reassurance. He had only just emerged from his seclusion. At the time of Qi Wuchen and Xia Shi's grand wedding, he was still in deep meditation. Although it was referred to as seclusion, it was, in fact, a self-imposed confinement to diminish the passage of his vitality. In simpler terms, this elder of the Xia clan had reached the twilight of his strength and had prepared himself for death in the impending battle. As the colossal shadow increasingly resembled Qi Feng, the ancestor's expression revealed a sense of inevitability. Waves of energy surged forth, indicating that the Black Dragon Guards were breaking through. Nearly 30,000 of them had achieved breakthroughs, with some even ascending a significant realm, while others had merely advanced 2 or 3 levels. Although they did not practice the Shura battle technique, both the Shura battle technique and the Black Dragon Guard's Black Dragon slaying technique were fundamentally about combat. Sharing a remarkable similarity. Qi Feng had essentially assisted all the Black Dragon Guards in optimizing their Black Dragon slaying technique, for the Shura battle technique was undoubtedly far superior. It was not until they reached the city wall, where the setting sun was no longer visible, that Qi Feng concluded his state of enlightenment, and the 30,000 Black Dragon Guards awakened from their stupor, immediately expressing their astonishment. "Wow! I've broken through to the 8th realm. Me too. I've even advanced 6 levels, and my vital energy flows more smoothly than before. Me too. Thank you, young master." The 30,000 Black Dragon Guards knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully to Qi Feng. "No need for thanks. I have also greatly benefited," Qi Feng replied, raising his hand, and an invisible force lifted all the Black Dragon Guards to their feet. Days later, news of the Northern Xia dynasty's resounding victory spread through every street and alley. Xiaowan received word that the 3 were safe, which brought her relief, as all 3 had gone to the battlefield, leaving her in a state of worry. Leaving the Black Dragon Guards to garrison the border city, Qi Shilua and his family returned to the Imperial City to claim their rewards. When he heard that Qi Shilua wished to borrow the Dragon Goddess Indestructible Body's precious text, Xia Zhu hesitated until he received a transmission from the ancestor, which prompted him to agree. Chapter 38. The little princess comes to court. Upon receiving the cultivation method, Qi Feng could not help but furrow his brow. The Dragon Goddess Indestructible Body was unlike any of the 3 methods he practiced. The Shura battle technique refined the body through true energy, while the Dragon Goddess Indestructible Body was refined using dragon blood. This meant that cultivating the Dragon Goddess Indestructible Body could not solely rely on the power of myriad forms. One must acquire dragon blood. Naturally, true dragons had long been extinct. Even if a true dragon existed, it would be a being comparable to a terrestrial immortal. Here, dragon blood referred to the essence of powerful serpent demons or flood dragons. The Dragon Goddess Indestructible Body comprises 13 layers. As mentioned, for the first 4 layers, the essence of serpent demons would suffice for cultivation. From the 5th to the 10th layer, one would need to seek the essence of flood dragons, and beyond the 10th layer. The blood of true dragons would be necessary. Even the ordinary blood of a true dragon would be significantly more potent than the essence and heart blood of flood dragons, leading Qi Feng to recall a certain nation, the Southern Kingdom. It was said that the Southern Kingdom possessed vast mountain ranges teeming with serpent demons, and rumors suggested that deep within the 10,000 Serpents mountain range, a true dragon resided. The Southern Kingdom thrived because of the 10,000 Serpents mountain range, as the alchemical techniques mastered by its people were largely dependent on serpents. Speaking of the Southern Kingdom's alchemical techniques, they differed from pill concoction. It was somewhat akin to a path that strayed during the pill-making process. But alchemical methods were much simpler and less costly. Sometimes, the elixirs produced were comparable in efficacy to pills, which led to the gradual popularity of alchemical techniques in the Southern Kingdom. It seemed necessary for Qi Feng to make a trip to the Southern Kingdom. He spent 3 days comprehending the profound meaning of the dragon goddess Indestructible Body's precious text before handing it over to Qi Shilua for him to return. Is your cultivation going smoothly? Not exactly. Cultivating the dragon goddess Indestructible Body requires dragon blood. I must visit the Southern Kingdom. The Southern Kingdom is currently quite unsettled. Father, you know my strength. As long as I wish to flee, even terrestrial immortals cannot stop me. All right. How long do you plan to prepare for this trip? I'm unsure. We shall see. It shouldn't take too long. Well, spend more time with your mother. She mentions you every day. Qi Feng nodded and took Xia and Yin Xiu to find Xiaowan. Upon learning that Qi Feng intended to travel to the Southern Kingdom, Xiaowan grew unhappy, but Yin Xiu's playful antics soon brought a smile to her face. By the way, the little princess came yesterday, did you know? She came looking for you, but I heard you were in seclusion and had left. Huh? Looking for me? Qi Feng was bewildered. He had never even met the little princess once. Perhaps the Xia Emperor wishes to strengthen the ties with our family. Are you saying the Xia Emperor intends to betroth the little princess to me? Isn't that so? With your remarkable qualities? It would be a significant advantage for the Xia royal family if the little princess were to marry you. Ugh. Mother, you didn't say anything, did you? Not at all. You decide for yourself, that's good. A forced marriage is never sweet. Besides, the little princess seems younger than Yin Xiu, right? Not at all. She is 2 years younger than Yin Xiu. Qi Feng broke into a sweat. That was indeed quite young. Xia Zhu had likely sensed something and sought to use the prospect of marriage to win him over. However, he realized that it was futile, as Qi Feng could no longer be restrained by the Xia royal family. Thus, any marriage proposal would require his consent. During lunch, Qi Feng suddenly froze. Someone had arrived. Moments later, a servant led a timid girl towards him. Jimeng greets the lady. Greetings to young Master Qi Feng. So, you are the little princess, who has bruised your face? Qi Feng scrutinized the little princess and noticed injuries on her face. No, I fell myself, Xia Jimeng replied. Flustered, it seemed that the desire to marry him was not her own. Was her father coercing her? No. It's my wish to marry you. Xia Jimeng shook her head. Piquing Qi Feng's interest, it appeared that this little princess was not well regarded. Why then would Xia Zhu send her to propose a marriage? Was there some ulterior motive? You know me. My mother showed me your portrait. You haven't eaten yet. Come and sit. Okay. The little princess obediently sat beside Qi Feng, quite close to him. The expressions of those around them were somewhat peculiar. It seemed that this little princess had not received formal royal etiquette training. And why had she lowered herself so much? After all, she was still a princess of the current dynasty. Qi Feng took out a small porcelain vial and poured out a pill, placing it in her palm. Eat this. It will ease your pain. No, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Xia Jimeng shook her head, attempting to return the exquisite yujidin to Qi Feng. I insist. You should eat it. Don't be nervous. My home is not like the palace. There are no strict protocols, Qi Feng said, directly placing the yujidin into her mouth, prompting her to swallow it involuntarily. Instantly, the faint redness on her face vanished, and her complexion improved considerably. Thank you. Are you a stutterer? No, I'm not a stutterer. I'm just very nervous. Didn't I tell you not to be nervous? Qi Feng pretended to be stern. Sorry, just teasing you. Don't be tense. Let us eat. Qi Feng served her a generous portion of dishes, and Xia Jimeng quietly accepted his offerings like a little hamster. To Qi Feng's surprise, he did not find himself averse to this little princess. Xiao Wan winked at Qi Feng, who shook his head. Matters of the heart could not be forced. They should follow the natural course. After all, he could not possibly develop feelings for Xia Jiming at present. Given her youth, she was merely a little child. Are you full? I'm full, Xia Jiming nodded. Now that you're full, can you tell me who hurt you? I'll seek justice for you. It's useless. Was it your mother? Why did she hit you? Due to my previous visit when I did not see you. Under Qi Feng's persistent questioning, Xia Jiming tearfully recounted the events that transpired. It turns out she has an elder sister, who is none other than the current 6th princess. Xia Zhu had instructed her mother to have the 6th princess charm Qi Feng. However, the 6th princess has already taken a liking to someone else, and her mother dotes on her excessively, while she has consistently turned a cold shoulder to Xia Jiming, the 9th princess, who possesses only mediocre talents. Under the 6th princess's instigation, Xia Jiming's mother shockingly ordered her to replace her sister in winning Qi Feng's favor, further stating that if she could not marry into the Qi family, she would be betrothed to the 11th prince of the Desert Dynasty. Although this 11th prince is merely 14 years old, he is notoriously arrogant and domineering, with rumors suggesting that he has caused the deaths of hundreds of palace maids. Nevertheless, due to his remarkable talents, the monarch of the Desert Dynasty holds him in high regard and indulges him, which perhaps is the fundamental reason for his increasingly brazen behavior. Chapter 39. Arrival in the Southern Kingdom. Since he did not harbor any animosity towards Xia Jiming, Qi Feng contemplated briefly and decided to assist her. As it was merely a trifling matter for him, in truth, Qi Feng did not harbor hatred towards Xia Zhu. Even if he were to obliterate the Xia royal family and install a new emperor, it is likely that within a few decades, this new emperor would become the next Xia Zhu. While Xia Zhu seeks to eradicate all the princes, Qi Feng perceives this as a justified endeavor. However, due to their differing backgrounds, Qi Feng finds himself in opposition to Xia Zhu, rendering the situation one of conflicting identities rather than moral absolutes. After lingering in the Qi residence for over 10 days, Qi Feng, accompanied by Nianxiu and Xixia, set forth on their journey to the Southern Kingdom. They would need to traverse the entirety of the Southern Barbarian dynasty. Relying solely on a carriage would likely take nearly 5 months. As the Southern Barbarian dynasty's expanse exceeds that of the Northern Xia dynasty, albeit its overall environment is inferior. Despite the slow pace of the carriage, Qi Feng resolved to travel by it, for missing the scenic views along the way would diminish the significance of their journey to the Southern Kingdom. However, while Qi Feng could endure the journey, the lively Nianxiu could not sit still, fidgeting as if her seat were pricked by nails. Stop squirming. Can't you learn from your sister Xixia and treat this as a form of cultivation? What kind of cultivation is this? Daring to retort. When you find yourself ensnared in a bottleneck in the future, you will realize just how foolish your current mindset is. I can almost envision you struggling desperately at the 9th realm. Unable to advance an inch. Young master, don't scare me. Is that true? Nianxiu clutched Qi Feng's clothing anxiously. Of course it is true. Why would I deceive you? Spiritual cultivation is essential. Your current restlessness will inevitably lead to your entrapment. No? Young master, please teach me. Very well. Come sit here and gaze out the window, observing every flower and tree, every mountain and stone. Nianxiu peered outside for a moment, scratching her head in confusion. What is there to look at? Qi Feng urged her to continue looking, while internally lamenting, indeed, a wild boar cannot appreciate fine grains. Yet, even if Nianxiu were a little wild boar, he could still tame her. Under Qi Feng's insistence, Nianxiu finally managed to approach the passage of time with a sense of calm. Indeed, her restlessness stemmed from the feeling that, as time slipped away, she was accomplishing nothing, which only heightened her agitation. Over the span of 4 months, time flew by swiftly, and the carriage successfully traversed the Southern Barbarian dynasty. Beyond the mountains lay the Southern Kingdom. Along the route, they began to encounter refugees. The closer they drew to the Southern Kingdom, the more numerous the refugees became. These individuals were Southern Kingdom citizens who had neither wealth to enter the Southern Barbarian dynasty, nor the courage to return home. In essence, during the war between the two nations, it is invariably the powerless commoners who suffer. Those with power and influence, sensing the impending danger, merely spend some money to escape to other dynasties, sustaining significant losses to their estates but at least preserving their lives. A troop of soldiers on horseback approached, and upon spotting a woman of considerable beauty from the southern kingdom, one soldier grinned maliciously. "Looks like we have some fun today," as the soldiers drew near. Every passerby from the southern kingdom trembled and feared. Chi Feng raised an eyebrow and regarded the troop. "Hey, kid, who are you? Heading to the southern kingdom?" The soldiers quickly surrounded Chi Feng's carriage. "Step aside. Who are you rabble to offend my young master?" Nian Xiao, like a cat whose fur had been ruffled, shouted furiously. Chi Feng couldn't help but smile at her fierce demeanor. "How fierce! I like it. I forgot to inform you that the southern kingdom has already fallen to our Chi Lai nation. The land beneath your feet now belongs to us. If you are a dragon, you must coil for me. And if you are a tiger, you must lie low. How dare a mere Chi Lai nation speak such words?" Chi Feng replied with a calm smile, inciting the soldiers' furious ire, which then abruptly ceased to exist. Consumed by Chi Feng's true energy and reduced to ashes, "Humph, young master, let me handle such matters next time. Nian Xiao is quite capable now. That won't be necessary. It's merely a matter of a wave of my hand. Letting you handle it would only mean you'd need to exchange a few blows with these fellows. With me here, you need not lift a finger. Woohoo, young master is too good to me." Nian Xiao protested, pouting. "You, go away?" Chi Feng playfully pushed her face away. "What shall we do now, young master? If we enter the city directly, we might clash with the Chi Lai nation's people," Zhou Tu inquired. Indeed, Zhou Tu was serving as the carriage driver this time. Chi Feng had previously instructed him to keep a low profile and act as an ordinary coachman, which is why he had refrained from intervening earlier. "Our goal is not this city. We shall pass straight through. Anyone who obstructs our path will be killed. The Chi Lai nation truly thinks they own the southern kingdom. Even the previous southern kingdom would never have denied others passage." "Understood." Zhou Tu urged the carriage toward the city gate. "Halt. What is your purpose? The entire city is under lockdown. No unrelated personnel are permitted entry. We come from the northern Xia dynasty seeking medicine. Heading straight for the capital of the southern kingdom, Shishindu. We shall not linger here. May we be allowed passage? From the northern Xia dynasty? Do you have proof? We came in haste and brought no documentation. Then entry is denied. You may take a detour and use the commercial road to Shishindu. What if we are also denied access to the commercial road? Moreover, the detour to the commercial road is quite far. That is your concern. The southern kingdom is currently under special circumstances, and until the little princess is located, the southern kingdom is under full lockdown." "Very well, Zhou Tu, let us withdraw." Chi Feng temporarily instructed Zhou Tu to retreat. "Young master, why are they pursuing the little princess of the southern kingdom?" "Because the precious manuscript of the everlasting spring elixir is in her possession. The Chi Lai people likely intend to enslave the citizens of the southern kingdom. Forcing the little princess to surrender herself, that is utterly despicable. Was it not said that wars should not harm the common people? History is written by the victors. Over time, who will remember that the Chi Lai nation resorted to such despicable means? Moreover, they have allied with the sects, an act already looked down upon by others." Chi Feng vaguely felt compelled to take action, but also sensed that doing so might be meddling, akin to seeking trouble for oneself. "Forget it, let nature take its course." Chi Feng scratched his head, deciding to observe further. He would act if he wished and refrain if he did not. That was his nature. Hesitation and entanglement were not characteristic of him. "Young master, where shall we go now?" "You all wait here. I will sneak into the city to assess the situation." "Young master, Nian Xiao wants to go too." "Very well. Let us all sneak in together and find a tavern for a good meal." "Hee, young master is the best." As night fell, the four of them concealed their presence and leaped over the city wall. Landing on the eaves of a building, a faint scent of blood accompanied the sound of muffled cries and women's moans, causing Chi Feng to frown. The Chi Lai people truly treated the citizens of the southern kingdom as slaves. Chapter 40. Acting according to orders? Ridiculous. Suddenly, a door burst open, and a disheveled woman fled from within, followed leisurely by a Chi Lai man. It appeared he had intentionally allowed her to escape, perhaps relishing the thrill of the chase. Chi Feng frowned. He was not a saint eager to save everyone. But witnessing such martial practitioners bullying ordinary citizens was indeed disheartening. Warriors pursue strength, yet use it to oppress the weak. If this ethos were to spread, it would not only taint the Southern Kingdom and the Qi nation, but the entire era as well. Qi Feng released his aura, startling a Qi envoy at the 9th realm. What is happening? How is there a peerless expert at the 10th realm within the city? Come to me. A voice resonated in his mind, prompting the Qi envoy to break through the door and swiftly approach Qi Feng. Senior, who are you? Who I am is of little consequence. You allow these individuals to slaughter the people of the Southern Kingdom and mistreat women. Is this what you consider the enlightenment of a strong person? I beseech you, esteemed senior, to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. This matter has the approval of the sovereign, and it is not within our purview to question it. If the sovereign decrees your demise, do you intend to take your own lives, or do you find pleasure in such deeds, esteemed senior? I speak with humility and recognize my own limitations. Nevertheless, since I am here, I shall seek an audience with your sovereign. The Qi kingdom's disregard for rules will inevitably lead to calamity, and those sects shall face their reckoning. Let the people of Qi restrain themselves. Otherwise, do not blame me for using my power against the weak. Esteemed senior, though my words may be somewhat audacious, I still advise you to refrain from unnecessary involvement. Have heard that there exists an ancestor of the land god realm in the Qi kingdom, and the reluctance of those sects to resist is undoubtedly connected to this figure. Is that so? How intriguing! Qi Feng felt no fear whatsoever. He unleashed his full combat prowess, unperturbed by such an aging land god. The Qi envoy was taken aback, realizing that if one dared to confront them knowing of the land god, it indicated that this esteemed senior was not merely an exceptional figure of the 10th realm. Fortunately, he had remained courteous and had not offended this senior. Proceed with your tasks? Yes. The junior takes his leave. Qi Feng nodded, pondering how the Qi envoy would react if he were to discover that the person before him was merely a brash youth in his teens. The Qi envoy immediately transmitted a message, summoning all Qi citizens to adhere to the rules and to cease their despicable acts of bullying men and women alike. Boss, what troubles you? You seem so grave. The Southern Kingdom may soon face upheaval. Cease those heinous acts that incite public anger. Otherwise, retribution will eventually come. The Qi envoy shook his head, choosing not to speak further. A top-tier warrior of the 9th realm like him would never stoop to bullying ordinary women. It was not a matter of willingness, but rather that such actions would tarnish his own reputation. With just a wave of his hand, he could summon countless exquisite women willing to embrace him. As a top-tier warrior of the 9th realm commands respect wherever he goes, Qi Feng boarded the carriage, with Zhou Tu driving them forth, making their way directly to the Serpent God capital. Having acquired 2 jars of wine before their departure, if one were to take a shortcut, the journey from here to the Serpent God capital would only take a little over a month. During their travels, Qi Feng suddenly sensed fluctuations of true energy emanating from the right front, and the scale was considerable. Puzzled, he wondered if the Southern Kingdom still possessed a resisting force. Stealthily, he approached, entering a village quietly and urging, "No shooting." He discovered 2 sects embroiled in a fierce battle, noting that the besieged sect was called the Hunyuan sect. Enraged, Qi Feng exclaimed, "How dare you assault Master Ma's sect?" Let him, the righteous messenger, defend the Hunyuan sect. However, after observing for a moment, he realized that the Hunyuan sect was actually in a position of dominance. This is Hunyuan Thunderclap? Qi Feng recognized the techniques employed by the Hunyuan sect's leader, having seen records of the Hunyuan Thunderclap in a martial arts manual. It was quite formidable, belonging to the peak of the mysterious tier, just a step away from the earthly tier. Cultivated to perfection, it unleashed a thunderous force with every strike, rendering opponents powerless. Since the Hunyuan sect held the upper hand, Qi Feng decided to slip away and return to the carriage, as Zhou Tu continued to drive toward the Serpent God capital. "Young master, it's snowing. Is it?" Snowflakes began to fall heavily by the window, and Qi Feng, sensing something, gazed into the distance with an enigmatic expression. After 3 days of travel, they arrived at the next city, colliding head-on with a convoy of carriages. However, upon seeing the cargo they bore, Even Zhou Tu could not help but furrow his brow. For this convoy was transporting corpses. Moreover, they were the bodies of Southern Kingdom women, their tattered clothes revealing that these women had been tortured to death. The corpses were covered in bruises, and some had been grotesquely contorted by immense force. This was the power of warriors. To a warrior, an untrained ordinary woman was akin to a fragile rag doll, easily mangled with but a slight exertion of strength. How cruel these Qi Lai people are. Nian Xiu opened the window, but merely catching a glimpse made her recoil in horror. Halt! The city is under lockdown. As expected, the carriage was stopped again, but this time, Qi Feng was genuinely angered. A surge of true energy erupted forth, causing over 10 Qi Lai warriors in front to spew blood and be sent flying, with the majority losing consciousness on the spot, while the few who remained conscious realized in despair that their cultivation had been rendered null. Into the city? Yes. The tightly shut gates were smashed open by the overwhelming force of true energy, and the carriage slowly entered Liyuan City, where a towering 100-meter-tall Arhat manifestation materialized above the carriage. However, this Arhat manifestation was not golden but pitch black, its sinister eyes rendering the entire figure akin to a living demonic deity. This was the new Arhat manifestation birthed from Qi Feng, infusing the power of annihilation into the Arhat form. Though it appeared less dignified than before, its strength was vastly superior. All the warriors were struck with awe, gazing fearfully at the demonic figure hovering in midair. Qi Lai warriors, you openly violate the rules and recklessly attack ordinary citizens. Is this the martial path you pursue? A voice echoed throughout Liyuan City, as Qi Feng remained seated within the carriage, the surrounding wind and snow seemingly frozen in time. Nian Xiu and the others understood that their young master was genuinely enraged this time. Who are you? A Ninth Realm warrior approached, but he found himself unable to ascend against the presence of that demonic manifestation. A passerby. I kindly ask you not to interfere in the affairs of the Qi Lai kingdom. We are merely acting according to orders. Merely acting according to orders. Warriors strive for freedom, defying the heavens. Yet a sacred decree drives you to commit such despicable acts. I see no reason for you to continue on this martial path. And words are futile. You shall be punished. The Arhat manifestation pointed, and the envoy responsible for Liyuan City had no power to resist. Perishing on the spot, Qi Feng opened his senses fully, his true energy surging forth like an overwhelming tide. Had there been a 13th realm land god present, they would likely have been left agape, for Qi Feng's current reserve of true energy rivaled that of a 13th realm land god. Thousands of Qi Lai warriors were stripped of their cultivation, and Qi Feng exhaled deeply. This action drained a massive amount of his true energy, but for the sake of expediency, he cared not. Chapter 41. This messenger is worthless. Thank you, my lord. Many citizens of the Southern Kingdom emerged into the streets, bowing repeatedly toward the direction of the Arhat manifestation, only to see it slowly dissipate into the ether. After departing Liyuan City, Qi Feng gazed at the falling snow, lost in thought as he reflected upon the sights and sounds he had just experienced. A profound aura began to spread, and Qi Feng entered a state of enlightenment once more, 3 manifestations gradually coalescing. Many citizens of the Southern Kingdom witnessed this extraordinary phenomenon. The manifestation persisted for 7 days and nights, during which the 3 manifestations began to merge, culminating in the current 4-armed Shura manifestation, standing at a height of 48 zhang. Indeed, the Vajra manifestation and the Arhat manifestation had fused into the Shura manifestation. The phenomenon was not unnoticed by the Qi Lai warriors, and news reached within the Serpent God capital. Upon receiving this information, the sovereign of the Qi Lai kingdom was momentarily stunned, questioning the absurdity of the report. Outside Liyuan City, 2 individuals resembling semi-immortals and one resembling a land god were purportedly transcending tribulations. Were these people devoid of reason? If the Southern Kingdom truly possessed a land god, they would not have been on the brink of annihilation at our hands. The sovereign promptly burned the secret letter and issued a decree to have the writer executed. Zhou Tu and the others gradually awoke, with Nian Xiu rubbing her eyes and pouting, having experienced a truly refreshing slumber. The 3 of them had been following Qi Feng into enlightenment the previous day, only to succumb to unconsciousness, as their comprehension was insufficient to sustain such prolonged enlightenment like Qifeng. Nonetheless, even so, they had gained much. Zhou Tu was on the brink of breaking into the 10th realm. Qifeng assessed his current cultivation, still at the 2nd layer of the 12th realm, but his true energy was now solely composed of Shura true energy. Annihilation power and myriad manifestation power. Qifeng attempted to cultivate the Arhat true body, discovering that he could still generate Arhat true energy, yet the moment it manifested, it was consumed by the annihilation power. This meant he could no longer condense pure Arhat manifestations. Even if he shaped it to resemble an Arhat, it would still derive from Shura true energy and annihilation power. Strictly speaking, what he manifested was not an Arhat, but rather a different form of Shura manifestation. Upon sensing the current strength of the Shura manifestation, Qifeng furrowed his brow. Although the power of the manifestation had significantly increased, its solidity was inferior to before. It seemed that in order to uphold such a massive manifestation, he needed to enhance both the indestructible Vajra art and the Arhat true body, ideally refining the indestructible Vajra art to its pinnacle. Young master, shall we continue our journey? As they continued their journey, the three individuals, having entered a state of enlightenment from the very beginning, were oblivious to the anomalies around them. Otherwise, they might have questioned Qifeng's cultivation level. If Qifeng had indeed clashed with the terrestrial immortal of Qilai Nation, his strength would have been exposed. However, exposure was of little consequence, for the trio were not outsiders. Apart from Yin Xiu, the others would not recognize him. After all, his current Dharma form had only appeared before Qi Shilua, who dared not acknowledge it. The last time they visited the southern kingdom, it thrived in vibrant prosperity, with children frolicking upon the icy lake. Young master, you have visited the southern kingdom? Indeed, I have been here once. What a pity! The people of Qilai Nation are so wicked. Why must they invade the southern kingdom? The invasion of the southern kingdom must have its reasons, but violating the established order is undeniably wrong. As Qifeng and his companions gradually approached the capital of the Serpent God, another group had already launched an attack on it. What? 3 semi-immortals of the 12th realm? The national sovereign was taken aback. Realizing he had wrongly accused the messenger who had transmitted news earlier, it turned out that there were indeed 3 semi-immortals. Alas, the imperial edict had already been issued, and the messenger, now executed, seemed to mockingly inquire if the sovereign was pleased with the outcome. In a twist of irony, the sovereign mistakenly believed that the anomalies mentioned in the secret letter were caused by Yun Zhu and her companions. Upon hearing that Qilai Nation had produced a terrestrial immortal, the voice from within the southern palace declared, "So today, he has become a turtle hiding its head. Do 3 semi-immortals truly believe they can contend with me?" Yun Shang and her companions stood ready, sensing that this terrestrial immortal was not the kind to be easily dismissed. Although he was indeed in his twilight years, his combat prowess remained formidable. You must be Yun Zhu. You possess a certain degree of power. Withdraw now, and I shall not engage with you on common ground. You old fool, for your selfish desires, you incite chaos between our nations. Do you truly believe that a terrestrial immortal can act with impunity? The southern royal family, unwilling to hand over the elixir of immortality, would face dire consequences for their obstinacy. To harm countless innocent citizens of the southern kingdom for a single elixir, you surely deserve death. Dreamer, come with me. 2 graceful figures soared towards the southern palace, where a silhouette ascended into the sky. 3 forces of true energy clashed, causing Yun Shang and Yun Ming to stagger back 2 steps. Soon, the true energy coalesced into 3 Dharma forms. The familiar purple lotus emerged once more, this time as 2 blossoms, one belonging to Yun Shang and the other to Yun Ming. The lotus form of Yun Shang was evidently more solid and vibrant than that of Yun Ming. Behind the ancestor of Qilai Nation, a golden 4-headed dragon lion Dharma form radiated an awe-inspiring aura. The ancestor of Qilai had mastered the 4 symbols suppressing heaven technique, a supreme celestial-grade cultivation method. The most peculiar aspect of this technique was that the Dharma form coalesced varied according to the practitioner's innate talent. The highest-tier Dharma form was the 4 symbols celestial dragon, while the 4-headed dragon lion belonged to the 2nd tier, with the 3rd and 4th tiers being the 3-headed dragon Jiao and 4-headed dragon python, respectively. Despite its 4 heads, The dragon python was vastly inferior to the dragon lion, with the dragon jiao capable of easily overpowering it. The fact that the ancestor of Qilai could manifest the four-headed dragon lion marked him as an extraordinary genius, aside from the creator of this technique, who had achieved the four-symbol celestial dragon. No one else had ever reached that level. As the battle loomed, it was evident that in direct confrontation, Yun Shang and Yun Ming were no match for the ancestor of Qilai. However, due to the defensive and offensive capabilities of their lotus forms, they managed to hold their ground against him, albeit temporarily. Defeat was merely a matter of time, as the disparity between semi-immortals and terrestrial immortals was immense, compounded by the fact that the ancestor's vigor had not waned significantly. He remained at the zenith of his power. Another ancestor from Qilai sought to join the fray, eager to resolve the conflict swiftly. However, he was intercepted by a towering figure, the other holder of the Wanhua Order. Li Wuqi, a semi-immortal of the 12th realm. Leave Yun Jie to me. Your adversary stands before me. Li Wuqi, he grinned, brandishing his battle blade, unleashing a blade aura that threatened to rend the very fabric of space. Forcing the ancestor of Qilai to retreat, a blade practitioner. The ancestor of Qilai's eyes widened in astonishment. The path of the blade was fraught with challenges and difficulties. From the onset of training, one must nurture a blade embryo, honing it into an unparalleled weapon. During this process, as the weapon is nourished by the practitioner's true energy and vitality, it becomes an extension of the blade practitioner's own body, with the true energy wielded through the weapon exponentially increasing its destructive potential. Thus, blade practitioners were renowned for their terrifying combat prowess. Yet, the path of the blade was arduous. Should the weapon be damaged along the way, the practitioner would suffer severe backlash, leading to a decline in those who dared to traverse this extreme path. A good blade embryo was priceless, and not everyone could embark on this journey. At the very least, one needed to possess a remarkable blade embryo. Chapter 42. Defeating the terrestrial immortal, a 12th realm blade practitioner, caused even the ancestor of Qilai to gasp in awe. No one understood better than him the arduous trials one must face to reach the 12th realm. Though he was a terrestrial immortal, he felt assured against Yun Shang and her companion. However, against this blade practitioner, he held only a 50% chance. They relied on their Dharma forms to fend off enemies, which consumed vast amounts of true energy. The blade practitioner, however, did not share this burden. His unparalleled weapon served as his Dharma form, allowing him to unleash true energy without waste, rivaling their martial techniques in power. It was evident that Yun Shang and her companion's audacity was bolstered by Li Wuqi's presence. While they may not be able to defeat the ancestor of Qilai, they could certainly escape unharmed, unless the ancestor was willing to risk everything in a confrontation with Li Wuqi. The battle raged on for 5 days, with the ancestor of Qilai becoming increasingly exasperated by the persistent entanglement with Yun Shang and her companion. However, with Li Wuqi standing guard, he dared not unleash his full strength. After all, his torment of the ordinary citizens of the Southern Kingdom was intended to coerce the Southern Princess into surrendering the elixir of immortality. Should he fail to obtain it and engage in a mutually destructive battle with Li Wuqi, he would be at a tremendous loss. Enough. Since you are so determined to protect the Southern Kingdom, we of Qilai Nation shall take our leave. The ancestor of Qilai retreated, making a strategic concession. Yun Shang and her companion, breathless and nearly depleted of true energy, responded, "Very well. Depart as you wish. We will pay a visit to every sect involved in this worldly conflict. Do not go too far. It was you who broke the rules first. I have nothing better to do, so I shall teach you a lesson this time. What, are you not satisfied? If not, let us continue fighting. Yun Jie, what a surprise to see you here. You both should take a break. I will deal with this old fellow." A voice echoed from afar, and Yun Shang looked towards the north in joy as Qi Feng descended from the sky, fixing his gaze upon the ancestor of Qilai. "Who is this brash young lad?" "Oh, you do not recognize me," Qi Feng replied, somewhat astonished. Given the earlier commotion, he had assumed the ancestor of Qilai would have noted something amiss. "Words are futile. Come, let us battle." An overwhelming aura of slaughter surged forth, entwined with the formidable true energy of Shura, resonating powerfully with the abundant vitality within Qi Feng. A 48 Zhong, four-armed Shura Dharma body materialized, exuding an oppressive force over the battlefield. All present, including the martial practitioners, were left in stunned silence. Wasn't the maximum height for human forms only 33 Zhong? What was this bizarre and terrifying Dharma form before them? It was indeed a genuine Dharma form, yet how could it be so immense? Yuan Shang mused, perplexed by the sight. It must be related to his extraordinary talent. Sister, did you not mention he is the youngest practitioner of the 10th realm you have ever encountered? Indeed, it appears he was concealing his true abilities. In a wonder, he conjured a lifelike black dragon during that conflict. He must have already reached the 12th realm back then. Do you think he can defeat this old fellow? For some reason, I feel he can. He appears to be just over 20 years old. Such youth, combined with strength comparable to a terrestrial immortal, could he possibly be a descendant of that region's warriors? Surely not. What are the odds of such a coincidence? Yet, without such a bloodline, how could such a prodigy emerge from this barren land? Even if he were to be placed there, his talent would likely be unparalleled among his peers. Perhaps his ancestors were direct disciples sent here for training by a certain aristocratic family. I refuse to believe that such a barren land could give rise to such a prodigy. That may be debatable. The former alchemist god was, after all, a native of this place. The alchemist god's alchemical talent was indeed unprecedented, unbeknownst to Qi Feng, who was unaware of the secrets known to Yuan Shang and her companion. He was currently unleashing a fierce assault upon the ancestor of Qi Lai, the four-armed Shura appearing as if possessed, mercilessly pummeling the four-headed dragon lion, leaving it disoriented. In terms of sheer physique, the four-armed Shura stood dominantly against the four-headed dragon lion. The dragon lion's heads barely reached the waist of the four-armed Shura, and with a single punch, Qi Feng struck one of the dragon's heads, exclaiming that his fists were perfectly suited for the task. The two clashed incessantly, unleashing terrifying waves of true energy that razed the entire palace to the ground. The fierce battle raged for less than half an hour before Qi Lai Laozu could no longer withstand the onslaught. Even in his peak condition, he had less than a 30% chance of overcoming Qi Feng, especially since he had already expended a significant portion of his true energy while battling with Yuan Shang and her companion. Under the relentless assault of the four-armed Azura, cracks began to appear on the Dragon Dash Lion. As the Azura smashed the Dragon Lion with a powerful punch, Qi Feng chose to enhance the Azura's power. A surge of violent energy coursed through his body. Qi Feng grinned as he stepped forward and delivered a punch that sent Qi Lai Laozu flying. Qi Lai Laozu crashed into the ruins of the palace. Raising a cloud of dust, Qi Feng did not relent. Qi Lai Laozu's actions had ignited his murderous intent. Boy, do not overreach. If I were to fight with all my might, you might not emerge victorious. This time, I admit defeat. From now on, the Qi Lai kingdom will no longer invade the south. Is that satisfactory? Satisfactory? I will only be satisfied once you are dead. Are you certain you wish to fight to the death with me? Fish may die, but the net will not break. You are forcing my hand. Qi Lai Laozu was utterly enraged, igniting his vital blood, his aura climbing to unprecedented heights, his combat prowess reaching an unparalleled peak. This is bad. He is dangerous. The two women, Yuan Shang and her companion, gasped in alarm. Then I shall not hold back. Qi Feng unleashed his full power, the obliterating force surging into the Azura, transforming its color from a deep purple black to a pitch black as ink. Its eyes radiating a sinister divine light. Just the pressure alone left the semi-immortals of the 12th realm gasping for breath. Qi Feng stood before the four-armed Azura, resembling a demonic lord descending upon the world. How? Is this possible? Qi Lai Laozu stared in disbelief at the terrifying that towered between heaven and earth, his heart filled with shock and confusion. How could a person's reach such heights? Vuzu, Qi Feng murmured to himself, unleashing his most formidable killing move yet, one of the three ultimate techniques of the Azura battle art, the Annihilation Finger. The four-armed Azura pointed out four colossal fingers, which struck toward Qi Lai Laozu. In the astonished and despairing gaze of Qi Lai Laozu, the four fingers converged, their power multiplying geometrically. However, Qi Lai Laozu did not simply wait for death. He summoned his and unleashed a punch with all his might. The terrifying wave of true energy forced Yuan Shang and the others back several hundred meters. When the energy dissipated, only Qi Feng remained in the air, and Yun Shang searched the ground. Discovering Qi Lai Laozu's figure in a large pit, at this moment, Qi Lai Laozu's clothing was tattered, his aura utterly depleted, no longer resembling the ethereal figure he once was. To the unknowing, he might appear as an unrefined old man. Heh! I once believed myself invincible in this world, yet I have unexpectedly been defeated by a mere youth. So be it, Qi Lai Laozu said, slapping his palm against his dantian, ending his own life. Had I known this would come to pass, why did I not act differently? Qi Feng turned to the monarch of Qi Lai Kingdom and several elders from various sects, swiftly resolving them. He was unafraid of these individuals, but those around him were not a match for these elders of the 11th and 12th realms. Chapter 43. Entering the Mountains. Yunjia, long time no see. Indeed, it has been a while. The last time we met, you were chasing me around for a beating, and now you find yourself in the opposite position. Hee, you jest. Yunjia, during this time, I have fortuitously attained enlightenment several times. Enlightenment? Several times? Are you speaking human language? I have lived for so many years and have only attained enlightenment twice. Did you come specifically to find trouble with Qi Lai Laozu? Partly. Our goal on this journey also includes the eternal youth technique. But I did not expect to find a divine-grade longevity pill in the south, so, are you tempted, Yunjia? Need I even say? A divine-grade longevity pill? You wouldn't be tempted? I am not tempted, Qi Feng replied honestly. Shaking his head, he truly felt no desire. He could refine it himself, so what was there to be tempted about? What brings you here? I have been practicing a cultivation method that requires the blood essence of a dragon to refine my body. What cultivation method? Is it the dragon god's undying body of the North Xia Empire? Yunjia, you are astute. Qi Feng gave a thumbs up, and Yun Shang rolled her eyes, if she could not guess this. She would truly be lacking in intelligence. And who might this be? Qi Feng inquired, glancing at the woman who had previously impersonated Yun Shang. This is my younger sister, Yun Ming. Thank you, Ming Jia, for previously upholding justice for the North Xia Empire. No need for thanks. I merely intended to observe the commotion, Qi Feng. Now that your strength rivals that of a terrestrial immortal, I must inform you of something. What is it? A significant matter, a matter of great magnitude. Do not be frightened by what you are about to hear. Rest assured, I have received professional training. No matter how terrifying this matter is, I shall not be afraid, unless I cannot help myself. Pfft, sister, do not tease him. Very well, the place we inhabit is not prosperous in martial arts. This world is unimaginably vast, and the territories occupied by our few empires constitute but a drop in the ocean. To the east lies a region where martial arts flourish even more. Historically referred to as Zhongzhou, it is said that Zhongzhou boasts hundreds of empires, and the 13th realm is no longer the limit for martial artists. According to historical records, 1,000 years ago, Zhongzhou was home to true immortals of the 19th realm, with the 13th to 15th realms known as the three realms of terrestrial immortals, the 16th to 18th realms referred to as the three realms of celestial immortals, and those above the 19th realm called true immortals. Zhongzhou's martial arts were once exceedingly prosperous, featuring three true immortals of the 19th realm. However, for reasons unknown, the three true immortals turned against each other, leading to a catastrophic battle in which two of them perished, and the last suffered irreversible injuries. As the last true immortal fell, they set up an unparalleled great formation, seemingly to protect something. Wait, are you saying we are within the great formation set up by this true immortal? Very clever. As time has passed, the specific timeline has become blurred, but according to our calculations, it is highly likely that the millennium mark is approaching. It could be as long as several hundred years or as short as several decades. If the martial artists of Zhongzhou are still concerned with the true immortal's legacy, they may very well explore our region the moment the 10 Directions confinement formation fails. How did you come by this information? We learned it from a jade slip, though we have not discovered the true immortal's legacy, so, what you mean is, aside from you, no one else is aware of this news. Unless there are other jade slips, this information is known only to the four of us. Even the historical records concerning Zhongzhou are currently unobtainable, as if someone is deliberately destroying all references to Zhongzhou. This means there has been no news from Zhongzhou for nearly 1,000 years. We cannot ascertain whether their martial arts have ascended to greater heights or declined. And you do not know either? Yes, Yun Ming affirmed, nodding resolutely. Qi Feng was left speechless. Then how did no one discover the arrival of this true immortal here 1,000 years ago? How could we know? However, historical records state that 1,000 years ago, the martial arts of Zhongzhou far surpassed ours. If the true immortal wished to conceal themselves, it would indeed be difficult for our martial artists to detect their presence. Understood. If the formation dissipates in the future, will you go to Zhongzhou? Since we are aware, we must certainly go, but it requires sufficient strength. Perhaps before we even set out, they might have already come knocking at our door. True, we shall enter seclusion. We will emerge when the formation disappears. Wait a moment. You must swear to the heart demon that you will not reveal my identity. I have a way to swiftly enhance your strength. The three of them, filled with curiosity, swore the oath. I can refine divine-grade pills. As long as you can provide the necessary materials, I can concoct the most suitable divine-grade pills for you. Qi Feng revealed his identity as an alchemist to the three of them. Considering their combat prowess was already among the top in these few empires, if the martial artists from Zhongzhou truly invaded, they would likely be able to assist, so Qi Feng aimed to elevate their strength. What? You are a divine-grade alchemist? Even the most composed Li Wuqi could not remain indifferent. A divine-grade alchemist. Just a single divine-grade pill can incite chaos. What does it mean to be a divine-grade alchemist? I fear no one can truly gauge the value of a divine-grade alchemist. I want the Qinglian Nirvana pill. I want it too. Then provide the materials. Otherwise, how do you expect me to conjure them for you? As for the sword cultivator, I recall a pill called the Demon Blade Supreme Pill, perfectly suited for the sword cultivator's relentless intent. I want it too. Li Wuqi was utterly exhilarated, while Yun Shang and Yun Ming looked at him as if they were meeting him for the first time. Despite knowing him for decades, he had always maintained a poker face, and they had assumed he was incapable of expressing any other emotions. Now, it seemed they had misjudged him, of course. However, the Demon Blade Divine Leaf Grass is nearly extinct, and I am unaware of where it can still be found. I know. Our family's secluded mountains have some, Li Wuqi replied excitedly. Qi Feng was taken aback. What a coincidence. Very well. I shall head to the Wanxi mountain range. Once I finish matters here, I will return. You three should bring the materials to find me in the North Xia Empire. It's a deal. Qi Feng nodded, leading Yin Xiao and Si Xiaowei, leaving behind the flattened southern kingdom palace, a testament to the earth-shattering battle that had taken place. Upon entering the Wanxi mountain range, both Yin Xiao and Si Xia furrowed their brows, overwhelmed by the sheer number of snakes. Their colors an array of hues. As they reached the outskirts, a miasma enveloped the area. The southern kingdom's inhabitants typically consumed specially crafted antidotes before venturing into the Wanxi mountain range. Inhaling a small amount of this miasma posed no significant risk, but excessive exposure led to poisoning. Each of the three produced a vial of antidote, tossing a pill into their mouths, for Qi Feng had naturally prepared antidotes prior to their expedition. The snakes at the periphery had yet to develop intelligence, and some medicinal concoctions relied on these serpents as ingredients. Qi Feng, accompanied by the others, pressed deeper into the heart of the Wanxi mountain range. Here, the snakes were not only fewer in number but almost non-existent. However, encountering a snake meant confronting a snake demon. The miasma had transformed from white to black, intensifying to the point of qualitative change. Without antidotes, even martial artists of the 6th or 7th realm could hardly survive 3 days in this environment. The miasma could seep into the body through the pores, yet Qi Feng remained unaffected, his body enveloped in a faint protective shield, while Yin Xiao and her companions, having consumed top-tier antidotes, were also unharmed. After a while, Qi Feng halted, extending his consciousness to search for traces of the mighty Jiaolong. Indeed, his target was the formidable Jiaolong. Given his current physical state, cultivating the dragon god's imperishable body with the blood of snake demons bore little effect. He even doubted the efficacy of Jiaolong blood upon himself. Nonetheless, it was a trial worth undertaking. If Jiaolong blood proved ineffective, he would seek the true dragon's blood. Chapter 44. His Highness Nan Yi. Upon sensing the aura of a Jiaolong, Qi Feng ascended with his companions, soaring towards its location. Human martial artists, You are not welcome here. Before Qi Feng could utter a word, the 100-meter-long Jiaolong below spoke first. Enough chatter. Hand over 30% of your blood essence. Behind Qi Feng, a spectral figure of a legal avatar flickered into view, exuding the terrifying aura of a half-immortal at the 12th realm, nearly stunning the Jiaolong below, which had initially thought it was confronting mere small fry, only to realize it had encountered an iron wall. Blood essence for you. The Jiaolong, without hesitation, relinquished 30% of its blood essence, and Qi Feng collected it before departing. Arriving at a clearing, Qi Feng set up a barrier and tested the Jiaolong's blood essence, discovering that its enhancement was negligible, barely worth noting. Very well, I shall not cultivate the dragon god's imperishable body for now, he resolved, not dwelling on the matter. Since the dragon god's imperishable body was unfeasible, he would continue refining the Arhat true body and the indestructible Vajra technique, focusing on mastering these two disciplines first. As for the Arhat true body, Qi Feng intended to visit the Western Buddha dynasty, as the Buddhist sect of the Baixia dynasty had migrated from there. Perhaps he could find the last two layers of the Arhat true body's techniques that had been lost. However, having come this far, Qi Feng did not plan to return empty-handed. He scoured the depths of the Wanxi mountain range, extracting blood essence from over 100 Jiaolong, taking only 30% from each, ensuring they could recover in a few years without harming their foundations. After spending over a month in the Wanxi mountain range, Qi Feng emerged to assess the current state of the southern kingdom. Following the deaths of ancestor Qilai and several sect elders, the remaining martial artists of the Qilai kingdom feared retaliation from Qi Feng and Yunshang, prompting them to return to Qilai, some even hiding away. Without the Qilai martial artists' control, the southern kingdom had not only failed to restore order but had descended into greater chaos. With the demise of the monarch and the absence of the former royal family, ambitious martial artists in the southern kingdom rose up, each vying to become the new ruler, causing a fracture into more than a dozen factions. Old man, 10 grilled cakes, please. Coming right up. Old man, have you heard about the current situation in the southern kingdom? Naturally. Who do you think can become the ruler of the southern kingdom and lead it out of its current predicament? I cannot speak for others, but I firmly believe in His Highness Nan Yi. Though she is a woman, she protected a city of citizens when the Qilai kingdom oppressed the southern kingdom, bravely confronting a 10-realm powerhouse with her 9-realm cultivation. She is indeed a remarkable figure, and although she is currently gravely injured, I believe she will triumph over those who cause chaos once she recovers. Is that so? I have yet to hear of this His Highness Nan Yi. His Highness Nanny resides in Chichua City, which is quite distant from us. You must be outsiders. It is not surprising you haven't heard of her. If the royal family of the southern kingdom returns, will you still support them? I dare not speak ill of them. Such words could cost me my head. No problem, old man, it is just us here. And we are not from the southern kingdom. After this meal, we will be leaving, and we may never return. Very well, I shall speak my mind. The royal family of the southern kingdom abandoned us, allowing the citizens to be bullied without stepping in. I believe they have lost the people's trust. As for me, I will not place my faith in the royal family again. Once betrayed, they may abandon the southern kingdom again when faced with strong enemies. Old man, you see things clearly. Very well, I shall go and witness this His Highness Nan Yi. When it came time to pay, the old man declined to accept any money, stating that Qi Feng and his companions wished to assist His Highness Nan Yi, which was a boon for him and the entire southern kingdom. He could not take the benefactor's money. Thank you. With that, Qi Feng hopped onto the carriage, and under the astonished gaze of the old man, the carriage soared into the sky, heading towards Chichua City. As the carriage disappeared into the horizon, the old man was elated, realizing he had inadvertently befriended an extraordinary powerhouse on behalf of His Highness Nan Yi. The carriage did not actually fly. It was Qi Feng who had formed a path of true energy, and the spirited demon horse pulling the carriage let out excited whinnies, experiencing the sensation of flight for the first time. Mama, it has made it. Miss, look, there is a carriage flying in the sky. What nonsense are you talking about? Ah, there really is a carriage flying in the sky, since the carriage was not flying high. Many citizens below spotted it, and Qi Feng was unconcerned. After all, he intended to meet His Highness Nan Yi. If she proved fit to be the ruler, he would assist her in taking office, thus ending the chaos in the Southern Kingdom, allowing his journey there to conclude on a satisfying note. Having already intervened in the affairs between the Southern Kingdom and the Qilai Kingdom while slaying the Qilai martial artists, Qi Feng was not pleased with the current state of the Southern Kingdom and sought to rectify it, following his own path. Directing the carriage straight to Qichua City, he fed the demon horse some nourishing pills when it grew tired. Ensuring it was robust, with a physique comparable to a sixth-realm martial artist, it could pull for 3 days and nights without tiring. As they approached a city near Qichua City, Qi Feng paused, taken aback by the smiles of the citizens below, a sight he rarely encountered in other cities. It seemed that His Highness Nanny had indeed earned her reputation, genuinely caring for the people. Chapter 45. The sensation of flight. A figure flew into view, blocking the carriage's path. Predecessor, please wait. Oh? You have quite the audacity to obstruct me. Are you not afraid I might cripple your cultivation? Afraid, but it is my duty. Qichua City is our foundation. I cannot allow you to pass. I seek His Highness Nan-E. Is she not gathering talented individuals? So you are here to assist His Highness Nan-E? Please, follow me. The middle-aged man promptly took on the role of guide. What is your name, predecessor? I am called Qiuju. What do you think are His Highness Nan-Yi's chances of becoming the ruler? The situation is not optimistic. Currently, His Highness ranks only within the top 5 among all the nobles. The top 4 all command their own armies, having gathered the remnants of the Southern Kingdom, while His Highness is starting from scratch and cannot confront them directly. Then why do you follow His Highness? With your strength, you could easily ally with a powerful noble and be treated as a guest of honor. Those nobles shrank back like turtles in times of crisis, only to oppress the citizens of the Southern Kingdom with their armies once the danger had passed. How are they any different from the Qilai people? If I were to join them, I would only be aiding tyranny, which goes against my martial ideals. I believe more and more martial artists will come to support His Highness. That may not necessarily be the case. Not all martial artists are willing to risk their lives for their ideals. Predecessor, why do you choose to assist His Highness? I know. Let me answer that for the young master. Nian Xiu suddenly poked her head out of the carriage. Qiuju was taken aback, not expecting a young girl inside the carriage. But what was she saying? Young master. Could it be that the person he was speaking with was quite young? No wonder the voice sounded so youthful. It is because an old man treated us to grilled cakes. He wishes for the young master to assist His Highness. Am I right, young master? Indeed. Nian Xiu has learned to answer ahead of time. Well done. Qi Feng chuckled, playfully pinching her plump cheeks, which felt wonderfully soft and delicate. Predecessor, you? In terms of age, I am merely in my 20s, and thus, I ought to address you as my senior. However, in the realm of martial arts, it is fitting that you refer to me as your elder. Nevertheless, I shall call you senior, for in the path of martial arts, age is inconsequential. It is the adeptness that takes precedence. I simply did not anticipate that you, senior, would be so youthful. Upon arriving above the Lord's mansion in Qichua City, a woman clad in black stood gravely at the lookout tower. Upon seeing Qiuju, she finally exhaled with relief. Brother Qiu, may I inquire who this senior is? I am also unclear about his origins, yet he appears to be in his 20s, with an inscrutable level of cultivation. Your Highness, should you gain his support? Your grand ambitions may well come to fruition. 20-something? That is rather astonishing. How could such a prodigy come to assist her? Young master, let us go out and have some fun. Staying in the carriage every day is dreadfully dull. Nian Xiu clung to Qi Feng's arm, swaying back and forth, only for Qi Feng to unceremoniously toss her out. Hey! Nian Xiu exclaimed as she flew out of the carriage, heading straight for the ground where Nanny stood. Just before she was about to crash into Nan-E, Qi Feng, with a sense of resignation, used his true energy to cushion her fall. Nian Xiu beamed with delight, having bet correctly that the young master would not let her fall. The carriage gently descended, and the extraordinary steed stamped its feet on the ground. Steed, it is far better to keep your feet firmly planted on the ground, Qi Feng declared, as he and Si Xia leapt down from the carriage. Nandy was taken aback. This was not merely youthful. He was extraordinarily young. I have encountered a senior. Do not stand on ceremony. How do you perceive the current situation? What strategies do you propose to break the deadlock? Nanny had been contemplating this matter and indeed devised a plan in the wake of the invasion by the Chilai kingdom, although many sects within the south had chosen to relocate. The vast majority opted to remain behind. Numerous sects were besieged, their sacred texts plundered, yet most of their disciples had survived. If these disciples could be recruited, it would undoubtedly bolster their strength significantly. That is a viable approach, but do you know the locations of these sects? I have already dispatched scouts for reconnaissance, and we have made some progress. However, many disciples, emboldened by their cultivation, have become unruly. Some even forsaking their sects, engaging in tyrannical behavior. Those willing to be recruited are exceedingly few. That is to be expected. These sect disciples often consider themselves superior. Looking down upon the common folk is a common flaw among them. We can only proceed step by step, Nanny remarked with a hint of concern. Taking it step by step is hardly a promising strategy. Now that I have arrived, you should proclaim to the world the establishment of a new dynasty, declaring yourself the legitimate ruler. Those who refuse to bow to you should be dealt with mercilessly, for only through such thunderous measures can you instill fear in the hearts of the treacherous. Senior, that seems rather perilous. It is said that King Shan has a peerless expert of the 10th realm backing him. Do you take me for a 10th realm warrior? Forgive my ignorance, Senior. Please do not take offense. It is of no consequence. I was the one who vanquished those ancient beings from the Chilai kingdom. Be wise saying this. You should comprehend my standing. I shall not linger here. Whether you can unify the South under my influence depends upon your own fortunes. Thank you, Senior. Nanny felt overwhelmed by the revelations shared by Chi Feng. If what this individual spoke was true, he was akin to a terrestrial deity. Nanny felt dizzy at the thought of having a terrestrial deity aiding her. It was a dream she never dared to entertain. If only she could ensnare those formidable lords all at once. Chi Feng offered a piece of advice to Nanny before heading off to dine with Nian Xiu. As the industries within Chichua City had nearly returned to normalcy, as night fell, Chi Feng took them to indulge in music and entertainment. It was uncertain where the women of the flower house had been hiding before. But the moment the Chilai people retreated, they re-emerged, potentially guided by some powerful figure. Many merchants had also returned, seeing that the South was no longer in danger. They gritted their teeth and came back, not out of a newfound conscience, but because this was an opportune moment to expand their enterprises and amass wealth. After all, fewer competitors meant less rivalry. Chapter 46. The Essence of Compression. Who is this young master? Step aside. Keep your distance from our young master? Nian Xiu pouted, shooing away the flower girls who dared to approach Chi Feng. She had hardly gained any advantage over the young master, so she would not allow those women to have any intimate contact with him. In the following days, a piece of news swept through hundreds of cities in the south, causing an uproar. The mysterious terrestrial deity, who had rescued the south from peril, vanquished the Chilai kingdom, and swept away numerous sect elders, had unexpectedly allied with Princess Nan Yi. Upon the emergence of this news, all the lords began to question its authenticity. If it were true, they could flee, for a terrestrial deity held a status beyond their reach. A mere wave of their hand could crush them. Could it possibly be true? Otherwise, this woman would not dare to claim legitimacy. All the lords had declared themselves kings, yet none dared to proclaim legitimacy for fear that the royal family of the South might strike back. What if an ancient ancestor of the South were still alive? They would be doomed. Thus, even though they held military power, their proclamations were framed as being for the country and the people. No one dared to claim legitimacy or label others as rebels. But now, Nan Yi was doing just that. Two paths lay before them. Either they could actively seek to ally with Princess Nan Yi, or they could wait for her to take office and bring her army to account for their actions. While they were not afraid of her army, they were terrified of the terrestrial deity. Brother, do you think there is a scheme at play? This woman might be attempting to lure us in and then eliminate us all at once. Then what can we do? If a terrestrial deity truly aids her, any resistance would be futile. For now, we must go and investigate. If it is true, we shall submit first and plan later. If it is false, I will ensure this woman suffers a fate worse than death. Other lords harbored similar thoughts, primarily because a terrestrial deity was far beyond their ability to contend with. If it were a peerless expert of the 11th realm, they might have a chance to negotiate. But a terrestrial deity left no room for negotiation. They could only submit. The south was renamed the Qiyu dynasty, and Chichua City became bustling with activity, as it was the site of the new empress's coronation. With Qi Feng's assistance, Nan Yi not only fully recovered from her injuries but also experienced a significant surge in her cultivation, breaking through to the 10th realm, thus earning the title of empress. Qi Feng also reaped rewards. As a token of gratitude, Nan Yi gifted him the Wanqi Wooding, a precious cauldron obtained by one of her subordinates. It had remained hidden since its discovery, and upon learning of Qi Feng's interest in alchemical furnaces, the warrior presented the Wanqi Wooding to Nan Yi, who in turn bestowed it upon Qi Feng. The south thrived on alchemy, possessing numerous precious cauldrons. The Wanqi Wooding ranked 12th among them, making it a rare treasure. Upon receiving the Wanqi Wooding, Qi Feng began to experiment with the notion he had to refine the essence of dragon blood. Since ordinary dragon blood had no effect on him, he reasoned that repeatedly refining it might render the dragon essence within it more pure, possibly yielding miraculous results. As Qi Feng engaged in this alchemical endeavor, he compressed the essence of blood from over 100 dragons, shrinking it from a large mass to a smaller form. While the energy contained within soared dramatically as Qi Feng reached the halfway point in compression, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. He recalled a particular medicinal formula. With a flick of his hand, dozens of herbs flew from within the carriage, all collected from the Wanqi mountain range. Then, a series of dragon roars reverberated through Chichua City, leaving Nan Yi and the others bewildered. What was happening? Qi Feng, his eyes sparkling with excitement, fixated on a single droplet of blood that floated before him. Oh, not underestimate this droplet. It was the concentrated essence of dragon blood he had refined from the blood of over 100 powerful dragons. 2 dragon silhouettes circled around the blood, emitting roars of approval. It seems I may have over-compressed it. Nevertheless, I shall proceed with the refinement. I hope the Wanqi Wooding can withstand it. Qi Feng commenced the creation of the Jinlong Shui Shindan, a pill that would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous boon for warriors of the body-refining path. The immense true energy enveloped the Wanqi Wooding, and Qi Feng's expression shifted as he realized that he no longer possessed 3 types of true energy. Only the Shura true energy and the absolute destruction power remained. It was thanks to the overwhelming nature of the Shura true energy that he could compress the dragon blood to such a terrifying degree. It could be said that Qi Feng's Shura true energy surpassed that of Qi Shura in both purity and dominance. Although both were Shura true energies, the quality varied from person to person. With a thought, Qi Feng divided his Shura true energy into 3 streams, mimicking his previous alchemical method. The Shura true energy blazed fiercely, causing the Wanqi Wooding to heat up rapidly, soon glowing a fiery red. Qi Feng furrowed his brow. This was not sustainable. The Wanqi Wooding could not endure the current intensity of the Shura true energy. The previous 3 energies were manageable, as the Vajra true energy and the Arhat true energy were relatively stable and gentle in comparison. The Wanqi Wooding was designed for brewing medicinal liquids, and thus, it did not require excessively high temperatures. In terms of heat resistance, it fell short when compared to the Jinlong Ding, which was specifically crafted for alchemical processes rather than merely brewing medicinal liquids. With a wave of his hand, the glowing red Wanqi Wooding fell to the ground, and the Shura true energy transformed into 9 streams, swirling upward, entwining the dragon blood and medicinal liquid, propelling them skyward. The compressed dragon blood suddenly underwent a transformation. Qi Feng spared no effort. The 4-armed Shura Dharma manifestation emerged, with each arm channeling a stream of true energy into the black orb suspended in midair. Within the orb, the dragon blood was forcefully compressed into a single droplet. The sky darkened as thunder rumbled ominously. Qi Feng's eyes widened in shock. A tribulation of alchemy. Some extraordinary elixirs, upon their creation, may attract the wrath of the heavens. Yet, the sacred texts of the Dan God do not mention that the true dragon blood divine elixir would invoke such tribulations. Moreover, he was merely attempting to concoct a divine-grade true dragon blood divine elixir. With no assurance of success, especially since it was his inaugural attempt. Astonishingly, he has succeeded. 9 bolts of heavenly tribulation struck the dark luminescent mass, piercing through layers of Shura true power, and crashed down upon the newly formed true dragon blood divine elixir. Rather than shattering, the elixir became even more solidified, absorbing a portion of the tribulation's power. After the elixir's completion, a dragon shadow broke through the luminous mass formed by Shura true power, yearning to escape. The four-armed Shura visage raised its gaze, pointed a finger, and suppressed the dragon shadow. Within the dragon shadow, a true dragon blood divine elixir glimmered faintly with a red light, struggling incessantly to break free. Unfortunately, the might of the four-armed Shura visage was far too formidable for the dragon shadow to resist. This true dragon blood divine elixir had already begun to exhibit signs of sentience. Should it manage to escape, it could potentially evolve into an unparalleled great demon in the future. Qi Feng grasped the true dragon blood divine elixir and was astonished to discover it bore 13 intricate patterns. This was unexpected. Could it be a result of absorbing the tribulation? Qi Feng pondered, then swallowed the true dragon blood divine elixir in one gulp, commencing his cultivation of the undying dragon god body. Chapter 47. The Stolen Sword Embryo. Half a month later, numerous lords gathered in the city of Qichue. Regrettably, Qi Feng remained in seclusion, yet with the unparalleled powerhouse Zhou Tu at their side, and Nanyi having also broken through to the 10th realm, she felt no trepidation. Indeed, Zhou Tu had achieved his breakthrough in the Wanxi mountain range. As the lords took their seats, upon hearing Nanyi announce Qi Feng's seclusion, their expressions shifted dramatically. What is this? Secluded now? Why not earlier or later, but precisely at this moment? Nanyi, your highness, are you not fabricating tales about this elder to deceive us? The citizens of our Qilong city have witnessed the elder's visage. Inquire among them, and you shall know if I deceive you. I shall not waste words with you any longer. Do you wish to submit? Nanyi no longer concealed her strength, unleashing the oppressive aura of the 10th realm, which enveloped the assembly. Do you truly believe that your mere breakthrough to the 10th realm grants you dominance over us? Among the lords below, two unparalleled powerhouses of the 10th realm unleashed their own oppressive force, directed towards Nanyi. Boldness. Your Highness, Nanyi is the appointed empress of the Qiyu dynasty by our young master. Disrespect towards her is tantamount to disrespecting the young master. Zhou Tu emanated a terrifying killing intent, startling the lords below. Another peerless powerhouse. We have come sincerely to pledge our allegiance to the empress, yet she informs us that the elder is in seclusion. Is this not a mockery? The empress should be aware that we came for the elder. For me, it seems you possess some discernment, a voice resonated. As the familiar flying steed returned, Qi Feng sat within the carriage, casually beckoning Yin Xiao and Si Xia into the vehicle. A terrifying pressure erupted from the carriage. Yet Nanyi's side felt little, whereas the lords were rendered immobile. The two unmatched powerhouses of the 10th realm were engulfed in tempestuous waves of shock. Is this the power of a terrestrial immortal? Merely the emitted pressure is enough to incapacitate them. You may depart with your subordinates from the Qiyu dynasty. I do not insist that all of you remain to submit. However, those who choose to stay must heed Nanyi's orders. She is my designated empress, and defiance against her equates to enmity with me. Do you understand? As for you, having committed numerous atrocities, you should face judgment. The four-armed Shura visage pointed, and the many lords, along with the two unmatched powerhouses, transformed into a mist of blood. The remaining half of the lords were nearly paralyzed with fear. Such methods were truly earth-shattering. Today, they had witnessed the unimaginable. Nanyi, I shall be away for a time. I hope upon my return, I will see a transformed Qiyu dynasty. Thank you, Elder. As the carriage ascended into the void, it marked the conclusion of Qi Feng's journey to the southern kingdom. Upon reaching the border of the Beixia dynasty, Qi Feng's expression suddenly changed. Something was amiss. Someone was refining his sword embryo. Qi Feng's first reaction was that something had happened to the Xiao family. He instructed Zhou Tu to accompany Yin Xiao and Si Xia at a leisurely pace, while he soared into the sky, heading towards the Xiao family. Wait, what? Why is the sword embryo moving? Could it be that someone has stolen it? Qi Feng hesitated momentarily. He was already quite close to the Xiao family, so he decided to stop by first. Losing the sword embryo was bearable, as long as the Xiao family was unharmed. Upon arriving at the Xiao family, Qi Feng sought out his grandfather and learned that the sword embryo had been taken by Xiao Wan on her way back to the Qi family. Xiao Wan and several divine shadow guards had sustained serious injuries, but fortunately, after consuming top-tier healing elixirs, they were now out of danger. Qi Feng suppressed the fury within him and returned to the Qi family. Xiao Wan approached him with a hint of guilt, and after inspecting her condition, he confirmed that she had indeed recovered, allowing him to exhale in relief. Fenger, I'm so sorry. Mother, what are you saying? They aimed to steal the sword embryo. You should have simply given it to them. The sword embryo can be recovered, but if you were harmed, I would regret it for a lifetime. You can still retrieve the sword embryo? Of course. The sword embryo had already recognized its master through blood. However, that thief possesses considerable strength. He should be able to forcibly refine your blood essence. That is true, but to refine my blood essence without destroying the sword embryo will require ample time. I will first retrieve the sword embryo and then speak of it. All right, be careful. Xiao Wan understood that Qi Feng had already broken through to the 12th realm, while the thief was merely at the 10th realm. So she felt less anxious about his undertaking. Qi Feng surged towards the direction of the sword embryo, flying for 2 days. As he sensed he was nearing his target, he had no intention of playing any cat-and-mouse games. This scoundrel dared to harm Xiao Wan. Qi Feng was eager to show him what true despair entailed. A colossal finger of true power descended from the heavens, crashing into the earth and causing the ground to collapse. Four figures soared into the sky, only to be suppressed by an overwhelming force, crashing back down. With a wave of Qi Feng's hand, a crimson light surged from the ruins, landing in his grasp. Qi Feng's blood essence flowed into the sword embryo, igniting it, and it gradually transformed into an unsharpened longsword. Thus, the sword embryo had thoroughly recognized its master, yet it had yet to be forged into a divine weapon. You dare to steal from the Qi family? Who granted you such audacity? Who is this elder? If we have offended you by stealing the Qi family's sword embryo, we implore you to forgive us. The Absolute Kill Tower is willing to offer treasures to atone for our transgressions, and no need. Your lives shall suffice as recompense. With a gesture, Qi Feng summoned forth their anguished screams, infusing Shura true power into their bodies. Igniting them from within and incinerating them alive, he leveled the stronghold to the ground, ensuring that none of the other assassins could escape. If these assassins could speak, they would likely curse the owner of the Absolute Kill Tower for their foolishness. Did they not consider the realm of the sword embryo's master? To dare steal from the sword embryo of a terrestrial immortal, even possessing 18 lives would not suffice for such folly. Indeed, the thief who stole the sword embryo was the owner of the Absolute Kill Tower, a formidable presence at the second layer of the 10th realm. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Qi Feng, revealing that his audacity was not without foundation. After all, no one could possibly know of Qi Feng's terrifying existence hidden within the Qi family. Upon returning with the sword embryo, Qi Feng had yet to decide how to forge it into a divine sword. Hence he was not in a hurry to commence the crafting. Back at the Qi family, Qi Feng did not rush to concoct elixirs, but instead spent several days in the company of Xiao Wan and Mu Wanjun. Mu Wanjun's cultivation had reached the 4th realm and 6th layer, an astonishing pace of advancement, breaking from 0 to the 4th realm and 6th layer in just 1 year, nearly akin to a breakthrough every 2 weeks. Of course, breakthroughs tended to occur more frequently in the earlier realms and slowed considerably as one progressed. Chapter 48. A display of power. One morning, Qi Feng suddenly sensed a familiar aura. As Xia Jiming entered the Qi residence, she was met with Qi Feng's beaming gaze. Xia Jiming's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Why, mother mentioned that during the year I was away. You frequently visited the Qi residence. What's this? Did you miss me? Yes, my father wishes for me to marry you post-haste. Marry? I have no immediate plans for marriage, and even if we were to marry, you could not be my legitimate wife. I understand. My father has said that being a concubine is acceptable. Then you are mistaken. You cannot even be my concubine. Qi Feng chuckled, poking fun at Xia Jiming's misunderstanding, which caused the little one to burst into tears. Does the young master no longer want Jiming? Not at all. Stop crying. If you keep it up, I truly want you. Xia Jiming widened her eyes, instantly refraining from crying, although tears still glistened in her eyes. All right. Today I shall accompany you to the Imperial Palace to clarify things with the Summer Emperor. Although I want to marry you in the immediate future, you are nonetheless reserved for me. Qi Feng took hold of Xia Jiming's soft hand, leading her towards the dining courtyard. Reserved? Yes. What does that mean? It means you belong to me. I noticed you looked troubled upon entering. Is it that your mother and sister have been bullying you again? No, no. Ever since they learned I was to marry you, they have not bullied me at all. My sister was punished by my father for bullying me. That is good. Do you wish to reside in the Imperial Palace? If you do not wish to reside in the palace, then perhaps you could come to stay with me. Is that permissible? Of course it is, for you are already my little wife. What could possibly be objectionable? Little wife. Xia Jiming looked perplexed as Qi Feng mischievously explained the term to her, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. I am willing to be the little wife of the heir. I understand your willingness, as it is evident that you are quite the timid one, hardly daring to refute my words. But that is how my mother raised me. I must comply with whatever the heir says, and besides, the heir is a good person, so I am eager to listen to him, not out of coercion. You are such an amusing little creature. Does the heir find Jiming too young? Yet, I am not so young anymore. Xia Jiming expressed her confusion, for one can marry at the age of 13, and she is already 16. You are indeed not so young. Qi Feng remarked suggestively, glancing at Xia Jiming's ample bosom. Oh, Jiming has arrived. Xiao Wan exclaimed with a smile, waving her hand. Jiming hurried over to her side and performed a respectful bow. There is no need for formalities among family. We do not adhere to such customs here. The etiquette you learned at the palace need not be observed in the Qi household. Oh. So you are protecting your little Jiming. Naturally. Just look at her. She appears so pitiful. It is clear she has not fared well in the palace. I visited the palace today to bring her back to the Qi residence. Wanner, Xia, please take good care of Jiming. Young master, do not forget about me. You are more playful than anyone else. Just ensure you do not lead Jiming astray. Qi Feng shot a glance at Nianxiu. Nianxiu chuckled. Young master truly knows how to read people. After their meal, Qi Feng and Xia Jiming boarded the carriage and set off towards the palace. You mean you have a close maid named Xiao Zhu, right? Yes, very well. Then let us bring Xiao Zhu back to the Qi residence as well. Thank you, young master. Xia Jiming appeared quite elated, and Qi Feng noted that it was the first time he had seen such a jubilant expression on her face. It seemed she shared a deep bond with Xiao Zhu. Qi Feng could not help but swallow hard, pulling her onto his lap and kissing her for a moment. Indeed, the girl's lips were sweet as honey. Xia Jiming sat in a daze, allowing Qi Feng to take advantage of her. Had she held a higher status, she might have been offended, for any intimacy before marriage could be deemed inappropriate. However, in Qi Feng's presence, she perceived her own status as rather lowly, thus she dared not impede his advances. What is it? Have you gone dumb? Qi Feng chuckled, gazing at the immobile girl in his embrace. Why are you crying again? Do not weep. Jiming, this is a sign of joy. The heir's willingness to have physical intimacy with you signifies that he does not disdain you. Xia Jiming wiped her tears and embraced Qi Feng's neck. I never did look down upon you. Otherwise, I would not have brought you back as my wife, Qi Feng said tenderly as he and Xia Jiming shared a moment of warmth. Upon arriving at the palace's entrance, Qi Feng adjusted Xia Jiming's dress and took her hand as they stepped inside. The messenger eunuch hurriedly informed Emperor Xia Zhu of the arrival of young master Qi Feng and the little princess. The eunuch led the pair to a side hall, as the main hall was typically reserved for court assemblies, and since Qi Feng and Xia Jiming were not court officials, there was no need for them to be present there. Upon seeing Xia Zhu, Qi Feng nodded slightly. While Xia Jiming attempted to perform a kneeling bow, Qi Feng swiftly lifted her, saying, You silly girl, you are already part of the Qi family. There is no need for such subservience. No need for that, Jiming. Since you have captured the attention of my esteemed nephew Qi Feng, it is your fortune. Henceforth, you need not perform such bows before me, Qi Feng, my esteemed nephew. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. How fares your cultivation of the dragon god immortal body? Is it progressing smoothly? It is going well, and I am grateful to Emperor Xia for taking care of Jiming during this time. However, I am still young and have no plans for marriage as of yet. Oh? What does my esteemed nephew mean by that? Xia Zhu's expression shifted slightly, as he feared Qi Feng did not wish to align with the royal family. My purpose here is to escort Jimeng and her maid Xiaozhu back to the Qi residence. Thereafter, she shall seldom return to the palace. I will send the betrothal gifts shortly, and as for the timing of our marriage, that is a matter between Jimeng and myself. I kindly ask Emperor Xia to refrain from intervening. Young master. Xia Jimeng was taken aback. Qi Feng's tone seemed overly audacious, speaking to her father as if issuing commands. My esteemed nephew, do you harbor a misunderstanding of my intentions? I genuinely wish for a lasting alliance with the Qi family. Whether Emperor Xia genuinely desires to align with the Qi family will be revealed in due time. I only trust what I can see. I hope Emperor Xia will refrain from employing any underhanded tactics in the future. Qi Feng suddenly turned his gaze towards the depths of the palace. A fearsome pressure descending upon the room, making Xia Zhu feel as though the scythe of death had swung close to his neck. The patriarch of the Xia family was not in a better position. And at this moment, both Xia Zhu and the patriarch understood that Qi Feng's cultivation was at least at the 12th realm, possibly even having attained the realm of earthly immortals. The astonishing battle in the southern kingdom's imperial city was likely orchestrated by Qi Feng. Chapter 49. Cleansing Elixir. It is my fault. I apologize. Regarding Jiming's matter, I shall not inquire further and will defer to your arrangements, my esteemed nephew. That is most agreeable. I will take care of the northern Liang King and the southern Wang King in due time. And I will trouble Emperor Xia to ensure that all treasures seized are delivered to the Qi family. Agreed, agreed. Xia Zhu exclaimed with great delight, for Qi Feng's words were evidently clear. He only sought the treasures seized. While the influence of the two princes would naturally belong to the court, Qi Feng took the dazed Xia Jiming by the hand and departed. Xia Jiming still struggled to comprehend why Qi Feng was so formidable. Why would her father bow to him? If you have questions, feel free to ask. Otherwise, you may find yourself in discomfort. Young master, are you truly that powerful? Of course, I am more formidable than both of your Xia family's elders combined. Which is why your father is wary of me. How can you be so young yet more powerful than the elders? Does that mean you have also reached the 12th realm? Do not call me you. Refer to me as husband or lord, if you prefer. Husband, can I call you husband? Of course, you may. From now on, call me husband. I have indeed reached the 12th realm. Once we return to the Qi residence, I will procure some cleansing elixirs for you to purify your meridians and provide you with suitable pills to enhance your cultivation speed. Thank you, husband. Jiming will strive to cultivate diligently. You are too remarkable. If I become too weak, I shall not be worthy of you. There is no need to rush. I will not look down upon you for your lower cultivation. Qi Feng gently pinched Xia Jiming's little earlobe, causing her to melt against him. Oh, your earlobes are quite sensitive, aren't they? Yes. Xia Jiming felt too shy to meet Qi Feng's gaze. Is there anyone else here besides your mother and sister? Why are those rooms so rudimentary? That was the home I shared with Xiao Zhu. A year ago, thanks to the young master's favor, we moved to our current residence. Your mother has always treated you poorly. It is not entirely her fault. My talents are lacking, and I have never been favored by my father, which has consequently affected my mother, leading to her disdain for me. I see. Xiao Zhu, master. You have returned. Husband, this is Xiao Zhu. Xiao Zhu? Quickly greet my husband, young master Qi Feng. Xiao Zhu pays her respects to the young master and no need for formalities. There is no need to bow to me in the future, or else both you and Jimeng will face punishment. And you, I have told you I do not favor such elaborate customs. If I do not punish you, you will not learn your lesson. Jimeng acknowledges her mistake. Please do not punish me, husband. Oh, where did you learn this? No one taught me. I learned it from Sister Nian Xiao. Does my husband not like it? I do like it. I never said I did not. Is there anything you wish to bring? Xia Jiming and Xiao Zhu busily packed their belongings. And a commotion outside caught Qi Feng's attention. It is your mother and sister who have arrived. Husband, please temper your anger. Do not harm them. Rest assured, I will not harm them. Xiao Zhu, madam. Xiao Zhu is here. Where is Jiming? Inside. What are you two doing? Packing our belongings. Young Master Qi Feng is taking us back to the Qi residence. What? Jiming has not even married him yet. How can she go back with him like this? Are you out of your mind? Why did you not stop her? What is it? Even Emperor Xia has given his consent. Do you have any objections? Qi Feng opened the door and stepped out. Young Master Qi Feng, that was not my intention. Then what do you mean? Kneeling down, Qi Feng slightly raised his gaze, and both individuals felt an overwhelming force that they could not resist, causing their knees to crash to the ground. From this day forth, Zhi Ming shall be my wife, Qi Feng. You are to pay your respects upon seeing her. This is the most fundamental of courtesies. Young Master Qi Feng, you seem rather presumptuous. My mother, regardless of the circumstances, is your elder and holds a higher status. It is you who should be paying respects. I ask that so? Then allow me to take you to meet Xia Zhu. You can inquire of him whether Zhi Ming and I need to show you any deference. With a casual wave of his hand, Qi Feng summoned his true power, propelling the two towards the direction of Xia Zhu. Just as Xia Zhu was reveling in joy, he witnessed two figures plummeting from the sky to land before him. Before the two could voice their grievances, Qi Feng's message reached Xia Zhu, igniting his fury, and he promptly imprisoned them in the dungeon in his early 20s. The 12th realm half-immortal. Xia Zhu felt a shiver of dread at the thought of Qi Feng's innate talent. As the ruler of the dynasty, he was privy to secrets unknown to ordinary martial artists, such as the fact that the 13th realm was not the pinnacle given Qi Feng's potential. It was highly likely he could surpass the 13th realm. Even if Qi Feng were to halt his progress at the 13th realm, he would still serve as the North Xia dynasty's anchor. With Qi Feng present, who would dare to infringe? Contemplating this, Xia Zhu felt a headache coming on, particularly since he had taken a liking to the very individual he least favored, Xia Zhiming. Had he known better, he would have treated her with more kindness beforehand. Upon returning to the Qi residence, Qi Feng inspected the medicinal materials. The elixir he intended to concoct was known as the Jade Vein Cleansing Pill, yet this pill was even more exceptional than the true Dragon Blood Divine Pill. While he was somewhat surprised by the tribulation summoned by the latter, he was certain that the Jade Vein Cleansing Pill would undoubtedly attract a thunderous calamity. Before he could begin crafting the cleansing pill, he needed to fully master the Azura True Power, as the previous success with the true Dragon Blood Divine Pill had been purely fortuitous. However, he had to admit that the true Dragon Blood Divine Pill was the most formidable concoction he had ever produced, and its effects had astonished him. He had initially anticipated a significant boost to his power upon consumption, but the reality differed. The pill transformed into a dragon-shaped true energy upon entering his body. Moreover, this tiny dragon energy seemed to possess a certain sentience, instinctively seeking the support of the absolute annihilation power, thus preventing it from being devoured. Instead, absolute annihilation power shared a fraction of its strength to allow the dragon energy to flourish. This led to a predicament. Qi Feng could no longer cultivate the dragon god undying body, for any further consumption of the flood dragon's essence would be directly absorbed by the dragon energy, which had developed a discerning taste and now deemed the flood dragon essence beneath its notice. Nonetheless, it was worth noting that in the next decade or two, his efforts to cultivate a new technique would yield little fruit. Mastering the Azura battle mantra to perfection might take 5 to 6 years, the indestructible Vajra technique around 3 years, and the Arhat true body remained uncertain. Should he find techniques of the 12th and 13th realms, it would require an additional 7 to 8 years. Thus, in the short term, there was no need for him to overly pursue new cultivation methods, even though the dragon god undying body had been his aspiration since childhood. That longing had now dissipated. Seventh brother? Qi Feng had just entered when a figure lunged at him. He smiled indulgently, catching Qi. What troubles you, Yer? Nothing. I just missed my seventh brother. It's been so long since I last saw you. I missed you too, Yer. Have you been enjoying yourself over there? Not really. They won't play with me. That's all right. We won't play with them either. You can play with your sister Jiming from now on. Yay! Tomorrow, brother will go refine pills. Once I'm done, I'll take you both to see the blooming Schwenning flowers. Dinner that evening was lively, with the presence of 2 additional individuals. Xia Jiming sat obediently beside Qi Feng like a little wife. Indeed, she had become Qi Feng's little wife. Though Xia Jiming was not particularly talkative, Xiao Zhu was quite chatty, engaging in endless conversation with Nian Xiao, leaving Qi Feng unable to interject. These 2 little ones discussed everything from their experiences as maids to Nian Xiao's one-sided boastful tales of her adventures with Qi Feng, quickly turning Xiao Zhu into Nian Xiao's little fan. The next day, Qi Feng dove headfirst into the alchemy chamber, restoring tranquility to the Qi household. 3 months later, the skies over the Qi residence suddenly erupted in thunder and lightning. After 21 bolts of tribulation lightning struck, the dark clouds dissipated, only for them to return a few days later. This cycle continued 3 times before finally calming down. Chun Feng gazed at the 3 divine jade vein cleansing pills in his hand and smiled faintly. After 8 attempts, he had succeeded 3 times, which was quite commendable. 3 pills. 1 for Jiming, 1 for his sister, and the last perhaps for Wanner. The others could wait for the next refinement. As Qi Feng exited the alchemy room, he called out, "Dinner? I'm starving. I need a good meal." To his surprise, Qi Hongyu and Qi Shilua had returned home as well. Alchemy requires one to pay attention to their health. Qi Hongyu's voice preceded her arrival. "Sister, come quickly. I have something delicious for you." "You certainly made quite the commotion with your alchemy this time. Was that the legendary pill tribulation?" "Indeed. Here, this is for you." Qi Feng placed a 13th pattern jade vein cleansing pill into Qi Hongyu's palm, which left her utterly astonished, though she masked her shock well. "Come, let me assist you in refining the pill. With your cultivation, you cannot handle a 13th pattern jade vein cleansing pill." Upon consuming the pill, Qi Hongyu felt an immense surge of Azura true power flooding her body. The crucial aspect was that Qi Feng's Azura true power surpassed her own in quality, causing the energy within her to not only refrain from rejection but to exuberantly rejoice. Due to the compatibility of their true essence, the pill refinement process proceeded remarkably smoothly. Once Qi Hongyu had successfully refined the pill, Qi Feng set out to find the others. After waiting for over 10 days at home, Yun Shang and her companions finally arrived at the Imperial City. Qi Feng assisted them in refining 2 divine pills, while Li Wuqing was exceptionally fortunate, producing 3 divine pills. This was not to say these divine pills would significantly enhance their cultivation. Even with their formidable effects, they were merely minor boons to half-immortals of the 12th realm. The primary benefit of divine pills lay in the martial intent they contained. For instance, the Demon Blade Supreme pill that Qi Feng refined for Li Wuqing would deepen his understanding of blade intent. The main ingredient of the Demon Blade Supreme pill, the Demon Blade Divine Leaf, harbored an immensely potent blade intent in essence. The pill served to fully activate the blade intent contained within the Demon Blade Divine Leaf while utilizing auxiliary herbs to temper the intensity of the intent, preventing any backlash during comprehension. Don't measure the combat strength of a blade practitioner. One must not only consider their realm but also the quality of the blade intent they wield. Currently, Li Wuqing's blade intent was classified as low-grade heavenly rank. Consuming the 3 divine pills would almost certainly elevate him to mid-grade heavenly rank, with a slim chance of reaching high-grade heavenly rank. Do not underestimate the leap from low-grade to mid-grade heavenly rank. If Li Wuqing were to enhance his blade intent on his own, it might take him 40 to 50 years to achieve mid-grade heavenly ranked. On this day, Qi Shilua suddenly conveyed a message to Qi Feng that the Pingnan King and the Beiliang King had entered the palace. Qi Feng immediately soared into the sky, heading for the Imperial Palace, as he had some matters to discuss with Xia Zhu. Upon sensing Qi Feng's arrival, Xia Zhu's lips curled into a smile, while the expressions of the Beiliang King and Pingnan King shifted drastically, feeling a terrifying pressure wash over them. The two instantly summoned their manifestations, barely managing to withstand Qi Feng's overwhelming force. Qi Feng hovered in midair, looking down upon the 2 kings. The moment the Azura manifestation appeared, the Beiliang King and Pingnan King turned ashen, realizing they could not escape their fate today. However, when they recognized Qi Feng's face, they could hardly believe their eyes. Wasn't this the 7th son of Qi Shilua? If their memory served them correctly, this young man seemed to be merely in his early 20s. The Qi family had birthed a true dragon. With that final thought, the two departed from this world. Xia Zhu couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment, never expecting that a peerless powerhouse of the 10th realm would possess no resistance before Qi Feng. Your Majesty Xia, do you possess any tomes regarding Zhongzhou? Zhongzhou? You are aware of Zhongzhou? That makes sense. You ought to know about it. Not long ago, the Lord of Clouds informed me that the 10 Directions Confinement Array is on the verge of dissipating. What is the 10 Directions Confinement Array? The Lord of Clouds mentioned that a true immortal perished in our vicinity a millennium ago, setting up the array before his demise, preventing the people of Zhongzhou from entering for a millennium. Ah, I see. Follow me. Xia Zhu led Qi Feng to a hidden chamber deep within the palace, presenting him with a partially damaged ancient text. This contains information regarding Zhongzhou. Please take a look if the 10 directions confinement array dissipates. The North Xia dynasty may face peril. Why? You may take a look. It recounts an event from millennia ago when we had enmity with several prominent sects in Central Continent, that time. This region did not resemble its current configuration, with dynasties such as the Northern Xia dynasty and the Southern Barbarian dynasty emerging only later. There was but one dynasty, known as the Imolong dynasty. The Imolong dynasty engaged in fierce confrontations with the Yinyang He Huan sect, the Wanjiang sect, and several other second-rate sects. It is not surprising that the Imolong dynasty acted thus. Those major sects were exceedingly oppressive. The Yinyang He Huan sect ruthlessly captured the warriors of the Imolong dynasty to use them as alchemical furnaces, draining their vital essence before cruelly slaying them. The Wanjiang sect treated us like cattle, selecting those with exceptional talents to transform into zombies. At that time, the Imolong dynasty had only 3 top-tier Earth Immortals, the equivalent of powerful fighters at the 15th realm, while the combined strength of the Yinyang He Huan sect and the Wanjiang sect included 4 top-tier Earth Immortals, not to mention their numerous mid- and low-tier Earth Immortals far outnumbered those of the Imolong dynasty. Thus, in that war, the Imolong dynasty was defeated, suffering the loss of over half its strong fighters, which ultimately led to its fragmentation. As you just mentioned, I have come to understand that it was not the Imolong dynasty that repelled those sects. It is highly likely that what you referred to as the Shifeng Kuntian formation kept them at bay. Whether this true immortal acted with intention or inadvertently, he indeed saved the Imolong dynasty at that time. According to your words, once the great formation dissipates, several of our dynasties will be in peril. After 10 millennia, no one knows how far the martial path of Central Continent has advanced. They should not be too far beyond us. Oh, what leads you to such a conclusion? I have perused numerous texts and discovered that the martial talents of warriors from a millennium ago were generally superior to those of our current warriors. As if an invisible shackle has been gradually constraining our potential, I wonder if it is due to the Shifeng Kuntian formation. If so, the dissolution of the formation may usher in catastrophic consequences for us. If it is not the formation's influence, but rather a natural decline in the overall trend of the world, then the martial path of Central Continent must have also waned. I hope it is the latter. Qi Feng furrowed his brow. If the Shifeng Kuntian formation has indeed dulled their talents, then we are in dire straits, as this would imply that they have been regressing over the past millennia. While those from Central Continent may have continued to progress, if that is the case, Qi Feng could hardly fathom the extent of the disparity between the two, given that even a millennium ago, their martial path was not on par with that of Central Continent. Chapter 51. The Formless Buddha and Demon Technique. The text contained only a scant few pages, the remainder having been destroyed. After perusing the records, Qi Feng departed the imperial palace and returned to the Qi residence to engage in seclusion for cultivation. He refused to be a mere frog at the bottom of a well. Even while confined, he aspired to be a true dragon, ready to soar into the heavens once the great formation shattered. For the next 9 years, Qi Feng would emerge from seclusion every 2 years to refine elixirs before retreating once more. Until one day, feeling a sense of oppression, he decided to venture outside for a stroll. Silently, Qi Feng slipped away from the imperial city, traversing the vast landscapes and gazing at the towering Tianzhu Peak. He slowly closed his eyes, as if he were becoming one with the peak, enduring the tempests and the changing seasons, yet remaining steadfast amidst the cosmos. Once again, Qi Feng entered a state of epiphany, which lasted for several months until the brewing of the Thunder Tribulation began. He was about to break through to the 13th realm. Normally, other warriors preparing to ascend to the 13th realm would surely make extensive preparations for the earthly immortals' Thunder Tribulation. Yet Qi Feng required none, for he remained immersed in his enlightenment. He needed no preparation. Mastering a top-tier heaven-level technique to perfection would suffice for his breakthrough to the earthly immortal realm. And he had already perfected 3 techniques. Indeed, 2 years prior, Qi Feng had traveled to the Western Buddha dynasty, where he encountered a venerable monk in a dilapidated temple. To his astonishment, the old monk had 1 foot already in the 14th realm. Upon learning of Qi Feng's intentions, the old monk departed for a time, returning with the final 2 layers of the Luohan True Body technique for Qi Feng, along with a new technique, the Formless Buddha and Demon technique. After contemplating this, Qi Feng found himself astonished. It turned out that the peak of heaven-level techniques was not the ultimate limit, for above heaven level existed the saint level. No wonder those individuals could cultivate beyond the 13th realm. The old monk further revealed that Qi Feng's Shura battle technique had transcended heaven level, reaching a half-step saint-level. As for the Formless Buddha and Demon technique bestowed upon Qi Feng, it belonged to the mid-tier saint-level techniques, its complexity astonishingly high, requiring Qi Feng considerable effort to comprehend. Qi Feng did not know the old monk's name, only his Buddhist title, Master Wangkong. All things are void. Only by recognizing one's true heart can one attain eternity, were the words Master Wangkong left for him. The terrifying thunder tribulation raged for 3 days, during the first 2 of which 3 Dharma forms shielded Qi Feng. On the final day, Qi Feng voluntarily dispelled the Dharma forms, bracing himself against the might of the thunder tribulation with his corporeal form. Once the thunder tribulation subsided, Qi Feng slowly opened his eyes, a purple-gold dragon pattern fading from his forehead. The dragon Qi had absorbed the power of the thunder tribulation and undergone a new transformation. Yet, the current dragon Qi remained too feeble, offering little enhancement to Qi Feng. If one were to liken Qi Feng's body to an expansive ocean, the dragon Qi would be but a small dragon a few meters long. Only when it matured into a colossal dragon would Qi Feng's physique experience a metamorphosis. With a thought, the 72 Zhang Shura Dharma form stood tall above Tianzhu Peak, now transformed from a 4-armed Shura into a 6-armed Shura. The newly added pair of arms consisted of a golden left arm and a purple-black right arm. The eyes of the Dharma form were 1 gold and 1 purple, embodying the dual powers of Buddha and demon born from the cultivation of the Formless Buddha and Demon technique. If the power of utter annihilation were to be conferred, the 6-armed Shura Dharma form would revert to a pure black form. Presently, the power of utter annihilation was no longer a fusion of 3 true energies, but rather a combination of 4 true energies, one of which included the Buddha demon power. Strictly speaking, it was a fusion of 5 true energies, as the Formless Buddha and Demon technique cultivated 2 distinct true energies that would gradually merge, forming the Buddha demon power and achieving a qualitative transformation. Thus, it is evident that the creator of the Formless Buddha and Demon technique was indeed a prodigy. However, Qi Feng had only cultivated the Formless Buddha and Demon technique to the 6th layer's later stage, which was still due to his months of epiphany. Those months equated to 10 years of arduous cultivation. The Formless Buddha and Demon technique comprises 16 layers. Attaining perfection in it is no simple feat. However, should he successfully cultivate the Formless Buddha and Demon technique to perfection, he would at least be a top-tier earthly immortal, and ascending to the celestial immortal realm would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Qi Feng gazed distantly, sensing the existence of the Shifeng Kuntian formation, which had now lost its power, becoming akin to a rootless floating weed. It would likely collapse entirely within a few years. Time was not on his side. Qi Feng appeared calm and unperturbed, for he understood a crucial fact. Haste would serve no purpose, and often, urgency could lead to disaster. Regardless of whether the enemies from Central Continent were strong or weak, what he needed to do was patiently await developments, adapting to changes as they came. Since the formation was destined to dissipate, Qi Feng felt it was time for everyone to be made aware of the existence of Central Continent. Otherwise, should they come knocking, they would remain oblivious to the origins of their foes. A piece of news spread from the Northern Xia dynasty to the surrounding Western Buddha dynasty, the Great Desert dynasty, the Southern Barbarian dynasty, the Crimson Feather dynasty, and the Qilai kingdom. All warriors who received the news were taken aback. War was imminent? Or was it against sects from another region? They were unaware of the enemy's strength or weakness. The most anxious were the Great Desert dynasty, as they were situated to the east. If the people from Central Continent arrived, they would undoubtedly be the first to encounter them. The Western Buddha dynasty, being the farthest west, remained the most composed. Faced with a formidable foe, within 3 years, various dynasties convened multiple discussions, setting aside their previous grievances and uniting. The conflicts between the court and the sects erupted once more. Naturally, The court hoped that the sects would heed its call and join forces to resist the formidable enemy. However, many sects contemplated sealing their gates to preserve themselves. For this reason, Xia Zhu specifically sought out Qi Feng. Hoping he would intervene to suppress those obstinate sect members, Qi Feng's response was that if they were unwilling, compelling them would yield no results. At this juncture, the focus should not be on rallying them but on clarifying the consequences. Whether or not they chose to assist the court in repelling the formidable enemy was a decision for the sects themselves. For those sects willing to cooperate with the court, if they faced threats, the court would not stand idly by. Conversely, for those unwilling to assist, their fate would be of no concern to the court. On one particular day, Qi Feng seemed to sense something as he gazed into the distance. The Shifeng Kuntian formation had ultimately dissipated. Qi Feng did not feel a lightness in his being, indicating that the formation had not suppressed them. This suggested that, most likely, the martial path of Central Continent had also declined. Having cultivated the formless Buddha and demon technique to the initial stage of the 11th layer, Qi Feng reached the 7th level of the 13th realm. He was not in a hurry to head to the Great Desert Dynasty. What if the people from Central Continent had not come at all? Would they not appear as fools? Moreover, between Central Continent and the Great Desert Dynasty lay a vast expanse of mountains known as the Endless Mountains, teeming with formidable beasts. Without a cultivation level of the 10th realm, recklessly entering the Endless Mountains would be akin to lighting a lamp in a restroom, merely seeking disaster. The Endless Mountains are absurdly vast. Even combined, the territories of the Northern Xia Dynasty and the Southern Barbarian Dynasty do not equal half of its expanse. It is not an easy feat for the people of Zhongzhou to traverse here. Chapter 52. The warriors of Zhongzhou draw near at this moment. On the side of the Endless Mountains adjacent to Zhongzhou, numerous teams have ventured into the mountains. Among them, some groups comprise nearly 100 members, while others consist of merely 2 or 3 individuals, including solitary wanderers. They all share a singular purpose: to explore the fabled site of the fallen celestial wanderer from 10 millennia ago. As for the legacy of the celestial wanderer, finding it would be ideal, but its absence is of little consequence. After all, a millennium has passed, and the legacy could very well have been discovered long ago or lost to time. Perhaps even found and subsequently forgotten. The passage of time renders the preservation of any legacy for a millennium quite a formidable challenge. Regardless of the outcome, they are determined to witness it for themselves, allowing them a sense of closure. Junior sister, do you think the Morong dynasty still exists after all these years? I doubt it still exists. It's been 10 millennia. Senior sister, I think it may not be so certain. There should still be warriors in this region, though I wonder how their martial paths have fared. You make a valid point, junior brother. I too believe the Morong dynasty's legacy is unlikely to have been entirely severed. So we must remain vigilant. We should capture a few barbarians to inquire about the situation. Unbeknownst to them, a terrifying demon emperor awaits them ahead. The legacy of the celestial wanderer has not been extinguished, but rather split in two. One portion has seeped into the mundane realm, unfortunately, still unrecognized by anyone to this day. The other portion has been acquired by a dragon, which has since transformed into a heavenly dragon nearly 2 millennia ago, its strength rivaling that of a peak terrestrial immortal. As for the present, no one knows just how formidable this heavenly dragon has become. It is likely that even Qi Feng would only have the option to flee. On the Zhongzhou side, martial arts have indeed declined, yet it remains significantly better than the Northern Xia dynasty. Among the hundreds of dynasties in Zhongzhou, there are still heavenly immortals, though they are as scarce as terrestrial immortals in the Northern Xia dynasty, verging on extinction. Some have become ancient anomalies like Master Wangkong, while others have sealed themselves away, barely surviving. The visible elite combat power in Zhongzhou is primarily terrestrial immortals. The highest tier power among first-rate sects consists of mid to upper-tier terrestrial immortals, with upper tier being exceedingly rare. The strongest force in 99% of sects consists of mid-tier terrestrial immortals, equating to the 14th realm of martial artists. This is still quite remarkable. Even a mid-tier terrestrial immortal could easily sweep through the Desert Dynasty, as the 2 lower-tier terrestrial immortals in that dynasty are mere remnants, having not ventured outside for hundreds of years. Thus, the situation on both sides is quite similar to that of 10 millennia ago, with the distinction that back then, there was only one Morong dynasty, whereas now, it has splintered into 6 separate dynasties. Among the teams present, there is one particularly unique group, the descendants of the Celestial Wanderer, whose purpose is undoubtedly to seek the legacy of their forebear. Qi Feng is unaware that a large gathering of people is heading towards the Desert Dynasty. Upon sensing Yenmo's aura, Qi Feng eagerly rushes to find her, as she is on the verge of breaking through to the 12th realm. Once she achieves this breakthrough, her yin-yang sacred essence will be perfected. Noticing Qi Feng's mischievous grin, Yenmo pinches him playfully. Have you been eagerly awaiting this day? Yenmo gazes intently at Qi Feng. Of course not. Absolutely not. Don't slander the good-hearted. Qi Feng shakes his head vigorously. Is that so? So you don't desire my sacred essence? I do. How could I not? Are you ready? I am ready. Then let's go. I shall help you transcend your tribulation. Qi Feng takes Yenmo by the hand and soars towards the outskirts of the royal city. Amidst familiar mountains, the tribulation lightning surges once more. Qi Feng stands at a distance, observing the goddess-like Yenmo, feeling a hint of anxiety despite knowing her foundation is solid. A pair of yin-yang fish materializes, swiftly swirling around Yenmo, enveloped by the overwhelming power of yin and yang, intercepting the descending tribulation lightning. This pair of yin-yang fish represents Yenmo's Dharma form, which possesses a second transformation. The yin-yang fish can merge into a yin-yang disc, a sacred artifact modeled after the Dharma form. As the tribulation lightning intensifies, the speed of the yin-yang fish increases, culminating in a spinning disc of yin-yang energy hovering above Yenmo's head. This is the yin-yang disc. The power of yin and yang erupts from the disc, sending a beam of light upwards to disperse the tribulation. Qi Feng grins. Indeed, Yenmo embodies the essence of his youthful vigor. The tribulation becomes enraged. The last time it was provoked, it was by a mere brat, and now another one dares to approach. A familiar purple lightning bolt crashes down, striking the yin-yang disc with tremendous force. The shadows of the yin-yang fish reappear, circling the disc once more. Yet, the might of the tribulation is terrifying. As time passes, the yin-yang disc ultimately succumbs to its power, fissures spreading across its surface, and it shatters back into the form of the yin-yang fish. The next phase involves withstanding the tribulation with her physical body, a rite of passage every semi-immortal must endure. Only through the tribulation's cleansing can one be deemed a qualified semi-immortal. The purple lightning bolt crashes down upon Yenmo, and in just a moment, she sustains severe injuries. Qi Feng refrains from intervening as Yenmo consumes a 13-pattern snow spirit pill, her wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Destruction and rebirth intertwine within Yenmo. As strands of tribulation power merge into her being, her aura expanding at an unprecedented pace. Qi Feng's smile broadens. She has succeeded. The tribulation continues to strike Yenmo, but upon realizing it cannot subdue her, it dissipates. Qi Feng rushes to her side, assessing her condition with satisfaction. Excellent. After enduring the tribulation, Yenmo's foundation has become even more solidified. Chapter 53. Breaking through the 14th realm. There is no time like the present. Qi Feng brings Yenmo back to the Qi residence. To his astonishment, upon beginning to absorb the yin-yang sacred essence, the myriad powers within him resonate, and he wonders where all this power has come from. Over the past 2 years, he has been practicing the boundless formless technique, consuming the myriad powers generated daily, and thus his reserves were quite low. Yet now, the myriad powers seem inexhaustible, continuously surging from his dantian. The myriad power within Qi Feng flows into Yenmo, drawing upon her yin-yang sacred essence, circulating between them. Their cultivation levels begin to skyrocket at an astonishing pace, an acceleration so swift it would put a rocket to shame. Surprisingly, it is not the yin-yang sacred essence fueling this growth, but the myriad powers. The yin-yang sacred essence acts more like a catalyst, albeit one that is slowly depleting. By the time the yin-yang energy is exhausted, Qi Feng's strength has reached the pinnacle of the 13th realm. He soars into the mountains, knowing that the tribulation brought on by breaking through to the 14th realm will be extraordinarily fearsome, capable of obliterating half the royal city. Once within the mountains, Qi Feng no longer suppresses his aura, and the 6-armed Shura Dharma form emerges. Destruction Finger. Qi Feng initiates with a grand display, intending to provoke the tribulation. For he has discovered that inciting its wrath significantly amplifies its power, thus yielding greater rewards after overcoming it. The tribulation acts as a massive hammer, solidifying one's foundation. However, many martial artists' foundations shatter under its onslaught. A fate Qi Feng does not fear. For someone like Qi Feng, the tribulation's heightened power will strengthen his foundation immensely. After a brief lull, 5 orbs of radiant purple-gold lightning descend from the storm clouds, piercing directly into Qi Feng's body. Furrowing his brows, Qi Feng braces himself as the electric energy courses through his meridians, his Shura true power enveloping them in layers of defense. Nevertheless, the penetrating force of the purple-gold lightning begins to create fissures along his meridians. Just as he prepares to unleash his annihilating power to consume the lightning, a golden dragon aura appears within his meridians, devouring all the purple-gold lightning in its wake. Once the lightning is entirely consumed, the golden dragon aura transforms into a small golden dragon, no larger than a thumb, yet its power is formidable. Simultaneously, the barrier to the 14th realm within Qi Feng shatters, a surge of vitality flooding through him, rapidly mending any minor damage to his meridians. Upon completion, Qi Feng is astonished to find faint golden dragon patterns adorning his meridians, their resilience enhanced to a new level by this the power of the 14th realm? Truly terrifying, Qi Feng muses, vanishing into the mountains. After Qi Feng departs, a pure white dragon quietly arrives at the site of his breakthrough, greedily absorbing the residual power that overflowed during his ascension. The place of Qi Feng's breakthrough is imbued with a unique aura, indicating that a mid-tier terrestrial immortal of the 14th realm once emerged here. The little dragon cultivates at this location for over 10 days, sniffing the air until the aura dissipates, at which point it scurries away with great delight. This meal has truly satiated me. I should be able to break through to the 10th realm now. The sound of the little dragon resembles that of a 7- or 8-year-old girl. This little dragon is no ordinary creature, yet Qi Feng remains unaware of her presence. Chapter 54. The emergence of the black dragon upon returning to the Qi residence. Qi Feng discovered that the women were all awaiting his return. It seems Qi Hongyu had informed them of his expedition to undergo tribulation. As they saw Qi Feng return unscathed, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. With dusk upon them, the women exchanged glances, feeling somewhat bashful. Soon as Qi Feng landed, Nian Xiao and Xia Jiming rushed towards him, and he affectionately ruffled their little heads. Young master, husband. Their voices were a playful tease and a soft murmur, respectively. The playful one belonged to Nian Xiao, while the soft one was from Xia Jiming. This little one is the most dependent on Qi Feng, perhaps due to a lack of kindness in her early years. Since following Qi Feng, Xia Jiming has felt an unprecedented warmth in his presence. All right, I'm fine. I successfully broke through to the 14th realm. Has there been any news from the Desert Dynasty? Not yet. There seems to be a delay. Even if the warriors from the central continent wish to come, traversing the endless mountains will take considerable time. All right, I need to refine some pills now. Everyone, please disperse. But it's time to rest, my husband. Let's refine the pills tomorrow. Don't overexert yourself. Fine then. Early the next morning, Qi Feng dove into the alchemy chamber, first organizing the medicinal materials before refining 2 batches of high-quality pills to familiarize himself with the transformed Shura true power. While Qi Feng was busy with alchemy, fierce battles raged within the endless mountains. A 100-meter-tall gorilla, engulfed in black flames, fell helplessly to the ground. Opposite it stood a man clad in sect robes. Stepping on the void, his eyes filled with disdain. How dare such a mere 11th realm beast challenge them? This man was Gu Tianyang, a 13th realm earth immortal and one of the elder leaders of the Yin-Yang Hehuan sect. Accompanying him were another elder of the 13th realm and over 50 disciples, with the female disciples outnumbering the male ones. A millennium ago, the Desert Dragon Dynasty and the Yin-Yang Hehuan sect had engaged in a fierce battle, and just as the victor was determined, the sects were barred from enjoying the spoils due to the emergence of the 10 directions confining heaven formation, which left them seething with rage. Now that the formation had dissipated, numerous sects dispatched teams to explore. Naturally, the Yin-Yang Hehuan sect was among them. However, Previously, only a handful of sects had discovered the Desert Dragon dynasty. This time, following the recent developments, at least 100 sects would be vying to uncover its secrets. The chances of obtaining the legacy of the Wandering True Immortal had significantly diminished, so Gu Tianyang planned to seize the opportunity to eliminate some of the smaller sects' teams. After all, the Endless Mountains were teeming with formidable beasts, and without an Earth Immortal leading the charge, dying here was hardly unusual. Deep within the Endless Mountains, a pair of vertical pupils slowly opened. A black dragon, over 400 meters long, concluded its seclusion, sensed the sudden disappearance of the aura of great beasts. Indeed, among those battling the sect members, some of the more gifted beasts had already become its subordinates. Now that its subordinates had been slain, as the strongest ruler of the Endless Mountains, it would not choose to endure this humiliation. The barrier has actually vanished, the black dragon spoke human words. Previously, it had been in seclusion and was unaware of the dissolution of the 10 directions confining heaven formation. Are these martial artists coming from outside the formation? It seems necessary to capture a few for questioning about the outside world. The black dragon shrank its form to a length of over 20 meters and soared into the distance. In this world, demon beasts cannot transform into humans. They can merely control their size. Not only the black dragon emerged from seclusion, but it was the only one to take the initiative. The other two 13th Realm Demon Kings chose to wait and see. In demonology, the 3 realms of Demon Kings equate to the 3 realms of Earth Immortals among martial artists. The 3 realms of Demon Emperors correspond to the 3 realms of Celestial Immortals, and Demon Gods are equivalent to true Immortals. The Black Dragon was just a step away from achieving the status of a Demon Emperor. Among all the teams exploring the Desert Dragon dynasty, the strongest was merely a 15th Realm high-grade Earth Immortal. The Black Dragon had acquired the legacy of the Wandering True Immortal, making it virtually invincible within the same realm. Should the two encounter one another, a spectacle would undoubtedly ensue. Thunder tribulations brewed above the Qi residence, and the true dragon cauldron was drawn upwards. Approaching the storm clouds, Qi Feng's eyes widened. He fervently hoped that his true dragon cauldron would not be struck. The fate of the pills was inconsequential. What mattered most was the safety of his treasured true dragon cauldron. A thunder dragon burst forth from the storm clouds, crashing into the true dragon cauldron. Within, lightning erupted, and arcs of electricity danced across the cauldron's surface. The patterns on the cauldron began to transform, and the 14th pattern Jade Vein cleansing pill absorbed a portion of the thunder dragon's power. Reaching its final stage, Qi Feng felt a surge of anxiety. This was his first attempt at refining a divine-grade pill of the 14th pattern. As the thunder tribulation receded, Qi Feng exhaled in relief. The true dragon cauldron now bore additional lightning patterns. As if reborn from the ashes, seemed the true dragon cauldron exceeded his expectations, truly capable of absorbing unique powers to enhance itself. Having exhausted all the medicinal materials, he successfully refined 3 Jade Vein cleansing pills, 2 Slaughter King pills, 1 Infant Spirit Sacred pill, 2 Qing Li Tianimo pills, 4 Ice Spirit Breaking Vein pills, 1 Moon Spirit Cold Fragrance pill, 1 Yin Yang Sacred Pearl pill, 2 9 Yin Tian Yang pills, 1 Demon Blade Supreme pill, and 3 Qing Lian Nirvana pills. All of these were high-grade divine pills of the 14th pattern. Qi Feng did not cease his efforts, as one critical pill remained unrefined. The 5 Elements Phoenix Lotus pill. The 5 Elements Phoenix Lotus pill possesses a singular effect that drives all martial artists to madness. It refines a warrior's true power. Upon consumption, the body transforms into a furnace, continuously burning and refining true power. If one can endure, the quality of their true power will undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. Phoenix lotuses are exceedingly rare. And 5 elements herbs are also precious materials. Qi Feng estimated that he had enough to refine 7 batches, but could not produce them at the 14th pattern level, as the materials required for a 14th pattern divine pill are 3 times that of a 13th pattern and 9 times that of a 12th pattern. Ultimately, he managed to refine 6 pills of the 12th pattern 5 elements Phoenix Lotus pills, achieving success in 6 out of 7 attempts, which was quite commendable. Chapter 55. Infiltrating the Central Continent's team after emerging from seclusion. Qi Feng distributed the pills to each individual, ensuring that Nian Xiao, Xixia, and Jimeng were protected while consuming the 5 elements Phoenix Lotus pills to prevent any damage to their meridians. News arrived from the Desert Dynasty that a great battle had erupted within the Endless Mountains, suspected to involve warriors above the 13th realm clashing with the terrifying demon kings residing therein. Qi Feng pondered for a moment and decided to take a trip to the Desert Dynasty. It would be ideal if he could intercept the warriors from the central continent within the Desert Dynasty, thus sparing the Northern Summer Dynasty from involvement. Otherwise, once they reached the Northern Summer Dynasty, he would have to intervene, as his family was here. Regardless, with his speed, it would take him less than 2 days to fly to the Desert Dynasty. As for the others, they need not accompany him. Their presence would serve little purpose. Aside from him, Li Wuqi was the strongest, followed by Yanemo, Yunshang, and Yunming. Though Li Wuqi had not yet broken through to the 13th realm, he showed no fear in the face of 13th realm Earth Immortals. Such was the tenacity of a sword cultivator. Qi Feng found Li Wuqi, Yunshang, and the others, requesting their assistance in watching over the Qi family, and handed them the pills. Upon receiving them, the trio eagerly agreed. Yunming even patted her chest, assuring him that with her around, there would be no unexpected incidents. With a smile, Qi Feng bid farewell to the three and flew alone towards the Desert Dynasty. What a prodigy! In just a decade, he had already broken through to the 14th realm. It was infuriating to compare oneself to him. Yunshang mused as she watched Qi Feng's retreating figure. Upon reaching the border between the Northern Summer Dynasty and the Desert Dynasty, a desolate landscape came into view. During the turmoil between the two dynasties, numerous refugees had perished from starvation or exposure, earning this place the name Desolate Wasteland. The Desert Dynasty was far from peaceful. It was composed of 13 powerful factions, the most formidable of which was led by the royal family of the Desert Dynasty. These 13 factions were interlinked through alliances, maintaining a delicate balance despite constant skirmishes, preventing the entire Desert Dynasty from fracturing. Consequently, many refugees from the Desert Dynasty sought to escape to the Northern Summer Dynasty. Near the edge of the desolate wasteland, there lay a city where over 60% of the inhabitants were refugees from the Desert Dynasty, accumulating a population of 200,000 to 300,000 over time. Qi Feng did not linger, soaring over the desolate wasteland, passing through the Desert Dynasty, and directly plunging into the endless mountains. Since the teams from the central continent were merely traveling through, they had yet to emerge from the endless mountains. As for why they did not fly directly over the endless mountains, it was not due to a lack of desire but rather an inability to do so. The vast majority of sect disciples were at the 9th realm, and their true energy was insufficient to sustain them through the endless mountains. Moreover, their flying speed was not considerably faster than their travel on foot. Additionally, there was the fear of encountering formidable beasts. To put it plainly, if you were merely passing through a beast's territory without provocation, the beast typically would not attack. However, if you were to fly directly over their domain, it was almost certain that the beast would pursue you. This is akin to the difference between merely passing by someone and vaulting directly over their head. Thus, to avoid provoking the formidable demons dwelling within the endless mountains, all parties are hastening their journey. Even Gu Tianyang and his companions find themselves in this predicament, as they traverse the depths of the endless mountains for the very first time in millennia, unaware of the immense power harbored by the demons that reside within. Should a demon emperor be lurking here, any audacity to soar through the skies would surely invite relentless pursuit. Consequently, even Gu Tianyang, despite being a mid-tier Earth Immortal, must proceed on foot. The same applies to Qi Feng, who, upon delving deeper into the endless mountains, finds himself ensnared within its confines. Upon sensing fluctuations in the vital energy, Qi Feng wastes no time in hastening towards the source, sharing the same intent as the Black Dragon, to glean information regarding the circumstances in the central continent. As he approaches, a mischievous grin spreads across his face. He strikes his chest with a palm, spitting forth a mouthful of blood and deliberately tearing his attire in several places, feigning a somewhat feeble demeanor as he approaches the group. Someone approaches. Elder Mu Baifeng of Zuezhugging, having just repelled an 11th tier demon, turns to regard Qi Feng's direction. Someone? Where? I see no one, innocently inquires in Qingran, the most favored junior disciple of Zuezhugging. You are the one with blurred vision. I am the youngest Earth Immortal in the palace. When I reach my master's age, I shall surely break through to mid-tier Earth Immortal. Mu Baifeng opens his mouth but refrains from rebutting. And Qingran is the most gifted disciple of Zuez hugging in a millennium, yet she is merely 22 years old, having just surpassed the 9th level of the 10th tier. By the time she reaches 100 years, she indeed holds the potential to ascend to the 14th tier. There really is someone. As Qi Feng steps into the view of Mu Baifeng and the others, and Qingran scratches her chin, realizing only now that she can sense Qi Feng's presence, he must have cultivated a technique to conceal his aura, Mu Baifeng explains to Qingran. Now I understand. I wondered why I couldn't sense his presence. Greetings, I am Lu Chongfeng from Qinyue sect. Might I inquire if you have encountered any other members of Qinyue sect? Qi Feng fabricates a name for himself. You and your companions have become separated? Indeed, 3 days ago we encountered a demon king. The elder could not withstand it and instructed us to flee in the chaos. I became separated from my companions. We have not seen anyone else. You ought to search elsewhere. Mu Baifeng clearly shows no intention of offering Qi Feng refuge. Why apologies for the intrusion? Farewell. Qi Feng turns to leave, while Qingran opens her mouth, wishing to express that traversing the endless mountains alone is exceedingly perilous. However, seeing that Qi Feng is intent on departing, she refrains from urging him to stay. 3 days later, as Mu Baifeng and his 16 companions continue their journey, they stumble upon the corpse of a great demon. Not far from the body lies a human in a state of unconsciousness. Upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that it is none other than Qi Feng, who now appears even more wretched than before. Resembling someone on the brink of death, if he does not consume healing elixirs soon, he will indeed perish. Mu Baifeng produces a high-grade elixir and administers it to Qi Feng without hesitation. After examining Qi Feng's condition, Mu Baifeng furrows his brow in concern. What could this mean? Upon probing Qi Feng's body with his divine sense, it dissipates like mist in the vast ocean, vanishing without a trace. Yet, judging by Qi Feng's current state, it is undeniable that he has sustained grave injuries. Qi Feng gradually regains consciousness, first surveying his surroundings as if assessing his location. Are you all right? I am not dead? It is we who saved you and administered a high-grade Shuiyun Dan, a life-preserving elixir provided by our palace master. How do you feel now? Quite well, though my meridians are damaged and will require some time to recuperate. That is to be expected. Given the severity of your injuries, Shuiyun Dan is not a miraculous remedy and cannot mend your meridians. Could I trouble you to escort me out of the endless mountains? I am willing to negotiate a reward, as I am a pill refiner. I had no idea you were a pill refiner. But how does a pill refiner dare venture into the endless mountains? I merely sought to gather some medicinal herbs and accompanied my seniors, unaware of the formidable demons that inhabit this place. Very well, master. Let us take him in. Fine. You may accompany us, but remember to refrain from causing trouble, lest we become unsympathetic. Absolutely. I shall never forget this great kindness, Chongfeng. Thus, Qi Feng integrates himself into the ranks of Zuez hugging. While the mention of Qinyue sect was entirely fabricated, the existence of such a sect remains uncertain. Chapter 56. The misfortune of the Central Continent warriors. Qi Feng's target is none other than Qingran, who appears remarkably gullible. Perhaps due to her innate talent, and Qingran has been overly sheltered within Zuez hugging. Entirely unaware of the treacherous nature of the world, Qi Feng deceitfully claims that he has dedicated years to mastering the art of pill refining, remaining largely ignorant of external affairs. Through subtle inquiries, he extracts a wealth of valuable information from Qingran, and upon learning about the circumstances in the Central Continent, Qi Feng breathes a sigh of relief, grateful that true immortals no longer roam, and celestial beings are nearly extinct. Humph. You have asked me so many questions. Now it is my turn to inquire. Ask away. Aside from pill refining, I am not well versed in much else. From what you say, your pill refining skills must be exceptional? Decent enough. I suppose in our Qinyue sect, my pill refining skills are unparalleled. Even my master praises me as a rare talent in the realm of alchemy. Humph. My master also claims I am a rare talent in cultivation. Since you are so skilled, you must be a mid-tier pill refiner? Incorrect. Try again. You must be a high-tier pill refiner. Then I underestimated you. Now you recognize my prowess, do you? Is there any particular elixir you wish for me to refine? I shall do so free of charge. Without a pill furnace, how do you intend to refine it? And Qingran gazes at Qi Feng with an expression of disbelief, to which Qi Feng grits his teeth. This naive girl truly knows how to provoke, seeing Qi Feng at a loss for words. And Qingran bursts into laughter, while the Black Dragon, after observing numerous groups, finds none stronger than itself and prepares to strike. Indeed, although the Black Dragon made contact with the Central Continent's group before Qi Feng, it refrained from attacking outright. What if it were to falter? It must first ascertain the enemy's strength before making its move. The Black Dragon's initial target is none other than Gu Tianyang and his cohort. Having decided to strike, it aims for a significant catch, for what merit is there in dispatching mere minions of the 11th or 12th tiers? The Black Dragon soars towards Gu Tianyang's group, its terrifying presence at the pinnacle of the 15th tier leaving Gu Tianyang and the others utterly astonished. Junior Gu Tianyang greets the elder. Gu Tianyang respectfully bows, knowing full well that this Black Dragon could obliterate them all in an instant. He cannot afford to be disrespectful, I ask, you answer. The Black Dragon immediately begins to interrogate them about the state of the outside world, paying no mind to whether Gu Tianyang might deceive it. After all, once it finishes questioning Gu Tianyang, it will proceed to inquire of others. Upon Gu Tianyang completing all inquiries, the Black Dragon launches its assault. Gu Tianyang's face pales in despair, for the Black Dragon's first target is none other than himself. Another female elder pays no heed to Gu Tianyang, turning her back and fleeing. The disciples of the sect follow suit. There is no time for camaraderie now. With a furious roar, the Black Dragon's monstrous power coalesces into a realm of demon kings. And the fleeing disciples suddenly feel as though they are burdened by a mountain, rendered immobile. A single sweep of its tail shatters Gu Tianyang's shadowy divine form, and with a claw, the Black Dragon seizes Gu Tianyang. The overwhelming demonic power erupts, leaving Gu Tianyang no opportunity for self-detonation. Thus, he is annihilated, as the Black Dragon, at the pinnacle of the 15th tier, easily crushes Gu Tianyang, who is merely at the peak of the 13th tier. Within the Yin Yang Haohuan sect, an elder's expression shifts dramatically. The life token of Gu Tianyang has shattered. Upon entering the Half-Immortal Realm, one can inscribe a portion of their divine sense into their life token. And the current situation unmistakably indicates that Gu Tianyang has perished. The elder hastily conveys this information to the sect's master, only to find that en route, another elder's life token has also shattered. It is over. The sight of two shattered life tokens leaves the sect master and elder with a singular thought. It is utterly disastrous. They can only assume that the accompanying disciples have met a similar fate. After all, if even the Earth Immortal cannot escape, what hope do those merely at the 10th tier possess? What calamity has befallen the land of Immortal Falls? The sect master gazes towards the endless mountains. Lost in contemplation. Master, shall we dispatch more individuals? Patience, let us observe the situation with other sections. The Black Dragon unleashes a massacre within the endless mountains. Any group with an Earth Immortal faces calamity, while those without an Earth Immortal draw no attention from the Black Dragon eye in its eyes. The flesh of Earth Immortal serves as a potent tonic, perfect for augmenting its vitality as it prepares to transcend the Demon Emperor tribulation. The arrival of these external warriors could not be more timely. Upon sensing the aura of the Black Dragon, Qi Feng is taken aback. This power is formidable, even from over 2,000 kilometers away. Qi Feng discerns that an astonishing battle is unfolding to his right front, where the Black Dragon confronts the sole high-tier Earth Immortal. Yu Baifeng seems to sense something amiss, vaguely aware that disturbances are brewing in that direction. Hurry onward. It seems there is a Demon Emperor lurking within these endless mountains. What? A Demon Emperor? The disciples of Zuezhugging were left utterly dumbfounded. That was none other than the Demon Emperor, a being against whom even their ancestral master might not prevail. Qi Feng furrowed his brow, astonished that such a terrifying demon clan could emerge from the endless mountains. If it were to ravage the northern Xia dynasty, it would be an invincible force. However, it had now become an ally on their side. With such a formidable presence fortifying the endless mountains, the martial artists of Central Continent could face dire consequences, though it remained uncertain whether any celestial beings would come from that direction. The Black Dragon and the upper-grade Earth Immortal had been locked in combat for quite some time, unleashing their formidable skills. The Black Dragon, leveraging its powerful physique, gradually gained the upper hand. Yet, upon revealing its trump card, the Black Dragon's strength surged to the level of a lower-grade Celestial, catching the Earth Immortal off guard and inflicting severe wounds upon it. Cloud Wanderer Bo-Tian Technique. I never anticipated that the inheritance of the Cloud Wanderer Immortal would fall into the hands of a beast like you. Humph, human, even as death looms, you still speak defiantly. If I refine your body, I shall transcend the tribulation of the Demon Emperor. You dream of possessing my flesh. Even if I must self-destruct, I shall not let you succeed. That depends on whether you have the chance to self-destruct. The Black Dragon ceased its banter, relentlessly overpowering the upper-grade Earth Immortal, leaving no opportunity for it to detonate. Self-detonation required a second or two to reverse its true energy, during which the martial artist would be rendered defenseless, a perfect moment for the Black Dragon to deliver a fatal blow. Humph, though I may not be your equal, I am not so easily manipulated. The Earth Immortal's aura began to swell as it burned its essence to gain strength. The Black Dragon ignored it entirely. It was confident of its victory over this old foe. Once the battle concluded, the Black Dragon, though somewhat drained, emerged unscathed. It soon sensed the presence of another Earth Immortal, Mu Baifeng. As the Black Dragon approached at high speed, both Mu Baifeng and Qi Feng's expressions changed drastically. What's wrong? You seem a bit anxious. A peaked Demon King is pursuing us. What? Everyone was taken aback. Mu Baifeng cast a serious glance at Qi Feng, realizing that his perception was even stronger than his own. He could sense the approaching terror but could not discern the Black Dragon's exact level. What should we do? Is it still possible to escape? Mu Baifeng looked toward Qi Feng. What do you think? Can you outrun a peaked Demon King? If that Demon King's target isn't you, you might still have time to flee. But for them, it's definitely too late. Qi Feng pointed at the disciples of Zuezhugging. Have you been concealing your strength? Just a little, Qi Feng replied, playfully indicating with his finger. Everyone wore a grim expression. Even now, he was in the mood for jokes. I won't waste more words. Can you contend with this Demon King? I cannot, but if I wish to flee, it cannot stop me. Then take them and escape. That I will buy you some time. Just you? It could kill you with a single blow. You won T by more than 5 seconds. Mu Baifeng was at a loss for words. Though he knew this was the harsh truth, he wished it had not been stated so bluntly. It was quite embarrassing. Chapter 57. The Myriad Demon Celestial Dynasty. What do you propose we do? Let us wait. I intend to negotiate a deal with this Demon King, and I also wish to discuss a pact with you. A pact? Indeed. I am not a native of the Central Continent. I trust you understand what I mean. What? Mu Baifeng and the others stared wide-eyed, and Qingran cautiously distanced herself from Qi Feng. Rest assured, I harbor no ill will. If I did, you would have perished long ago. Qi Feng waved his hand in exasperation. His notion of a pact was quite straightforward. He sought to establish a covenant with certain sects from the Central Continent, ensuring mutual non-aggression and peaceful coexistence. Of course, there would surely be sects unwilling to coexist peacefully, and in that case, they would have to fight. However, the Central Continent was vastly larger than the Northern Xia dynasty. If Qi Feng offended all the martial artists there, even if he were to break through to the 16th realm, he would still struggle to protect the Northern Xia dynasty and several other dynasties. Naturally, Qi Feng could also retreat with his family to the deep mountains, shunning worldly affairs, but such a course of action would not align with his desires. Thus, an alliance was essential. He aimed to leverage the allied sects of the Central Continent to restrain those hostile sects. Shifting the battlefield. Currently, the most powerful ally was not Zuezhugging, but this invading Demon King, if he could win it over. As long as no celestial beings attacked, breaching the natural barrier of the endless mountains would be exceedingly difficult. You all wait over there. I will speak with this Black Dragon. Qi Feng soared into the air, deliberately intercepting the Black Dragon. Upon seeing Qi Feng approach, the Black Dragon was momentarily taken aback. It could not perceive Qi Feng's exact realm, which left it feeling somewhat perplexed. Senior, may I have a word with you? I possess something that may pique your interest. Something that interests me? What could it be? The Divine Grey Dragon Soul Burning Essence Pill. Qi Feng named the irresistible elixir for the black dragon, which was akin to a sacred pill for it, possessing even greater efficacy than the Phoenix Lotus 5 Elements pill for martial artists. The Dragon Soul Burning Essence pill contained the power of the Netherworld, capable of transforming the black dragon's demonic energy and refining its physique, enhancing its physical strength. However, this pill was notoriously difficult to concoct, and the required materials were exceedingly rare. What must I offer in return? Once you break through to the Demon Emperor realm, assist me in fending off the martial artists of the Central Continent for 100 years. After that, we shall be even. If multiple lower-grade Celestials or mid to upper-grade Celestials from the Central Continent arrive, I will be unable to withstand them. Do your utmost. I will provide you with divine-grade pills. Where do you hail from? Over there. Have you heard of the Molong Dynasty? The Molong Dynasty. You are a martial artist from the Molong Dynasty? No, the Molong Dynasty has fractured into 6 new dynasties. I come from one of them. Oh, you have divine-grade alchemists there? Surely, your strength should not fear these martial artists of the Central Continent. No, our alchemical prowess cannot compare to the current Central Continent. But I am a divine-grade alchemist. Given 100 years, I can protect my dynasty and the demon clan within the Endless Mountains. And if you turn out to be untrustworthy, wouldn't we then have to deal with both you and the martial artists of the Central Continent? I can swear the Heart Demon Oath. As long as the demon clan within the Endless Mountains does not strike first, we can coexist peacefully. Naturally, you must also swear the Heart Demon Oath to act as promised once you reach the Demon Emperor realm. Agreed. As long as you can concoct the divine grade Dragon Soul Burning Essence pill, I will consent to our alliance. Very well. You can command many great demons. Gathering the necessary materials is up to you. There are countless precious herbs in the Endless Mountains. You can instruct them to harvest all the medicinal materials. Besides the Dragon Soul Burning Essence pill, I can also concoct the True Dragon Blood Divine pill, the Dragon Soul Imperial Spirit pill, and many other divine-grade pills, provided you bring me sufficient materials. It is a deal. I am glad to call you a friend. I am always generous to my allies. The group ahead are my friends. I will escort them away and leave a trace of true energy on them. Ensure your subordinates do not harm them. Consider it a trivial matter. There is a dynasty named the Great Desert Dynasty. I will wait for you there. Wait, let me ask, what is your actual realm? Similar to yours, I must return to fetch my alchemical furnace. Gather the materials and meet me at the junction of the Great Desert Dynasty and the Endless Mountains. After exchanging further words with the Black Dragon, Qi Feng finally bid it farewell and rejoined Mu Baifeng and the others. Have you settled things? Yes, I have formed an alliance with IT.AN Alliance. Given how many disciples of sects the Black Dragon has slain, why would you still ally with it? Because the Black Dragon and I share a common enemy, certain sects from the Central Continent. Have you heard of the Inyang Hawan sect? I have. They have sent people this time as well. Millennia ago, our ancestors engaged in bloody battles with the Inyang Hawan sect and several others. I suspect they come now to seek the inheritance of the true immortal and to settle old scores with us. I see. I had no idea such events transpired a millennium ago. However, you need not worry. The Inyang Hawan sect has already declined to a second-rate sect, and their sect leader is merely a mid-grade Earth Immortal. Even if an ancestral master survives, they are likely only a mid to upper-grade Earth Immortal. With your strength, you can easily obliterate them. You know how many sects have deployed teams into the Endless Mountains this time? Only about 100 or so. Brother Liu, you should be more wary of the Demon Clan. Not us. The Demon Clan of the Endless Mountains has already allied with me. Not those within the Endless Mountains. Allow me to elaborate. The Central Continent is currently on the brink of collapse, and very few sects are able to focus on exploring the lands of the fallen immortals. Otherwise, even a peak Demon King would not pose a significant threat. What do you mean? Millennia ago. Following the fall of 3 true immortals, a formidable force emerged, claiming to hail from the myriad demon immortal dynasty, and set its sights on the Central Continent. After several skirmishes, the inhabitants of the Central Continent uncovered a startling truth. This adversarial faction had traversed the Polar Sea, and had long been fixated on the Central Continent. Immediately after the demise of the 3 true immortals, they dispatched a grand army to assault the region. Although the myriad demon immortal dynasty boasted several demon gods, the Central Continent was not to be underestimated. Under the relentless onslaught of over 100 upper-grade celestials and nearly 1,000 mid to lower-grade celestials, they succeeded in slaying one demon god, severely wounding another and exterminating hundreds of demon emperors. However, to eradicate the myriad demon immortal dynasty entirely, crossing the polar sea was imperative. After a millennium of exploration, no viable method to traverse the polar sea was discovered. Conversely, the myriad demon immortal dynasty could perpetually attack, leading to intermittent skirmishes that spanned over 10,000 years, gradually exhausting the central continent. With casualties mounting, responding to the myriad demon immortal dynasty's assaults became increasingly arduous. Fortunately, in recent years, the polar sea had also been tumultuous, hindering reinforcements from reaching the front lines of the demon forces. Presently, these frontline demons were able to contend with the central continent on equal footing. Should the polar sea return to calm, it is highly likely that the myriad demon immortal dynasty would dispatch demon emperors once more, putting the central continent in peril. Currently, the celestials of the central continent were largely preoccupied. Thus Brother Lu need not worry. Even we must prepare to rush to the battlefield at a moment's notice, which is why we cannot linger in the place of the immortals' fall for too long. Once we ascertain the specific circumstances of that location, we shall hasten back to our sect. I see. In that case, once you return, please convey a message for me. Inform them that several demon emperors are stationed in the endless mountains, warning the sects of the central continent not to tread upon the grounds of the immortals' fall. I have implanted a true power within you. The great demons of the endless mountains will not harm you. However, we did not encounter any demon emperors, and Qingran stated earnestly. That black dragon, I will soon assist it in breaking through to the realm of demon emperor, and it is not even the strongest demon in the endless mountains. Qi Feng fabricated several more demon emperors to prepare for Mu Baifeng to bring back this news, intending to intimidate the martial artists of the central continent. The endless mountains are indeed terrifying. Thanks to Brother Lu, your great kindness shall be etched in my memory, and I will not refuse any tasks in the future. No need for such formalities. Qi Feng led them out of the endless mountains. The vast majority of other teams had been annihilated, a measure taken to ensure that no one would doubt the authenticity of Mu Baifeng's report. Otherwise, if dozens of teams returned, with only Mu Baifeng claiming the presence of demon emperors while others denied it, suspicion would surely arise. Now, however, the situation was different. With the teams obliterated, the claim of demon emperors becomes plausible. The Black Dragon refrained from attacking those teams lacking earthly celestials, but other demon kings and numerous 12-realm great demons conducted indiscriminate hunts against the remaining teams. Half a month later, of the thousands of martial artists who entered the endless mountains, fewer than 30 managed to traverse its expanse, arriving at the borders of the Desert Dynasty, including members of Zuezhugging. Chapter 58. The Finger of Annihilation. Mother, we are safe now. Yes, Honor need not fear. A mature woman reassured a small girl of only 3 or 4 years old, holding her hand. Beside them stood 2 young men, the girl's elder brothers and the woman's sons. These 4 were direct descendants of the wandering true immortal, having traversed the endless mountains, thanks to the Black Dragon sparing them. The Black Dragon, having gained part of the wandering true immortal's legacy, could sense the bloodline of the wandering true immortal. The 2 young men were lower-grade earthly celestials, while the girl had just begun her cultivation. Her powers negligible. The woman possessed the strength of an 11th realm cultivator, enabling the quartet to navigate the Desert Dynasty with relative ease. Qi Feng was aware of their identities. The Black Dragon had communicated their situation to him, and he did not obstruct their entry into the Desert Dynasty. Humph. What's with the humph? Without me, you and your fellow disciples, as well as your master, would have perished long ago. I am your savior. And now you are merely a hostage. Is that so displeasing to you? Indeed, to ensure that Mu Baifeng and the others complied, Qi Feng had taken Qingran hostage, thus binding Mu Baifeng to his will. It is not that I am displeased. I simply feel unhappy. Then remain unhappy, for I have no inclination to soothe you. Qi Feng rolled his eyes and soared into the palace of the Qiyu dynasty. In recent days, he had conceived an idea. The current dynasties and sects were overly numerous and chaotic. In the face of external threats, achieving unity was challenging. It would be wiser to overthrow the existing dynasties and establish a new one. wherein the sects would no longer operate independently but would be compelled to heed the dynasty's commands. The reformation of the system was also necessary, yet these changes would require time. For now, the aim was to establish a new dynasty, to be named the Qixia dynasty. Nan Yi would remain his chosen empress, though she would no longer be the empress of the Qiyu dynasty, but rather the empress of the Qixia dynasty. Upon meeting Nan Yi, Qi Feng nodded in satisfaction. Under her governance, the Qiyu dynasty had regained the prosperity of the southern kingdom and even surpassed its former glory. "Senior," Nanny exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Qi Feng. "Indeed, I have a task to entrust to you." Qi Feng articulated his vision, to which Nan Yi clicked her tongue. "Senior, I fear I may find this responsibility overwhelming. How can one ascertain their capabilities without trial? You manage the Qiyu dynasty well, so why cannot you govern the Qixia dynasty? I believe in you, and you ought to have confidence in yourself." Thus, Nan Yi accepted the charge. She vowed to exert her utmost efforts to restore a flourishing era of martial prowess for her senior. Precisely, Qi Feng aspired to forge a dynasty where martial arts would thrive even more abundantly. Is the path of alchemy in decline? Then let us seek out alchemical prodigies from various regions. The initial investment in learning alchemy is not extensive, and the dynasty shall bear this burden. Once they have mastered their craft, they may serve the dynasty in return. Qi Feng would no longer allow the paths of alchemy, formations, talismans, and swordsmanship, once greatly diminished, to evolve independently. Rather, he would have the dynasty intervene in their development, steering them towards a prosperous future. Accompanied by Nan Yi and Qingran, he soared to the Beixia Imperial Palace, where he explained his intentions to Xia Zhu. The Qixia dynasty would no longer be under the dominion of the Xia clan. Qi Feng's actions effectively nullified Xia Zhu's claim to the throne, as the Qixia dynasty would not occupy the territory of the Qiyu dynasty, but rather that of the Beixia dynasty. As for the territory of the Qiyu dynasty, it would be set aside for the time being. Its inhabitants would be gradually relocated to the Qixia dynasty. Qi Feng did not dwell on territorial concerns. The Beixia dynasty boasted a temperate climate and abundant resources, making it the ideal location for establishing the Qixia dynasty. It was as simple as that. The proclamation emanated from the Beixia dynasty, announcing its renaming to the Qixia dynasty, with the former empress of the Qiyu dynasty, Nan Yi, appointed as the inaugural empress of the Qixia dynasty. All previous regulations were abolished, new laws enacted, and all borders opened, allowing individuals to choose their own destinies. The former Xia clan of the Beixia dynasty was elevated to an immortal family, existing beyond the reach of any commands. The Qixia dynasty would promptly establish the Heavenly Martial Pavilion, the Alchemist Hall, the Heavenly Array Hall, the Heavenly Talisman Hall, and the Qichue Valley, where talent would be prioritized over status. And the dynasty would invest its resources to cultivate gifted individuals willing to serve its interests. This service does not imply blind obedience to the dynasty's commands. Rather, those who receive the dynasty's training would be expected to act in ways beneficial to its development. At the borders, a million-strong army was summoned back to the royal city, instilling fear in any would-be aggressors. Qi Feng waited 10 days without receiving any word from the major sects, offering them a choice: either join the dynasty or leave. This was the ultimatum he presented, leaving no room for them to continue their independent pursuits. Unable to wait any longer, Qi Feng set off to find them. Soaring above the Tianyun sect, the six-armed Azura manifestation descended, suppressing all beings within a 100-mile radius. The Tianyun sect raised a formidable array to withstand some of the pressure, and its elder regarded Qi Feng with a grave expression. Is there anyone unaware of the new regulations of the Qixia dynasty? Qi Feng inquired from the void, his brow lowered. We are aware of the new regulations, but the Tianyun sect has stood for over 3,000 years. The change of dynasties should not involve the sect. The finger of annihilation. In response to the Tianyun sect's leader, 6 colossal fingers, each 100 meters long, descended upon the protective array. The array erupted with brilliant divine light, but merely 3 seconds later, the sound of shattering resonated, and cracks began to spread from the fingertips of the 6 massive digits. With a sharp crack, the array was utterly destroyed, the residual force of the finger of annihilation crashing down upon the Tianyun sect, reducing a millennium of legacy to ruins. yet sparing the majority of the sect's disciples. I, in light of the Tianyun sect's many contributions to the people, I deliver my final decree. Either join the Qixia dynasty and aid in forging a new era of martial arts, or depart. The Qixia dynasty has no tolerance for those who hold themselves in high regard. Seize this last opportunity. I shall show mercy only once. Qi Feng cast a glance at the disheveled disciples of the Tianyun sect before turning to leave. Next, Qi Feng aimed to confront the most powerful sect in the present martial world, known as the Holy Church, boasting tens of thousands of followers and numerous formidable experts within its ranks. It is no wonder that Xia Zhu found himself powerless against these sects and the Holy Church. They indeed possessed genuine strength. Qi Feng did not rush to knock on the door. He was waiting. 2 days later, news spread that Qi Feng had destroyed the headquarters of the Tianyun sect. Seated in an inn, he sipped wine and feasted on meat while listening to the conversations of those around him discussing the event. They said it was carried out by a young man. Indeed, achieving the realm of a terrestrial immortal at such a young age is truly remarkable. But so what? If he dares to come to our holy sect, we shall ensure he returns empty-handed, sister. Are you serious? Of course I am. Let me tell you, our holy sect has more than one way to deal with terrestrial immortals. If he dares to come, he will certainly regret it. A faint smile graced Qi Feng's lips. It seemed the Tianhua sect was quite adept at concealing its strengths. He was not surprised. For the Tianhua sect to become the foremost sect in the martial world, it must possess considerable depth. As he walked through Tianhua City, Qi Feng noticed the common folk showed great respect, even fear, towards the disciples of the Tianhua sect. When night fell, a squad of law enforcers swiftly headed towards the southern part of the city. Qi Feng felt a twinge of curiosity. Law enforcers usually patrolled in pairs, but a team of 10 moving together indicated something significant was afoot. To be honest, the author is quite bewildered. Over 30,000 readers yesterday. Yet not a single free act of appreciation was received. This defies logic. Even when a few hundred read daily, there would be free gifts. Did you all conspire? I thought there was an issue with my book that prevented gifts from being sent until I just saw the great Yin Yun's act of appreciation. Chapter 59. Assault on the Sacred Fire sect. Quietly following the law enforcers to the corner of the city, Qi Feng discovered they had targeted 3 pairs of siblings, the younger pair only 13 or 14 years old, while the older pair were in their 20s. Please, I beg you, spare my children. They are truly unfit to be disciples. Suitability is not for you to decide. One female law enforcer chuckled, drawing her blade and striking towards the defenseless woman. As the blade was mere centimeters from the woman, the female enforcer halted, and a male enforcer beside her looked on in confusion. What are you doing? Linjia, hurry and finish her off. If you delay, the Holy Master will be displeased. The Linjia in question remained unmoved, causing the male enforcer to ponder. Linjia, stop calling her. I've immobilized her. Who is this Holy Master you speak of? Qi Feng appeared behind the male enforcer like a specter. The man reacted swiftly, leaping back and drawing his weapon, cautiously eyeing Qi Feng. Qi Feng casually released the immobilization on the female enforcer and apprehended the other law enforcers as well. Now, tell me, who is this Holy Master? You won't speak. Qi Feng flicked his finger, and the female enforcer who had just been about to strike had her head shattered, brain matter splattering across the face of the nearby enforcer. Senior, the Holy Master is a direct disciple of the Holy Sect. We were all coerced by her. If we do not deliver untouched maidens for her amusement, she will cause us trouble. Many law enforcers have perished at her hands. Then how did you manage to capture their brother as well? It's the Holy Master's preference. She enjoys tormenting these maidens in front of their brothers. Senior, please spare us. We do not wish to serve the Holy Master. But we cannot afford to offend her. You cannot afford to offend me either. Qi Feng raised his hand and dispatched the other 8 law enforcers. Take me to the Holy Master. Yes, Senior, follow me. The law enforcer felt a surge of hope. Perhaps the Holy Master could save him. After exiting the city with the enforcer, they arrived at a hillside, the designated meeting place with the Holy Master. Senior, please wait. The Holy Master typically arrives in the latter half of the night. Are you aware of the new regulations implemented by the Qixia dynasty? I am. What do you think of them? I do not know. From our perspective, we merely seek survival. Those regulations set by the dynasty hold no relevance to us. Have you considered what led you to your current state, serving the sect despite being a man of the court? The court is weak, while the sect holds power, running rampant. Indeed, these sects ought to be controlled, but alas, you will not witness that scene. I established the Qixia dynasty precisely to eradicate the section's senior. Who are you? You need not know who I am. Let me see for myself just how powerful this holy master truly is. Qi Feng heightened his senses, and in the latter half of the night, a graceful figure swept in. Immediately sensing something was amiss and attempting to flee, Qi Feng raised his hand effortlessly to suppress her, his true power ensnaring the ninth realm holy master and tossing her before the law enforcer. Is this the holy master you speak of? Yes, indeed. Very well, you may accompany them now. Qi Feng dealt with the law enforcers and turned his gaze to the holy master, a stunning beauty with a heart as venomous as a scorpion. Senior, I do not know where I have offended you. Please forgive me. You have not offended me, just as I can toy with you as you have done with those siblings. Senior, my master is the deputy sect leader Dijon of the Tianhua sect. I hope you will spare me for my master's sake. Very well, as long as he holds some weight, I shall spare you. When dawn breaks, I will take you to find your master at dawn. A beautiful figure was violently pinned to the stone tablet of the Tianhua sect, crimson blood trickling down the grooves, staining the 3 characters Tianhua sect engraved upon it. Qi Feng landed on the stone tablet. Investigating briefly, the Tianhua sect's main stronghold had less than 3,000 disciples, while the rest were scattered. Soon, elders arrived to investigate the surge of true power, and upon seeing their deputy sect leader's favored disciple nailed to the stone tablet, they noted her extremely faint aura. Who are you to dare treat our holy sect's holy master in such a manner? I am your father. Qi Feng stretched lazily and retorted, raising his hand to unleash the silence finger. After incapacitating this elder, Qi Feng pinned him to the stone tablet as well. The tablet was large enough to accommodate a dozen or so. After Qi Feng incapacitated 3 elders, he finally attracted the attention of the 2 deputy sect leaders of the Tianhua sect. However, their first action was not to confront Qi Feng, but to activate the Tianhua sect's Great Fire Formation before confronting him. Young friend, you are the terrestrial immortal who annihilated the Tianyun sect. Correct? It is I heard outside that your Tianhua sect has more than one method to deal with me, so I came to experience it firsthand. Call forth your sect leader and that terrestrial immortal ancestor of yours. Relying solely on this formation will not suffice against me. Time is precious, so let us dispense with idle chatter. The 6-armed Azura avatar descended, a single punch shattering the Tianhua Great Fire Formation. The 2 deputy sect leaders nearly had their eyes pop out. A formation reputed to suppress terrestrial immortals was obliterated by a single punch. What manner of being are you? Silence punch. Qi Feng directly employed the second technique of the Azura battle scripture as a standard attack. This silence punch compresses true power layer by layer into the fist, which, upon striking the target, detonates in successive layers of force, each more potent than the last. Qi Feng had compressed only 4 layers of Azura true power before shattering the Tianhua Great Fire Formation with a single punch. The avatars of the 2 deputy sect leaders could not withstand even a second before being reduced to fragments, dissipating into the AI art. As the silence punch descended, despair washed over the 2 deputy sect leaders. They could not evade. They were locked on. With a roar, they unleashed their full power in a final strike. But the true power surged forth and they were reduced to mere dust, not even a trace remaining. An elder and a youth appearing to be only 17 or 18 emerged before Qi Feng. The youth was the sect leader of the Tianhua sect, a semi-immortal of the 4th layer of the 12th realm. The reason he was referred to as a human demon was that he possessed a male body but presented as female, and it was an extreme manifestation of this trait, appearing even more feminine than a woman. The elder was the strongest foundation of the Tianhua sect, a terrestrial immortal of the 5th layer of the 13th realm. Qi Feng had not anticipated that the Holy Fire sect truly concealed a terrestrial immortal. Just as Qi Feng was about to make his move, a blood-red beam shot up from the back mountain of the Tianhua sect, filling the heavens with profound and mysterious sounds. Qi Feng furrowed his brow. What was happening? This was the first time he had witnessed such a phenomenon, and it did not resemble the commotion caused by a breakthrough. Chapter 60. the azure-patterned divine stone, and the message from the wandering true immortal. A young monk, draped in tattered monk's robes, walked through the void, each step causing his aura to surge in intensity, advancing a layer with each step, avoiding heavenly will, evading causality, shackles binding the true self, bloodshed among kin. Suddenly awakening, regretting past actions, today, following heavenly will, embracing causality, severing the impure self, forging the blood Buddha. The Buddha's name is Wuxin. Qi Feng was utterly astonished. This Wuxin monk had surged from the second layer of the fourth realm to the 12th realm in one leap, and he was still advancing. When Wuxin halted, his aura was unmistakably that of a terrestrial immortal of the 9th layer of the 13th realm. A moment of enlightenment, shattering 9 realms in one go. Achieving terrestrial immortality. Is this the work of a mere mortal? He must report this. Someone is clearly exploiting the system. A benefactor. Just moments ago, I discerned the profound mysteries of the heavens and glimpsed a fortuitous opportunity. Unbeknownst to me, the sky suddenly erupted with thunderous roars, as if to warn that should I dare to divulge these celestial secrets, a catastrophic retribution would ensue. To the southwest, over 3,000 miles away, lies a quaint town known as Wushui, where there exists a piece of azure-veined stone slab. Oblivious to the impending thunderous tribulations above, I calmly articulated the whereabouts of this opportunity. Bolts of calamity descended. Qi Feng, eager to shield me from the wrath, was met with my gentle shake of the head. I extend my gratitude for avenging my sister, and thus, this opportunity is bestowed upon you. The karmic ties between us are now severed. May we meet again in the future. With that, I departed, bearing the weight of my injuries. Qi Feng gazed at my vanishing silhouette, scratching his head in bewilderment. What had transpired moments ago? Had someone just demonstrated the essence of enlightenment on the dragon's field and pointed him towards a hidden opportunity? Though I had not achieved instantaneous enlightenment to become invincible, breaking through 9 realms to reach the pinnacle of the 13th realm in one fell swoop was indeed astonishing. Furthermore, his mention of avenging his sister raised questions. Was she perhaps poisoned by that woman? The holy envoy, or was there another culprit? Nevertheless, the quest for opportunity beckoned. From that moment forth, the martial world would know no holy church. Stepping forth, an overwhelming surge of true power erupted from my 6-armed Azura manifestation. With another stride, an even more potent force surged forth, overwhelming the 13th realm's patriarch of the Holy Church, forcing him to the ground. Without pausing, I took 4 more steps, executing the 6th step of the divine Azura battle technique. The 7 steps of heaven subduing. The ancient ancestor of the terrestrial immortals could no longer withstand the pressure, spewing forth a mouthful of essence blood, his body fracturing inch by inch, meeting his demise. As for the other adherents of the Holy Church, they had long been reduced to nothingness. Over 2,000 followers annihilated without a single survivor. Perhaps among these followers were many innocent souls. Yet I remained indifferent. They had been granted their chance at life. Failing to seize it meant their end. With the Holy Church obliterated, I soared towards the southwest, seeking the Wushui town spoken of by the benefactor. I easily located Wushui, a town nestled alongside a modest river. After scanning the area with my divine sense, I found no azure-veined stone slabs. Just as I descended, I attracted the attention of numerous townsfolk. In such a small town, the dynasty had not dispatched officials to oversee it. Should any issues arise, the locals would need to seek aid from the nearest city. As I wandered through the town, I unexpectedly discovered the azure-veined stone slab beneath the corner of a vendor's table, repurposed as a table support. Indeed, its dimensions were just right for such a use. Shopkeeper, a basket of buns, please. Certainly. One moment. Young hero. Upon lifting the azure-veined stone slab, I found it lighter than a conventional stone slab. Yet when my divine sense brushed against its surface, it vanished without a trace. After enjoying the buns, I departed with the azure-veined stone slab, venturing into a mountain range. I struck a massive hole into the mountainside with a single punch, then established a barrier with my true power to isolate myself from the outside world. I began to unravel the mysteries of the azure-veined stone slab, initially employing the most common method of blood recognition. To my surprise, it proved effective. The slab transformed into a voracious entity, ravenously consuming my blood. Even drawing forth essence blood from within me, I did not intervene, and after 5 portions of essence blood were absorbed, the azure-veined slab finally ceased its gluttony. I grimaced, truly a voracious glutton. I produced 3 supreme blood-replenishing pills. Swallowing them whole, the immense medicinal power swiftly revitalized my essence. The stone fragments atop the azure-veined slab began to peel away, and I felt an irresistible force emanating from it upon opening my eyes. I found myself in a mysterious realm. Furrowing my brow, I sensed my surroundings and was astounded. I could not discern the composition of this space. Greetings, future inheritor. A semi-transparent figure gradually coalesced. Its visage revealed a young man of extraordinary bearing. I am the wandering true immortal. Having left behind the azure-veined divine stone and this fragment of consciousness, I aim to impart certain knowledge to future generations. I hail from the Tianyu dynasty of Central Continent. Endowed with unparalleled talent from a young age, I ascended to the status of an unparalleled true immortal, undefeated in all encounters, believing I was destined to break through to even higher realms. Yet upon attaining true immortal status, I was bound by the shackles of heaven's will, making further progress nearly impossible. Thus, I wandered the world in search of the source of these shackles, hoping to unravel the mysteries of the heavens for a new breakthrough. After millennia of wandering, I fortuitously discovered an azure-veined divine stone in the depths of the polar seas, using it to transcend the barriers of heavenly laws and enter a new realm. However, in this realm resided a being more formidable than a true immortal. Before I could act, I was detected, and a great battle was imminent. Though my opponent held the upper hand, I still possessed the strength to fight back. Utilizing the azure-veined divine stone, I returned to Central Continent, waiting for decades without the appearance of my adversary crossing the heavenly barriers. I surmised that they lacked the azure-veined divine stone. After a millennium of research on the azure-veined divine stone, I uncovered some of its properties and formulated a hypothesis about this world. It appears that this realm is divided into various territories, each with different celestial energies, leading to varying upper limits. The more abundant the celestial energy, the higher the potential for martial artist. I intended to share my hypothesis, yet I faced heavenly retribution, plummeting in strength, and the azure-veined divine stone was consequently exposed. 2 other true immortals sought to compel me into surrendering the azure-veined divine stone. Aware that their strength would enable them to access other realms, I understood the catastrophic consequences for Central Continent should the stone fall into the wrong hands. I repelled them multiple times, yet they persisted in their pursuit. In the ensuing battle, I vanquished them, yet sustained irreversible injuries. I faced my demise. To prevent any celestial beings from ascending to true immortality and coveting the azure-veined divine stone, I attempted to extract a portion of its power. Arriving in a martial world not yet flourishing, I set up the 10 directions confining heaven formation to seal the azure-veined divine stone. Nonetheless, the seal would eventually shatter, hence I left behind this fragment of consciousness to awaken future generations. Until one possesses sufficient strength, do not attempt to cross the heavenly barriers with the azure-veined divine stone, nor harbor false hopes of evading detection by the powerful beings beyond the barriers. Qi Feng suddenly grasped the situation. The wandering true immortal had not established the 10 directions confining heaven formation to protect the Malong dynasty, but rather to ensure that the azure-veined divine stone remained undiscovered by the celestial beings of Central Continent. After all, a millennium prior, many upper-tier celestial beings existed in Central Continent, and it was plausible that one had indeed ascended to true immortality. Yet, for reasons unknown, following the death of the wandering true immortal, no upper-tier celestial beings had achieved true immortality, and the path of martial arts had seemingly reached its end. Was it possible that the celestial energies in the realm where Central Continent was located had diminished, lowering the upper limit from true immortals to celestial beings? Qi Feng voiced his conjecture, but the wandering true immortal did not respond. He realized that the figure before him was merely a robotic semblance, mechanically relaying the messages intended by the wandering true immortal. Chapter 61. The truth behind the second prince's tragic death. Through my exploration, I discovered that the azure vein divine stone could momentarily breach the heavenly barriers, and it bore a small inscription. I surmised that multiple azure vein divine stones existed. If one could gather them all, perhaps the mysteries of this world could be unraveled. Alas, I failed. I left behind a legacy, hoping to lend you a hand. May fortune smile upon you, future inheritor. A torrent of complex information surged forth. Upon digesting it, I found it to be a martial technique named the Vermilion Bird Divine Art. A supreme-grade technique consisting of 12 levels, also known as the 12 transformations of the Vermilion Bird. It seemed that a greater number of levels did not equate to greater efficacy. Upon learning of Central Continent's existence, I felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. Now that I had leaped out, I found myself akin to a mayfly in the vast sea gazing at the sky. Was I merely one of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers surrounding the great sage? Or was I destined to transcend the shackles of this realm like the great sage himself? Standing atop the mountain, I gazed into the distance, lost in contemplation. After the passing of the wandering true immortal, the 10,000 demon immortal dynasty struck. Could it be that the being of the 10,000 demon immortal dynasty was aware of the wandering true immortal's fate? No, if the demon god could come forth, why did he not pursue the wandering true immortal? Unless it was not a matter of desire but rather inability. The ability to breach the barriers suggested that he possessed the azure vein divine stone. Was it possible that this realm could not give rise to beings stronger than true immortals, simultaneously preventing more powerful entities from entering? Even with the azure vein divine stone, it would not suffice. It could also be that a single azure vein divine stone lacked the power to support the descent of a more formidable existence into this realm. The pressing concern remained to address matters regarding the Qixia dynasty while elevating my own cultivation to the limit this realm could accommodate. After 2 days of waiting, as news of the Holy Church's destruction spread, numerous sects began to realize that the dynasty was not jesting with them. Many sects expressed outrage, plotting to unite against the Qixia dynasty. Qi Feng flashed a smile, taking note of the rebellious sects, and within a single night, he annihilated 7 first-rate sects and over 20 second-rate ones, shocking the entire Jianghu and dynasty. At this moment, all the sects finally realized that they were utterly powerless in the face of the dynasty. The era of sects flaunting their might had come to an end, at least within the realm of the Qixia dynasty. Had Qi Feng been aware of their thoughts, he would have delivered an even more despairing revelation, that several neighboring dynasties would inevitably fall under the dominion of the Qixia dynasty. However, for now, he needed to stabilize the internal situation of the Qixia dynasty, thus postponing any thoughts of expansion. One by one, the sects hastily migrated from the Qixia dynasty, fearing that Qi Feng, this harbinger of doom, might suddenly emerge to annihilate their entire sect. This led to a dilemma. Many disciples of the sects had relatives in the secular world, and for the sake of their families, these disciples chose to remain and join the court. Of course, there were also disciples who relocated their entire families. Regardless of the situation, both outcomes were pleasing to Qi Feng. The disciples willing to stay for their families indicated they were not heartless, while those who chose to leave signified their lack of allegiance to the dynasty. With one group staying and another departing, a significant portion of the dynasty's malignancy had been eradicated. Was this not the result he desired? Upon returning to the Qi residence, Xia Jiming approached him, burying her head in Qi Feng's embrace, tears glistening in her eyes. What is wrong, Jiming? My second brother has died. He cared for me the most in the palace. Second brother? The second prince. How did he die? He was killed by our father, a few days ago. One of his personal maids found me and revealed the truth. Our father, in his pursuit to break through to the 11th realm, drained my brother's true dragon blood to replenish himself, and then refined his body into a potent elixir. Understanding dawned on Qi Feng as he furrowed his brow. It was no wonder he sensed something amiss during the battle with the southern barbarians when he noticed Xia Zhu's breakthrough. My brother left me a letter. Xia Jiming handed over the missive, and after Qi Feng read it, he sighed in resignation. Your second brother possessed the greatest talent among the princes, and undoubtedly his dragon blood was the most potent. Which is why Xia Zhu targeted him. Oh, not cry, my dear. What has happened has transpired, and mourning serves no purpose. I will avenge your brother. Darling, Will you kill father? Indeed, he has committed such heinous acts that he is no longer worthy of being your father. Thank you, my love. Now focus on your cultivation. I shall handle the rest. After comforting Xia Zhimeng, Qi Feng ventured alone to the side hall of the royal palace, seeking Xia Zhu, not allowing Zhimeng to accompany him. For Xia Zhu was still her father, after all. Xia Zhu was still within the palace, entangled in unfinished business. With Nanny having just arrived, he was unfamiliar with the state of the Beixia dynasty and required Xia Zhu's assistance. Upon locating Xia Zhu, the latter attempted to maintain a facade of closeness, but Qi Feng was disinclined to engage in pretense. Let us discuss the matter of the second prince, Qi Feng stated plainly. Xia Zhu's expression shifted, having not anticipated that his covert actions would be uncovered by Qi Feng. Who informed you? Does it matter? The second prince foresaw your treachery. Unfortunately, he lacked the strength to resist you at that time. Born into a royal family, his fate was never in his own hands. From a young age, I invested substantial resources into nurturing him, all for the day I could extract his true dragon blood to rejuvenate my aging body. Every resource he consumed, his food, clothing, and cultivation, was provided by me. His life was mine to give, and I refined it into elixirs. What of it? The second prince is a person, not livestock for you to butcher at will. I will not judge your actions, but alas, you have wagered on the wrong treasure. The second prince cherished Zhimeng above all, and Zhimeng is now mine. Indeed, who could decipher the will of heaven? Who would have thought that my least favored daughter could capture the attention of Qi Feng? It is fate, all fate. If heaven desires my demise, I cannot resist. Sensing Qi Feng's murderous intent, Xia Zhu ceased his obsequiousness, displaying a moment of defiance before his end. How did you transfer his true dragon blood into your body? Of course, I coerced him by threatening his mother and brother, compelling him to willingly transfer his true dragon blood into me, while the tainted blood within me flowed into him. Only in this manner could we achieve a perfect fusion. And then you refined his body into an elixir? Xia Zhu, I must admit, you are a competent emperor, for you possess the heart of one, yet you are a man out of time. Very well, I shall grant you a journey. Qi Feng shook his head with a sigh. Xia Zhu made no attempt to resist, accepting his fate with an air of calm, even a hint of a smile gracing his lips, for it seemed that gaining Qi Feng's acknowledgement brought him joy. After more than 200 years in the imperial seat, he finally found someone who understood him, albeit it was also the one who came to end him. Having dealt with Xia Zhu, Qi Feng also resolved the matters of Elder Chun and the ancestral figure worshipped by the Xia family, effectively erasing the Xia royal lineage, leaving the surviving princes and princesses to live as commoners. Chapter 62. The ability to endure and adapt Li Tianqian after waiting for a time. Ensuring that no sect dared to oppose the dynasty, Qi Feng, cradling the true dragon cauldron, soared towards the desert dynasty within Qingran. With Li Wuqing and his companions stationed in the Beixia dynasty, Qi Feng felt no apprehension regarding potential rebels. Upon reaching a mountaintop, he practiced his cultivation while awaiting the black dragon to deliver medicinal materials. After a half-year wait without sight of the black dragon, he was instead greeted by Mu Baifeng and his group, who were preparing to return to the central continent. Qi Feng did not impede their departure. Rather, he urged them to take Qingran along, as she was of no further use to him. This waiting period extended into another year. The Zhuke divine art had reached the initial stage of the third layer, and the fusion of Zhuke true essence with the Shura Dharma manifested a transformation. When the six-armed Shura Dharma took form, it radiated with blood-red Zhuke true flames, augmenting the Shura Dharma's might. The holy grade cultivation technique produced true essence, surpassing the level of true power. The reason the Buddha demon formless technique failed to yield true essence was that the Buddha demon power had not yet fused before being devoured by the obliteration force. Just as Qi Feng pondered whether the black dragon had lost its way in gathering medicinal materials, the black dragon arrived, elevating the materials with its demon power. Once the demon power dissipated, Qi Feng was left astounded, for there were tens of thousands of medicinal plants, over half of which were rare varieties, along with many precious herbs he thought had long since vanished. You didn't scour the endless mountains completely, did you? Half, at least. So, are these sufficient for your needs? More than enough. Absolutely sufficient. I'll go refine pills on that mountain, and you help me guard. Rest assured, with me present, not even a bird could enter, Qifeng nodded, his consciousness sweeping over the various medicinal herbs, classifying them by quality and type. Currently, within Qifeng's body resided 4 forms of power: the myriad manifestations, obliteration force, Zhuke true essence, and Shura true power, the latter of which had undergone several transformations. Qifeng discovered a peculiar connection between Shura true power and obliteration force. Although the obliteration force was a fusion of various true powers and, in terms of quality, it surpassed Shura true power, the latter had grown increasingly pure and domineering under the influence of the obliteration force, its murderous intent multiplying manifold. Thus, the primary essence of the obliteration force remained Shura true power, not Zhuke true essence. Even Zhuke true essence, under the guidance of obliteration force, seemed to assist Shura true power in achieving deeper transformations. Qifeng sensed that this development within him was beneficial. Otherwise, the obliteration force would not act in such a manner. Since the Zhuke divine art had only reached the initial stage of the 3rd layer, its true essence was not yet robust. Thus, Qifeng utilized Shura true power for the pill refining. The true dragon cauldron floated gently, enveloped in black flames of Shura true power. Once the temperature was appropriate, Qifeng directed his thoughts, and dozens of relatively average quality medicinal herbs flew into the cauldron. Within minutes, the herbs completely melted into a medicinal liquid. After filtering out the impurities, Qifeng divided the liquid into over 10 portions. As the refining process continued, the portions gradually diminished, trending towards solidification into pills. When a fresh batch of top-tier pills emerged, Qifeng grinned, relieved that his skills had not dulled. Days later, as the pill tribulation descended, it attracted numerous martial artists from the Desert Dynasty who believed a treasure had surfaced, prompting them to investigate, only to encounter the Black Dragon. Who goes there? I am Li Tianqian of the Desert Royal Family. Get lost, you arrogant little dragon. You seem quite dissatisfied with me. The Black Dragon revealed its true form, transforming from a 20-meter-long dragon to a colossal 400-meter beast, emanating an overwhelming aura of the pinnacle of the 9th heaven of the 15th realm that suppressed the entire scene. Li Tianqian was momentarily stunned. The little dragon had become a great dragon, and he felt his life was in jeopardy. Great One, spare my life? Li Tianqian's legs weakened, and without a moment's hesitation, he fell to his knees, pleading for mercy, for delaying even a second would be a disrespect to his own life. I still prefer the rebellious demeanor you exhibited earlier, the mocking voice of the Black Dragon echoed. Li Tianqian felt a surge of joy, sensing that the Black Dragon had no intention of killing him. Indeed, this was the case. Although Qifeng had not explicitly stated it, the Black Dragon, out of respect for Qifeng, did not harbor any murderous intent. Kneel down, and do so until I am satisfied, commanded the Black Dragon. Without hesitation, Li Tianqian began prostrating himself before the Black Dragon. Before long, numerous martial artists arrived, but dared only to observe the Black Dragon from several dozen miles away. This thunder tribulation does not seem to have been summoned by this Black Dragon. Look, it is not targeting it at all. Indeed, it appears that the Black Dragon is acting as a guardian for the one undergoing the tribulation. A guardian? What kind of existence could possibly compel such a fearsome Black Dragon to act as a protector? How should I know? When the thunder tribulation subsided, a solitary figure, proud and unyielding, approached amidst the gazes of hundreds of martial artists from the direction of the tribulation. Wow, Brother Qin, you're still alive. Hey, why is your forehead so red? A mere little dragon. What can it do to me? Once it learned my identity, it respectfully escorted me away. Is that true? Brother Qin, you're quite formidable. What else could it be? Li Tianqian replied, hands clasped behind his back, relishing the facade he had created. He wished for no one else to know of his 100 prostrations before the Black Dragon. It would remain the greatest blemish of his life. These martial artists were unaware of the Black Dragon's true prowess, believing it to be merely a formidable demon of the 13th realm. If they were to discover the Black Dragon's actual level, it would likely terrify them beyond measure. As the thunder tribulation dissipated, the martial artists of the Desert Dynasty, seeing no more spectacle, began to disperse. 2 days later, The thunder tribulation struck once more, leaving many martial artists bewildered, as they had never considered that someone might be refining divine-grade elixirs. Li Tianqian quietly slipped into the mountains, deceiving them. In truth, he had never left that day. The Black Dragon had not anticipated that Li Tianqian would return, utilizing the turtle-breathing technique to sneak back. While Qi Feng was refining elixirs, he suddenly turned to see a stealthy figure at the foot of the mountain and casually waved, sending him crashing before the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon and Li Tianqian exchanged wide-eyed glances, and then the Black Dragon exhaled 2 jets of dragon flame. It was genuinely enraged. Li Tianqian forced a smile, realizing he had been unceremoniously thrown out by an irresistible force without seeing what lay within the mountains. I have seen the Elder. Kneel. Last time you prostrated 800 times. This time, it shall be 8,000. Elder, can we lessen that? 8,000 will truly be fatal, Li Tianqian lamented, feeling that life was hardly worth living anymore. Dare you to retort? 9,000. After this thunder tribulation, some martial artists, oblivious to the truth, awaited Li Tianqian's return, unaware that he had only performed 2,000 prostrations. Qi Feng, well aware of the Black Dragon's twisted humor, did not intervene. Since the Black Dragon was protecting him and had nothing better to do, he might as well indulge its whims. The elixir refining stretched on for nearly a year, during which, every few days, the elixir tribulation would grace them, leaving the nearby martial artists in a state of numbness. Chapter 63. The Tao Spirit Thunder Dragon. Hey, this is exhausting. A small white thunder dragon arrived, drawn by the rich aura of Tao and the power of the tribulation. Upon sensing the overwhelming essence, the little dragon was ecstatic, feeling that its long journey was well worth it. However, upon catching sight of the Black Dragon, it hesitated. After a moment's thought, the little dragon stomped its feet, determined to negotiate with the Black Dragon, inquiring if the Elder would permit it to consume some Tao essence. Upon learning the little dragon's intentions, the Black Dragon was utterly astonished. It seemed that only the legendary Tao Spirit Thunder Dragon could enhance its power by devouring Tao essence and tribulation energy. Were it not for the fact that the Black Dragon itself had evolved from a Thunder Dragon into a Celestial Dragon, it would have remained ignorant of the Tao Spirit Thunder Dragon's existence. Due to the rarity of the Tao Spirit Thunder Dragon, a being of celestial essence, the Black Dragon refrained from allowing the little dragon to enter and consume Tao essence recklessly. Please wait a moment. All right, thank you, Elder. Once the thunder tribulation retreated, Qi Feng, receiving the Black Dragon's transmission, curiously flew over. Upon seeing Qi Feng, the little dragon's eyes widened in excitement. He was the Elder who often attracted thunder tribulations. It was worth noting that its breakthrough to the 12th realm was entirely reliant on consuming the residual Tao essence and thunder energy left behind by Qi Feng's tribulation. The Tao Spirit Thunder Dragon. Who would have thought such a marvelous being existed in the world? Capable of devouring Tao essence? Then go ahead and eat. But be cautious of the thunder when it arrives. Do not get struck. Thank you, brother. The little dragon flitted eagerly toward Qi Feng's elixir refining area. Qi Feng tossed a 13th pattern Dragon Ming burning element pill to the Black Dragon before returning to his elixir refining. The little dragon consuming the Tao essence did not hinder his efforts. As the Black Dragon ingested the elixir, it simultaneously provided Qi Feng with protection. Is it really that delicious? Qi Feng inquired, observing the little dragon eagerly slurping the air. Absolutely. Tao essence is the most delectable thing in the world. Oh, brother. You can still concentrate while refining elixirs? Not yet at the critical stage of condensing the elixir. Oh, you're so impressive, brother. You are the strongest martial artist I have ever seen. Do you have a name? No. How about you give me one, brother? Let me think. How about Dao Lingling? Dao Lingling, that sounds great. I'll listen to you, and from now on, I shall be called Dao Lingling. When the thunder tribulation arrived, Dao Lingling eagerly darted towards some dispersing thunder energy, promptly devouring a bolt of it, much to Qi Feng's astonishment. After consuming Tao essence and thunder energy for over 10 days, Dao Lingling was on the verge of a breakthrough. The Black Dragon was also poised for a breakthrough. Thus, Qi Feng took on the role of protector for both, as the terrifying thunder tribulation loomed ominously. This was the Demon Emperor's tribulation. Next to the Demon Emperor's tribulation, a small thundercloud naturally accompanied Dao Lingling. The true dragon cauldron spun in circles, entering the realm enveloped by the thunder tribulation, seeking to absorb the tribulation energy for its own transformation. Consequently, the terrifying bolts of tribulation thunder fell continuously, with the black dragon engulfed in black flames, braving the force of the tribulation. Scales shattered, revealing flesh beneath, and some bolts even created large holes in the black dragon's body. The black dragon roared towards the heavens, its injuries appearing severe, yet they remained within manageable limits. Many minor wounds healed within mere moments. In stark contrast, Dao Lingling and the true dragon cauldron were experiencing a serene passage of time. As bolts of tribulation thunder struck Dao Lingling, it feasted joyfully, its little tail wagging in delight. Today, it could indulge in the tribulation energy that usually required an exhausting journey of 800 miles to obtain. Qi Feng's motivation for assisting Dao Lingling stemmed from his desire to tame it. By human standards, Dao Lingling was merely 6 or 7 years old. Of course, it had existed for over 20 years. But within the same realm, dragon-type demonic beasts possess significantly longer lifespans than humans. Moreover, since the Black Dragon claimed that the Dao Spirit Thunder Dragon existed only in legends, it meant no one knew the extent of Lingling's potential. Naturally, Dao Lingling's rapid progress was closely tied to Qi Feng's influence. In the blink of an eye, both were nearing the final stages of their tribulations. Dao Lingling was the first to complete its tribulation, growing from over 3 meters long to more than 5 meters, leaving Qi Feng speechless. Were it another dragon, it would surely measure at least 100 meters by now. Meanwhile, the black dragon faced multiple bolts of black tribulation thunder, and a golden Dan flew from its body, hovering above to withstand the terrifying force of the tribulation. Qi Feng felt a stir of emotions. This truly was the Demon Emperor's tribulation, and even with the black dragon's foundation, it appeared somewhat strenuous. If the golden Dan could not hold, the black dragon would be in peril. As for the true dragon cauldron, after absorbing sufficient thunder energy, it had come to a halt. Old Black, keep going. Qi Feng waved his hand, sending over a dozen divine-grade healing pills toward the black dragon. The black dragon felt a surge of annoyance. Damn it, Old Black. If anyone else dared to call him that, he would surely retaliate. However, this was not the time to quibble over names. The black dragon swallowed the pills in one gulp, a surge of vitality erupted from within, and a resounding dragon roar echoed across the land. The black dragon soared upward, consuming the golden Dan, charging headlong into the thunder tribulation. Golden dragon blood rained down, all of which Qi Feng eagerly collected, as it represented the finest material for crafting the true dragon blood divine pill. Once the thunder tribulation dissipated, a nearly 600-meter-long black dragon coiled majestically in the sky. Its once entirely black scales now adorned with golden patterns, and its pupils had shifted from a dark hue to a soft golden hue. Thank you. It was nothing. I shall continue refining elixirs. I have not returned in over a year, and I am somewhat concerned. Qi Feng spent more than another month depleting all the medicinal materials. Apart from what he provided to the black dragon, he himself acquired over 100 divine-grade elixirs, while the black dragon obtained over 70 elixirs beneficial to the demonic race. Although Qi Feng had not tallied the top-tier elixirs, there were certainly 400 to 500 of them. Once the spoils were divided, Qi Feng prepared to leave, with Dao Lingling eagerly following him, expressing that being with Qi Feng ensured plenty to eat. Otherwise, she would have to wait for others to attract the thunder tribulation, uncertain of when that would occur. Thus, Qi Feng cradled the true dragon cauldron, while Dao Lingling nestled within, soundly asleep, as a being of celestial essence. Dao Lingling could sense the goodness or malice in humans. She recognized Qi Feng's benevolence, which allowed her to feel secure in following him. Upon returning to the Qi residence, Qi Feng gazed at the unparalleled sword mold embedded in his courtyard, hesitating for a moment before retrieving Dao Lingling from the true dragon cauldron. Wake up! You've been sleeping the entire way. How can you sleep so soundly? Alas, I have indulged too much. A respite is required for the digestion of the ethereal essence within me. You ought to seek a chamber for repose. Qi Feng dismissed Dao Lingling and summoned the sword embryo to his hand with a mere gesture. You are no longer able to keep pace with me. I hope you can rise anew from the ashes. Qi Feng cast the sword embryo into the Zhenlong Ding, commencing the reforging of the blade. Indeed, although the current sword embryo is among the finest within the entire Qixia dynasty, Qi Feng regards it with disdain. When it was initially forged, the estimated upper limit of its use was merely the 13th realm, for at that time, the Shao family believed the 13th realm to be the pinnacle of martial prowess. However, that is no longer the case. Qi Feng's strength has far surpassed the 13th realm. Should he fully channel his true energy into the sword embryo, it would shatter under the weight of his power. Thus, he intends to reforge the sword embryo, though he has yet to procure suitable materials. For now, he shall simply return the embryo to the furnace, awaiting the right materials to undertake its reconstruction. Chapter 64. A renewed purge of sect members. As the sword embryo transformed into a crimson liquid, Qi Feng expelled some of his essence blood to safeguard this liquid, ensuring the spirit of the sword embryo remains intact. The Qi residence is no longer situated within the royal city. It has been relocated to a small parcel of land outside the city, where a new manor has been established. Upon investigation, he discovered that Qi Hongyu, Xixia, and Yanxiu were all in seclusion, prompting Qi Feng to proceed directly to the royal palace to ascertain the issues faced by the dynasty's development. Upon arriving at the palace, he found the court convened. Qi Feng suppressed his aura and stealthily approached the grand hall's exterior. Given his prowess, the chances of concealing himself from any who might perceive him were nearly non-existent until one attains the status of a terrestrial immortal. Old son, the Jinui reports that some sect disciples are disobedient, acting independently during missions. Dio, you have a solution? In response to the Empress, as the head of the Tianwu Pavilion, it would be more prudent for you to address this matter. I am merely the deputy head, lacking sufficient authority. Is that so? Yet I have heard that the sect disciples are entirely under your command, all for the sake of securing the position of head of the Tianwu Pavilion. Your Majesty, this is a blatant slander. Sun harbors no ill will towards the dynasty. It is disheartening that you would listen to such calumny. Do not be hasty, brother Sun. Surely the Empress has been misled by some petty individuals. Misled indeed. The arrogance of the sect disciples stems directly from the support they receive from you in the shadows. Your Majesty, I propose the abolition of all sect members' positions within the court. Chuhuhu, tread carefully with your words. Qi Feng couldn't help but chuckle. This Chuhuhu was none other than Qi Dan's father, a brazen individual indeed. He discerned the political landscape. One faction, led by Nan Yi, which included Chuhuhu, and another composed of sect leaders and elders like Old Sunday. When the Tianwu Pavilion was newly established, it lacked top-tier powerhouses to maintain order. To appease the numerous sect disciples who had come to join, Nan Yi had granted many influential positions to them. However, with Qi Feng's presence, these sect members had become somewhat subdued, though their sense of superiority remained unshaken. Power. Does it truly captivate people so? Qi Feng sighed, for his pursuit lies in strength, an unending quest for power. The allure of authority seemed rather trivial to him. Gradually, he entered the court, and upon sighting Qi Feng, Nan Yi's expression brightened, realizing that the day's conflicts between the sects and the court might finally reach resolution. The position of deputy head is intended to serve the dynasty, not to conspire against it. Compared to those sect members I have vanquished, your kind is far more irksome. Qi Feng approached Nan Yi, his terrifying pressure causing all sect members to tremble in fear. From this moment forth, I abolish all sect members' positions within the court. Anyone who has disobeyed orders in the past year shall be executed. The Black Dragon Guard and Jinui shall be tasked with purging these sect members. Those who have performed commendably, dedicating themselves to the court, shall be granted a promotion. A new decree was issued. Henceforth, sect disciples shall no longer hold themselves in high regard. All martial artists, regardless of gender or age, shall be treated equally. Within the Qixia dynasty, every martial artist's sole identity is that of a subject of the Qixia dynasty. Those who violate the laws of the dynasty shall be dealt with according to the rules, and those in the court who break the law shall face even harsher penalties. Qi Feng's voice resonated throughout the palace, echoing across the entire royal city. The countenance of several sect disciples shifted dramatically. The 30,000 Black Dragon Guards stationed within the royal city received their orders and swiftly mobilized. The royal city erupted into chaos. Swiftly quelled, as thousands of arrogant sect disciples met their demise in the northwest. As for which sect disciples were to be held accountable, the Jinhui had been reporting diligently, while the Jianwu Pavilion maintained a detailed record of the sect disciples' disobedience during various missions. If one were to claim that there were court officials who disobeyed orders, it would indeed be true, albeit rare, for those who defy commands are often executed on the spot. Nanny felt he had let down the expectations of his predecessors. A pang of guilt coursing through him, while Qi Feng merely smiled gently. You have performed exceedingly well. Take it step by step. To build an eternal dynasty cannot be rushed. Here, take these elixirs. Consume them yourself. And those superior elixirs may serve as rewards. Are there any other pressing issues within the dynasty? The Danshan Palace has encountered some troubles. We have yet to find a top-tier alchemist to oversee it. The two exceptional alchemists we have sought have been unwilling to serve the dynasty, even when I personally implored them. Take me to them. I shall persuade them. Under Nan Yi's guidance, Qi Feng found the legendary alchemist, an elderly woman exuding an air of ethereal grace. Known in the realm as Granny Tianyi, Nan Yi discreetly conveyed her identity. Granny, the art of alchemy has waned. The dynasty has recruited many with alchemical talent. Yet we lack a distinguished alchemist like yourself to guide them. Why not emerge from your seclusion and aid in the revival of the alchemical arts? Would you truly wish to witness its further decline into obscurity? Is this the manner in which you beseech assistance? What manner would you prefer? In terms of martial prowess and alchemical mastery, I far surpass you. I am already being quite courteous. Qi Feng then tossed her a divine-grade elixir. To serve the dynasty, I may offer guidance at my convenience. Otherwise, with your talent, you may find it exceedingly difficult to concoct divine-grade elixirs in this lifetime. The everlasting life elixir of 13 patterns. How can this be? Did you concoct this elixir? Are you truly a divine-grade alchemist? This elixir should suffice to entice you out of retirement. Yes, you are the one who has obliterated dozens of sects. The terrestrial immortal? Indeed, that is why old eyes have failed me. I beg your pardon, esteemed elder. The haughty demeanor of Granny Tianyi vanished in an instant. After all, she was in the presence of a divine-grade alchemist. And an exceptional alchemist such as herself dared not disrespect one of such stature. Fear not. The path of alchemy is as boundless as that of martial arts. Do not confine your vision to merely divine-grade alchemists. Beyond them lie holy-grade alchemists, and even the holy grade is by no means the end. Does this imply, esteemed elder, that you are a holy-grade alchemist? Not yet. I merely wish to convey that you should not overestimate the status of an exceptional alchemist. You remain but an apprentice and ought to maintain a mindset of learning. Should you become complacent with minor achievements and succumb to arrogance, you may find it exceedingly difficult to gain further insights in your lifetime. I have been enlightened. Having secured the allegiance of two exceptional alchemists, Qi Feng bid farewell to Nan Yi and retreated to cultivate in seclusion. At present, the Demon King of the 10,000 Demons Immortal Dynasty is temporarily restrained by the celestial beings of Central Continent. However, according to Mu Baifeng, the situation in Central Continent grows increasingly dire. Should they falter, the great demons of the 10,000 Demons Immortal Dynasty may trace the path to the fallen realm of the wandering true immortal. Which happens to be here. Qi Feng must attain an invincible strength beyond that of the Demon King before the latter's impending assault, as the amassed power of myriad forms within him rapidly depletes. While the Zhuke divine art steadily progresses toward a breakthrough. Chapter 65. The 10,000 Demons Immortal Dynasty? Let us confront them. As the Zhuke divine art ascended to the early fourth layer, two distinct patterns emerged upon Qi Feng's forehead, one golden, the other crimson. The Zhuke and the Phoenix are two different beings. The Phoenix possesses the power of rebirth, whilst the Zhuke does not. Therefore, in terms of tenacity of life, the Zhuke pales in comparison to the Phoenix. Yet, when it comes to the destructive might of the forces they wield, the Zhuchua's true flames are unparalleled in devastation. Within him, the golden dragon was perplexed. What is happening? Has a rival appeared? Qi Feng remained oblivious to the golden dragon's thoughts. Time swiftly passed, and 2.5 years elapsed before a terrifying aura invaded the Qixia dynasty. Heading straight for the royal city of the Beixia dynasty. When they were within 3,000 miles of the royal city, Qi Feng's eyes suddenly widened. In the next moment, he soared into the sky, vanishing above the Qi residence. Arriving at a mountain range, Qi Feng patiently awaited the arrival of the formidable presence. Shortly thereafter, two colossal figures entered his line of sight. Upon seeing Qi Feng, the black dragon rejoiced and ceased its flight. Qi Feng observed the black dragon, noting its disheveled state. Many of its dragon scales had been shattered. In pursuit of the black dragon was a towering purple tiger, standing 10 yards tall, though smaller than the black dragon. Its imposing aura far surpassed that of the latter, existing on an entirely different tier. Curse you! I await my reinforcements, and what do you linger for? The black dragon mocked the purple tiger, who scrutinized Qi Feng with utmost seriousness. Unable to penetrate the depths of Qi Feng's realm, could it be that he is an upper-grade celestial being? The purple tiger speculated quietly, momentarily daunted by Qi Feng, too intimidated to take action. You hail from the 10,000 Demons Celestial Dynasty? Indeed, replied Qi Feng, raising his hand to unleash the Desolation Finger. However, the black tiger had been on guard against both Qi Feng and the black dragon. So this strike failed to injure the purple tiger, as the massive finger of true power was effortlessly shattered by a swipe of its claw. So, you are not an upper-grade celestial being. The purple tiger chuckled, having initially thought Qi Feng was of such caliber. Now it appeared he had misjudged, for he still remained invincible. The six-armed Azura avatar manifested, causing the purple tiger to pause in astonishment at its peculiar form. Azura of heaven and earth, the purple tiger conjured a colossal tiger avatar towering 100 feet, significantly larger than the Azura avatar. Damn, are you even capable? The black dragon was somewhat bewildered, realizing that Qi Feng's displayed strength merely reached the threshold of a lower-grade celestial being. Enough of your prattle. We cannot allow this fellow to escape. Very well, then I shall join you in this battle, the black dragon declared, consuming a medicinal pill and transforming into its true form. Charging at the purple tiger. The purple tiger faced off against two opponents, showing no signs of faltering, as surrounding mountains crumbled upon impact. The sky-slaying claw, a colossal paw, descended from the heavens, and with a furious shout, Qi Feng unleashed a powerful punch, the 7 layers of desolation fist exploding forth to barely deflect the blow. The fierce battle raged on for an entire day, depleting the energies of all 3 combatants. The purple tiger grew increasingly alarmed. This human was truly a freak, possessing an indestructible physique and seemingly endless true power. As the decisive moment approached, all 3 unleashed their utmost strikes, resulting in a resounding explosion as the black dragon was sent crashing into the mountains below, which had long since been reduced to rubble, larger boulders shattered into fragments by the cascading waves of true power. A sinister smile crept across the purple tiger's face, while Qi Feng also grinned. Upon seeing Qi Feng's smile, the purple tiger's heart sank, realizing it had fallen into a trap. A terrifying thunderstorm descended upon them, startling the purple tiger as it attempted to flee, only for the 6-armed Azura avatar, previously obliterated, to re-emerge, this time shrouded in inky darkness, with surging vermilion bird true flames more potent than before, its sinister gaze unsettling the purple tiger. An earth-shattering strike approached, forcing the purple tiger to turn and defend with all its might, or risk being severely wounded, resulting in both it and Qi Feng being enveloped by the thunderstorm. Originally, it was merely the upper-grade celestial thunderstorm of the 15th realm, but once the thunderstorm detected the purple tiger's aura, it realized it had been deceived. This was clearly a mid-grade demon emperor. The thunderstorm erupted into a frenzy, and Qi Feng consumed a 14-pattern healing pill, his injuries healing in the blink of an eye, truly a superior divine pill. Do you wish to perish together with me? The thunderstorm's power multiplied tenfold, reaching a level comparable to that of a demon emperor's tribulation. You, a mere mid-grade terrestrial celestial, cannot withstand even a single wave of calamity. The purple tiger roared in exasperation, feeling that its demise was imminent. Had it been in peak condition, it might have fought back, but now its demonic essence was nearly depleted. Relying solely on its physical form to weather this tribulation was a perilous endeavor. If I cannot survive this tribulation, then let us die together. Qi Feng smirked. Who lives and who dies is still uncertain. Do you have any medicinal pills? Share some with me. If I can regain my peak state, we might still have a chance at survival. I swear, if I pass this tribulation, I shall leave without striking against you. Medicinal pills? I possess them, yet I shall not share. Upon hearing Qi Feng's words, the purple tiger nearly exploded with fury. Then I shall slay you first. Come then. Qi Feng shot forth a desolation finger as the purple tiger gradually lost its sanity. Facing the thunderstorm, this human had the audacity to engage it in combat. Just as the purple tiger made its move, dozens of thick black lightning bolts descended, with 90% of the calamity aimed at the purple tiger, while only 5 bolts targeted Qi Feng. Qi Feng retaliated with a punch, shattering the lightning bolts, though he too was momentarily paralyzed by the thunder's might. This was merely the first wave of the weakest calamity. It seems I must truly fight for my life today. Qi Feng murmured, his fighting spirit soaring, as waves of calamity continued to crash down, the conditions for both the purple tiger and Qi Feng deteriorating. The purple tiger, preoccupied with its own survival, had no opportunity to strike at Qi Feng. Initially, Qi Feng could disrupt the purple tiger with his desolation finger, but now he too was struggling to maintain his own safety. The area occupied by Qi Feng and the purple tiger had transformed into a sea of lightning. Their figures obscured from the outside world, only a swirling tempest of black thunder visible, while terrifying bolts of calamity relentlessly rained down. Accompanied by the purple tiger's agonized cries, destruction and rebirth intertwined within Qi Feng's being. As he experienced the sensation of death for the first time, the power of absolute annihilation voraciously consumed the incoming lightning, granting Qi Feng the opportunity to mend his damaged body. The purple tiger, however, was in dire straits. Although its form was more terrifying than Qi Feng's, its endurance paled in comparison. Under the relentless onslaught of the thunderstorm, the purple tiger's injuries worsened. Yet, on the brink of death, its will to survive ignited a remarkable potential within, as waves of demonic essence and vitality surged forth. Once the thunderstorm subsided, the purple tiger exhaled in relief. Thankfully, this thunderstorm's might was not on par with a true demon emperor's tribulation. However, a powerful aura erupted nearby, shocking the purple tiger. Qi Feng had not perished. Not only had he survived, but he had also broken through to the 15th realm. How is this possible? How can a mid-grade terrestrial celestial endure a demon emperor's tribulation? The purple tiger was astounded. This individual was simply too terrifying, and it deemed it wise to flee. Yet, a massive figure obstructed its escape. Trying to run? You pursued me for tens of thousands of miles. We must settle this. The black dragon summoned the technique of traveling through the skies. Just as the purple tiger intended to retaliate, a terrifying Azura avatar manifested behind it. Qi Feng stepped through the void, executing 7 consecutive strides, unleashing waves of annihilating power, and with a flick of his finger, 6 colossal fingers coalesced instantaneously. As the 6 fingers converged, a glimmer of despair flickered in the purple tiger's eyes. How could this be? This anomaly had not only escaped severe injury but had instead undergone a transformation through the power of the thunderstorm. The purple tiger sensed that Qi Feng's strength had multiplied several times over. Under the combined assault of Qi Feng and the black dragon, the wounded purple tiger unleashed a final roar of defiance. Having vanquished the purple tiger, Qi Feng let out a sigh of relief. This had truly been a gamble, yet fortune smiled upon him. The augmented power of the thunderstorm allowed him to reap double the benefits after overcoming it. Dao Lingling, having observed the conclusion of the battle, fluttered over with her little tail wagging. She had arrived while Qi Feng was undergoing his tribulation, but the black dragon had prevented her from approaching, fearing the black tiger would harm her. Now that the battle had ended, Dao Lingling couldn't restrain her eagerness, as with each passing second, a trace of Dao essence dissipated into the cosmos, causing her great distress. Chapter 66. Returning to the Hidden Family. Qi Feng gazed towards the central continent, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. Could it be that the central continent had already fallen? Old Black, was it only him, a demon emperor, who entered the endless mountains? Did no other demon tribes accompany him? It should be just him. The formidable demons in the Endless Mountains have not encountered any other demon emperors. What exactly is this 10,000 demon celestial dynasty you speak of? Qi Feng attempted to convey the matters of the Polar Sea and the 10,000 demon celestial dynasty, realizing that there was nothing significant to report. However, upon mentioning the heavenly path barrier, the sky began to brew thunderous calamity. Nevertheless, Qi Feng subtly hinted at this to the Black Dragon, who seemed to grasp it to some extent, astonished by the secrets of this realm. What do you plan to do? I shall remain here. With our current strength, we cannot confront the 10,000 demon celestial dynasty. First, we must enhance our power. Once we achieve invincibility below the true celestial realm, we can venture to the central continent. The Black Dragon nodded and returned to the Endless Mountains to continue its seclusion, leaving Qi Feng to guard this place, awaiting Dao Lingling's consumption of Dao essence. Observing Dao Lingling's busy figure, Qi Feng found himself increasingly entranced. Suddenly, Dao Lingling froze. Something was amiss. Why was the nearby Dao essence not diminishing, but rather growing denser? Turning around, she was astonished to see Qi Feng enveloped in a rich aura of Dao essence. Indicating yet another epiphany, this time, the insight was not spurred by Dao Lingling, but rather by his recent experience of crossing the tribulation, where the brush with death had imparted new understanding regarding mortality. Dao Lingling cautiously retreated, unwilling to continue consuming the Dao essence for fear of disturbing Qi Feng's moment of enlightenment. A melodious chirp resonated across the expanse. It sounded sweet and enchanting, as a vermilion bird phantom circled above Qi Feng, occasionally emitting its call. The entire vermilion bird was not large, with a wingspan of merely 7 feet. Yet the aura it exuded was utterly terrifying, as the vermilion bird phantom dove toward Qi Feng. Its form diminished until it was no larger than a fingernail upon reaching him. The phantom collided with Qi Feng's forehead, transforming into a crimson pattern. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the scarlet pattern was far more intricate than before. This moment of enlightenment lasted but a brief time, merely over 10 days. When Dao Lingling saw Qi Feng open his eyes, she darted over with great speed. Qi Feng smiled gently, ruffling her little head, which felt smooth to the touch. Go eat. All right, brother is truly amazing. Now I can eat to my heart's content. Dao Lingling's sweet voice rang out joyfully. After all, she was a little glutton, and the Dao essence was an irresistible delicacy for her. After Dao Lingling finished consuming the Dao essence, Qi Feng noticed that her cultivation had already broken through to the 7th layer of the 13th realm, truly the spirit of heaven and earth. Qi Feng pondered curiously. Could it be that Dao Lingling had no shackles when it came to her breakthroughs? Ah, how delightful it is to follow the elder brother. Dao Lingling transformed into a small dragon over a meter long and settled upon Qi Feng's shoulder. Qi Feng smiled gently. While others raised cats and dogs, he had nurtured a dragon, a spirit of heaven and earth. Upon returning to the Qi residence, Qi Feng once again entered seclusion, a retreat that lasted over 3 years. His solitude was interrupted by Yin Mo, who was on the verge of breaking through to the 13th realm. Qi Feng found Dao Lingling, who was sound asleep on a tree in his courtyard, and took her along to escort Yin Mo. The process of crossing the tribulation was remarkably smooth, and Dao Lingling was only partially sated before she returned to her seclusion. Yet, within a mere 2 months, her retreat was once again disrupted. Upon hearing Zhou Tu's report, Qi Feng frowned. An earthly immortal had intruded into the royal palace. With Zhou Tu, Qi Feng soared into the sky, heading towards the palace. By now, the vermilion bird divine art had been cultivated to the mid-6th layer, and his cultivation had reached the 15th realm, 5th heaven. Over the past 3 years, he had managed to break through 2 levels. The reason for his current 5th level being the excessive absorption of thunder tribulation energy during his initial breakthrough, which propelled him straight to the 3rd level of the 15th realm. Upon arriving at the royal palace, Qi Feng raised an eyebrow. Surprisingly, there were 2 mid-tier earthly immortals, one at the 2nd level and the other at the 4th level. Could they have sneaked over from the central continent? At that moment, the 2 stood nonchalantly beside Nan Yi, seemingly underestimating Qi Feng's capabilities, which struck him as rather odd. Their behavior did not align with what one would expect from the central continent. After all, Qi Feng had disseminated the information that the Qixia dynasty was under the protection of celestial beings. How could these mere mid-tier earthly immortals possess such confidence? Is this what you call reinforcements? Ah, I cannot seem to discern his cultivation level. Intriguing. Be cautious. This individual is no ordinary foe. Sister, allow me to entertain him, the man in the azure robe said with a faint smile, his true essence transforming into a flurry of violet-black butterflies that enveloped Qi Feng. Qi Feng dismissed Zhou Tu and unleashed a punch, his true strength erupting in layers, annihilating all the butterflies into dust that scattered across the heavens and earth. Halt, or I shall take her life. The sister of the azure-robed man could no longer remain passive, immediately subduing Nan Yi with one hand. Should you dare to harm her in the slightest, I will ensure that your suffering exceeds death. Qi Feng replied coldly, his figure not pausing in the slightest, instead accelerating towards the azure-robed man. In an instant, the six-armed Azura Dharma form materialized, overwhelming the scene. The azure-robed man was taken aback, but it was too late. Qi Feng's fist shattered his arms, and he seized his neck with such force that it emitted a series of cracking sounds. Xiao Shi, the woman in the purple dress, unable to process Qi Feng's prowess, also captured Nan Yi. Who are you? That question should be posed by me to you. This is the royal palace of the Xia dynasty. You have trespassed and taken the current empress hostage. What are your intentions? Which of your eyes saw us taking her hostage? You were the one who attacked first. It was not I who acted first. I shall grant you 3 seconds. Release her, or I will deal with him before turning my attention to you. 12 Qi Feng's grip tightened, causing the woman in the purple dress to panic and hastily release Nan Yi. Qi Feng, with a flick of his wrist, summoned true power to envelop Nan Yi and drew her to his side, casually tossing the captured man aside. You are actually a top-tier earthly immortal. How is this possible? Over the past millennia, the martial path has languished. Are you from the central continent? The woman in the purple dress queried, catching her brother as she frowned. I am not. I am a native of this place. Before you intruded into the royal palace, did you not inquire whether the Qixia dynasty had earthly immortals stationed here? We did inquire, but we never expected you to be a top-tier earthly immortal. How did you achieve such a breakthrough? At this moment, you two are the captives. I am the one asking the questions. Should you dare to speak further, I assure you both will regret it. Very well, ask away. Where do you hail from? The Qixia dynasty. Qi Feng furrowed his brow, sensing a shift towards aggression. Indeed. I swear to the heart demon, we are indeed of the Qixia dynasty. But we belong to a reclusive family that has not mingled with the mundane world for over 1,000 years. We came to investigate due to the change of dynasties, as the laws of the new dynasty starkly differ from those of the previous Xia dynasty. A reclusive family? Apart from you, does the Qixia dynasty boast any other reclusive families? A dynasty may host but one reclusive family. That is our covenant. The Qixia dynasty is solely represented by our Wang family. Does your family possess celestial beings? We do. What of true immortals? Naturally, there are none. As the shackles of heaven and earth grow ever more formidable, ascending to true immortality is as difficult as reaching the heavens. May we be allowed to leave? We harbor no ill intentions. Otherwise, with the Empress's strength, we could easily eliminate her. Dio, you think the royal palace is your backyard. You may come and go as you please. Your trespass is akin to that of an assassin. Serve the dynasty for 10 years, and this matter shall be forgotten. Do not push your luck. If our clan elders learn of our detention here, they will come swiftly. Dao brother, we have trespassed into the palace, yet my brother has already faced punishment, which should suffice. We shall depart and refrain from further involvement in the affairs of the dynasty. Should the celestial beings from our clan arrive, the situation may spiral out of control. Moreover, reclusive families essentially ensure that the dynasty does not descend into ruin. We are, in a sense, allies. Very well, I hope you will not stand in opposition to the dynasty. Qi Feng allowed the two to leave. There was no other choice. Were they two elderly individuals, he would have compelled them to contribute to the dynasty before departing, but they were quite young. Young mid-tier earthly immortals implied that their words were likely true. The Wang family indeed had celestial beings. There was no need for him to completely offend them, for if he were to be absent, The Wang family would become unrivaled. Chapter 67. Celestial Tribulation and the Forging of Divine Weapons predecessor. Since every dynasty has its reclusive families, why did no representatives emerge when the citizens of the Southern Kingdom were slaughtered by the warriors of the Qi-Lai Kingdom? Do not listen to their nonsense. Reclusive families care not for the rise or fall of dynasties. They have chosen to seclude themselves, and you expect them to rescue the dynasty? It would be a miracle if they did not kick you while you are down. Indeed, Nan Yi was overthinking. Now is not the time to act against them. I shall wait until I ascend to celestial status before taking action. Do not forget to focus on your own cultivation. The affairs of the dynasty can be handled by those below. No need for personal involvement. As the dynasty expands, one person will surely find it impossible to manage alone. I understand, predecessor. You are not much older than I. Your foresight is remarkable. Do you think I desire this? I would prefer to indulge in leisure and merriment each day. After bidding farewell to Nan Yi, Qi Feng returned to the Qi residence to concoct some elixirs. He summoned Yun Shang and Yin Mo, and once the elixirs were distributed, Qi Feng resumed his retreat. Currently, everyone was striving to enhance their strength at an expedited pace to confront the Central Continent and the 10,000 Demons Celestial Dynasty. One could never know when they might come knocking. The recent intrusion by a mid-tier demon emperor was a case in point. Thankfully, Qi Feng was present. Otherwise, it was uncertain what calamity would have befallen them. Though aware of the existence of the reclusive families, they possessed the strength to contend with mid-tier demon emperors, yet Qi Feng felt that the reclusive families would not necessarily intervene in his eyes. They were a group of unreliable individuals, perhaps better off absent. Now, in addition to guarding against the Central Continent and the 10,000 Demons Celestial Dynasty, he had to be wary of these reclusive families. Qi Feng sensed something amiss. He felt that the emergence of these reclusive families might be connected to the dissolution of the 10 Directions confinement array. Moreover, these individuals were adept at hiding. No information about the families had circulated in the outside world. Though he was unaware of the strength of the reclusive families a millennium ago, after 1,000 years of change, it seemed they had suffered little impact. Still possessing celestial beings, it was worth noting that the Mo Long dynasty of a millennium ago had only 3 celestial beings. In summary, the presence of these families was undoubtedly suspicious, but for the stability of the dynasty, Qi Feng could not delve too deeply into this matter for now. This time, no one disturbed Qi Feng's retreat. 12 years later, a vivid vermilion bird soared into the heavens from the Qi residence, with Qi Feng closely following, seizing the true dragon cauldron as he departed. The vermilion bird divine art had been perfected at the 7th layer, and his cultivation had ascended to the 9th heaven of the 15th realm. This was still owing to his 2 insights during these 12 years. Otherwise, he would have barely reached the 8th layer at most. The vermilion bird divine art represents a significant watershed every 4 layers. Should Qi Feng manage to break through to the 8th layer, the true essence of the vermilion bird within him would undergo a new transformation. Dao Lingling chased after Qi Feng, but despite her utmost efforts, she found herself falling further behind. The thunder tribulation loomed ominously, and Dao Lingling shrank her neck. Even from a distance, she could sense the terror of the impending storm. Qi Feng stood upon the void, the 6-armed Azura Dharma form resonating with the vermilion bird. He too had only a partial understanding of the vermilion bird's existence. This lifelike creature was not merely a manifestation of his cultivation. It seemed to have emerged from the vermilion bird Dharma form, yet transcended it, which allowed the true essence of the vermilion bird to persist even after being consumed by annihilating forces. Regarding the sacred-level cultivation technique, Qi Feng possessed limited knowledge and could not find relevant historical materials. Thus, he did not dwell on the matter of what this vermilion bird truly was. Once the thunder tribulation took shape, the familiar black lightning reappeared, but Qi Feng had undergone a transformation. With a single punch, he shattered the incoming tribulation lightning and raised a finger to the sky. The 6 colossal fingers united, obliterating dozens of bolts of lightning as they crashed into the thunderclouds. Unsurprisingly, the thunder tribulation was provoked anew, and more thunderclouds gathered from afar, covering an astounding area of several dozen miles. Seizing the opportunity while the thunderclouds amassed, Dao Lingling darted out of the tribulation's reach. The true dragon cauldron, enveloped in lightning, absorbed the power of the tribulation at a steady pace while bathed in the purgatory of thunder. Terrifying bolts of lightning struck the vermilion bird, splattering its true flames across the sky. The vermilion bird soared at high speed, evading the relentless lightning. It waited for an opportunity to unleash its true flames. Seeing the vermilion bird directing its true flames towards the true dragon cauldron, Qi Feng was momentarily stunned. Realizing he had forgotten to retrieve the sword embryo, braving the tribulation, he rushed to the side of the true dragon cauldron, only to discover that the sword embryo had become even purer after being refined by the vermilion bird's true flames. A bold idea sparked in Qi Feng's mind. If successful, he might forge the most formidable divine weapon in history. With a decisive gesture, he enveloped the sword embryo with the power of annihilation, which began to permeate its core. Simultaneously, Qi Feng grasped the sword embryo, confronting a bolt of descending tribulation lightning. Indeed, Qi Feng intended to harness the power of the tribulation to merge the forces of annihilation and the tribulation lightning within the sword embryo. Crafting an extraordinary weapon, however, if the sword embryo could not withstand both powers, it would be utterly ruined. Qi Feng placed his hopes on the power of annihilation, as it could consume the force of the tribulation lightning. The overwhelming power of annihilation shielded the sword embryo, yet Qi Feng was not as fortunate. Under such a terrifying celestial tribulation, merely protecting the sword embryo was a significant feat, leading to Qi Feng having to endure the tribulation with his physical body. He could no longer see the bolts of tribulation lightning approaching, as his entire being was shrouded in thunder, with every cell in his body undergoing the baptism of tribulation power. The force of the tribulation grew ever more fearsome. Qi Feng's body began to fracture, crimson blood gushing forth, only to be drawn into the sword embryo. A dragon pattern slowly emerged on his forehead, and the sound of dragon roars resonated from within him. If an outsider were present at that moment, they would see a golden dragon swirling within Qi Feng's body. Golden dragon energy permeated his limbs and bones, and at some point, his crimson blood began to intermingle with a hint of pale gold. Sensing Qi Feng's peril, the vermilion bird emitted a high-pitched cry, its body ablaze with true flames, crashing into the purgatory of thunder and positioning itself behind Qi Feng. With a sudden flap of its scarlet wings, the overwhelming true flames of the vermilion bird enveloped Qi Feng, creating a red fireball within the realm of thunder, its terrifying power incinerating the surrounding lightning into oblivion. Strands of true flames from the vermilion bird penetrated into Qi Feng's body, and with a resonant cry, the true essence of the vermilion bird seemed to be drawn forth, merging with the true flames that had entered his body, initiating a transformation of the true essence. With a thought, Qi Feng transformed the remaining power of myriad forms within him into the true essence of the vermilion bird. The tribulation lightning continued to rain down furiously until the vermilion bird, which shielded Qi Feng, showed signs of extinguishing its true flames. That moment, an immense power surged from within Qi Feng back to the vermilion bird. The successful transformation of the true essence of the vermilion bird also signified that the vermilion bird divine art had advanced to the 8th level. The Azura Dharma form seized the sword embryo and cast it into the thunderclouds above. With a flick of his finger, 6 colossal fingers spiraled around the sword embryo. After a single strike, the sword embryo collided with the thunderclouds, and Qi Feng exerted all his strength to channel the power of annihilation into the sword embryo, which slowly began to take shape. Waves of astonishing sword intent erupted from the sword embryo, stirring the thunderclouds into a frenzy. Once a sword cry resonated, it cleaved through the thunderclouds, obliterating them in its wake, as a pitch-black long sword gradually descended from the heavens. The lightning power surged continuously from it, a consequence of absorbing an overwhelming amount of tribulation force. Once the power of annihilation consumed all the tribulation energy within the sword body, this phenomenon would cease. Chapter 68. Internal strife in the Desert Dynasty. The dark sword landed in Qi Feng's hand, where he could feel the terrifying power it contained. Oh, you actually have a name. Qi Feng marveled upon discovering 2 ancient characters engraved on the hilt. Burning Heaven. With a wave of his hand, flames erupted from the sword's body, confirming that after the vermilion bird divine art reached the 8th layer, Qi Feng had also mastered the true flames of the vermilion bird. Moreover, during the forging of the burning heaven sword. The power of annihilation not only consumed a vast amount of tribulation lightning energy, but also devoured some of the true flames of the vermilion bird, resulting in the burning heaven sword being exceptionally compatible with both lightning and fire true essences. The combination of burning heaven and the true essence of the vermilion bird was a formidable pairing, possessing a lethality far greater than the usual state of the annihilation finger, which refers to its form without the power of annihilation. A white figure dashed forth, flitting around Qi Feng's tribulation area, voraciously consuming the residual Tao rhythm and tribulation energy. After Qi Feng spent over a month in seclusion, Dao Lingling finally fluttered excitedly to his side. "You've reached the 9th heaven, my little friend. That's quite remarkable. I truly suspect that if the Tao rhythm is sufficient, you could break through to true immortal status. Not so easily. As one progresses, the required Tao rhythm increases exponentially. However, by following my brother, I believe I shall one day achieve true immortal status." Referring to Dao Lingling as a true immortal was more fitting. Although her true form was that of a Dao spirit thunder serpent, she belonged to the spirits of heaven and earth, neither human nor demon, a truly unique existence. Now armed with the true flames of the vermilion bird and the burning heaven sword, Qi Feng felt confident that should he encounter an opponent of the same caliber as the purple tiger, he could slay them single-handedly. However, he was uncertain if his current strength could contend with the superior-grade demon emperor. Qi Feng estimated that it would indeed be challenging. As one advances, the gaps between realms grow larger. The last time he and the Black Dragon managed to defeat the purple tiger was due to the vast number of divine-grade healing pills and the assistance of the tribulation. Otherwise, they would not have been able to vanquish it. Qi Feng flew towards the Shao family, intending to have a sheath crafted for the burning heaven sword. Upon seeing it, his grandfather trembled with excitement. Having forged hundreds of divine weapons throughout his life, yet none compared to the black sword before him. "Shao Feng, how did you forge this?" Qi Feng recounted the process of creating the burning heaven sword, leaving his grandfather astounded. Forging a sword amidst tribulation lightning. Can a mere mortal accomplish such a feat? If it were me, I wouldn't even dare to imagine it. Are you in a hurry? Not at all. Very well, then wait here. I shall craft the finest sheath for the burning heaven sword. What color do you prefer? Black? Please. Qi Feng waited at the Shao family for nearly half a year until his grandfather finally produced a sheath that satisfied him. Qi Feng had minimal requirements, yet his grandfather insisted that anything less than exceptional was unworthy of the burning heaven sword. With the burning heaven sword secured on his back, Qi Feng, accompanied by Dao Lingling, made his way toward the royal city. It had been over a decade, and he was eager to see what transformations had taken place in the dynasty. He walked through the bustling streets of the royal city. Qi Feng keenly noticed an increase in the number of alchemy and talisman shops lining the streets. Peering inside, he found that most stocked only low to mid-tier pills, with high-quality ones being exceedingly rare. It appeared that the first batch of trained alchemists had now become low-grade alchemists. Upon reaching the royal palace, Qi Feng sought out Nan Yi, discovering that her cultivation had advanced to the 11th realm's 5th tier, which was commendable, largely thanks to the pills he had refined. Upon seeing Qi Feng, Nan Yi excitedly informed him of a piece of good news. Currently, the dynasty boasts over 400 mid-grade alchemists and more than 1,000 low-grade alchemists. In a few years, most of these 1,000 low-grade alchemists will likely become mid-grade. There is even hope of cultivating high-grade alchemists within the next decade. It seems the talent for alchemy isn't lacking. Rather, it simply hasn't been discovered yet, Qi Feng replied with a faint smile. Pills are essential for warriors' daily cultivation. Whether for enhancing cultivation or healing, warriors must always keep some on hand whenever possible. Moreover, with the aid of pills, their cultivation speed far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. However, the dynasty's stock of medicinal herbs is running low, if we do not secure a substantial supply for the alchemists of the Pill God Hall. Their progress in alchemy will undoubtedly slow significantly. Do you have any ideas? Nanny indeed had a plan. We should seize control of the Desert Dynasty. Although the medicinal resources there do not rival those of the Red Summer Dynasty, consolidating an entire dynasty's resources would still be quite substantial, enough to last the alchemists for nearly a decade. Most importantly, the Desert Dynasty is currently embroiled in internal strife. The imperial family seeks to unify the dynasty but faces resistance from other tribes. According to reports from our scouts, the situation there is already in chaos. You intend to take advantage of the turmoil to seize the desert dynasty, then? What do you think, Elder? I trust your judgment. You are the empress of the dynasty, and I shall not interfere with your decisions. You cannot expect me to make every choice for you. After leaving the royal palace, an imperial edict was issued from within, calling for the gathering of troops and preparations for an advance. Brother, where are we headed? Dao Lingling rested her head on Qi Feng's shoulder, her brow furrowed in confusion. The desert dynasty has been in seclusion for years. I can sense that the effectiveness of my cultivation has diminished significantly compared to the past. It is essential to experience the world and gain new insights. Such revelations could surpass years, or even decades of arduous training. It has been quite a while since I last saw my esteemed senior, and I find myself missing him. As for Lao He, it has indeed been some time since we last met. He has likely exhausted the elixirs I provided him. Perhaps I should pay him a visit. I suspect he has already prepared the necessary herbs. Dao Lingling is capable of consuming elixirs as well, but only those that have undergone a thunder tribulation, for such elixirs contain a certain Taoist essence. However, divine-grade elixirs are exceedingly rare, and there simply isn't enough to share, which is why Qi Feng refrained from offering her any. The benefits she would derive from divine-grade elixirs would be minimal. She absorbs the Taoist essence rather than the medicinal potency of the elixirs, which is far less advantageous than the gains experienced by martial artists. Should divine-grade elixirs become abundantly available in the future, he might consider sharing some with her. Qi Feng had initially intended to maintain a low profile, yet with the Jinlong Ding in hand, the Fenshin sword on his back, and a flood dragon perched upon his shoulder, his appearance was anything but subtle. Anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize that provoking him would be unwise. Regrettably, in this world, there are no storage rings or spatial bags, although it is possible that such treasures exist in other realms, of which he is unaware. Upon reaching the border between the Desert Dynasty and the Red Summer Dynasty, Qi Feng discovered a fierce battle underway, involving thousands of martial artists engaged in combat. Descending from the sky, his intervention was not born of meddlesomeness. Rather, he noticed that these factions were not embroiled in a civil war. One group appeared to be launching an assault on the Red Summer Dynasty, while the opposing force had formed a defensive line. What is happening? The group closest to Qi Feng suddenly found themselves immobilized. Unable to move. Esteemed senior, we are martial artists seeking refuge in the Red Summer Dynasty. We do not know who leaked our plans, but the Lihua tribe has learned of our intentions and has sealed the borders. If we do not join them, they will hunt us down. Understood, Qi Feng nodded. The six-armed Azura Dharma manifested, exerting pressure on the thousands of martial artists present. Those wishing to join the Red Summer Dynasty, raise your hands. I am Qi Feng of the Qi family, representing the Red Summer Dynasty to welcome you. As long as you are sincere in your service to the dynasty, you shall not be treated unjustly. The martial artists gasped in astonishment. They were well aware of the laws of the Red Summer Dynasty and recognized the Qi family as a transcendent entity. Rumors had circulated about the emergence of an unparalleled prodigy from the Qi family, who had become invincible at a young age. Initially, many martial artists had doubted these claims. However, upon witnessing Qi Feng's Azura Dharma, they realized the rumors were not unfounded. Chapter 69. Return to the Endless Mountains. Though the Lihua tribe's martial artists were utterly astonished by Qi Feng's power, they did not believe he would dare to act against them. After all, if Qi Feng were to annihilate them, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the Desert Dynasty. Their understanding still lingered in a previous era, leading them to think Qi Feng would not easily provoke a conflict between two dynasties. With a mere gesture, Qi Feng enveloped thousands of martial artists in genuine power, transporting them to the borders of the Red Summer Dynasty. As he stepped forward, the Lihua tribe's martial artists were crushed to the ground, and with his second and third steps, there were no survivors left. His technique, the Azura Towning Heaven Step, was extremely taxing on genuine power. While the Annihilation Finger was the most potent single-target attack with exceptional penetrative capability, the Annihilation Fist unleashed layers of explosive force, causing terrifying destruction. The Azura Towning Heaven Step was a powerful area of effect move, and its deployment on the battlefield would result in unimaginable casualties. With the Zhenlong Ding in tow, Qi Feng soared toward the Desert Dynasty, first intending to visit the nearby Lihua Royal City. The citizens of Lihua Royal City gazed up at the sky in curiosity, having just witnessed a powerful martial artist pass overhead, accompanied by a swaying great cauldron. Upon reaching the estate of the city lord, Qi Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise upon discovering that a formidable warrior at the 9th level of the 11th realm was concealed within. A rugged, bearded man soared upward, and the powerful warrior soon joined him in the air. The two exchanged solemn glances with Qi Feng. "Might I inquire what brings you here, young friend? It was you who issued the order to encircle the martial artists wishing to defect to the Red Summer Dynasty, was it not?" "Indeed," Qi Feng replied, "as subjects of the Desert Dynasty, their desire to betray is no different from that of rebels. Had I been unaware, it would have been one matter. Now that I am informed, it is time to cleanse the ranks. Moreover, do you not fear that such individuals entering the territory of the Red Summer Dynasty might stir chaos?" "I do not fear. The Red Summer Dynasty is no place for them to run rampant. They will be properly accommodated, and should they dare cause trouble, they will meet their demise." "Then it seems you are here to settle the score with me." "Indeed," Qi Feng stated, effortlessly striking, eliminating the two before they could react. With his current strength, annihilating martial artists below the 13th realm was as simple as a flick of the wrist. After surveying the territory of the Desert Dynasty, Qi Feng noted that the sects within were far superior to those in the previous Northern Summer Dynasty. The sects in the Desert Dynasty had not engaged in deep interactions with the various tribes. Each sect had delineated its own territory, which the tribal members would not easily trespass. There was no instance of sects and the court jointly governing a city, resulting in a more harmonious coexistence among the 13 tribes and these sects, where everyone maintained their own boundaries. Should the Red Summer Dynasty adopt a similar strategy and expel these sects, it was certain they would resist, and some might even voluntarily assist the Desert Dynasty in fending off the Red Summer Dynasty's incursions. After a brief contemplation, Qi Feng devised a solution: to delineate an area outside the borders of the Desert Dynasty for these sects, allowing them to relocate there. Naturally, some sects would be reluctant to migrate, and he would need to engage in earnest discussions with them. If reason failed, he was not averse to employing a more forceful approach. Having gained an understanding of the situation within the Desert Dynasty, Qi Feng abandoned any thoughts of worldly experiences and swiftly flew toward the endless mountains with Dao Lingling. "Lao He, where are you?" Qi Feng called out, channeling his genuine power to project his voice far and wide. Upon hearing his summons, the black dragon soared toward him from a distance. "What is it? Do you require my assistance? Did you not mention last time that you had scavenged half of the endless mountains? What of the other half? After all these years, have you not finished? Are you here to help me refine pills?" "Sort of that. I happen to be out of elixirs, and with her here, if she consumes some more Taoist essence, she could transcend the 14th realm's thunder tribulation." "Very well. Wait a few days. I will have the great demons gather the marked precious herbs and send them over." "So you haven't had them gather them yet? I was wondering why you hadn't come to me for pill refinement." "The primary reason is that they have developed a resistance over the years, and taking them again in a short period would affect their efficacy. Thus, I instructed the great demons to mark the precious herbs within their territory for convenient harvesting later. Only you, Lao He. By the way, Lao He, may I ask you a question? How long do you think it will take for you to break through to the mid-grade demon emperor? If I take another round of elixirs?" "Perhaps around 200 years. If I rely solely on my own cultivation, it could take a millennium or more. 200 years seems rather lengthy. I wish to visit the central continent, but I am apprehensive about the Red Summer Dynasty. If I leave, relying solely on you may not suffice against those demon emperors. Alas, while mid to upper grade divine elixirs are indeed potent, they are somewhat ineffective for demon emperors. You've reminded me. If I could produce holy elixirs, even a low-grade holy elixir would exceed the efficacy of upper-grade divine elixirs by tenfold or more. You are not contemplating refining holy elixirs, are you?" The black dragon swallowed hard, eyeing Qi Feng's eager demeanor. After all, holy elixirs were legendary. He had never even heard anyone mention them in his lifetime. "Why not give it a try? If I fail, I hope you won't hold it against me for wasting your herbs." "Not at all. I wish you success." In the pursuit of refining the sacred pill, Qifeng certainly possessed a measure of confidence, especially since he had already mastered the art of concocting superior divine pills. The true essence of the vermilion bird was exceptionally suited for alchemy. However, the true flames of the vermilion bird were far too destructive, capable of incinerating medicinal materials into ashes. Unless the true dragon cauldron underwent a new metamorphosis to withstand the searing heat of the vermilion bird's flames, the materials would inevitably be harmed. Fortunately, a vast quantity of medicinal ingredients was at hand, and Qifeng was prepared to attempt the endeavor. Should he succeed in creating the sacred pill, it might facilitate the Black Dragon's ascension to the mid-tier demon emperor within a century. The Old Black, as his most formidable ally, would instill in Qifeng a greater sense of security the stronger he became. The second strongest was none other than his loyal companion, Dao Lingling. As a spirit of heaven and earth, Dao Lingling was destined to surpass the Black Dragon one day. Perhaps she was the only one who could accompany him into battle. Indeed, ever since Qifeng acquired the Azure Pattern Divine Stone, he had longed to explore broader realms. The reasoning was quite simple. Each realm had varying limits, and he needed to seek out areas rich in the power of heaven and earth to pursue higher realms. Individuals like Xia and Yanxiu were destined to be incapable of joining him in battle. Even the likes of Yanimo and Yun Shang would merely be burdens if they accompanied him. It was not that he despised them. Rather, once they ventured beyond this realm, he himself could not foresee the caliber of adversaries he would encounter, making their presence perilous. Chapter 70. The failure of refining the sacred pill as the powerful demons delivered the medicinal materials. Qifeng noted that their cultivation speeds were impressively swift. He observed no fewer than 7 demon kings at the 13th realm. It was worth mentioning that the Qixia dynasty could scarcely muster 7 13th realm terrestrial immortals at present. With the true dragon cauldron enveloped in layers of vermilion bird's true essence, the alchemical process commenced in earnest. Once he fully grasped the true essence, Qifeng invested 5 times the amount of materials required for a superior divine pill. Although he had only a rough estimate of how many were needed for the sacred pill, the specifics still required exploration. Upon reaching the stage of condensing the pill, calamity struck as tribulation lightning surged forth. When the first bolt struck the newly formed pill, it solidified considerably. However, upon the arrival of the third bolt, the entire pill shattered instantaneously, its potency obliterated by the lightning and dissipating into the void. Qifeng furrowed his brows and attempted to refine the pill over a dozen more times, each effort culminating in failure. It was not a matter of quantity, but rather the age of the medicinal materials. With a resigned sigh, he realized that most were merely 1,000 years old, some even only 500 or 600 years, while those aged 10,000 years were exceedingly rare. Materials of 1,000-year grade could not withstand the tempering of the tricolored tribulation lightning, and that was an unavoidable reality. Qifeng moved to a different location to continue his alchemical endeavors, while Dao Lingling surged into the area, consuming the Dao rhythm. Since he could not refine the sacred pill, Qifeng had no choice but to start crafting superior divine pills. To achieve the sacred pill, the materials from the endless mountains were insufficient. It would be best to locate those secluded, ancient mountain forests that had remained untouched for millennia, with an environment conducive to the growth of precious herbs. Suddenly, a figure intruded upon the Black Dragon's perception, a young man clad in black attire. "Halt!" the Black Dragon commanded coldly, an overwhelming pressure descending upon the youth, pinning him in place. The young man clenched his fists and, despite the oppressive force, took slow steps forward. Upon lifting his gaze, the Black Dragon was momentarily taken aback. For the young man's eyes had vanished, leaving only hollow sockets in their stead. "Step forward, and you shall perish," the Black Dragon warned. "I have long since met my demise." The youth replied, "I am Chenimo. Paying my respects to you, Senior." Strange, the youth's meridians were severed, and poison ravaged his heart. He survived solely due to the golden core in his dantian. "Young man, your survival is nothing short of a miracle. I can sense your boundless hatred. It seems you have yet to settle a great vendetta. Speak. What is it that you seek from me?" "The 13th prince of the Desert Kingdom, Li Tianyuan, violated my mother and sister, slaughtering over 70 members of the Chen family, crippling my cultivation, and gouging out my eyes. I was fortunate to be saved by Master Konghui. Yet now, I have become a cripple. If I do not avenge this grievance, I shall not die in peace. I beseech you, Senior, to take action. In this life, I can offer you no repayment, but in the next, I shall serve you faithfully, unyielding in my devotion. I am of the demon race. You must understand this. You, a mere human, come to seek a demon to avenge you. Do you not find this absurd? The black dragon inquired indifferently. Even if the youth bore a blood-soaked vendetta, it was of no concern to him. A flicker of despondence crossed Qian Mo's eyes. He had come here because Master Konghui had directed him, stating that the only one capable of avenging him was here. Leave now. Do not take another step forward. Otherwise, I shall end your life, the black dragon declared before taking flight, leaving Qian Mo kneeling in place, lost in thought. By the time Qi Feng completed his alchemical endeavors, a year had elapsed, and he finally caught sight of Qian Mo's figure. Old Black, have you been kneeling here for over a year? Indeed, the golden core within him, which sustains his life, is on the verge of collapse, replied Old Black. Curious, Qi Feng descended before Qian Mo and examined his condition. It was precisely as Old Black had said. The golden core struggled to maintain his life, Senior. Qian Mo managed to raise his head with great difficulty, a faint green blood seeping from his nostrils. The poison having entirely consumed his body. Calculating the time, the forces of the Qixia dynasty should have already arrived. The 13th prince, you say? I shall slay him. However, as for you, I cannot save. It matters not. I was already dead. Senior, your kindness shall be repaid in my next life. Hearing Qi Feng's willingness to avenge the Qin family, a smile graced Qian Mo's lips, even as his life force waned swiftly. His sole obsession was vengeance. Once Qi Feng promised to eliminate the 13th prince, the motivation sustaining Qian Mo's existence dissipated. As for why he had agreed, there was no particular reason. He simply wished to do so. For he had already intended to eradicate the desert royal family. Dividing the pill with the black dragon, Qi Feng departed with Dao Lingling, anticipating that once she digested the Dao rhythm within her, she would soon face tribulation. Upon locating Nan Yi, Qi Feng discovered that the military of the Qixia dynasty had already captured a significant portion of the desert kingdom, with only 8 tribes led by the desert royal family still resisting. Mo, what brings you here? Among those I vanquished from the Yin Yang clan's forces was a faction from the desert kingdom. I have come to settle accounts. Have you found the Yin Yang heavenly mechanism? I have, Yin Mo replied, producing a purple golden disc from her bosom. Are there any outstanding debts? None. All has been resolved. Thank you, Qi Feng. Without you, I could not have avenged the Yin Yang clan so swiftly. Yin Mo embraced Qi Feng, who affectionately ruffled her hair. Fool, why be so polite with me? Subsequently, Qi Feng sought to understand the situation of the sects from Nan Yi. She informed him that she had already dispatched individuals to negotiate with these sects, urging their relocation from the desert kingdom, and many had acquiesced. It appeared that the lingering fear from Qi Feng's previous obliteration of those sects persisted. They were wary of his potential wrath and thus chose to vacate. To ensure safety, Qi Feng conveyed another message to these sects. Effective immediately, all sects within the desert kingdom are to vacate. The Qixia dynasty has delineated a mountainous region at the border with the desert kingdom and the Qilai nation for your settlement. In the ensuing 2 months, Qi Feng remained at the helm of the military, leading them in a relentless advance, swiftly dismantling the desert royal family and conquering the entirety of the desert kingdom. As for the remaining remnants with aspirations for restoration, it would be up to Nan Yi to dispatch her forces to eliminate them. Upon returning to the Qixia dynasty, Qi Feng entered seclusion once more. Over the course of 170 years, time swiftly passed, and as the terrifying tribulation lightning subsided, Qi Feng successfully broke through to the 18th realm, faintly sensing the pressure emanating from the very fabric of the heavens and earth. It is as if this realm forbids the existence of beings stronger than the high-grade celestial beings. It appears that the forces of this world have indeed diminished, rendering it insufficient to give birth to true immortals. Dao Lingling's cultivation has ascended to the 16th realm's 9th layer. After consuming the Dao Rhyme and the power of tribulation lightning from Qi Feng's tribulation site, Dao Lingling succumbed to slumber. When she awakens, it shall be the moment of her own tribulation, marking her transformation into a mid-grade celestial being. In the present day, to the west of the endless mountains, there exists but one dynasty, the Qixia dynasty. Over the span of more than a century, while the Qixia dynasty conquered other dynasties, Qi Feng also intervened to subjugate the 5 great reclusive families, as for why it was 5 families instead of 6. The reason is quite simple. One family refused to submit and even engaged in a fierce battle with Qi Feng. He decisively vanquished 2 mid-grade celestial beings from that family, leading to its complete annihilation. Now, the Qixia dynasty stands as a true dynasty, with territories spanning millions of miles and a considerable number of formidable warriors. The resurgence of alchemy has directly propelled the martial path of the entire dynasty. Presently, the Qixia dynasty boasts 4 divine-grade alchemists, over 100 top-grade alchemists, and tens of thousands of mid- to upper-grade alchemists. Qi Feng's gaze is set upon the central continent. Only by subjugating all the forces in this land can he depart with peace of mind to wage war in other realms. However, with the current strength of the Qixia dynasty, it cannot yet contend with the hundreds of dynasties in the central continent. Chapter 71. The perilous state of the central continent alone, Qi Feng set forth, leaving Dao Lingling to guard the Qi family, as he sought to assess the situation in the central continent. After exchanging greetings with the Black Dragon, he soared towards the central continent. Qi Feng harbored no fears regarding Dao Lingling and the Black Dragon's potential failure in their tribulations. Their foundations were still remarkably solid, particularly the Black Dragon, who had consumed a substantial number of superior divine pills to enhance his physique, rendering his dragon body comparable to that of a half-step demon god. The evolution of the Jiao Dragon clan progresses from Jiao Dragon to Heavenly Dragon to Golden Dragon. To transform into a Golden Dragon, one must endure the demon god tribulation. Given the current circumstances of this realm, the Black Dragon can only reach the pinnacle of the 18th realm, unable to break through to the demon god level. Nevertheless, even so, the Black Dragon is impressive enough to earn Qi Feng's admiration. Among all beings he knows, the talent of the Wandering True Immortal ranks first, Dao Lingling second, and the Black Dragon third, revealing just how terrifying the Black Dragon's potential truly is. Perhaps one day, the Black Dragon too shall leave this realm in search of greater opportunities. As he traversed the towering mountains, a sudden brightness enveloped him. Qi Feng stood in awe at the vastness of the world before him, his emotions swirling in complexity. Indeed, amidst the heavy mists of the mountains, piercing through the fog, this was his first glimpse of the central continent, a revelation that struck him profoundly. In a wonder we are labeled as barbaric. In comparison to the central continent, the land of the Qixia dynasty is truly desolate. Half a day later, Qi Feng alighted upon a city, and after conducting some inquiries, successfully located the Zuez-hugging Dao. Is that not Qingran? After many years, you have reached the mid-grade Earth Immortal level, quite impressive. While engaged in her cultivation, and Qingran suddenly received a transmission, leaving her momentarily stunned in disbelief. Lu Changfeng. No, Lu Changfeng is a name I fabricated. My true name is Qi Feng. I never expected that after more than 100 years, you would still remember me. Since I aspire to surpass you, it is only natural to remember your name. Surpass me. If you continue to work diligently, perhaps one day you may indeed surpass me. What realm are you at now? High-grade celestial being. What? And Qingran's eyes widened in astonishment. High-grade celestial being. I recall that when we last parted, you were merely a low-grade celestial being. Given that nearly 200 years have passed, your breakthrough to high-grade celestial being is indeed plausible. Unbeknownst to her, when they last separated, Qi Feng had only just reached mid-grade Earth Immortal. Otherwise, the blow would have been even greater. She assumed Qi Feng was a low-grade celestial being because he managed to persuade the peak of the Demon King realm, the Black Dragon, which led her to believe that Qi Feng's strength must surpass that of the Black Dragon. Otherwise, why would the Black Dragon heed his words? Tell me about the situation in the central continent, as well as the circumstances surrounding the Wanyao Immortal Dynasty. All right, it is a long story. Please follow me. Qi Feng accompanied Qingran to the Zuez-hugging, wherein Qingran had transitioned from a disciple to an elder. What of your master? Master broke through to mid-grade Earth Immortal over 30 years ago and was subsequently dispatched to the Wanyao battlefield. The Wanyao battlefield? Yes, it is the area where we engage in combat with the great demons of the Wanyao Immortal Dynasty, collectively referred to as the Wanyao battlefield. Currently, the great demons have captured nearly 100 dynasties. And according to the current situation, it is projected that within a century, the Wanyao Immortal Dynasty will conquer all remaining dynasties in the central continent. Is there no countermeasure on this side? I believe there must be some, but to prevent information leaks, only a few are privy to it, and I, of course, have no means of knowing. Why have you not gone to the battlefield? Master believes that with my talent, it is best for me to cultivate to the celestial being level before heading to the battlefield. They will hold the front line and buy us time. Are you here to assist us? That is one way to put it. If you all fall, it is only a matter of time before those great demons find us. Though your place is small, the talents that emerge are extraordinary. Oh, aside from me, who else? A monk? Wuxin. Qi Feng paused, recalling that he had given the Qingwen Divine Stone to his monk friend Wuxin. Yes, that's what he is called. Dio, you know him? Indeed, an old friend. Is he in the Wanyao battlefield? Yes, he has become a legendary figure on the Wanyao battlefield, having entered as a mid-grade Earth Immortal and growing stronger with each battle in just 100 years. He has already broken through to mid-grade Celestial Being, a speed of breakthrough unmatched in ancient times. Is that true? How remarkable! Qi Feng was left speechless upon hearing of Wuxin's achievements. It seemed Wuxin had truly unlocked his potential. Initially, Qi Feng thought that Wuxin's prior breakthroughs had exhausted his potential, but it appeared that was not the case at all. Qi Feng could hardly contain his eagerness to meet Wuxin, believing he must harbor some great secret to achieve such rapid advancement. Once Qingran concluded recounting all she knew, Qi Feng urged her to lead the way to the Yin-Yang Hehuan sect, where he would crush the sect, thereby resolving the grievances of a millennium past. After dealing with the sect that had clashed with the Malong dynasty, Qi Feng bid farewell to Qingran and set forth alone towards the Wanyao battlefield. A month later, Qi Feng arrived at a certain dynasty, which stood at the forefront of the conflict. The dynasties ahead had already fallen to the demon race. As for why the demon race had not pressed forward to conquer the entirety of the central continent in one swift motion. It was twofold. They were incapable of doing so in the strategies employed by the central continent. For every dynasty that the Wanyao Immortal Dynasty breached, the central continent would leave behind a substantial populace in the conquered territories for the great demons to feast upon, essentially sacrificing the lives of the common folk to slow the advance of the great demons. The great demons, feeding on humanity, could bolster their strength. With sustenance available, they had no urgency to press on, instead opting to fight and consume, moving on to the next dynasty only after they had feasted. This steady accumulation of power was indeed a tempting prospect. Theo put it plainly, for every dynasty that fell, millions of common folk became fodder for the demons, a bitter strategy of attrition for the central continent. Alas, facing the demons head-on was unfeasible, leaving no choice but to sacrifice these ordinary lives. Simultaneously, the central continent was concentrating resources to cultivate several mid-grade celestial beings. Once they broke through to high-grade celestial beings, there would still be hope to win this war. However, as the conflict wore on, many warriors of the central continent began to see no glimmer of victory on the horizon. The demon race was overwhelmingly powerful. Aside from the equal number of high-grade demon emperors and high-grade celestial beings on the central continent, the number of mid- and low-grade demon emperors was nearly double that of their mid- and low-grade celestial beings. How could they possibly win? The strength of the demons was already terrifying, and a typical celestial being had less than a 30% chance of victory in one-on-one confrontations, let alone against two. Chapter 72. Trapped in siege. The reason the great demons of the Wanyao Immortal Dynasty were so formidable was due to their cultivation of the blood god body refining technique, a particularly nefarious method for martial artists. The demon race, by devouring humanity, could enhance their strength, while the blood god body refining technique maximized this benefit. Just as the Black Dragon previously viewed the 13th Realm Land Immortals as sumptuous supplements, it was akin to martial artists directly consuming medicinal herbs. Conversely, great demons practicing the blood god body refining technique, devouring humanity, were akin to martial artists consuming refined pills. The efficacy was doubled, which explains the aggressive nature of the great demons from the Wanyao Immortal Dynasty. As Qi Feng descended into the streets, He observed that despite the looming threat, the martial artists appeared remarkably unfazed. Perhaps having long resigned themselves to the prospect of death, a shifty-eyed youth scrutinized Qi Feng for a moment before scampering over, his demeanor suggesting he feared other martial artists might snatch him away. Fellow Taoist, you must be new to the Wanyao battlefield. How did you know? Of course, it's evident to my discerning eyes. Qi Feng rolled his eyes at the fellow, whose furtive eyes betrayed a lack of discernment. Oh, wait, don't leave. The battlefield of 10,000 demons is fraught with peril. We are all hunting great demons in teams, and seeing you alone. I presumed you were new here. Qi Feng surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, as he had observed, the martial artists around were predominantly in pairs. How about joining my team? We are in need of more members. Perhaps not. You seem too weak. Following you would yield little opportunity to slay formidable demons. Qi Feng shook his head, declining the offer. The young man gazed at Qi Feng's retreating figure, scratching his head in confusion. Am I being looked down upon? Please, let me finish. I am quite strong. Do not be deceived by my apparent 10th realm. My true level is the 12th realm. The youth hastened to catch up with Qi Feng, eagerly revealing his actual rank, but was met with no reaction from Qi Feng. I am aware of your 12th realm, specifically, the 7th layer of the 12th realm, correct? That is still rather weak. Keep striving. With that, Qi Feng moved on, and this time the young man did not pursue him. Qi Feng's ability to discern his realm indicated that his own level was undoubtedly superior. To his astonishment, he had encountered a solitary figure who was, nonetheless, a celestial being, having waited here for nearly half a year. Qi Feng observed the increasing presence of great demons at the borders of the Hanmu dynasty, suggesting that they were preparing to launch an assault on the territory where Qi Feng and his companions resided. As the number of great demons grew, so too did the ranks of martial artists from the Hanmu dynasty. Most of the mainstream warriors were of the 7th to 10th realms, comprising over 90% of the forces, while those at the 11th and 12th realms were considered minor experts, typically assuming leadership roles within teams. As for the celestial and heavenly beings, they constituted the main force in this conflict. Should the celestial and heavenly beings begin to falter, it would signify a definitive defeat, prompting the retreat of warriors below the celestial realm and leaving millions of citizens within the dynasty as prey for the demons. Otherwise, the demons would advance directly to the next dynasty. Thus, the duration of this war hinged entirely upon how long the celestial and heavenly beings could endure. Though the citizens of the Hanmu dynasty were reluctant, they had no choice but to comply with the arrangements of the martial alliance. If they fled, the repercussions would extend far beyond their own dynasty's populace. Gazing at the massive demons, each towering over 100 meters, the martial artists surged forward, fully aware that they were marching into a perilous battle. Yet they remained resolute. Above them raged the battlefield of the celestial and heavenly beings, while below, the warriors of lower realms prepared for combat. The clash was imminent, resonating with the trembling force of true energy. Among the chaos, a 72-zhang blood Buddha manifested prominently, facing off against 3 mid-tier demon monarchs, each of whom was far more formidable than the blood Buddha. Unfazed by the assault from the 3 demon monarchs, the figure of Wu Xian made a bold offensive move without a hint of panic. The battlefield lacked high-tier celestials and high-tier demon monarchs engaged in combat. Instead, 3 high-tier celestials and demon monarchs commanded the scene, making their individual skirmishes somewhat inconsequential. Of course, these 3 high-tier celestials did not include Qi Feng. As he stepped off the city wall and made his way toward the battlefield, he passed by 2 low-tier demon kings. Suddenly, the sword, burning heaven, was drawn and flashed like a streak of light, swiftly returning to its sheath. The 2 demon kings froze midair, plummeting to the ground, their vitality rapidly fading, appearing utterly lifeless. That was, the 3 high-tier celestials stationed at the battlefield of 10,000 demons were taken aback. A single strike had obliterated 2 demon kings. Surely, he must be a celestial, perhaps a newly arrived celestial, but he had not integrated into the martial alliance. A sword cultivator? One speculated. Could he be the next Wu Xian? That would be splendid. Our human race desperately needs a celestial like Wu Xian to turn the tide. Qi Feng treaded upon the void, the sword, burning heaven, swirling around him as he dispatched demon kings one after another. Upon noticing Qi Feng's slaughter of the demon kings, a furious demon monarch unleashed a toxic blast of true energy toward him. Finally, Qi Feng made his move, seizing burning heaven to unleash a formidable strike. Severing the incoming true energy, the residual force struck the serpent demon monarch. In an astonishing turn of events, Qi Feng cleaved the demon monarch in twain with a single stroke, the true fire of the vermilion bird incinerating the wounded monarch alive. Wu Xian, it has been a long time. Benefactor, it has been a long time indeed. Wu Xian smiled faintly upon seeing Qi Feng, as if he had anticipated their encounter on the battlefield of 10,000 demons. He cannot possibly be the one Wu Xian spoke of, the one capable of altering the tide of battle, a high-tier demon monarch murmured, unable to ascertain Qi Feng's realm. Yet, he rightly surmised that Qi Feng was likely a high-tier celestial. Given his youth, if granted more time, he might indeed shift the battlefield's balance. Indeed, if given time, he could achieve invincibility within the same realm, and none of these demon monarchs would escape. Alas, he had revealed himself too early. Trouble was imminent. Quickly, summon reinforcements. We must protect him at all costs. Both the Central Continent and the 10,000 Demon Celestial Dynasty commenced their mobilization simultaneously. One side sought to safeguard Qi Feng, while the other was determined to eliminate him right there. Qi Feng rushed to Wu Xian's side, unleashing a tempestuous surge of sword energy. The sword energy, already exceedingly sharp, combined with the accompanying true fire of the vermilion bird, allowed Qi Feng to single-handedly fend off 7 mid-tier demon monarchs. After dispatching 5 mid-tier demon monarchs, celestials and demon monarchs from both sides began to flood the battlefield, reinforcements arriving simultaneously. Hold them off. We will deal with him. Over 100 mid-tier demon monarchs charged toward the high-tier celestials of the Central Continent, while more than 10 high-tier demon monarchs advanced on Qi Feng, including 2 at the peak of the 18th realm. These demon monarchs encircled Qi Feng, obscuring him from view, causing the warriors from the Central Continent to feel a pang of anxiety. Qi Feng might be in grave danger. With a casual wave, Qi Feng sheathed burning heaven, leaving all the demon monarchs momentarily stunned. What is happening? Has this human given up? Suddenly, a 6-armed Azura manifestation erupted, sending several demon monarchs flying as it stood tall in the air. Surrounded by the burning true fire of the vermilion bird, a vermilion bird soaring through the flames. The manifestation of a spirit, gasped all the observing celestials and demon monarchs. Is this something only true immortals can cultivate? Not so. Do not be deceived. He is merely a celestial and has not yet attained the realm of true immortality, declared a peak demon monarch, to which the others nodded in agreement. More than 10 devastating strikes rained down upon Qi Feng. Unexpectedly, Qi Feng chose not to retaliate but instead braced himself against the onslaught, resulting in a shocking revelation. The 6-armed Azura manifestation not only showed no signs of crumbling but instead darkened like ink. Its oppressive aura skyrocketing, Qi Feng took 7 strides, forcing back multiple demon monarchs. With a single finger extended, the Azura manifestation mirrored his movements, unleashing 6 enormous fingers that converged into one. A colossal finger engulfed in the true fire of the vermilion bird, piercing through a demon monarch and driving it into the ground. Such was Qi Feng's current might. When fully unleashed, he could crush these demon monarchs of the same realm with overwhelming force. The vermilion bird emitted a triumphant cry, and the true fire enveloping the Azura manifestation expanded, forming a domain of the vermilion bird. Within this realm, the demon monarchs were perpetually scorched by the true fire. This is the vermilion bird divine technique. He has inherited the legacy of the wandering true immortal. Not only the warriors from the Central Continent recognized the technique Qi Feng practiced, but the demon monarchs were even more exhilarated. Their objective in coming to this realm was to acquire the Azure Pattern Divine Stone. According to their leader, the Azure Pattern Divine Stone was in the possession of the wandering true immortal, who practiced the very vermilion bird divine technique. After the wandering true immortal's fall, the Azure Pattern Divine Stone vanished without a trace. Now that the vermilion bird divine technique re-emerged, it implied that the Azure Pattern Divine Stone was likely in this individual's possession. Even if it wasn't he surely possessed knowledge of it. Kid, Do you have the azure pattern divine stone? Hand it over, and we may spare your life. Spare my life? You should be begging me to let you go. Unfortunately, I am not in the business of letting go, so your pleas are futile. Qi Feng chuckled softly, showing no regard for the more than 10 high-tier demon monarchs. Arrogance. Do you truly believe you can contend with us? No, I am here to slay you. You are not yet worthy to be considered my opponents. Domain of absolute annihilation, activate. Qi Feng, weary of the verbal sparring with the demon monarchs, uttered a low incantation. Unleashing a black light from the Azura manifestation that enveloped all the demon monarchs within. Ascending step by step, Qi Feng pointed a finger, and a demon monarch fell lifeless. The remaining demon monarchs were enraged. But only 2 peak demon monarchs retained the strength to resist. The others were thoroughly suppressed by the domain of absolute annihilation. As Qi Feng consecutively pointed out 14 times, 14 high-tier demon monarchs fell in a pool of blood. Leaving only 2 peak demon monarchs remaining, Qi Feng could no longer maintain the domain of absolute annihilation, which symbolized death as it dissipated. His strongest killing move, consuming an unimaginable amount of energy. The 2 peak demon monarchs exchanged glances and charged toward Qi Feng simultaneously. Unfazed, Qi Feng engaged in combat with the 3 manifestations. As time progressed, the 2 peak demon monarchs grew increasingly apprehensive, while Qi Feng maintained a relaxed demeanor, even without employing the power of annihilation. His combat prowess was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Once he invoked the power of annihilation, Qi Feng's strength would soar to a half-step true immortal. If the domain of annihilation were to be unleashed, Qi Feng's combat prowess would rival that of a true celestial being. Otherwise, he would not have been able to vanquish 14 supreme demon emperors consecutively. 2 pinnacle demon emperors exchanged glances, and one of them immediately turned to flee, only to find that Wu Xian had already blocked his escape route. A Blood Buddha and Ashura, the 2 mightiest figures of the Qixia dynasty, now regarded each other from a distance. Flanked by the 2 imposing pinnacle demon emperors, Qi Feng consumed a supreme divine elixir, and the domain of annihilation re-emerged. The severely exhausted pinnacle demon emperors displayed expressions of despair. What manner of abomination had emerged? Even with the inheritance of the wandering true celestial, he should not possess such overwhelming strength. After annihilating the 2 pinnacle demon emperors, Qi Feng exhaled deeply and turned his gaze toward the remaining mid-tier demon emperors. The great demons on the ground sensed the peril and began to flee, while the warriors of Zhongzhou pursued them relentlessly, slaying numerous great demons. Nevertheless, dozens of mid- and low-tier demon emperors, along with millions of demon kin, managed to escape. There was simply no way to contend with the overwhelming number of demon emperors on the opposing side. Lord Alliance Master Gong, I have the honor of meeting a fellow Taoist. My name is Qi Feng. There is no need for formalities. Young friend, I have a question that weighs heavily on my mind. You are curious whether the Qingwen Divine Stone is in my possession? Are you not? Indeed. The Qingwen Divine Stone is indeed with me. You may cease your exploration of the Polar Sea. It is only through the Qingwen Divine Stone that one can traverse the Polar Sea. The Qingwen Divine Stone pertains to the life and death of all beings in this realm, and I will not entrust it to anyone if it were to fall into the hands of another realm's supreme being. The consequences would extend far beyond mere demon emperors. As Qi Feng finished speaking, a bolt of calamity thunder struck. He did not resist but chose to endure the punishment. Should he dare to fight back? A far more potent bolt of calamity thunder would descend, one that could obliterate him. The thunder summoned by leaking the secrets of the heavenly Tao was of a different nature than the thunder encountered during tribulations. I am merely curious. The Qingwen Divine Stone is not something we ancient ones can grasp. It belongs to the likes of you and Wu Xian, these young prodigies. Only those above the true celestial realm can wield the divine stone. And in the current state of this realm, true celestials can no longer be born. This you must surely understand. Indeed, it has been hundreds of years since I made any progress. Rest assured, I am measured and will not replicate the scene of the wandering true celestial. That is for the best that I am not a native of Zhongzhou, nor is Wu Xian. Our grievances with Zhongzhou were settled 10,000 years ago in the future. I hope the Qixia dynasty can coexist peacefully with Zhongzhou. Agreed. In the ensuing years, Qi Feng, accompanied by Wu Xian and numerous celestial beings, eradicated millions of demon kin, completely obliterating the vanguard forces dispatched by the myriad demons' immortal dynasty. Qi Feng also beheld the legendary Polar Sea, which, for reasons unknown, had become exceedingly unstable, with waves that could rise to a height of over 1,000 meters. Moreover, according to Gong Qiubai, the entire Polar Sea was riddled with ancient formations, many of which possessed the ability to restrict flight. Thus, one could only fly close to the sea surface. Otherwise, triggering these formations would likely lead to certain death for celestial beings, with even true celestials finding it difficult to escape. The myriad demons' immortal dynasty's ability to cross the Polar Sea could either stem from having sacrificed countless demon kin to chart a safe route, or from possessing an exceptionally skilled demon adept in formations, surpassing those on the Zhongzhou side. After all, for millennia, Zhongzhou had failed to uncover a safe path across the Polar Sea. However, the notion of a safe route had become irrelevant, as the increasingly violent nature of the Polar Sea had led to unknown alterations in these ancient formations. The safe route was constantly changing, leaving no one aware of its current path, which was the reason the subsequent forces of the myriad demons' immortal dynasty could not cross the Polar Sea. Qi Feng sensed that the Polar Sea concealed great secrets, for the Qingwen Divine Stone was unearthed from its depths by the wandering true celestial. Perhaps treasures comparable to the Qingwen Divine Stone lay hidden deep within the Polar Sea. Yet his current strength was insufficient to venture there. With the demon kin eradicated, Qi Feng bid farewell to his companions and returned to the Qixia dynasty, taking with him hundreds of thousands of superior herbs, including over 1,000 millennium herbs. These had been procured for him by Gong Qiubai, to whom Qi Feng promised to provide some supreme divine elixirs or holy elixirs in the future. Chapter 74. Refining holy elixirs. On a day when Yin Xiu had just concluded her seclusion, she spotted a figure approaching the Qi residence, enveloped in a luminous sphere the size of 100 meters. Yin Xiu blinked and, upon recognizing Qi Feng, her face lit up with joy as she dashed forward. "Young master." Qi Feng caught Yin Xiu and affectionately ruffled her hair. "Come, let's talk at home. I've brought you something wonderful." With Yin Xiu cradled in one arm, Qi Feng soared back to the Qi residence. This time, he not only returned with hundreds of thousands of herbs, but also brought back numerous holy-level techniques. The crowd was thrilled yet somewhat disheartened. While they were elated to receive holy-level techniques, they lamented that it was too late for them to cultivate them or not lose heart. "I will refine a Baiyu Fancy Dan for each of you. Once consumed, your true power will transform into the true essence birthed from the holy-level techniques you cultivate, thus preventing any conflict between true power and true essence. Moreover, it will aid you in advancing through the initial levels with great momentum." "That sounds incredible. Are there really such elixirs in the world?" the women exclaimed, their eyes wide with disbelief, clearly having never heard of the Baiyu Fancy Dan before. That evening, rather than refining elixirs or entering seclusion, Qi Feng indulged each of the women, having not shown them affection in many years, before finally proceeding to refine elixirs with the true dragon cauldron. The remaining individuals began to comprehend the holy-level techniques, which were sourced from the dynasties overthrown by the demon kin. Originally, these techniques were in Gong Qiubai's possession, but upon learning that Qi Feng needed them, he willingly offered them. The original owners had entrusted their techniques to Gong Qiubai to seek suitable inheritors. Since Qi Feng had many seedlings in need of cultivating holy-level techniques, it was only beneficial for him to oblige. Gong Qiubai held Qi Feng in high regard, primarily due to Qi Feng's extraordinary strength. He was already invincible in this era. Given time, Qi Feng alone could dominate hundreds of dynasties, and with him, the rise of the Qixia dynasty was destined to be unstoppable. Adding to the glory is less impactful than providing timely assistance. Gong Qiubai understood this principle well, and thus he sought to lend his support while Qi Feng still found him useful, ensuring a better future for his own dynasty compared to others. Familiar calamity thunder enveloped the area as Dao Ling Ling roamed nearby, continuously devouring bolts of calamity thunder. The power of the Dao rhythm and calamity thunder she required for her ascension to the 18th realm was immense, and Qi Feng's elixir refining coincided perfectly with this need. Once Dao Ling Ling could no longer consume any more, Qi Feng paused his elixir refining. There was no rush. He decided to wait until Dao Lingling had fully digested the Dao rhythm within her before continuing, maximizing her benefits. Not to mention, breaking through to the 18th realm should be feasible, along with possibly surpassing 4 or 5 heavenly tiers. After several months, Qi Feng stood atop a mountain, contemplating the essence of the mountains and woods when a white dragon suddenly coiled around him, its slick head rubbing against his face. Done digesting? Yes, I've reached the 2nd heavenly tier. All right, I shall commence refining elixirs now. Qi Feng casually gestured, and true essence surged forth, enveloping the true dragon cauldron. The cauldron now bore not only dragon patterns but also vermilion patterns, as if it had absorbed the power of the vermilion bird true flame and undergone a transformation. By the time he completed refining all the millennium-grade herbs, over 10 years had passed, and Dao Lingling had reached the 17th realm, 5th heavenly tier. Rubbing his hands together, Qi Feng was ready to attempt refining holy elixirs once more after many years, due to the terrifying potency of the millennium herbs. A single millennium herb was equivalent to the potency of dozens of thousand-year herbs. Hence, Qi Feng adhered to the standard ratios for refining. He noted that these millennium herbs were suitable for 4 types of elixirs: the Ji Yuan Ti Chun Dan, the Qi Zhuan Zhao Hua Jin Dan, the Dui Dan, and the Bu Tian Dan. Except for the Dui Dan, which was of no use to human warriors, the others were top-tier elixirs for martial artists. With a thought, the 6-armed Shura Dharma manifestation emerged, the spirit of the Dharma manifestation, the vermilion bird, resonating with Qi Feng's intent. The vermilion bird circled the Shura Dharma manifestation twice before hovering above the true dragon cauldron, releasing a breath of vermilion bird true flame. This extraordinarily destructive vermilion bird true flame did not act upon the medicinal materials, but instead infused the vermilion bird true essence. This resulted in a hint of vermilion bird true flame being mixed into the true essence, significantly enhancing its potency. Qi Feng decided to practice with the Dui Dan, as he had no use for it. With the support of the vermilion bird true flame, over 20 millennium herbs were swiftly purified of impurities. And as the medicinal liquids blended together, Qi Feng became increasingly focused. When the medicinal liquid entered the condensation phase, long-lost tricolored calamity thunder fell from the heavens. As the calamity thunder struck the elixir, Qi Feng needed to summon all his concentration, for the elixir was still in the refining process. The tricolored calamity thunder represented an exceedingly formidable external force that could severely disrupt Qi Feng. Countless elixirs had met their demise at this juncture. Qi Feng had to contain the impact of the calamity thunder in the shortest time possible and continue condensing the elixir. Otherwise, even if the elixir could withstand the thunder's refinement, Qi Feng's fluctuating true essence would cause it to shatter, a low-tier holy elixir needed to endure 18 bolts of tricolored calamity thunder. With each bolt that fell, the elixir became increasingly radiant and translucent. Qi Feng sighed in relief, sensing that this time, his elixir refining was likely to succeed. Sure enough, as the final bolt of calamity thunder descended, a nearly transparent elixir floated within the true dragon cauldron. Qi Feng picked up the elixir for examination, marveling at the flowing medicinal power visible through its shell. It turns out that Shangdan is like this. Qi Feng found it somewhat intriguing, as it was his first encounter with Shangdan. Howl, howl! Dao Lingling transformed into her true form, stretching over 30 meters, voraciously devouring the power of the colorful tribulation lightning. Brother, this tribulation lightning is far more delectable than the previous ones. Naturally, the 3-colored tribulation lightning belongs to a unique category of tribulation. In terms of quality, it surpasses the black tribulation lightning of the celestial tribulation. For you at present, it must be a tremendous boon, right? If I can continuously consume the 3-colored tribulation lightning and the Tao rhythm, it won't be long before I break through to the 18th realm. You are a being of the essence of heaven and earth. I wonder if the shackles of this realm have any effect on you. Brother, the constraints of this realm will not suppress my strength, but since I have forged a contract with you, the realm of a being of heaven and earth cannot exceed that of its master. Is that so? I believe you will certainly be able to break the shackles. Are you referring to breaking the shackles of heaven and earth rather than venturing into another realm? If you do not break through to the true immortal realm, you will not be able to wield that stone, correct? Isn't it necessary to first shatter the shackles of heaven and earth? You know of this? I am unsure. I suddenly comprehended certain truths when I broke through to the celestial immortal level. Is this thing called the Qingwen Divine Stone?